All living beings prayed, the moon arrived as scheduled, bringing with it countless glittering stars. The creatures felt even more grateful. As time went by, people also discovered that the full moon in the sky would change. The full moon began to wane, and the gap became larger and larger. The creatures were worried that the moon might disappear, believing that the moon had consumed its energy to light their way and drive away evil spirits. Finally, seeing the crescent moon slowly become full again, the creatures were relieved and at peace. Later, to express their gratitude and worship the moon, the people designated the day the moon descended to save the continent as the day the moon goddess descended to save all living beings, and that day each year is also called the Moon Goddess Festival. In the eyes of all living beings, the moon is a deity. It drives away evil spirits and protects them during the night. Therefore, this night is also called the night of purification. On this day, no living being is allowed to kill. Similarly, when seeing the cold moon, no living being will have the thought of killing. Without the thought of killing, on this night, as the creatures look up at the bright, jade-like moon in the sky, they will naturally yearn even more to reunite with their families. The moon is a synonym for purity and innocence. Living beings revere the moon. Even this continent is called the Zeo continent. The Moon Goddess Festival is also one of the most important days on the continent. The lunar festival also represents reunion, worship, homecoming, longing, and purity. People celebrate the arrival of the moon goddess in various ways on the day of Luna Festival. As one moon goddess festival after another passed by, many customs associated with the festival were passed down, including worshipping the moon, admiring the moon, releasing prayer lanterns, releasing flower lanterns into the river reflecting the moon, parading through the streets and playing in the water, eating mooncakes, and so on. This is the story of the Moon Goddess Festival. Fang Cheng said. After telling this story, Fang Cheng also gained some understanding of the Moon Goddess Festival. At first, I thought it was just an ordinary storybook. Unexpectedly, it's related to a festival and has legends about the Zeo continent. The Moon Festival is somewhat similar to the Mid-Autumn Festival on Earth, as both are related to the moon. Now it dawned on Fang Cheng that the people of this world must revere the moon. The Zeo continent and the New Moon Kingdom both have the character for moon, and there are moon patterns in many places, such as the plagues of libraries, the gates of magic academies, and many books. Last time, he saw a person wearing a mage's robe on the roadside with a crescent moon badge on his chest. Brother, so this is the story of the Moon Goddess Festival. Does Saya know about the Moon Goddess Festival? Yes, Saya heard my older sister mention it. I remember on the Moon Goddess Festival, my older sister took Saya to eat grilled fish and release wishing lanterns. You know, the lanterns that fly really, really high into the sky. Saya finished speaking and her expression became a little downcast before she stopped talking. Fang Cheng knew that Saya missed her sister. In the days after Fang Cheng comforted Saya after her sister left that day, Saya rarely showed this expression in front of Fang Cheng. It's been about a month since Sharon left. Even when she mentions her older sister, Sayo always looks proud and happy. Sayo used to live with Sharon, but some time has passed since then. Sharon left in a hurry, so it's impossible for Sayo not to miss her older sister. Brother, Saya misses sister a little. Little Saya snuggled up to Fang Cheng, her little hands tightly hugging his arm. Fang Cheng held Xiao Shei's little head, not knowing what to say for a moment, feeling a little uneasy. Big brother, I will be good and wait for big sister to come back. Saya rubbed her little head against Fang Cheng's clothes. Looking at the well-behaved, sensible, and lovable Xiao Shei, Fang Cheng's heart melted. What can I do to make sure that Sayo and Sharon can meet? However, Fang Cheng asked his cheat system assistant, Xiao Ling, with great anticipation. Xiao Ling said there was no way to help him unless he had 10,000 exchange points to exchange for the space teleport skill, which would allow him to teleport to the royal city instantly. Fang Cheng's current exchange points were far from enough. Slightly disappointed, Fang Cheng and the two little ones went to sleep early and fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, Fang Cheng, as usual, took the two little ones to wash up, have breakfast, and do morning exercises at the kindergarten. Little Sayo chanted incantations in her childish voice under the tree, her cute, soft little hands making hand gestures. Then, an ice ball slowly formed in Saya's hand. Saya has successfully cast a spell, an ice spell, although she can only cast one ice ball. This happened just a couple of days ago. Fang Cheng also couldn't quite figure out why Zayasha could directly unleash such a high-level attribute magic as ice. A small flame appeared in Xiao Emotong's hand, which was successfully released 2 days ago. Fang Cheng was happy for them. Today, the children at 11 Magic Kindergarten will not be attending class because of the Luna Festival, and all schools are closed for 3 days. This is what Yuri told him. Tomorrow is the Luna Festival. Yuli went home yesterday, even though she was alone. Fang Cheng invited her to stay and celebrate the Moon Goddess Festival with him, but Yuli said she had to go back to pay respects to her father, so he told her to go back first and she would come over tomorrow. Seeing the two little ones practicing magic on their own initiative and with great seriousness, Fang Cheng felt a sense of relief. Both of them had a high level of interest in learning magic. Fang Cheng kept thinking about how to have a meaningful moon goddess festival. The scene of Zayasha missing her sister last night replayed in my mind. After thinking for a long time, Fang Cheng couldn't come up with a way to reach the capital and find Shaylin by tomorrow, and he sighed inwardly. Let's take Saya and the others out for some fun tomorrow night. That day, even while Fang Cheng was in kindergarten, he could hear the somewhat lively sounds of cars and people on the road outside. Another day has passed so quickly. That night, it was late, and the silver moon hung high in the sky. Brother, is tomorrow the moon goddess festival? Brother, can we release wishing lanterns tomorrow too? Okay, sure, Fang Cheng replied absent-mindedly. Go to sleep. It's so late, or I'll spank you two little bottoms, Fang Cheng suddenly said, slightly agitated, to scare the two little ones. He kissed their foreheads and then closed his eyes. Xiao Shay and Xiao Moton looked at each other, their little heads full of question marks. Just now, a system notification sounded in Fang Cheng's mind. Anomalies in the global environment have been detected. A mysterious force originating from celestial bodies has been detected in the atmosphere. Intelligent analysis is underway. Tested and found to be harmless. The system absorbs energy. Ding! Based on calculations, today is the Moon Goddess Festival on the Zeo continent. To encourage the host to use this system correctly all along, a one-time use of a custom item is hereby awarded. Custom items? Fang Cheng waited for Xiao Ling's explanation. Master, it's a prop that you can add your own ideas, functions, and shapes to, and the system will automatically generate it. I never expected that you, system, would have such advanced technology. Why didn't you tell me sooner? Fang Cheng woke up the next day when Saya called him. I'm still a little sleepy. Fang Cheng spent the whole night researching and finally managed to add various ideas and, with Xiao Ling's help, create a prop. On the one hand, we have to worry about the system's energy levels, and on the other hand, we have to ensure functionality. After being woken up, Fang Cheng immediately took out the props to examine them. Zayasha and Xiaomotan looked at Fang Cheng with puzzled expressions as he suddenly conjured a large red door. Brother, what is this? This is a surprise, Fang Cheng said with a smile. He put it back into his spatial storage, making sure it wasn't lost or accidentally opened. The gate to the ideal space. Do you have someone you want to see? Open this app, and it can help you fulfill your wish and get to the person you want to see. Note, this item is for single use only. The portal can only be maintained for 1 hour, and its maximum span is 100 million square kilometers. Well, this is a censored version of a gadget called Anywhere Door from the Doraemon anime series that Fang Cheng used to live on Earth. However, it was still a pleasant surprise. Fang Cheng gently pinched Xiao Shay's soft little face. Saya will find out tonight. Is today the Moon Goddess Festival, my dear brother? Yes, Fang Cheng affirmed. Little Sao, little Emotong, let's make wishing lanterns together. Okay, big brother. Yes, brother. During the day, Fang Cheng read books and, with Xiao Shaya and Xiao Emotong, made some handicrafts, something he rarely did. I prepared a variety of delicious foods and stored them in the system space. The thought of seeing Shaylin that evening made Fang Cheng quite happy, and he was also a little excited. In the afternoon, Yuri arrived in her carriage. Fang Cheng laughed and said, if you hadn't come soon, I would have come looking for you later. Yuri blushed. Actually, she didn't really want to come. After all, it was the Moon Goddess Festival, a festival of great significance. She hadn't yet established a relationship with the young man. After paying respects to her father, she couldn't help but miss someone. She felt a little lost being alone at home. Whenever she thought of kindergarten, she had the urge to come back, and she couldn't control herself. Around 8 p.m., Fang Cheng and Yuli were busy in the kitchen, while Xiao Shaya and Xiao Emotong were playing and chatting outside. The little ones are guessing what delicious, never-before-seen food they'll be having tonight. I ate dinner later than usual today. Fang Cheng and Yuli were chatting. Will I really be able to see Sharon later? Yuri asked nervously, her cheeks flushing slightly. What's wrong, Yuri? No, I'm just a little surprised that the capital is so far away. Fang Cheng told Yuli about the fact that this magical, one-time use prop only lasts for 1 hour. Yuri was already used to it, but she was still a little surprised. When Saya sees her sister, we'll have a reunion dinner together. Saya will definitely be very happy, Fang Cheng said with a smile. Yuri nodded and smiled. Fang Cheng stared intently at Yuli, noticing the hint of girlish worry between her brows. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and under Yuli's surprised and shy gaze, Fang Cheng pulled her into his arms. Little Yuli, what are you worried about? Fang Cheng hugged Yuli tightly, pressing against the girl and feeling her soft body. He whispered in her ear. The total time I spent with Shaylin was less than 5 minutes, so you don't need to worry. I didn't, how could you do this? Yuri was so nervous she couldn't speak. Sweetie, this is how I am. It's not like it's the first time you've known. You're mine for life, Fang Cheng's. Tomorrow we'll go to the city lord's mansion to get our marriage certificate. Fang Cheng's face was pressed against Yuli's fragrant, moist cheek. As he spoke, a light emanated from Fang Cheng's hand, covering little Yuli's head. Adorable head pat. No way. Yuri turned her head away and pouted. Doesn't little Yuri like your brother Cheng? No, no. Fang Cheng kissed Xiao Yali. You. Big brother, are you kissing Ms. Yuri? Saya asked, pouting. Fang Cheng and Yuli immediately separated, and Yuli gave Fang Cheng a reproachful look. The night sky was bright with a silver moon and twinkling stars. The night was exceptionally bright, with no sign of clouds or mist. Fang Cheng, Yuli, Saya, and Mo Tong arrived at the rooftop terrace of the castle. Saya, open the door. This is a surprise prepared for you. As Saya looked at the red door in front of her, she seemed to have a vague idea of what was going on. Her deep blue eyes were filled with tension and anticipation, and even the strange anger she felt when she saw her brother kissing Yuri-sensei earlier had vanished at this moment. The little hand gently pushed the door open. Meanwhile, on the other side, atop a royal palace, a woman with a graceful figure, dressed in a moon-colored gauze dress, stood aloof on the rooftop terrace. From here, you can overlook the bustling and vibrant nighttime cityscape of the royal city below. At this moment, the royal city is brightly lit and filled with a lively and bustling atmosphere. One by one, prayer lanterns rise slowly into the sky, carried by the gentle breeze to wherever they wish to go. From a distance, you can see many lanterns floating on the lake. On the high terrace, there was only the girl. She held onto the railing, propped her head up with her arm, and after watching for a while, she looked up at the silver moon, admired it for a while, sighed, and closed her eyes to meditate. Today is the festival of the moon goddess, a night of purity, and the magical elements in the atmosphere are exceptionally active. Who? The girl seemed to sense something, suddenly opened her eyes, and looked at the open space on the terrace in front of her, her eyes full of vigilance and sharpness. A red door appeared out of thin air in the void. At this moment, countless ice spikes gathered in the sky, and the girl's eyes were fixed on the door. Watching the door slowly open a crack, a familiar aura, one that the girl had longed for day and night, was sensed by her. The girl covered her mouth, as if in disbelief. The countless icy spikes that had condensed in the air seemed to have never appeared at all. The door slowly opened. The bright moonlight illuminated the petite and adorable figure of a 4 or 5-year-old girl with cute cat ears. Big sister. Saya called out softly as she looked at the familiar and dear figure under the moonlight. The familiar, innocent voice of longing lingered clearly in the girl's ears. Saya? The girl crouched down and called out in a surprised yet uncertain voice. After all, Fang Cheng hadn't known Mrs. Duva for very long, and he wasn't confident that she would be willing to introduce her daughter to him after only knowing her for a few days. Although it's true that once you've transmigrated to another world, nothing is impossible, seeing Mrs. Duva's somewhat obsequious attitude, it's no wonder Fang Cheng had his doubts. Mrs. Duva is also quite beautiful, so her daughter must be pretty too, provided, of course, doesn't look like her father, Red. On the way back to the castle, Fang Cheng kept his word and did not let go. Looking at the little guy's well-behaved appearance, Fang Cheng felt very comforted. Healed, Fang Cheng happily went to the kitchen to prepare a nutritious and delicious dinner. The vegetables stewed with meat and the braised sweetfish were so delicious that the two little ones couldn't stop drooling, but they would wait until Fang Cheng sat down before picking up their bowls and spoons to eat. After having dinner together, we took our usual walk around the kindergarten, did some light exercise, and enjoyed the cozy, cool evening breeze. The two little ones ran and jumped around. When they got close to the slide, Seo wanted to slide down it with Emotong. When they got close to the swings, they wanted to sit on them too. It has to be said that when there are no outsiders around, little Seo is even more lively, like a little elf. After our walk, we started preparing to rest. Having learned from the experience of the two little ones helping each other in the morning, Fang Cheng realized that Saya and Emotong were actually quite capable of taking care of themselves, especially Xiao Emotong, who is a year older than Xiao Sheye. Although she is young, she has experienced a lot of hardships on her own in the past, and is relatively more mature in terms of mind and other aspects. The two little ones get along quite well and help each other. So tonight, Fang Cheng has started to train the two little ones to be independent. Xiao She was a little reluctant and unaccustomed, but Fang Cheng coaxed her, and she obediently went to wash up with Emotong. Fang Cheng waited outside while opening the panel and submitting his daily task of checking in for class. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing today's class attendance task. You have received 10 exchange points and 100 magic points. Fang Cheng checked his character stats. Name, Fang Cheng. Gender, male. Special skills, basic detection, animal meditation, adorable head pat. Magical skills, small fireball, light healing. Basic skills: mastery of all basic magic, mastery of children's cooking, mastery of art, children's hairstyling, piano playing and singing, beginner, basic dance, beginner, storytelling, intermediate, environmental design, sweeping. Constitution: animistic body, affection +10, magic power 1775/1775. Elemental affinity 100/100, perfect. Exchange points 197, gold coins 69. His magic power has reached 1775/1775. I have 197 redemption points now. Not bad. Today I also acquired a pure, attribute-less magic crystal and a water-type magic seed for Yuri. If you complete the daily class tasks, you'll receive a 100 magic point bonus every day, which adds up to over 30,000 magic points per year. The future looks promising. Fang Cheng was very satisfied. He was already content with his current life and hoped to continue to maintain it in the future. On days when tasks were assigned, Fang Cheng said he completed them well and was also living his life well, fulfilling his promise to Shaylin. Fang Cheng had never seen Xiao Shay behave like this before, perhaps because she seemed too natural under Fang Cheng's influence. Xiaosha's behavior is due to both her innate temperament and her cognitive and psychological development as she grows older. It also includes factors such as her previous education by Shaylin, the stories she heard, and the cartoons that Fang Cheng showed her. Temperament factors: human temperament can be roughly divided into 4 types: sanguine, phlegmatic, choleric, and melancholic. Sanguine people are generally highly flexible, adaptable to environmental changes, and good at socializing. They are energetic and efficient in work and study. They are interested in everything, but their interests are easily changed and they are prone to pride. Phlegmatic people are slow to react, but they persevere and work diligently to complete tasks. They move slowly and calmly, can control their impulses, and strictly adhere to established work systems and life order. They are not easily agitated or express their emotions. They have strong self-control and do not like to show off their talents. They are more fixed than flexible. Choleric individuals are easily agitated, react quickly, act nimbly, and are impulsive and powerful. They are impatient and possess a strong, rapidly burning passion that they cannot control. They have unwavering perseverance in overcoming difficulties, but they are not good at considering whether they can succeed. Their work has a clear cyclical pattern. They can devote themselves to their careers with great enthusiasm and are prepared to overcome and are overcoming many difficulties and obstacles on the way to their goals. However, when their energy is exhausted, they lose confidence, and their mood can easily turn into depression, resulting in failure. People with a melancholic temperament are highly emotionally sensitive, subjectively perceiving very weak stimuli as strong ones, often becoming emotionally affected by trivial reasons, and their emotions are strong and persistent. They are slow in their actions and somewhat withdrawn. They are indecisive when faced with difficulties and extremely fearful when facing danger. There are also people with mixed temperaments. Of course, temperament is just a broad category, a macroscopic one. Every child is a unique individual. Temperament is largely innate and less influenced by external factors. Generally, the temperament formed in childhood will remain the same as the temperament formed in adulthood, unless there are serious changes or impacts. In addition, it can help overcome weaknesses in temperament and promote its strengths. Xiao Sei's temperament is slightly more sanguine. However, Xiao Shay's behavior shows that the child's cognitive development is quite good. For example, she is shy and doesn't dare to speak in front of strangers or in public places, but she loves to talk in front of Shaylin, Fang Cheng, and Xiao Motong. But then again, just now Xiao Shay called Fang Cheng in to see if they had washed up, and her tone was very lively. Now she suddenly became shy. Fang Cheng wondered if he had been careless and made a mistake in the steps. But why did the knowledge taught by my university professors suddenly come to mind? It seems that my 4 years of study were not in vain, Fang Cheng suddenly thought. Saya giggled, her eyes curving into crescent moons. Cheng Wen looked at Xiao Motong with a gentle gaze and smiled. Tong Tong? Xiao Motong was puzzled for a moment. She knew Fang Cheng was calling her. Hearing Fang Cheng's words, her dark eyes revealed surprise and delight. She nodded vigorously and said, yes. For some reason, Xiao Motong felt a sense of joy, happiness, and closeness in her heart when she heard her brother call her Tong Tong for the first time. Big brother, why do you call sister Mo Tong Tong Tong? Xiao Shaya asked. For example, in the Bear Paradise story we watch, Bald Qian's nickname could be Qian Qian, Xiao Qian, Xiao Qian Qian, Xiao Guangtu, Guang Guang. Listening to her older brother mention several nicknames for Bald Qian, Xiao Shay seemed to recall scenes from the cartoon she watched, and giggled. Xiao Motong's eyes also showed a smile. Of course, some names are nicknames and some are aliases. When we call someone by their nickname, we need their permission first, and we shouldn't give them unpleasant nicknames. After Fang Cheng helped the 2 little ones wash their hair in the evening, he let them rest. The moonlight was like water, and the starlight drifted into the room through the window. Before we knew it, it was time to rest. Fang Cheng chatted with the children for a while, telling them about the interesting things that happened during the day. As usual, Fang Cheng and Xiao She talked more, while Xiao Motong listened quietly from the side. Soon after, Fang Cheng urged the two little ones to close their eyes and go to sleep. Before bedtime, the little one was fussing about wanting to hear a story, so Fang Cheng searched his memory. And so, she activated her storytelling skills and began to tell the story in detail. In the boundless forest, there stood an old tree with a dense canopy. No one knew when it began, but this old tree became a forbidden zone of death, for a rumor had spread throughout the forest: whoever approached this old tree would immediately be struck by a sudden, deadly attack. Gradually, rumors began to spread throughout the forest, each one more terrifying than the last. They generally said that a powerful demon had appeared in the forest, bringing immense disaster to all the animals. The birds and beasts gathered together to discuss countermeasures, but they couldn't come up with a good solution. They had no choice but to seek advice from the wise old fox. "Mr. Fox, you are the most intelligent and clever among us. Now that we are in great danger, none of us can think of a good solution. We can only beg you to come forward and secretly investigate what kind of monster lives near that old tree." The fox, flattered by everyone, was naturally very pleased. However, although it readily agreed to their request, it wouldn't risk its life for their benefit. This cunning, fiery red fox had a sudden inspiration and decided to send its friend, the very curious magpie, to that gloomy place to find out for itself. The simple-minded magpie circled the treetops twice, then spotted two spark-like things flashing among the dense foliage and heard the sound of flapping wings. The magpie was nearly scared out of its wits and quickly flew back to report to the fox. The fox gathered all the beasts in the forest and loudly announced to them, "Friends, disaster is imminent. A ferocious beast called Chuda has appeared in our forest. So far, although no one has seen its fangs or heard its terrifying roar, I tell you, I will never take that risk. I urge you all not to go either." After the fox finished speaking, it moved away, no longer wanting to live in that forest. The other birds and beasts were so frightened that they fell silent and soon followed suit. Actually, the nest deep in the tree canopy belonged to a long-time resident of the forest, a eagle swan. It perched on a branch, its eyes piercing. It was baffled by the actions of the birds and beasts, merely wondering if all the animals in the forest had perished. As Fang Cheng was talking, he found that the two little ones had fallen asleep after he finished, so he closed his eyes as well. The task was quietly and promptly distributed at midnight. The next morning, Fang Cheng vaguely heard Xiao She chatting quietly, and the sound made him feel comfortable and warm. "Sister Mo Tong, are you awake?" Sister Mo Tong, how long do you think it will be before brother wakes up?" "Have no idea." Sensing that the two little ones seemed to be getting nervous, Fang Cheng couldn't bear to tease them any longer. Fang Cheng successfully got up. "Big brother, you were teasing us again," said Saya, pouting. Her tone seemed a little angry, but you could tell she was in a good mood. "Haha, it was clearly my little Saya who teased her brother first." How did Saya know that her brother had already woken up? Fang Cheng asked with a smile. Saya knew it from her brother's heartbeat. The fact that her brother's heartbeat became faster meant that her brother had woken up. "Saya is really amazing," Fang Cheng praised. "Hee, it was my older sister who told me. Saya used to wake her up like that, and then Saya would hear a thump-thump sound." Looking at the little adult earnestly explaining the adorable Saya, Fang Cheng couldn't help but smile. Fang Cheng thought to himself, Saya's hearing must be more sensitive than that of ordinary people. "Okay, let's get up." "Okay, big brother." Fang Cheng went to the bathroom to wash up, followed by two little tails. After washing up, Fang Cheng didn't wait for them and said something to the two little ones. "I'm going downstairs to prepare breakfast. After you've washed up and changed into your school uniforms, come down and find me." Having learned from their experience of washing up and getting dressed together yesterday morning when Fang Cheng wasn't around, the two little ones nodded in agreement. "Okay, big brother," Zayasha replied. It didn't take long for Fang Cheng to go downstairs and prepare breakfast. As usual, we went to the tree next to the castle, set up a small table, and put the breakfast on it. Everyone says that breakfast is important. Fang Cheng laid out a steaming bowl of mulling mutton porridge, milk, apples, and a small portion of bread. Supplement with high-quality protein, energy, vitamins, and other trace elements. Perhaps because I went to bed early last night, I woke up a little earlier today, just as the morning sun was rising in the distance. I smelled the fresh air mixed with the scents of leaves and grass. Fang Cheng opened the system panel to view today's tasks. Daily task: please complete today's class attendance task by teaching a lesson to the children. Reward for completing the task: 100 magic points, 10 exchange points. Educational task: please ensure each student understands the basics of all magic systems and guides them to express their magical desires. Students' magical desires change according to their psychological state. Reward: early childhood magic meditation mantra, 100 magic points. Fang Cheng wasn't surprised by the 2 tasks the system issued, but he was quite curious about the reward for the educational task, instructions for early childhood magic meditation. It seemed the system was starting to put him on the right track of teaching children magic. Fang Cheng was quite happy about this, and he was also looking forward to seeing young Seo and Mo Tong unleash their magic. Ideally, I would train Xiao Shui and Xiao Motong to become powerful saint mages by the age of 6. Then I would take the 2 little ones to travel the world, occasionally showing off and slapping faces, punishing evil and promoting good, and saving villages or cities invaded by monsters, shocking a large number of people. I would not take action myself, but let Xiao Motong and the others protect me, making me seem even more unfathomable. I think I heard Brother Red mention that the Adventurers Guild and the Mages Guild have a lot of quests. I'll take the 2 little ones with me then, and we'll earn lots and lots of gold coins. We'll buy all the toys in this world for the kids to play with, and, hee. As if he had thought of something interesting, Fang Cheng unconsciously wore a smile. Sometimes, Fang Cheng was also an upright young man who liked to daydream and let his mind wander. Big brother, what are you laughing at? Xiao Shui asked in a clear voice. Before Fang Cheng knew it, Shui Motong and the others appeared in front of him, dressed in cute white short-sleeved shirts and purple-black school uniforms. I was so happy to see Seo and brother Motong that I couldn't help but smile. Brother, do you see Saya smiling too? Yes. My Saya looks so beautiful when she smiles. Because seeing my brother happy makes Saya happy too. Fang Cheng was deeply moved by Saya's words, and suddenly didn't know what mushy things to say. He simply said, let's have breakfast. Yes, brother. Saya, Moto, you 2 eat more. Drinking more milk will make you grow taller, and eating more fruit will make you more beautiful. What will happen if I drink more of this meat porridge, big brother? Zayasha asked. We'll become stronger, Fang Cheng. At breakfast time, Fang Cheng was more talkative than usual today, while Xiao Motong and Xiao Shui ate very happily. After having breakfast together, Fang Cheng tidied up and began practicing magic in the open space. Practicing magic every morning has become Fang Cheng's daily routine. Watching himself release various types of magic one by one makes Fang Cheng feel very happy. Although he can release magic easily, his understanding of magic is still relatively shallow, and he needs to constantly research and experiment. For example, I haven't tried throwing a lightning ball and a fireball at the same time in one place. Fang Cheng thought for a moment, looked at the surrounding grass and trees, and still didn't try. According to common sense, lightning magic and fire magic might collide and cause a more violent explosion. Fang Cheng suddenly felt that he was missing a place to practice magic. He would have to ask the system to build one next time. The 2 little ones swung quietly on the swings beside him, watching Fang Cheng practice magic with adoration, without disturbing him. Once Fang Cheng had used up most of his magical power, he heard the familiar sound of horses' hooves and carriage wheels rolling over the road. It was Yuri and the children who arrived. Fang Cheng hadn't even noticed anything amiss, let alone that he hadn't seen Yuri earlier. Upon seeing Yuli, Fang Cheng realized that he still missed her very much. Fang Cheng went over to open the door for them and greet them. Yuli was wearing a simple light blue dress today, and she looked beautiful. Good morning, Ms. Yuri. Fang Cheng greeted her politely. He reflected on his actions and realized that he couldn't flirt with Yuri too much like he did yesterday. He needed to tone it down so as not to scare her or make her uncomfortable. Although Fang Cheng had never been in a relationship before, he had read a lot of super sweet romance novels and considered himself to have a little bit of experience. Good morning, Professor Fang Cheng. Yuli replied with a smile, her amused eyes giving Fang Cheng a strange look. Seeing Fang Cheng greet her politely, Yuli felt relieved, but at the same time, she felt a strange sense of loss. She noticed this feeling and felt a little shy. In front of so many children, Fang Cheng naturally wouldn't make any inappropriate jokes or tease Yuli. He would also be careful about how he addressed the children. In the education system, in various schools, teachers would usually address each other as Teacher XX as a sign of politeness. Of course, when the students weren't around, close colleagues wouldn't be so careful and would use their names, etc. Good morning, Teacher Fang Cheng. The children greeted Fang Cheng excitedly. Good morning, kids. Fang Cheng greeted them cheerfully. Wearing their school uniforms and full of energy, they brought more life to the large kindergarten, making it feel even more lively for a moment. The lizard horse beast beside them also let out an excited cry, seemingly expressing its joy at seeing Fang Cheng and the others. You've worked hard, Yuri. Seeing the slight sweat on Yuri's forehead, Fang Cheng felt a pang of sympathy. After all, driving the carriage from the commoner's district to here was quite a long distance. Fang Cheng took out some milk and distributed it to the children, letting them play. The children happily accepted the milk and politely said thank you before going off to play in different places. After getting used to the kindergarten environment for a few days, the children were more relaxed at the kindergarten and were not as reserved as when they first came. Fang Cheng then left a bottle of milk in his hand and opened the cap. Yuli, take this, don't move it yet, hold it to your chest. Fang Cheng handed the milk to Yuli. Yuri took it, looking at Fang Cheng with some doubt in her eyes, but still obediently held it to her chest. He glanced at Yuri's voluptuous curves out of the corner of his eye. Fang Cheng began to unleash his magic, chanting incantations and using his mind to release ice ball magic, condensing 2 small ice balls in the air. Then, Fang Cheng controlled the ice balls to turn into ice slush and enter the milk bottle. Adding ice would make it even more thirst-quenching and taste better, Fang Cheng said, unable to resist reaching out to stroke the girl's forehead and gently wipe away the sweat. Yes, thank you, Director. Yuri's face instantly turned red, and she said softly with her head down, slightly shy. Feeling the young man wiping her sweat, a sweet feeling welled up in her heart. You're welcome. Watching Yuri drink milk is a kind of enjoyment. You could say that pretty and cute girls are pleasing to the eye no matter what they do. Yuri downed a 250 ml bottle of milk in just 2 or 3 gulps, showing a decisive and unpretentious attitude. This was the first time Fang Cheng had seen Yuli drink so quickly. She used to sip it slowly. So, Fang Cheng produced another bottle of orange juice. Try this one too. Yuri nodded obediently. Delicious. Yuri drank the orange juice as quickly as she had the milk earlier, probably because she was really thirsty. After a short while, Yuri suddenly said to Fang Cheng somewhat nervously, Director, I saw some deck chairs for sale when I went back yesterday, so I bought one for you. As she spoke, Yuri carried a wooden folding recliner out from the back of the carriage. Director, please, put it away. Thank you, Yuri, I like it very much. Fang Cheng put the recliner into his system space. It's nothing expensive, this is all I can afford right now. I hope you don't mind. No, I don't care about these things. I like it because Yuri gave it to me. Besides, the recliner is great. I'm sure I'll sleep even better this afternoon. I don't have many hobbies, I just love to sleep. Fang Cheng said gently, looking at the slightly nervous Yuri, and used his cute head pat skill to pat her head. Yuri responded softly. Yuri felt the young man's large hand as warm and comfortable as a cool breeze on a summer morning, which made her relax. Yuri, who was usually generous, was a little nervous about romantic relationships at this moment. This was also the first time she had given a gift to a man. Big brother, Saya wants to be patted on the head too. Little Saya and little Emotong, who had been swinging on the swing just moments before, appeared beside Fang Cheng and Yuri with their pure eyes. Okay, let me pat your head. Fang Cheng smiled and covered Xiao Shei's little head with his big hand, scratching it. With a gentle touch, she ruffled a large patch of soft, silver hair on Saya's head. Xiao Shei was very happy. Even the adorable little head of the girl with dark pupils couldn't escape Fang Cheng's large hand. However, Fang Cheng did not use his cute head pat skill on the 2 children at this moment, because the 2 children were in a good mood. Yuri, standing to the side, watched the young man affectionately stroking the 2 little ones' heads. Her face flushed slightly, and seeing how much the 2 little ones enjoyed it, she inexplicably wished that the young man's warm hand could linger on her head a little longer. At this moment, Yuri is still under the effect of the cute head pat skill, with her affection level increased by 10. After stroking the 2 little ones' heads for a while, Fang Cheng began to prepare to braid their hair. Emotong, let me braid your hair. Watching Fang Cheng braid Xiao Shei's hair, Yuli said softly to Xiao Emotong, as if asking a question. Emotong looked up at Fang Cheng. It's alright, your teacher Yuri is no outsider. Emotong nodded. Yuli didn't care about Emotong's behavior. She had already learned some of what had happened to Emotong from Fang Cheng, and she felt a lot of pity for Emotong. Seeing that Emotong agreed, Yuli stroked Emotong's hair with her fair hand, lowered her head and began to carefully comb and braid Emotong's hair. When Fang Cheng said that they were not outsiders, Yuli's heart was pounding like a deer. Maybe, this is what you see in novels, how you act in front of someone you like. Yuri thought to herself, recalling the content of a novel that a classmate had recommended to her. Emotong's hair was also a bit long. Yuli was very skillful and made a beautiful braid for Emotong. She simply gathered her hair together and then braided it into a long, 3-strand braid. The braid was very neat. Xiao Motong's temperament has become slightly more refreshing. Seeing Yuri's actions, Fang Cheng quickly braided a similar hairstyle for Xiao Saya. Cuteness and good looks can pull off any hairstyle. When it was time for class, Fang Cheng asked the children to assemble. In the classroom, the children sat neatly in their seats, with Yuri sitting in the back. Today's lesson was based on the educational tasks released by the system. Fang Cheng decided to let the children see and learn about the attributes of basic all-elemental magic, understand their general functions, and express their magical desires. Although there was no time limit for the task, it still had to begin. In class, Fang Cheng demonstrated various spells one by one: fire magic, water magic, light magic, earth magic, lightning magic, wood magic, and ice magic. Of course, Fang Cheng also doesn't know some advanced attributes like time, space, and darkness magic. According to the introduction of all basic magic in the mainland version, magicians mainly use natural elemental magic. Those who know light magic or dark magic are basically 1 in 10,000 among magicians, and time and space magic are basically only found in legends. The children watched intently as Fang Cheng conjured fireballs, ice balls, water balls, and lightning balls in his hands, feeling the wind magic released by their teacher and the wind blowing across their cheeks. The children all looked at Fang Cheng with admiration, including Yuri, who was sitting quietly in the back, her eyes fixed on him. I never expected Fang Cheng to have such a high level of magical talent, and so many magical affinity attributes. Although I had heard Saya brag about how her brother could cast a lot of spells, nothing is more shocking than seeing it with my own eyes. Fang Cheng used language that was easier for children to understand to explain the effects of various spells step by step. He also took the children to an open space outside to demonstrate the power of some spells. The lightning ball pierced through a piece of wood, causing it to smoke, while the fireball burned the wood to ash. A collision between the lightning and fireballs would also cause an explosion. As for how much the children can understand, that's up to them. Fortunately, Fang Cheng didn't have high expectations, he just wanted the children to see it and understand its effects. For example, wind magic can blow things away, fire and lightning magic are more dangerous, they can burn or electrocute some small animals, and people will be afraid of them. Light magic can dispel darkness, ice magic can cool down, and can also freeze water into ice, allowing people to cross rivers, and so on. There are actually many wonderful uses for each type of magic, and Fang Cheng couldn't possibly explain them all at once. There are even some wonderful uses that Fang Cheng himself hadn't thought of, but the children could. Most of the regular classes also subtly cultivate and guide children to explore and think proactively on their own. After the lesson, based on the children's performance and answers, Fang Cheng realized that he had underestimated them. As long as he was willing to talk to them, they were interested in magic. Fang Cheng satisfied their curiosity about magic one by one and answered their questions. The children remembered and understood the effects of magic quite quickly. Fang Cheng felt a sense of relief. After finishing one class, the children had a short break, and then Yuri taught the second class. Regarding classes and course arrangements, Fang Cheng was relatively casual at the beginning of the semester. He only needed to ensure that he could teach the children at least one magic element resonance class every day. The rest of the time depends on the children's state, whether they continue learning or play. Yuri can also arrange her own time. For example, she will arrange time to teach some general knowledge, math, and literacy courses. After all, these are things that children need to learn. Like Fang Cheng's previous life in the kindergarten on Blue Star, they only had one group class of less than 30 minutes every morning. The group class organized activities in 5 major areas: health, language, social studies, science, and art. Children complete the activity goals set by the teacher through various activities. In the afternoon, there are more area activities, which allow children to learn through play, explore, learn to interact with other children, and so on, as well as some outdoor activities. Here, the world environment is different, so Fang Cheng naturally wouldn't arrange the courses the way he did on Earth. After all, this is a world of magic, and the courses need to be innovative. With Yuli as his capable assistant, Fang Cheng could indeed make things much easier. At this moment, while Yuri was teaching them, Fang Cheng left the classroom and went to the kitchen to prepare today's lunch. He had promised yesterday to treat Yuri to something delicious, and he couldn't go back on his word. Another thing is that today is Saturday and tomorrow is Sunday. Kindergarten will be closed for a day, so Fang Cheng can also rest. Therefore, Fang Cheng is even happier thinking about resting tomorrow. Fang Cheng thought for a moment. Saya loves to eat fish, and Yuri seems to love sweets. This was based on Fang Cheng's observations over the past few days. Although he was skilled in cooking for children and could make delicious food, catering to their preferences would make him, as the headmaster, seem more loving, wouldn't it? So after some time, Fang Cheng made sweet shrimp sushi, tomato and egg soup, boiled fish, and golden fried rice. With fruit juice added, the food was kept mild to cater to the children's tastes. This was mainly because the system didn't sell any strong-flavored seasonings, as it didn't recommend young children to eat spicy or numbing foods. Fang Cheng didn't argue with the system and decided to go out and explore tomorrow, taking advantage of the holiday to buy some seasonings. Fang Cheng wasn't someone who couldn't live without spicy food. Just seeing Xiao Shay and Xiao Moton eating so happily and adorably made him eat a whole bowl of rice without any vegetables. Just as the meal was almost finished, Yuri finished her class and heard the noise from the kitchen. She then went to help out while studying. "Director, why are you cooking so early today?" "I can help. I didn't have anything else to do, and cooking is just a hobby, so I did it. Besides, you've worked hard, so let you rest a bit today. Next time, you can cook," Fang Cheng said with a smile. "It's not hard work. If this is hard work, then the work of Leo Joint's parents is even harder." Yuri shook her head. Alright, I know. Just be more relaxed at the kindergarten. How can my employees be compared to others to see who works harder? Everyone is different. If you want to compare, you should definitely compare yourself to someone higher up. Silly girl, there are easier jobs outside. Like in my old hometown, there's the easy job of a food reviewer. All you have to do is eat delicious food, and you don't have to pay for it. The reward for one meal is equivalent to several years of work for an average person in the working class. All you have to do is evaluate the taste of the dishes. But it's not a job that just anyone can do. Similarly, in my eyes, your job at the kindergarten is irreplaceable. I understand. Yuri stopped talking after hearing Fang Cheng's explanation. Silly boy, Fang Cheng uttered another nickname that made her blush. Then the two of them tacitly brought the food to the dining room, and learned from Yuri that she had shown the children the cartoon Bear's Paradise. Fang Cheng nodded, and he placed one of the story crystal balls in the classroom. Fang Cheng walked into the classroom and saw the children watching cartoons intently. Leo, in particular, was watching the cartoons, occasionally standing up and moving around with exaggerated gestures and a silly smile on his face. He was completely immersed in the cartoons. If you calm down, you can enjoy the cartoons not only for children but also for adults. What's more, the realistic scenes projected from the story crystal ball are so pleasing to the eye. At this moment, the scene projected by the story shows Teacher Al performing a water ball magic trick for the children in the classroom of the Big Tree Kindergarten. The incantation he is chanting is exactly the same as Fang Cheng's water ball magic. This attracted the excited and enthusiastic gazes of the bears below, including Xiang De, Xiang Er, and Bal Qiang. This was the first time Fang Cheng had seen this. At the same time, Fang Cheng also understood the meaning of the entry after the story Crystal Ball Bear Paradise, Magic Fantasy Edition. This was a story crystal ball created by the system intelligently matching the worldview. Some knowledge and concepts about magic that were inadvertently conveyed in the story were completely correct and easy for children to understand. I never expected the later episodes to have such content. It seems that the crystal ball is really good for children, otherwise the system wouldn't sell it and would have specially modified it into a magical fantasy version. Yuri, who had just walked in, was also taken aback when she saw the screen. It was the first time she had seen the later part of the story, and a look of surprise flashed in her eyes. So she sat down and started watching attentively. Fang Cheng also found a place to sit down. Xiao Shui immediately brought a small chair to Fang Cheng's side and sat down next to him. She held Fang Cheng's arm and looked at the screen intently. Fang Cheng patted Shui's head and looked at the screen together. Xiao Motong also sat down next to Fang Cheng, without holding Fang Cheng's hand. An episode of the cartoon wasn't very long, only about 10 minutes. After this episode finished, Fang Cheng went over to turn off the story crystal ball, and asked the children, "Which of you remembered the magic spell that the owl taught you?" Teacher Fang Cheng, I remember. Upon hearing Fang Cheng's question, Leo was the first to stand up and say eagerly, "Then let's have Leo tell us," Fang Cheng said with a smile. Upon hearing Fang Cheng's words, Leo surprisingly closed his eyes quietly, placed his slightly dark hands on his chest, began to make gestures with his hands, and opened his mouth to shout loudly, "Water elemental wandering in the world," and "carat in percent at, obey my command, water sphere." As soon as he finished speaking, Leo suddenly opened his eyes and stretched out his hand, as if he really wanted to summon a water sphere. The Leo imitation was quite accurate, but it looked rather funny and comical. Ha 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 ha. Xiao Qiaoan was the first to laugh out loud, which made the other children laugh as well. Of course, the children's laughter was not malicious. To be honest, it did have that feel to it. Fang Cheng couldn't help but chuckle. But then again, the incantation Leo was chanting was completely correct. Fang Cheng even felt a slight fluctuation in the water element in the atmosphere. Of course, it was just a tiny, insignificant fluctuation. Leo was still a long way from actually releasing the water ball magic. Even after several lessons on magical elemental resonance, Leo's magical affinity hadn't improved much. His talent was still relatively poor. Not bad, little Leo has improved. Not only did he pronounce the spell correctly, but his movements were also very accurate, Fang Cheng praised. Hearing Fang Cheng's praise, Leo's eyes lit up, unable to contain his excitement. He happily sat down, placing his arms neatly on the table, sitting more upright than before. The other children glanced at Leo with some envy. "Teacher Fang Cheng, I can do it too." Qiao Yin raised her hand and said. Several other children also eagerly raised their hands. "Teacher Fang Cheng, I can do it too," Qiao Ni said in her childish voice. "Big brother, Saya can do it too." "Brother." Little Mo Tong silently raised his hand as well. Sitting in the back, Yuri watched the classroom suddenly become a little lively, as if the children were vying for attention and answering questions. The young man had a slightly helpless and gratified smile on his lips, and Yuri's own lips unconsciously curled up slightly, her smile as beautiful as a flower. Fang Cheng glanced at it casually out of the corner of his eye. Another day of heart-fluttering moments. Finally, Fang Cheng simply asked each child to perform the water ball magic together. The children were very happy. Not to mention, the children imitated the movements and spells quite well. Watching Xiao Shay and the others make poses and movements with their cute little hands and earnestly say the magic spells, Fang Cheng felt that the water element in the surrounding space was indeed fluctuating more strongly, and had a tendency to gather towards the children's palms. Fang Cheng was very happy. Yes, teacher, I can sense it. I believe that you will be able to successfully unleash magic in the near future. Alright, it's getting late, let's go eat. Yay! Hearing Fang Cheng's praise and that it was time to eat, the children were overjoyed, and Leo was the first to rush out. Seeing Leo run towards the restroom, Fang Cheng no longer needs to remind them. The children will go to the restroom to wash their hands on their own when they hear it's time to eat. This habit has been formed. Lunchtime is something the children look forward to every day, because there are many delicious foods they've never eaten before, and they can eat their fill. This noon, each child received a glass of juice. Of course, this was Fang Cheng's way of celebrating the first day off of the week before school starts tomorrow. However, only he knew the reason, and he wouldn't tell the children. Wow, it smells so good. Teacher Fang Cheng, what is this? It's delicious. This is sweet shrimp sushi, and this is juice made from a fruit called orange, Fang Cheng explained. I wish I could eat Mr. Fang Cheng's cooking every day, Leo said innocently after finishing a sip of juice. Hearing what Leo said, Yuri secretly thought that what Leo said for the first time made a lot of sense, and her stomach had already been conquered by the food Fang Cheng had prepared. Of course, this is just a child's naive and genuine wish and thought. I believe that all the children here think this way. It's just that the food they usually eat is too monotonous, and they can't really ask for too much in terms of food tastes, especially since they grow up in a poor neighborhood. It's good enough if they can just have enough to eat. Their parents usually save any extra money for other purposes. After all, for most poor families, every penny is hard-earned. Fang Cheng just smiled and said, kindergarten is closed tomorrow, and the teachers need to rest too. Take some sweet shrimp sushi home with you this afternoon. Professor Fang Cheng, you are so kind. Thank you, Professor Fang Cheng. The children expressed their gratitude to each other in their own languages. You're welcome. I made a bit too much for lunch today, and I wanted you to take it home and share it with your parents. Alright, let's eat. The children ate with great relish. Although he knew the children were capable of eating independently, Fang Cheng couldn't resist feeding them a few bites every time he watched Saya and Motong eat, seeing their delicate and adorable little mouths slowly chewing, their cheeks bulging out. Fang Cheng scooped up a spoonful of golden fried rice and placed it in front of Saya. Little Saya obediently leaned forward, opened her mouth wide, and ate it in one bite. Then she chewed it carefully, her big, adorable blue eyes giving off a gentle feeling of happiness. Of course, Xiao Motong was equally important to Fang Cheng, so he fed her the same food. He couldn't show favoritism. The pleasant lunch ended, and it was Leo's turn to help clear the table. Leo was very enthusiastic and helped Yuri with the cleanup. After telling Yuli, Fang Cheng took the other children outside for a walk. Now the children are no longer so reserved in front of Fang Cheng. They are jumping around and very active. They are discussing what they will eat for lunch today, which food is the best. Suddenly, they look up at the sky and start discussing which white cloud looks like the shrimp sushi they are eating today. Zayasha also joined in the conversation between Xiao Yin and Xiao Naitat and the others, instead of sticking close to Fang Cheng. In Fang Cheng's eyes, Zayasha and he had already formed a slightly secure attachment relationship, which was something to be happy about. Little Mo Tong held Fang Cheng's hand and walked quietly with him ahead. Perhaps she was unwilling or uninterested in chatting with children other than Saya. Mo Tong herself was quite introverted because of her previous experiences. Fang Cheng didn't have high expectations for Xiao Motong. Having witnessed Motong's experiences, he felt that Motong was very strong and cherished the little girl he was holding hands with. If Saya is taken away by Saran a year later, then at least she will have a cute, well-behaved, and sensible little sister with the same hair color as her to keep her company. Thinking about the future for no reason, Fang Cheng glanced at Saya behind him with a hint of reluctance. Fang Cheng was someone who was prone to overthinking. Fang Cheng looked at Saya, and Saya happened to be looking at him too, her large, clear blue eyes filled with affection and happiness. Noticing her brother's gaze fixed on her, Zayasha's bright, intelligent eyes curved into crescents. She skipped forward a few steps and clung tightly to Fang Cheng's wrist. Big brother, Xiao Yin and the others said they want to drink orange juice again, hee. Fang Cheng gently squeezed the two little ones' hands and said with a smile, then Saya will tell them that children shouldn't drink too many beverages. When they wake up in the afternoon, their brother will share some with them. Zayasha said in a clear voice after hearing this, Big brother said that children shouldn't drink too many beverages. He will share them with us when we wake up in the afternoon. In short, after hearing what Saya said, the children understood that they could still drink after waking up in the afternoon, and they began to look forward to going to the dormitory to sleep later and waking up in the afternoon. Fang Cheng's mood suddenly brightened, and he patted Xiao Mo Tong's cute little head. Xiao Motong blinked, glanced at Fang Cheng with a puzzled look, and remembered another of her older brother's preferences. She was a little happy. As Fang Cheng strolled along, he noticed a few fallen leaves scattered on the grass. He let go of his hand, thought for a moment, and began to make hand gestures, muttering, "The wind wandering in this mortal world, #@end, wind guide." Fang Cheng released a wind guiding spell, attempting to control the direction of the wind. A gust of wind blew across the grass, stirring up the fallen leaves that were sleeping on the grass and causing them to gather together. Fang Cheng then found another tree, cast a basic earth magic spell, dug a hole under the tree, and filled it with the fallen leaves. Several children gathered around, watching intently. So Fang Cheng gave the children a partial explanation of the phrase "fallen leaves return to their roots," explaining that leaves buried under trees help the trees grow. Of course, Fang Cheng did this purely because he was quite full at lunch and wanted to stretch his legs, and also to test the effects of wind magic on cleaning. He also wanted to demonstrate it to the children, hoping to give them some different insights and a better understanding of the effects of magic. It's time for a nap. Fang Cheng still chose to rest in the shade of the trees outside. He felt that taking a nap under the trees in this season was indeed nice, with a wide view and the trees blocking the light. However, the difference from yesterday was that his nap equipment was no longer the slightly worn wooden bed that was stored in the system inventory, but the recliner that Yuri gave him today. The wooden folding recliner felt quite nice to lie on. The pillow was made of some kind of high-quality vine material, which was very soft and didn't feel hard on the head. There was also a small light blue sachet hanging next to it, which smelled comfortable and not cloying. It was likely that it contained some kind of calming and refreshing herbal medicine. In addition, Fang Cheng could also smell a sweet fragrance that belonged to Yuli. Yuri was thoughtful, knowing he loved to rest. She brought him a recliner. Fang Cheng lay comfortably on the recliner, stretched, and smiled. This recliner seems to have a switch. Fang Cheng looked at the protruding part of the recliner handle and pressed it. Then, Fang Cheng felt the legs under the recliner change slightly, and then the chair began to rock him. This is really good. Yuri must have been very cute when she was little. Fang Cheng thought to himself for no apparent reason. At this moment, Xiaozhe and Xiaomotong, who had gone to the restroom, ran over and saw Fang Cheng lying on the recliner, gently rocking. "Big brother, is this the recliner that Ms. Yuri gave you?" Fang Cheng said, feigning sleep. "Brother, Saya will give you an even bigger recliner in the future." Okay, so Fang Cheng changed from sleeping on his side to lying down, and then the three of them squeezed onto the recliner to rest, with Xiaozhe and Xiaomotong lying in Fang Cheng's arms. "Big brother, this is so much fun. It's a bit like sleeping on a swing." I'm already asleep, brother," Fang Cheng said with his eyes closed. After hearing this, Xiaoshe nestled in Fang Cheng's arms and didn't move. Fang Cheng had a dream. He dreamt of the beautiful, blushing Yuri, and he was about to play a rocking game on the recliner Yuri had given him, when he heard Saya's voice in his ear. When Fang Cheng woke up from his half-asleep state, he found that Xiao Motong was still lying quietly on him, her little head resting against his chest, her eyes gently closed. A childish voice rang in her ears, daking, "Do you like playing on the swings?" Fang Cheng shook his head and saw that it was indeed King Fengeniao, who often came to mooch off the swing. The blue wind bird stood on the wind swing, and little Sao stroked its fluffy head. Hearing Sao's question, the blue wind bird surprisingly nodded in a human-like manner and chirped. Fang Cheng stretched and yawned, then touched Xiao Motong's little face. Xiao Motong opened her eyes, her big, beautiful black eyes looking quietly at Fang Cheng. Fang Cheng had just seen Xiao Motong trembling slightly, so she must have woken up long ago. Looking into Motong's eyes, it's easy to feel a sense of calm. "Give me a kiss, Tong Tong." Fang Cheng smiled and pointed to his own cheek. Hearing Fang Cheng's words, Xiao Motong didn't show much shyness. She blinked and quickly climbed off Fang Cheng. Xiao Motong's slightly long black hair fell to Fang Cheng's neck. Looking at her slender and delicate oval face and calm eyes, she already had the air of an ice goddess at such a young age. Feeling the coldness on his face, Fang Cheng pointed to the other side of his face, and here. Pop. This time, Xiao Motong made a sound when she kissed him. "Sweetie, I wish you could talk to your brother more often sometime." Fang Cheng stroked Motong's head, sat up, gently rubbed his cheek against Motong's cheek, and said softly, "Brother hopes that our Tong Tong can be happy every day like Saya. You can tell your brother anything that's on your mind, anything you want to do, anything you want to eat or play. You can tell Saya anything, and Saya will tell your brother." Little Motong wrapped her arms around Fang Cheng's neck and gently tapped her cheek against his. "Every day when I'm with my brother, Motong is happy." Fang Cheng kissed her forehead and didn't say anything more. "Big brother, Saya wants a kiss too." Seeing Fang Cheng wake up, Saya skipped over. After a brief pause, Fang Cheng put away the recliner. It was quite nice for short breaks, reading, or meals, but for long naps, Fang Cheng felt it wasn't as comfortable as lying flat on a bed. This was because of the recliner's curve. Of course, the main reason was that when Fang Cheng lay down, it was a bit crowded for the two little ones to snuggle up and sleep. Napping was not good for children's bone development, and prolonged napping could even lead to bone deformities. Of course, Fang Cheng wouldn't refuse to tell the two of them not to sleep on the recliner with him. Fang Cheng just imagined that when he said that, Xiao She might look downcast, and Xiao Motong, although she would listen to him, would definitely feel disappointed despite her expressionless face. So Fang Cheng cut off that thought. Of course, the main reason was that he had gotten used to the two little ones sleeping with him. It was still early, a little after 2 o'clock, so Fang Cheng took the two little ones to the dormitory to check on Yuri and the children. As for letting Seo and Motong sleep in the dormitory alone, Fang Cheng gave up on that idea. I used to think that we should cultivate Saya and Moto's independence so that they wouldn't seem so special in the eyes of the other children in kindergarten. Now, after a while, they feel there's no need for it anymore. Saya and Moto are both very sensible and reasonable children. Besides, this isn't Earth, so they don't have to leave to work outside. Moreover, in the eyes of the children and even Yuri, this is a very normal and reasonable thing. In their eyes, Saya and Moto are the little masters of this place. All of the above were Fang Cheng's own words of comfort and self-deception. Having arrived in this other world, he wanted to be someone who followed his heart a little more. He couldn't bear to be apart from these two adorable little ones for even a moment. This was probably Fang Cheng's own self-indulgence after more than 20 years of loneliness growing up in an orphanage. I gently opened the door and entered the dormitory. The room was dimly lit because the curtains were drawn. I saw the children lying quietly on their beds. The dormitory had a high-tech central air conditioning system that used a magic circuit based on ice magic. The children were covered with blankets. Yuri sat on a small bed with her eyes closed. Fang Cheng could feel the fluctuations of magical elements. Yuri was meditating, and Fang Cheng stared at her with her eyes closed for several more moments. Fang Cheng was about to quietly walk out the door without disturbing anyone. Upon seeing Yuri open her eyes and meet Fang Cheng's gaze, Yuri pursed her lips and smiled shyly. Ugh, I can't take it anymore. So Fang Cheng quickly and quietly closed the door and slipped out. Yuri was left sitting there, slightly bewildered. What is the principal up to now? As soon as the young man entered, Yuri sensed him and noticed that his gaze seemed to have been fixed on her for a long time. Especially when she opened her eyes and met his seemingly mesmerized gaze, Yuri suddenly felt happy. Yuri didn't care about Fang Cheng's actions. Occasionally, the headmaster would act like a little boy and do some nonsensical things. In the afternoon, as usual, after the children woke up, Fang Cheng prepared to treat them to a can of orange juice. The children happily accepted it, and some of them even lay in bed all afternoon with their eyes closed, thinking about it the whole time. Xiao Yin, why aren't you drinking? Leo asked with wide eyes after finishing his bottle of orange juice. He noticed the jar of orange juice that Xiao Yin was holding tightly in her hands. I want to take it back for Dad to drink. Xiao Yin twisted her body while holding the orange juice, not wanting Leo's gaze to linger on her orange juice. She felt that Leo hadn't finished his own and wanted to drink the one in her hand. Oh, Leo responded listlessly upon hearing this. He thought he could help Xiao Yin if she didn't want to drink it, but when he heard that Xiao Yin wanted to take it home for her father to drink, he suddenly had an impulse to take it home for his parents to try as well. However, looking at the empty bottle in his hand, Leo scratched his head. Even he wouldn't dare to make demands of Fang Cheng casually. His mother would often remind him at home not to ask others for food and to have ambition. Besides, he had already drunk 2 cans of orange juice and a can of milk from teacher Fang Cheng today, so Leo was well aware of these things. Sister, you drink it. Xiao and I, who was licking the orange juice from the corner of her mouth, blinked when she heard Xiao Yin's words, and reluctantly handed the orange juice that she had only drunk a couple of sips of to Xiao Yin. Xiao Yin looked at the orange juice that Xiao and I handed her, her lips moved slightly, she took it and drank a small sip before handing it back to Xiao and I. Joni's eyes were fixed on the orange juice her sister was drinking. Seeing that there was still a lot left after her sister took a sip, Joni happily took it and took a sip herself. Sister, I'll take a sip, you take a sip, Joni said in her childish voice. Tate, standing to the side, was also holding an unopened bottle of orange juice. Seeing the children's reaction, Fang Cheng said, if you finish all the orange juice before Yuli's class, I'll give you another bottle after school. The little ones cheered, and Xiao Yin and Tate couldn't wait to open the orange juice bottles and start drinking happily. Fang Cheng naturally understood the children's behavior. Children have virtually no resistance to food, especially those from families with limited resources who have rarely had the chance to eat anything delicious. They used to be able to slowly nibble on a crispy, sweet biscuit for a long time, savoring the taste. Seeing their behavior, Fang Cheng couldn't help but recall that he was the same way when he was a child in the orphanage. He couldn't take his eyes off the snacks. Ever since a kind person brought some snacks to the kindergarten, Fang Cheng tasted the deliciousness. At that time, he looked forward to the kind uncles, aunts, and sisters bringing some snacks to the kindergarten every day. However, such days were few and far between. There were so many children in the orphanage, and each child only got a small piece of scallion-flavored biscuit. Fang Chang still remembers that small scallion-flavored biscuit. Its taste was so unforgettable for him back then. Xiao Shay and Xiao Motong were also sipping their drinks. Yuri watched the children from the side, smiling with her lips pursed. Her smile was warm and gentle, like the morning breeze with just the right temperature under the sunlight. Yuri's gaze towards the children was no longer tinged with worry, unlike when Fang Chang first met her. Her smile was also more relaxed. As she looked around, she couldn't help but glance at Fang Chang. Fang Chang sensed it and smiled back at her. "Yuri, the recliner you gave me is really nice, it's so comfortable to sleep in. I'm glad the principal likes it." Yuri turned her head away shyly, no longer looking at Fang Chang, as if to tell him not to say anything more. For some reason, seeing Fang Chang smile, she felt that if he spoke again, he might say something that would make her blush even more. After Yuri finished teaching the children a lesson, the children played in the kindergarten for a while before it was time for them to go home. Since kindergarten is closed tomorrow, and Yuli probably won't come, Fang Chang packed some snacks he made at noon in a bag for her to take with her, as well as the orange juice and sweet shrimp sushi he promised to give the children. Fang Chang also prepared these for them. "Kindergarten will be closed tomorrow. You've worked hard these past few days, so please get some rest. If you're bored at home, you can move in here. You'll have Saya and the others to keep you company. Anyway, this place is big with so many rooms, so it'll be more lively with more people," Fang Chang said sincerely. Hearing Fang Chang's words of concern and the delicious food he had prepared for her, Yuli nodded obediently and said softly, "I understand, thank you, headmaster." The children sitting in the carriage already knew they didn't need to come to kindergarten tomorrow, and they all looked a little downcast. Seeing their dejected expressions, Fang Chang curled his lip in a haughty and disdainful manner. Yuri smiled and said, "All right, kids, doesn't teacher Fang Chang need to rest since he cooks for you and teaches you every day?" Fang Chang chuckled, "You're the one who understands me best, Yuli. You understand me so well, why don't we?" Seeing Fang Chang smile, Yuli knew that Fang Chang was probably going to tease her again. Yuli smiled and immediately pulled the leash. The lizard horse quickly pulled the carriage away, leaving Fang Chang with a light and agile silhouette. As Yuli drove the carriage out of the kindergarten gate, her heart pounded. The thought of Fang Chang asking her to move and made her blush and her heart flutter, but she was also reserved. "Why don't we rest for a few more days?" Fang Chang finished speaking, but the girl driving the carriage couldn't hear him anymore. If she had heard, Fang Chang didn't know if Yuri would be happy or not, but the children sitting in the carriage would definitely be disappointed. She looked down at the two little ones who were staring at her, their little eyes filled with confusion, their little heads seemingly pondering what Fang Chang had just said. Fang Chang was even happier at the thought of having a day off tomorrow. "What are you thinking about, my sweet little sister?" He gently pinched the two little ones' cute cheeks. "Big brother, tomorrow is a holiday. Won't teacher Yuri, Xiao Yin, and Xiao and I come?" "Okay, we'll rest together tomorrow, no classes." Fang Chang squatted down and picked up the two little girls, one in each hand, so that their faces were now as tall as his. "Saya and Moto, do you have any places you'd like to go tomorrow? We can go together." Although Fang Chang roughly knew that Saya and Moto probably didn't know any fun places outside, he still asked. Saya shook her head. Saya doesn't want to go anywhere. "Wherever Big Brother goes, Saya will go with Big Brother, he. Little Saya said, smiling shyly, her face pressed against Fang Chang's face. "Where's Tong Tong?" Fang Chang looked at the delicate little face of the black-eyed girl he was holding on his right. "Brother," Xiao Motong shook her head and leaned her little head toward Fang Chang. Fang Chang understood what Xiao Motong meant. Only Fang Chang and the two little ones remained in the huge kindergarten. The slightly lonely feeling in the space made Fang Chang feel as if he was holding the whole world in the two little ones he was holding. Suddenly, Fang Chang started running on the playground, facing the wind. The wind blew the bangs of the three of them. The two little ones each hugged Fang Chang's neck, their hands and faces pressed tightly and warmly together. Saya and Motong's arms around Fang Chang were also pressed together. After running for a while, Fang Chang stopped. Surprisingly, he felt much stronger. He carried the two little ones for a distance without his arms getting tired. Seeing that it was still early, Fang Chang decided to play with the two little ones a little longer. He had been in this world for some time and had been running the kindergarten for a week. Apart from telling stories and talking to the children, Fang Chang had not spent much time truly playing with them. Fang Chang looked around and led the two little ones to the kindergarten sand play area. The kindergarten sand play area is a small beach with a pool next to it, as well as some molds and shovels. The children rarely visited this sand play area, partly because children from the working-class neighborhood often played in the sand. Fang Chang had seen children building sandcastles there before, for example, when he was at Yuli Academy. It's also possible that because kindergarten has only been open for a week, the children's attention and choices are still more focused on toys such as the wind swing, cloud climbing frame, seesaw, and slide, or perhaps they are afraid of getting their clothes dirty. How about your brother takes you to build sandcastles together today? Yes, big brother. Saya nodded happily. Fang Cheng led the two little ones into the sand play area, put them down, then took off his shoes and stepped into the soft sand, feeling quite good. Then Fang Cheng's two little ones also took off their shoes. After taking off her shoes, Zayasha walked barefoot on the sand with a happy expression. After a few steps on the sand, she came to Fang Cheng. "What's wrong?" Fang Cheng asked gently, looking at Xiao Shay. "Brother, it feels nice to step on the sand, but playing in the sand will get your pretty clothes dirty." "It's alright, we'll just wash the clothes if they're dirty," Fang Cheng replied, then asked somewhat curiously, "What's wrong, Saya? Did your older sister and teacher Yuri not allow you to play in the sand before?" "My older sister and Ms. Yuri said that when playing in the sand, you should be careful not to get your clothes dirty, because it will be hard to clean. Before, when Leo was playing in the sand, he got sand all over his clothes and head." Xiao Yin said that Leo got a beating from his mother. Xiao Shay said seriously, and a smile appeared in her eyes as she spoke. "Has Saya ever been beaten up by her older sister?" Fang Cheng couldn't help but laugh as he looked at the cute and earnest Saya and asked curiously. Because Saya was disobedient, big sister spanked Saya once, he. Little Saya said, unconsciously touching her little bottom. "Why?" "Saya is playing hide-and-seek with her older sister, but her older sister can't find Saya," little Saya said, pouting as if she was a little aggrieved. That's because your older sister was afraid she wouldn't be able to find you." Fang Cheng patted Saya's head. Saya knows, Saya will be scared if she can't find her older sister or older brother. Saya nodded obediently, nuzzling her head against Fang Cheng's hand. "If Saya doesn't behave, can your brother beat you?" Fang Cheng teased her. "Big brother, could you please not hit Saya so hard? Saya will be good." Little Saya thought for a moment and said with a hint of grievance, "Brother, don't hit Saya, I'm not afraid of pain." Emo Tong stepped forward and stood in front of Saya, raising his head to look at Fang Cheng and said. In the little guy's dark and beautiful eyes, Fang Cheng saw seriousness, pleading, and longing, but no fear. "Sister Mo Tong." Xiao Shaya was stunned when she heard Mo Tong's words. "Sister Mo Tong, brother is teasing Seo." Seo, realizing what was happening, walked up to Mo Tong and said. Mo Tong blinked as if in confusion upon hearing Saya's words, but her eyes remained serious as she looked at Fang Cheng. Fang Cheng squatted down and hugged the two little ones tightly. "You're so smart, so smart." Fang Cheng gently pinched Xiao Shay's soft cheek, wantonly messed up Xiao Shay's soft silver hair, and tickled Xiao Shay's armpit. "You're the only one who knows that your big brother is just teasing you. Big brother, hee, Saya won't do it again." The little one was amused and squatted down, shrinking into a little ball. "Anyway, you two will get a beating if you misbehave. Of course, it will be light, because your brother won't bear to hit you. You are both my little darlings. Besides, our Saya and Motong are both very obedient. If your brother ever beats you up, it'll definitely be because you hid away and made your brother worry and couldn't find you, just like Saya's older sister beat Saya earlier." Fang Cheng hugged the two little ones. He whispered softly, his big head close to their little heads. "Brother, I like you." Zayasha hugged Fang Cheng. "Elder brother." Remembering that he hadn't used the cute head patting skill on the two little ones today, Fang Cheng decided to use it. It would be a waste not to, since he could use it on each child once a day without consuming any attempts. He comforted the two little ones with a slightly mushy gesture, patting their heads as he squatted down. The two little ones snuggled into Fang Cheng's arms, acting all cute and affectionate. 10 minutes later, the effect of the cute head pat ended. "What should we build?" Fang Cheng led the two little ones to explore the sand play area, where there were shovels, small buckets, and molds for shaping bricks of different shapes. Both little ones know about playing in the sand and have played with it before, but playing in the sand with tools is something they're a bit confused about now. Seeing the two little ones' confusion, Fang Cheng took the lead in the game. So Fang Cheng said, "How about we build the castle where Princess Elsa lives together?" "Yes, brother." Zayashe's eyes lit up when she heard this, attracted by Fang Cheng's words. "Okay, let's get started then. Mo Tong, could you bring some water in the small bucket?" Mo Tong nodded, gave a soft reply, and skipped off with a little enthusiasm to fill the small bucket with water. "Saya, can you use a shovel to dig down and dig out more sand?" "Yes, I know, big brother." Little Seo eagerly picked up her little shovel and began to dig into the sand seriously. Fang Cheng smiled slightly, picked up some molds, and got to work. On Earth, sand is a favorite play material for young children. Many kindergartens have specially set up sand play areas, where children can develop their fine motor skills, communication skills, and cooperation skills while playing in the sand. The imagination is fully utilized, and at the same time, one can have many joyful experiences in terms of emotions. However, the sand quality in the sand play area is also important. The sand produced by the system is naturally very good, soft, and fine. The dryness or wetness of the sand will affect its plasticity, so water is needed. You can add water to the sand to adjust it yourself. Fang Cheng waited for Mo Tong to bring him water, which he then mixed with a pile of sand until it became slightly damp. Fang Cheng poured the sand into a mold in his hand and demonstrated to the children. He then unmolded the sand, and a small brick appeared in Fang Cheng's hand without falling apart. Fang Cheng then used his hands to shape the now highly malleable, wet sand into various forms, such as an arched doorway. The doorway stood upright on the sand without collapsing. The two children were very clever and naturally understood how to play with the sand. Then the two little ones and the big one began their sand play adventure. Sister Mo Tong, please add a little more water here. Brother, should we pile it up a little higher here? Yes, you need to add water little by little here while pressing it down a bit, otherwise it will easily fall apart. The three of them worked together, taking turns fetching water and piling sand together to shape it. The two little ones' white short-sleeved shirts were covered in sand, and there were also some sand marks on their little faces. You could also see the big finger marks that Fang Cheng had teased them with. The two little ones got all dirty, but seeing them busy and focused on building sandcastles only made them even cuter. Under Fang Cheng's guidance and with his help, it took more than an hour for a miniature Elsa's castle to appear before the three of them. Of course, the reason it looked so realistic was mainly due to Fang Cheng's artistic expertise. The children piled it up together while Fang Cheng refined and sculpted it, using sand sculpting techniques. Seeing the three of them complete a miniature, silly version of Elsa's castle, all three smiled. He saw a slight smile curving up his dark, delicate lips. Fang Cheng was somewhat mesmerized. This was the first time he had ever seen Mo Tong smile. Tong Tong, you look so beautiful when you smile. Mo Tong blinked, and his smile vanished suddenly, as if what Fang Cheng had just seen was an illusion. Hearing Fang Cheng's words, Mo Tong tried to move the corners of her mouth, wanting to smile for her brother. Seeing Mo Tong's lips moving as she tried to move, Fang Cheng stopped her with his actions. My brother saw it just now and has memorized it. Sister Mo Tong, Saya saw it too. Sister Mo Tong is so beautiful. Fang Cheng smiled, then suddenly had an idea. He began to make gestures with his hands and chanted a spell, Sleeping Earth Elemental, obey my command. Condense. The sand in the play area stirred and began to condense. Under Fang Cheng's mental control, the sand condensed into the shapes of the three people, appearing lifelike in front of them. It was the same smile that the three of them had shown when they saw the completed castle, except that Fang Cheng had adjusted his position. Fang Cheng stood in the middle, and the two little ones stood close to Fang Cheng on both sides. Wow, big brother, you're amazing. Looking at the scene before her, Mo Tong saw herself smiling next to her brother. She blinked, then suddenly hugged Fang Cheng and said in her unique, slightly hoarse voice, Brother, I like you. Well. Holding Mo Tong, Fang Cheng was caught off guard, and the sand lost the control of his mental power. Because it hadn't been moistened and shaped, it slowly scattered and disappeared on the ground. However, the image of the three of them smiling together was forever etched in their hearts. Good. In the evening, Fang Cheng first washed the two little ones' hair, then left them to bathe in the bathroom while he prepared dinner downstairs. Big brother, we're done washing. After the two little ones finished their baths and got dressed, they immediately stuck to Fang Cheng's side. The short time they spent without seeing Fang Cheng was enough to make them miss him, and they finished their baths very quickly. Ha! Saya, you guys are so fast? Let me see if you've really washed it clean, Fang Cheng said with a smile. The little guy suddenly became shy and didn't say anything. Saya and Hitomi smell nice, they must have washed very clean. Fang Cheng pretended to sniff and chuckled. Alright, let's eat. Yes, brother. The three of them enjoyed a pleasant and cozy dinner together. After dinner, as usual, they went for a walk to digest their food. As they stepped out of the small building, night had already fallen and the sky was dark. The three of them walked on the playground, and the quiet night made them feel peaceful. In the distance, the lights of the buildings belonging to the Magic Academy could be seen on. Looking at those lights, Fang Cheng wondered when he could visit them. He had always been quite curious about the Magic Academy, but he had been busy with the kindergarten, and it seemed that the Magic Academy did not allow outsiders to visit. You can tell from the way Fielding, the teacher who rented him the land last time, wouldn't let him in. I also learned from the dupe of people that his parents, they had to use up a limited number of badges to visit their children at the Magic Academy. Looking at the lights coming on at the Magic Academy, Saya seemed to have thought of something and said, Big brother, can we turn on the beautiful lights in our castle? Fang Cheng also remembered that he had modified the lights in his castle, but they only turned on once. That time, the system deducted 100 gold coins from his account without his consent. The lights only stayed on for a few minutes before going out because the energy pool underground was not enough since the kindergarten had only been built recently. Yes. Fang Cheng nodded with a smile. Sister Mo Tong, that light is so pretty. It changes into lots of patterns. Xiao Sheye said to Mo Tong. Fang Cheng asked Xiao Ling about the storage status of the underground energy pool in his mind. Xiao Ling replied, the energy pool is currently at 70% capacity, which is enough to keep the lights on for 10 hours. Fang Cheng nodded in satisfaction. The castle's energy pool was constantly being charged. Thanks to the hidden charging devices throughout the kindergarten, it could absorb magical elements from the atmosphere, as well as solar energy, to power the various equipment in the kindergarten. The energy pool was now charged to 70%, and the charging speed was quite good. Fang Cheng mentally instructed Xiao Ling to turn on the lights. The entire castle lit up with a dazzling light, which shimmered slowly, illuminating the entire kindergarten playground. The rays of light formed various patterns, sometimes a starry sky, sometimes an ocean, and sometimes cartoon characters of Xiongde and Xiong-er. The two little ones were captivated, tilting their heads back to look up at the castle. The light made their pure eyes even more beautiful, dreamy, wonderful. Little Mo Tong stared intently at the light. Seeing this, Fang Cheng couldn't help but smile slightly. Looking at the dazzling, ever-changing scene, he thought for a moment, and with Xiao Ling's help, the lights and images on the castle continued to shift, revealing the silhouettes of a young man and two little girls. They nestled on either side of the young man, and one of the little girls seemed to have a pair of adorable cat ears on her head. Wow, big brother. Sister Mo Tong. It's us. Wow. Betty, come and see, the lights are so beautiful. At this moment, in the dormitory of the Magic Academy, a girl noticed the dazzling light in the distance outside the window and poked her head out the window. She was deeply attracted by the scene of the dazzling lights and excitedly called out to the girl inside who was reading a book. It's not a festival, so who would be bored enough to set off lanterns? Besides, what's so interesting about lanterns? We're not little kids anymore, the girl reading the book said, sounding somewhat helpless. It's not that light, it's that, the light, anyway, come and see, Betty. The girl seemed eager to share this beautiful scene with her best friend. The girl reading stopped talking and turned another page in her book, seemingly unmoved by what the girl had said. Betty, it seems to be in the direction of your house, the girl said again. The girl who was reading put down her book, looking slightly helpless. She walked over to the girl and was about to reach out to grab the girl's lively rabbit ears that were swaying slightly when she was suddenly drawn to the light in the distance. She realized that the girl wasn't deliberately bothering her this time. It really isn't far from home, That castle seems to be the one my parents mentioned last time, named Fang Cheng, with delicious milk. Is that the owner of that castle? Betty wondered to herself. You look kind of familiar, said the bunny-eared girl, who had beautiful blue hair. At this moment, the image on the castle shows the outline of Fang Chinch's dark pupils. Ching Ning? What looks familiar? Betty also saw the dazzling lights changing in the distance. She guessed that the man in the lights was Fang Cheng, whom her parents had mentioned, and the little girl with cat ears was his sister. As for the other little girl, Betty had never heard of her from her mother. After all, her parents had said that the owner of the castle only had one sister. Although she didn't want to hear it at the time, it naturally came to mind after her hateful father kept nagging about it all day. Last time at the library, I encountered an unreasonable commoner who kept staring at my ears. He was also with a little cat-eared alien girl. He must be a pervert. The girl's tone seemed somewhat indignant. Betty shook her head. She naturally understood the girl in front of her. The girl had barely finished speaking indignantly when her eyes suddenly lit up, and she said with enthusiasm, Betty, we're off tomorrow, let's go there and take a look. You go yourself, I'm not going. Betty seemed to realize something and refused on the spot. The three of them strolled together on the playground, admiring the dazzling lights in the night. Saya's gaze lingered on the castle, and she suddenly said, Big brother, can we go up to the top of the castle and take a look? Yes, of course you can, Fang Cheng replied with a smile. He then remembered that since the kindergarten was established, he and Saya had only been able to stay on the first floor of the castle and in the small building behind it. He had never taken them to the upper floors of the castle, mainly because he had designed the blueprints and knew there was nothing there. Moreover, the two little ones had never gone to places that he had never taken Saya and Emotong to before. Fang Cheng led the two little ones into the castle and up the stairs. They began to climb step by step. Bright lights automatically lit up the ceiling. Little Seo followed behind, skipping up the stairs with excitement, while little Emotong watched curiously. Next, they went up to the second floor. Looking at the empty hall and rows of rooms with closed doors, Zayasha excitedly said, Big brother, can we play hide-and-seek here with Kiawan and Kianai next time? Okay, sure, Fang Cheng replied with a smile. Seeing how much interest Xiao She was in tonight, Fang Cheng's mood was also infected. Yes, dear brother. Let's go up to the roof and take a look. The three walked through the third floor of the castle, then went up another half floor, and arrived at the castle terrace. The view suddenly opened up, and looking up at the sky, a crescent moon was shrouded in a light mist, hazy and indistinct. In addition, there were some sparse stars twinkling in the night. Although it was just an ordinary nighttime scene, it still made people feel peaceful and calm as they walked forward. Looking down, you can overlook the entire kindergarten playground, and see a few scattered fireflies dancing among the leaves, their lights twinkling. You can also hear the chirping of small insects on a summer night, indicating that the environment here has attracted some small animals. "Brother, sir, I can't see." The little guy hopped around on tiptoe next to Fang Cheng, wanting to see the scenery below, but Xiao Shui wasn't as tall as the wall. After patting the two little ones on the head, Fang Cheng led them up half a floor to the castle's watchtower. From here, the two little ones didn't need Fang Cheng to carry them, and their height allowed them to see the scenery below and in the distance. This is the highest point in the castle, offering an excellent view. From here, one can overlook the surrounding area. Fang Cheng can see many rooms with lights on in some buildings of the Magic Academy not far to the northwest, and he can also see some figures moving around in nearby rooms. However, he can't see very clearly. He can only make out that there are people, but not their genders. Other than that, he can't see anything else. Fang Cheng, who considers his eyesight to be quite good, is somewhat disappointed at this moment. A large circular platform can still be vaguely seen beneath the building, seemingly the outline of an arena. Shifting his gaze to the southwest, he saw a large, dense thicket of tall trees nearby, seemingly neglected for a long time. This was a corner of the Magic Academy, and the wall of the small corner of the Magic Academy happened to connect with the wall of his own kindergarten in one place. Fang Cheng hadn't noticed this when the kindergarten was being built, but he only realized it now that he was on the rooftop. In the distance, there are buildings of varying heights and wide, open roads. After all, this is a remote part of Soto City, far from the city center, and it doesn't feel lively. There are no bustling streets, and the shops are just department stores, fruit shops, and clothing stores. There are no entertainment venues such as pubs or tea houses. Because the Magic Academy is located here, entertainment venues are not allowed to open here, in order to avoid having a negative impact on the students of the Magic Academy. It was the first time the two little ones had seen the view from the top of the castle. They stared at it in a daze, occasionally glancing at the lights shining from the buildings of the Magic Academy in the distance, as if they could feel the liveliness there. Their gaze would often be drawn to the fireflies fluttering around the big trees below, and they would sometimes look at the sky, or change direction to look at the noble mansions in the distance to the west and east. Their bright blue eyes were full of curiosity about the world. Simple things and familiar things could attract the little one's attention. "Big brother, that's Aunt Duva's general store," the little guy said, pointing in a direction. "Brother, let's come back tomorrow. The breeze here is very pleasant." "Yes, as long as Saya wants it." After staying for a while, seeing that it was getting late, Fang Cheng took the two little ones back to their cozy little house to prepare for bed. The two little ones seemed happier than usual today. Xiao Shui was making little noises with her mouth, Xiao Motong's dark eyes seemed even brighter, and Ni and Fang Cheng was more proactive. As soon as Fang Cheng lay down, Xiao Motong, just like Xiao Shui, wrapped her two soft, white hands tightly around Fang Cheng's arm. Before, Fang Cheng had to take the initiative to hug Xiao Motong when they slept, and Xiao Motong would secretly hug Fang Cheng in the middle of the night. The three of them lay in bed and discussed the day's events. Xiao Shui was looking forward to tomorrow's holiday, wondering where her older brother would take her and her sister Motong to play. Xiao Shui was very happy. "Big brother, will you be sleeping in tomorrow?" Saya asked. All right, time for bed, or I'll spank your little bottom." Fang Cheng's face darkened. He was planning to sleep in tomorrow, since it was his day off. How could it be a holiday if he didn't sleep in? Saya isn't afraid at all. Big brother's hits don't hurt. That evening, on the other side of the castle, in the commoners' quarters, a slender, beautiful young woman with gentle features sat leaning against a tree, gazing at the pale crescent moon. Her gaze then drifted to a distant direction. She closed her eyes and entered a meditative state. In her perception, the surrounding water elements, like returning spirits, merged into her body until she felt her body reach its limit and could no longer absorb any more magical elements. This was a feeling she had never experienced before the young man gave her that candy. Having acquired magical talent, she worked exceptionally hard, meditating until she reached her physical limits each time. In the courtyard, a lizard horse beast was lying on the ground with a bright orange fruit in front of its nose. It felt comfortable smelling the fruit. Suddenly, it seemed to hear a noise. The lizard horse beast, which had been sleeping with its eyes closed, lazily opened one eye, glanced at the girl in the courtyard who was chanting magic and casting a water jet spell, twitched its ear, and then slowly closed its eye again. It was clear that it was already familiar with this phenomenon. That evening, the little ones played for a while before falling into a deep sleep. Looking at their reassuring sleeping faces, Fang Cheng smiled slightly and closed his eyes. "I've submitted today's daily task, and I now have 207 exchange points and 1890 magic points. After browsing the system shop for a while and eyeing the various valuable items inside, Fang Cheng quickly fell asleep. At midnight that night, perhaps knowing it was Sunday and there was no rest, the task panel didn't release daily tasks as usual. The next day, it was still hazy outside the window. With a slight bloating in his lower abdomen, Fang Cheng successfully woke up. He gently pulled his arm out of bed so as not to disturb the two sleeping little ones. Fang Cheng went to the bathroom, washed his hands, and then looked in the mirror. He was no longer sleepy at all. He looked even more handsome, energetic, and pleasing to the eye in the mirror. Fang Cheng was wide awake and felt unusually energetic. This feeling left him feeling a little helpless. He had originally planned to sleep in on his day off, but instead, he woke up earlier than usual. Back in the room, the two little ones woke up when they sensed the movement. Xiao Shay, clutching the blanket, leaned against Mo Tong and whispered something to him. Upon seeing Fang Cheng, Xiaoshe exclaimed with delight, "Big brother, you woke up so early today. Sorry for waking you up." Fang Cheng crawled into the blankets, and Xiaoshe climbed from next to Mo Tong onto Fang Cheng and curled up in a ball, rubbing her little head against Fang Cheng's neck. "Brother, Saya has had enough sleep and isn't sleepy anymore. Does Tong Tong still want to sleep?" Mo Tong sat up, her soft black hair cascading down. She shook her head and rested her head against Fang Cheng's chest. I stroked the heads of the two little ones. "Let's get up then. You can wear whatever clothes you want today, you don't have to wear your school uniforms. It's a holiday today, so your big brother will take you out for a walk." "Yes, brother," Xiao Shay replied, and Xiao Motong nodded her little head as well. Then the two little ones started looking for clothes to wear in the small wardrobe. I went downstairs, opened the door, and looked up at the sky. The sky was still gray, but a red glow appeared on the distant horizon, slowly expanding its range and intensifying its brightness. After admiring the scenery for a while, the two little ones changed their clothes and washed up before coming to Fang Cheng's side. "Big brother, you're so handsome." Little Sao looked up, her deep blue eyes reflecting his exceptional beauty. Fang Cheng replied, his gaze drifting downwards, which startled him slightly. Today, Saya was wearing a white cloud-patterned dress. Her delicate and youthful face, her silver, shiny hair, and her innocent, carefree eyes made her look like a pure and beautiful little angel. Xiao Motong was wearing a black Gothic Lolita dress. She had a delicate oval face, and her long, smooth black hair fell over her shoulders. Her dark, bright eyes revealed a maturity and calmness that was beyond her years. Because she was wearing Seo's dress, Motong was a little taller than Seo, which made her figure look even more slender. The two little ones standing together, their striking contrast in temperament, made Fang Cheng pause for a moment. His eyes glazed over. Even though it wasn't the first time he'd seen them like this, he decided to go out and buy some more clothes for the two little ones today. Seeing that Xiaoshe's gaze was drawn to it, Fang Cheng suggested, "Let's go take a look at the castle's watchtower." Big brother." The little guy's eyes lit up after hearing this. What differences would there be between the scenery at night and the scenery during the day? The three of them arrived at the castle's watchtower. Looking at the sky gradually breaking into dawn and smelling the moist air, they felt an extraordinary sense of beauty. The morning view was also much clearer than what could be seen at night. "Big brother, look. There are so many people and so many carriages over there," the little guy exclaimed with curiosity. Fang Cheng looked down and indeed, many different kinds of carriages were already parked at the entrance of the Magic Academy, with people in various costumes waiting at the gate. Some students walked out of the Magic Academy's gate, some boarding carriages, while others walked a long distance out onto the open road. It also seemed that Mrs. Duva's general store had opened early, with people coming out of the shop. The scene at 6 in the morning already made Fang Cheng feel that the Magic Academy was quite lively. Looking around, Fang Cheng saw a group of boys and girls gathered at the gate of his kindergarten, curiously peering through the fence. Some stood by the wall, admiring the interesting cartoon drawings. Today is a holiday at the Magic Academy, and many students are able to return home to rest. After enjoying the sunrise for a while, Fang Cheng and the two little ones had a simple breakfast on the castle terrace. After combing their hair, Fang Cheng prepared to take them out. Upon arriving at the playground, several boys and girls could be seen curiously looking around at the entrance, their eyes seemingly fixed on some of the large toys inside the kindergarten. With a thought, Fang Cheng slowly opened the door. The group of young men and women seemed somewhat surprised and introverted, and left after seeing the door open. As they walked out of the kindergarten gate, Xiao Shay and Xiao Motong held Fang Cheng's hands tightly, their eyes slightly shy as they looked at the passers-by. What a beautiful little girl. So pretty, so cute. Fang Cheng heard the soft whispers of some boys and girls around him, and he couldn't help but smile slightly. Xiao Shay's ears also twitched slightly, and she heard it too. Her tender and shy little face relaxed a bit at this moment. As Fang Cheng walked out of the kindergarten gate, some simply dressed people passed by, looking at Fang Cheng and Sheye with envy. After all, the way Xiao Mo Tong and Xiao Sheye were dressed made them look like children from a wealthy family. Being able to build a castle residence here meant they were obviously very rich. Although they couldn't guess whether Fang Cheng was the owner of this place, they could tell from the relaxed, sunny, and handsome smile on the young man's face, his fair complexion, and his extraordinary temperament that he must be a person of great power. A woman dressed as a maid and driving a carriage passed by and gave Fang Cheng and his companions a curious look. Fang Cheng led the two little ones as they walked out, and soon they were nearing the entrance of the Magic Academy across the street. He kept glancing at the pedestrians around him. Since the Magic Academy was on holiday, many people dressed in different ways appeared here. There were simple coachmen in gray blouses and shorts, women dressed as maids, ladies in elegant dresses, capable-looking merchants, and men in monk robes. There were children as young as 7 or 8, and teenagers as young as 11, 12, or 13. They were all students at the Magic Academy. Most students wore the same school uniform, while a small number of students who did not wear the school uniform wore more gorgeous and cool clothes, looking like the second generation of nobles. I imagine that the students at this Magic Academy must also have uniforms. At this moment, a young girl with a bob haircut saw Fang Cheng and the others, her eyes lit up, and she pulled a boy who looked similar to her and walked straight towards Fang Cheng. "Odysseus, why are you pulling me? Go see that pretty demi-human little girl you've been longing to see last time." No, I was just kidding. Keep your voice down. I'm not going. You go if you want, but don't say anything out of line, the boy said nervously. The boy naturally saw Fang Cheng and the others as well. He had been looking at the two cute little girls for a long time and found them adorable. Now, seeing his sister actually trying to strike up a conversation, the boy was a little nervous and surprised. His sister had a social butterfly syndrome, but he didn't. On the contrary, he was basically speechless when he saw strangers. The girl ignored what her brother said and pulled him by the shoulder, ready to walk forward. After all, her brother wasn't as strong as her. But halfway there, the girl suddenly stopped, let go of his hand, and said to her brother, "Since you're not going, I'll go. I don't want to leave a violent impression on my handsome big brother, hee." The boy breathed a sigh of relief, and upon hearing his sister's words, he rubbed his forehead. "Big brother, wow, is your hair dyed black? It looks so good. And there are two little sisters too, they're so pretty." A sweet-looking girl with a cute bob haircut and full of youthful energy ran up to Fang Cheng, tilted her head back, and looked at him with bright eyes. Her voice was lively and clear, as beautiful as a nightingale's song. "Oh, this damn youth." Looking at the sweet-looking young girl in front of him, dressed in a blue and black school uniform, looking up at him with shining eyes, Fang Cheng felt a strange sensation. "Of course it wasn't dyed," Fang Cheng replied. "Wow, big brother, are you the Devil Prince?" Hearing Fang Cheng's response, Ikriza's sweet little face was full of excitement. Fang Cheng was taken aback after hearing this. He didn't answer her question but laughed and said, "What if I were the Demon Prince?" "Big brother, if you are the Demon Prince, I won't tell anyone. If you can't resist the urge to suck my blood and kidnap me, I won't resist." The girl looked at Fang Cheng's handsome face and her expression suddenly became awkward. "I'm not." Fang Cheng left, his face full of black lines, and then led Xiao Shay and Xiao Motong into a carriage. "Atris, I'm going to tell my mother if you keep doing this. There's no such thing as a demon prince these days. You don't even read novels like this, bringing fiction into reality." The boy behind Fang Cheng came up to the girl and said, "TCH, what do you know? If you tell my mother, I'll tell Senior Ephidiah that you were discussing her figure in the back last time," the girl said arrogantly. As soon as he stepped out, he encountered a girl who seemed to be instantly infatuated with him. She was cute and sweet, which was a good sign. Fang Cheng tossed his black hair. He knew his own looks very well. He was only slightly less handsome than the book lovers present, but he was still enough to charm countless girls. One could only imagine how terrifyingly good-looking those book lovers were. Once inside the carriage, the driver asked, "Young man, where are you going this time?" "Driver, please take us to Aiden Square." "Could you wait a moment? I'm waiting for my nephew. He should be here soon. The Magic Academy is closed today, so I'm here to pick him up to go home." The driver was an acquaintance. He was the same lean, burly man who had once had dreams. Fang Cheng nodded. The big man glanced at Shaya and Mo Tong briefly before looking away, not daring to look any longer. After a minute or two, the carriage fell silent. The driver seemed a little nervous, glancing frequently at the students coming in and out of the gate. Finally, as if he had spotted the person he was waiting for, the driver breathed a sigh of relief. "Young man, over here, hurry up, I still have a passenger to take to Aiden Square." Just then, Fang Cheng saw a dark-skinned boy of about 11 or 12 years old running over with a bundle on his back. When he saw Fang Cheng and the two little ones, he seemed to be stunned for a moment, looking somewhat surprised. "Uncle, why are you in such a hurry? And who are they? Aren't they here to pick me up?" the boy said, seemingly a little unhappy when he saw Fang Cheng, but then his eyes lit up when he saw Saya and Emotong. "These two little girls are so pretty, and there's also a demi-human. do you want to come to my house to play? I know magic, you know. I can show you some magic. The boy said proudly, looking at Saya. Tiger, you really know magic? The big man's tense face suddenly became excited when he heard what the boy said, but then he saw Fang Cheng behind him and quickly said, all right, Tiger, you can't be so rude. Don't waste the guest's time. Uncle, don't bother me, I can do magic now. The boy's dark face was full of pride. Tiger, you. The big man seemed somewhat surprised and annoyed by the boy's attitude. Fang Cheng, Saya and Mo Tong looked at the boy strangely without saying a word. No need, kid. My two younger sisters watch me cast spells every day at home. Fang Cheng finished speaking and then said, kid, do you want to take a closer look? A blue lightning ball appeared in Fang Cheng's left hand, crackling with lightning. A fireball appeared in his right hand with a bang. Seeing the man in front of him easily unleash two powerful elemental spells, the boy felt a scorching aura and took 2 steps back in fright. Master, let's go. As for your nephew, let him walk back. Fang Cheng said calmly, his face expressionless. Yes, sir. The burly man hurriedly replied, then urged his horse to start moving. The boy stood motionless by the roadside, feeling a pang of regret, and a flash of resentment crossed his eyes as he watched the departing carriage. Sir, I'm sorry, my nephew wasn't like this before. The burly man apologized nervously. At such a young age, he's already getting cocky after just learning magic. Fang Cheng shook his head. The burly man drove the carriage in silence. Inside the carriage, as it continued to move, the large man remained silent as he drove, and after a moment of quiet, the carriage returned to normal. Fang Cheng thought for a moment and teased the two little ones, Saya, Tong Tong, if one day your big brother isn't by your side, and there happens to be a boy like the one just now, maybe a boy who's much more handsome than him, who says he wants to take you to his house, would you want to go? Brother, why aren't you by Saya's side? Little Saya suddenly asked nervously, her little hands tightly hugging Fang Cheng. Brother, I don't want to leave you. Hearing Fang Cheng's words, Xiao Motong's eyes were filled with panic. She clung tightly to Fang Cheng, her little hands holding his arm, and she gripped his clothes tightly. Her body seemed to be trembling. Saya wants to stay with her brother and won't go to other people's houses. Seeing the two little ones react so strongly, and seeming to focus on something strange, Fang Cheng's question was clearly about whether they wanted to go to a boy like the one he had just met, or a boy much more handsome than him, who said he wanted to take them to his house. Judging from the two little ones' reactions, they probably won't be lured away by other boys. Feeling the two little ones clinging tightly to him, their bodies trembling with fear of being separated from him, Fang Cheng felt a mixture of helplessness, amusement, and heartache. To be honest, the two little ones haven't been with Fang Cheng for very long, and Fang Cheng understands why they're afraid of him. Fang Cheng held the two agitated little ones tightly in his arms, stroking their heads and using his adorable head patting technique to soothe them. My two silly little sisters, of course your brother won't leave you. I was just worried that you might be kidnapped by other boys and leave my side. Fang Cheng said softly. Big brother, don't underestimate Saya. Saya only listens to big brother and big sister. She won't be kidnapped by anyone. I felt uncomfortable seeing that little brother just now and I don't want to see him. Under the cute head pat and Fang Cheng's comforting words, Saya's emotions calmed down, and she raised her head and said in a soft and serious voice, brother knows, our Saya is the best. Fang Cheng hugged the little one and gently coaxed her, from now on, Saya, if you feel uncomfortable with anyone, you must tell brother, and brother will chase them away. Okay, I understand, big brother. Under the gentle pats on the head and Fang Cheng's comforting touch, Xiao Mo Tong's trembling stopped. She remained silent, quietly curled up in Fang Cheng's arms, her dark eyes squinting listlessly, as if she were sleepy and wanted to go to sleep. Fang Cheng scratched his head. He had just woken up in the morning and felt sleepy. Generally, one only feels sleepy when one's mind has been greatly stimulated. He didn't expect that his unintentional remark would have such a big impact on the two little ones. Fang Cheng hugged Haitong tightly in his arms and gently coaxed, Tong Tong, sleep for a while? Brother will never leave me, right? Mo Tong, who was in Fang Cheng's arms, suddenly said. The voice was smoother, clearer, and calmer than Fang Cheng had ever heard before. He wasn't sure if it was just his imagination, but he could even hear a hint of maturity in it, as if the words didn't sound like they came from a little girl who was almost 6 years old. Fang Cheng looked at the little Mo Tong in his arms. The little Mo Tong leaned against Fang Cheng's chest, her eyes not looking at him. Fang Cheng only saw the little Mo Tong's soft and beautiful long hair, and the hair color, which was the same as his own, made him feel a sense of familiarity. Recalling the moments after meeting Mo Tong, although it was a short time and nothing particularly special happened except for rescuing her from that house full of flames, it added a touch of brilliance to Fang Cheng's impoverished inner world. Although Xiao Motong gave Fang Cheng a slightly strange feeling, she seemed to be asking the question very seriously, so Fang Cheng thought about it and answered seriously. Of course, your brother won't leave you, Fang Cheng said softly. Forever? Xiao Motong asked in a somewhat cold voice. This time, Fang Cheng felt it more deeply. Mo Tong's voice was indeed more fluent than before, without any awkwardness. When did Tong Tong learn this word? Fang Cheng asked. When watching cartoons. Xiao Motong said coolly, but Fang Cheng wondered if it was just his imagination, but Xiao Motong seemed to lack confidence when she said it. Brother, you haven't answered my question yet. Okay, forever. Your brother will never leave you, unless one day you leave me, Tong Tong. Then you'll understand. No, brother. Seemingly relieved to hear a satisfactory answer, Xiao Motong softly said something, then nestled her head against Fang Cheng's chest, closed her eyes listlessly, and hugged Fang Cheng tightly. As if that wasn't enough, Xiao Motong snuggled closer to Fang Cheng, a smile playing on her lips. However, Fang Cheng could no longer see that smile. At this moment, Fang Cheng felt Xiao Motong's movements, but he didn't think much of it. He just felt that he seemed to have stimulated the little guy, making Xiao Motong more proactive and talkative than before. It seems I can't make these kinds of jokes too often in the future, Fang Cheng thought, stroking his chin. Sheye, who was clinging to Fang Cheng's arm, looked at her brother and Mo Tong's interaction with a blank expression, as if she felt that Mo Tong had suddenly become much more powerful. Sister Mo Tong's smile is so beautiful. Why is Sister Mo Tong taking up all of brother's arms? Saya is completely full. Xiao She pouted, but seeing that Sister Mo Tong still seemed very sleepy, she suddenly thought that she would not secretly disturb Sister Mo Tong in the mornings and let her sleep a little longer. And so, the carriage gradually returned to calm. Fang Cheng looked at Xiao Motong, who seemed to be really asleep in his arms, stroked her soft and beautiful black hair, and gently pinched her little face. This little guy who surprised me earlier actually dared to show a disgusted pout, so Fang Cheng added his other hand and pinched the little guy's cheek. Brother, stop fooling around, let Tong Tong sleep for a bit. Little Mo Tong said lazily with her eyes closed, her voice a little cold. Then the little one turned her face to the other side and snuggled closer to my arms. Fang Cheng, my little sister, whom I picked up, suddenly started acting strangely one ordinary morning. What should I do? I need help urgently. Seeing that Xiao Motong seemed genuinely sleepy and was resting with her eyes closed, Fang Cheng stopped teasing her. Fang Cheng was slightly curious about the changes in Xiao Motong's personality, but he wasn't in a hurry to find out. After all, there was plenty of time, and he didn't know if the change was temporary due to a sudden shock. Maybe Mo Tong would return to normal after she woke up. Sitting inside the carriage, watching the scenery flow by outside, Fang Cheng was in a good mood. As the carriage traveled along, accompanied by slight bumps, Fang Cheng finally arrived at Aiden Square, the largest square in Soto City, after about an hour and a half. The carriage stopped at a corner of the road not far from Aiden Square. Sir, this is it, the coachman said respectfully, sweat beading on his forehead. Thank you, how much? Fang Cheng asked. The driver hesitated for a moment, then gritted his teeth and said, Sir, I won't take your money this time. I hope you won't take what my nephew said to heart. I'll definitely teach him a lesson when I get back. Fang Cheng laughed and said, Don't worry, as long as your nephew doesn't appear in front of me again like he did this time, I won't do anything to him, and I don't have the time. However, if your nephew's personality doesn't change, I won't teach him a lesson, someone else will. Thank you, sir. The coachman nodded gratefully. Alright, you've had it tough too. Just charge me whatever you're supposed to charge. I'm new here and don't know the going rates. Tell me so I don't get ripped off by other drivers when I ride in their carriages later. Sir, you jest. Although I'm a rough man and don't know much about magic, I know that no one wants to offend a magician. Besides, you know lightning and fire magic. Perhaps seeing that Fang Cheng's attitude made him seem approachable, the coachman felt at ease and became more talkative. Just like the first time Fang Cheng rode in his carriage, Fang Cheng vaguely sensed that the coachman's tone when talking about magic contained envy and melancholy. Fang Cheng smiled and didn't say anything more. He gently patted Xiao Motong and found that Xiao Motong didn't seem to react to his embrace and was still fast asleep. So Fang Cheng had no choice but to carry Xiao Motong and take Sheye's hand as they got off the carriage. How much? Don't be polite, just tell me, Fang Cheng asked. Sir, the normal route from the Magic Academy to Aiden Square, this is a regular carriage, and it will cost you 40 copper coins, the coachman replied honestly, noticing the young man's earnestness. Fang Cheng nodded, took out a silver coin and handed it to the driver. The driver thought for a moment and took it. Then, he took out a money box from under the seat and gave Fang Cheng change. Fang Cheng gazed at the bustling and prosperous scene in Aiden Square, while unconsciously observing the coachman's movements and the carriage. Suddenly, Fang Cheng remembered something. The last time Fang Cheng rode in this coachman's carriage, it seemed that this coachman had a son. He mentioned that he once dreamed of becoming a magician, but now he could only place his hopes on his son. At that time, the coachman's eyes shone with anticipation. So Fang Cheng asked, How old is your son this year? Sir, my son is over 5 years old this year. The driver was a little surprised, but still answered truthfully. Have you heard of the 11AI Magic Kindergarten that opened in Soto City? A friend told me about it last time. It seems to be located not far from the Magic Academy, the coachman replied. Ha! Fang Cheng had only asked casually, but now he found it a bit strange. Everyone he had met by chance had heard of him, so why hadn't many children come to sign up? Then why don't you send your son to register? I heard that the first 5 children to sign up will have their tuition waived. It's too late to sign up now, isn't it? Besides, sir, to be honest, I have some doubts about this newly opened 11AI Magic Kindergarten. I've never heard of any other place to learn magic besides a magic academy before, and it's only for children under 6. It's probably just a gimmick to make money and attract noble children to study there. After all, making money off noble children in the name of magic is the easiest way to make money. As he spoke, the driver glanced at the 2 little ones beside Fang Cheng, then handed Fang Cheng the change, saying, Sir, please forgive me for speaking so much, but if you want to send your 2 younger sisters there to study, you should think it over carefully. Well, Fang Cheng didn't expect the driver to say so much to him, and his analysis was quite convincing. However, Fang Cheng was not angry. He simply said, I own the 11AI Magic Kindergarten. If you think your child might need it, you can come and visit. It's not far from the Magic Academy. Just drive your carriage to the Magic Academy and then drive a little further ahead. After finishing his sentence, Fang Cheng continued, Our kindergarten is currently looking to hire a driver to take the children to and from school. If you are interested, you are welcome to come to our kindergarten tomorrow to learn more. You don't need to worry about the salary. After saying that, Fang Cheng ignored the driver's stunned expression, picked up Xiao Motong and led Shaya towards Aiden Square. After all, it was a rare holiday, and he would leave more work for Monday. Fang Cheng looked around and saw that it was around 9 o'clock in the morning. The street was quite lively, and there were many people in the square. He could also see several boys in Magic Academy uniforms getting off some carriages. Big brother, there are so many people, Xiaohe said, looking at the bustling square. Okay, Saya, hold my hand tightly, don't lose your brother. Fang Cheng said with a smile. Big brother, hee, Saya won't do that, it's you who should hold Saya's hand tightly and not lose her. Little Saya was amused by Fang Cheng's words and smiled, then her beautiful eyes looked at Emotong, who was sleeping with her eyes closed, whom Fang Cheng was holding. Why hasn't sister Emotong woken up yet? Xiao Shay wondered to herself. Fang Cheng led the 2 little ones into the square. The square was crowded with people, men, women, and children, dressed in various styles. There were also squads of soldiers in armor patrolling. In the center of the square stood a huge stone statue, which looked like a girl holding a crescent moon staff and wearing a mage's cloak. The giant statue of the girl had her face obscured, her hands holding a staff, her head slightly bowed, and her eyes closed, as if she were chanting. Fang Cheng looked around and noticed that passers-by occasionally looked up at the huge, eye-catching statue in the center of the square with reverence. Fang Cheng also saw someone kneeling and praying under the statue. It was a simply dressed woman with a somewhat bewildered child. Fang Cheng then took another special look at the giant statue. Although the statue was enormous, Fang Cheng perceived it as small. At least Yuri was much larger than the statue girl. My thoughts always seemed to spiral out of control, inexplicably and inappropriately veer towards some abyss. Fang Cheng carried Emotong and led Shaya through Aiden Square, preparing to stroll into the commercial street. Occasionally, they would see pairs of young men and women on dates. Not far away, Fang Cheng also saw a richly dressed, wealthy-looking blonde youth with his arms around 2 beautiful and curvaceous women. The youth's hands would occasionally wander up and down the backs of the 2 women, who would giggle and tremble. Fang Cheng couldn't help but look over with a hint of envy. The blonde youth seemed to sense this and glanced at Fang Cheng as well. He paused for a moment, then noticed the little one hanging on Fang Cheng's body and holding the hand of another little one. Fang Cheng saw envy in his eyes as well. Big brother, why is that uncle hugging 2 older sisters? Saya asked with eyes full of curiosity. Well, Fang Cheng was somewhat helpless when he heard this question, which was both expected and unexpected. He was given a difficult problem as soon as he came out. Seeing those 3 people who were hugging and cuddling in broad daylight, Fang Cheng guessed that curious Xiao Shay might ask this question, because for the time being, the blonde youth was the most outstanding one in the square. Everyone else had 1 person on a date, but you had 2. A young man not far away looked at the blonde youth in front of him with his arms around 2 women, then looked at the woman beside him whom he had pursued for a long time before she agreed to go shopping with him. His heart stirred, and he couldn't help but secretly reach out and hold the woman's hand when she wasn't paying attention. The woman's hand recoiled as if she had been pricked by a needle, and she took 2 steps back towards the young man. Mori, please don't. You know, I'm a little afraid of men, and I'm slow to warm up. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. Can you give me a little more time? The woman said softly, on the verge of tears. The young man's expression immediately turned awkward, his face shifting between anger and uncertainty. Upon hearing the woman's words, the young man realized what had happened and his expression softened as he smiled, saying, "Yes, I'm sorry. It was my fault for being so abrupt. I just couldn't help myself. I really wanted to hold your hand and stroll down the street with you, doing things that couples do. It's alright, life is long. I'm willing to wait until you truly accept me. Mori, you're so kind." The woman's eyes were misty, making one want to feel sorry for her. Mori didn't speak. He reached out halfway, seemingly wanting to stroke the woman's head, but then remembered something and withdrew his hand, revealing an innocent yet helpless and warm smile. "Silly girl, if I'm not good to you, who else would I be good to? Let's go shopping. That bracelet you mentioned last time, I asked the shop owner a few days ago, it should have arrived today. Let's go try it on." "Really?" The woman's eyes lit up. It was a bracelet worth 5 gold coins. Then she moved closer to the young man, with only a fist's distance between them. "Okay, let's go." Mori replied with a smile, but inwardly he sneered, "We've gotten this close just to try on bracelets, and you're afraid of men? Don't think I don't know. At that new brothel in the west of the city, you have the loudest voice and the most outrageous prices. You're really driving up market prices. I, the so-called Prince of Free Bees, will teach you a lesson one day." Is Mori really going to sell all his assets? It seems like coming out for a walk today has brought an extra surprise. Considering how honest he is, if he can wait for 10 years, it's not impossible. Never mind, I'll get him to give me a bracelet first, the woman thought to herself. Saya blinked, looking at the two strange and uncomfortable people not far away. Her cat ears twitched, and she forgot to ask the question she had just asked. Her cute little head seemed to be thinking about something she couldn't understand. Because they were not far apart, the two people's actions attracted the attention of some people. Fang Cheng also vaguely heard some of their conversation, shook his head, and quickly led the two little ones into the square. Fang Cheng's main purpose in coming today was to take the two little ones out for a stroll, to broaden their social experience, to buy them some more clothes, and also to buy some seasonings, since the seasonings in the system are geared towards children and have a milder flavor. Walking into the square, they found a wide road with many pedestrians and numerous stalls on both sides. A quick glance revealed a dazzling array of items, including some uniquely glowing ones. Fang Cheng and Xiao She were captivated by the sights, their eyes dazzled by the variety. Behind the rows of stalls displaying various goods are shops with slightly luxurious decorations. The wide doors are wide open, but not many people go in. The shop owners here seem to be completely unconcerned that the stalls in front of their doors affect their business, or perhaps the stalls in front of their shops also belong to the shop owners. "Big brother, I can't see." Zayasha stood on tiptoe, her gaze filled with curiosity as she looked at the stall. With one little Emotong already asleep in his arms, Fang Cheng thought about what Saya said. It wouldn't be very convenient to carry one sleeping little one while browsing the stalls. It would be easier if both little ones were awake, as they would adjust their positions on their own when carried together. Fang Cheng squatted down, looked at Emotong with her eyes closed, and suddenly thought of something. He stroked Emotong's little head and cast a light healing spell, hoping that little Emotong could wake up. After all, it was a rare holiday, and it would be best to enjoy shopping together. Fang Cheng's hand, which was stroking Emotong's head, released a light healing spell that lasted for about 10 seconds. Emotong's eyelashes trembled, and then she slowly opened her eyes and woke up. When Xiao Motong opened her beautiful, dark eyes, a hint of confusion flashed across her gaze. Then, seeing Fang Cheng so close to her, the confusion vanished, and she seemed to be deep in thought. She blinked, then came to her senses. Her dark eyes appeared even more profound and bright. "Brother!" Emotong stood up from Fang Cheng's arms and called out, her voice clear and cool with a touch of childish sweetness. "Sister Emotong, you're awake. Why did you suddenly fall asleep? Did you not get enough sleep last night? Next time, Saya won't bother you in the morning." Saya said with a mix of surprise and worry when she saw Emotong wake up. "Saya, don't worry, I'm not sleepy anymore. I also really like it when Saya whispers to me in the morning." Emotong looked at Saya, took a step closer, and reached out her small, delicate hand to touch and rub Saya's head. Fang Cheng was stunned by Xiao Motong's changes and movements. This was the first time Xiao Emotong had touched Xiao Sheye's head. Zayasha's beautiful big eyes widened in surprise for a moment, then she blinked, a happy smile spreading across her face. She nodded vigorously, "Yes. Sister Motong." Seeing this scene, Fang Cheng felt a sense of relief and joy. "Alright, the weather is nice today, let's go shopping. Tell your brother if there's anything you want, and he'll buy it for you. Big brother, hug me." Zayasha opened her arms to hug Fang Cheng. Xiao Motong blinked when she saw Xiao She's actions. She looked at Fang Cheng, who was squatting and holding She. Although there seemed to be room left by Xiao She, Xiao Motong did not squeeze in. Instead, she walked to the side, went around to Fang Cheng's back, hugged Fang Cheng's neck, pressed her little face against Fang Cheng's face, and hung on Fang Cheng's back without saying a word. Seeing that he had attracted the attention of some passersby, Fang Cheng stood up, holding Saya in one hand and dragging the little one behind him with the other. Fang Cheng found the changes in Xiao Moton even more interesting, although Xiao Moton was still as cute as before. "Brother, I'm not heavy, am I?" Little Mo Tong whispered in Fang Cheng's ear. "It's a bit too light, you need to eat more." Did Tong Tong suddenly remember something? Fang Cheng asked, feeling a slight itch in his ear. "Brother, I don't know either. I just feel like I suddenly remembered something, but I can't quite put my finger on it," Mo Tong said. Fang Cheng nodded and didn't ask any more questions. "Sister Mo Tong, you also lost your memory like brother did before. Have you remembered it now?" Saya asked. Holding the two little ones, Xiao She could naturally hear Fang Cheng and Mo Tong's conversation, and she could also sense the changes in her older sister Mo Tong. Mo Tong glanced at Fang Cheng, then looked at Saya and said, "Saya, I don't know either. I don't seem to remember anything." Such sweet candied hawthorns, such sweet candied hawthorns. A woman in the distance saw Fang Cheng with two children and seemed to intentionally walk up to him, calling out to promote her snacks without directly asking Fang Cheng to buy them. Saya's gaze was drawn to the woman's actions, looking at the stand she was carrying, which was filled with candied hawthorn skewers. Candied hawthorn skewers are made by stringing together several different colored fruits, like a rainbow, and are coated with a layer of shiny sugar, which is sure to attract children. "Give me 2 skewers," Fang Cheng said to the woman, looking at the candied hawthorn fruit. It did look quite good. The woman warmly took 2 strings of flowers from the rack and handed them to Saya and Moto, saying, "What beautiful little girls. You are so lucky, sir." Saya accepted the gift shyly without saying a word, while Mo Tong accepted it with a cold expression, not even glancing at the woman. "Sir, I'll take 50 copper coins from you." Fang Cheng took out copper coins from his pocket and handed them to her. 2 strings of candied hawthorns cost 50 copper coins, which was a bit pricey, to be honest. After the woman left carrying the candied hawthorn stand, Saya gently licked the candied hawthorn skewer in her hand, squinting her eyes. "Big brother, so delicious." As Zayasha spoke, she held the candied hawthorn skewer to Fang Cheng's lips. "Saya, you eat it." "I don't want to eat yet." "Okay, if you want to eat some, big brother, just tell Saya. Saya will save 2 for you," little Saya said earnestly. "Okay." Fang Cheng smiled. There were 4 candied hawthorns on a string, each a different fruit: red, green, yellow, and blue. Next, the 3 of them began to look with great interest at some of the items sold at the stalls along the street. "Come and take a look." Newly transplanted flowering bulrushes from Whispering Forest, guaranteed to glow for 10 days, fair price, no time limit. Sweet flowers, 3 for 1 copper coin. 10 copper coins for 1 plant. Classic novels on clearance sale. Buy 2, get 1 free. Popular new author Ward Tian Shuyue Shenmo Na Shui's latest work, The Melancholy of a Handsome Small-Town Youth, has arrived. It's a great choice whether you're adding it to your library or gifting it to a friend. Earrings, bracelets, hair clips, purses, amulets. As Fang Cheng and his companions ventured deeper into the area, they were greeted by a cacophony of hawkers' cries, and the dazzling array of goods drew them in. "Big brother, does that little lamp grass really glow?" Zayasha asked, looking at a potted plant on a stall, her eyes filled with anticipation and curiosity. "Yes, the flowers glow at night, let's buy one," Fang Cheng said, looking at the potted plant. It was a short plant with white, already blooming flowers at the top and green leaves at the bottom, but it was daytime now and he couldn't see it glowing. Then I asked the stall owner and bought a pot for 30 copper coins. "Sir, is there anything else you need?" "We have the most complete selection of flowers and plants in Soto City," the stall owner said. Fang Cheng glanced around and saw that the shop behind the stall was a flower shop, filled with brightly colored plants. "Maybe next time." Fang Cheng and the 2 little ones strolled leisurely along, their eyes drawn to the various interesting goods on either side. One stall sold ornaments made from the teeth of various ferocious beasts, and small swords polished from bones. Another stall sold various cloth monster dolls and children's magic wands for decoration. Little Mo Tong blinked as she watched the 2 engrossed in their activities. She took a bite of a candied hawthorn, held it in her hand, and offered it to Fang Cheng's mouth. Fang Cheng glanced at it and then ate it. It has a blueberry-like flavor, sweet and sour, which makes people feel more relaxed and happy. "Big brother, look at that, it's so pretty, can I have it?" Suddenly, Saya's gaze fell on an item, her voice filled with joy as she pointed to it. Fang Cheng was somewhat surprised. This seemed to be the first time Xiao She had told him she wanted something. Fang Cheng was taken aback when he saw a pure black, round gemstone set on a silver tray on the stall. It looked like a brooch. This black gemstone has an oily, translucent luster when exposed to sunlight, yet it also seems to draw on the surrounding light, making it appear deep and beautiful. Fang Cheng suddenly remembered Xiao Mo Tong's eyes. This was a gemstone of the same color as Mo Tong's eyes, so deep and captivating. Fang Cheng glanced at Xiao Motong, whose gaze lingered on the brooch, a hint of confusion in her eyes. It's my brother's eyes. Saya reached her hand towards the brooch in the air. Fang Cheng didn't react for a moment. The same color as my brother's eyes. Saya continued. Fang Cheng came to his senses and looked into Saya's pure, azure eyes. The reflection of the black gem in her pupils seemed to be clearly visible. For a moment, Fang Cheng felt a strange mix of emotions. Big brother, can we buy it? Zayasha turned her head and looked at Fang Cheng with delight in her eyes. Fang Cheng gently responded, his forehead pressed against Xiao Shei's forehead. Perhaps seeing Saya's fondness for the brooch, the stall owner secretly raised the price, asking for 2 gold coins. Young man, don't worry about the price. This black gemstone brooch is one of a kind, a very rare find. The black gemstone was passed down from a family and was pawned here a few days ago. Our master craftsman made it into this unique brooch, which matches your outfit perfectly. The middle-aged stall owner said with a warm smile. Fang Cheng looked at the stall and saw a large number of colorful brooches, pendants, and bracelets of the same kind, inlaid with glass gemstones. They were in various shapes, such as butterfly, flower and leaf, and musical instrument. This one, however, was just a simple oval base in gemstone. Fang Cheng felt that the stall owner's words were a bit unbelievable, but he did see only this one black one. Fang Cheng paid the money. Saya took the black gemstone brooch and was quite fond of it. She touched it, then held it tightly in her hand. Xiao Motong glanced at the brooch on Saya's hand from behind Fang Cheng's back, then turned her head to look at the other items on the surrounding stalls, seemingly wanting to see something she wanted as well. Saya, do you know what this is? Fang Cheng asked as they walked. Brother, this is a brooch. The uncle boss mentioned it earlier. Do you know how to use a brooch? Is it like that older sister, wearing it on your clothes? Zayasha asked, looking at a blonde, blue-eyed woman with white gloves who was passing by not far away. The woman had a dazzling emerald brooch on her collar and was gently holding the arm of a blue-haired man next to her. The man had bright green eyes and a scar on his face. Seemingly noticing Saya's gaze, the blue-haired man glanced at what Saya was holding, noticed Fang Cheng's expression, and smiled with some surprise. His demeanor was like a sharp yet gentle breeze as he led the blonde woman, whose attention and gaze had been focused on the blue-haired man, past Fang Cheng. It must be said that Saya is quite observant. Through her own observation, she has already figured out that the brooch is worn on clothing. Yes, but this is a larger brooch, it's a brooch for adults. Big brother, Saya knows that Saya doesn't want to wear it now. Can we save it for later? Little Saya said shyly. Of course, this brooch was bought for our little Saya, so it's up to you to decide. Thank you, big brother. Zayasha kissed Fang Cheng's cheek and brought the candied hawthorn in her hand close to Fang Cheng's mouth. Big brother, there are 2 more. Zayasha doesn't want to eat them anymore. Mo Tong, is there anything you want? Fang Cheng asked, turning his head while chewing on a candied hawthorn. Brother, I haven't seen it yet. Xiao Motong looked away from the stall. It's okay, let's keep shopping, we've only just begun. Fang Cheng then led the 2 little ones around, buying anything that was inexpensive and interesting. However, after walking around for a while, Xiao Motong didn't say that she had seen anything she wanted or liked. Passing by a toy store, Zayasha suddenly pointed to a rag doll on a stall at the store entrance and said, Big brother, Ms. Yuri has one of those rag dolls too. It was a fluffy, cute white rabbit doll. Fang Cheng did recall that there was indeed a similar rabbit doll next to Yuri's pillow. Big brother, let's buy it and give it to Ms. Yuri. That way, the little bunny on Ms. Yuri's bed will have a friend and won't be lonely during the day. Furthermore, Ms. Yuri also gave my brother a very comfortable recliner. My sister and Saya have said that when someone gives you a gift, you should think about giving something back in return. After saying that, Zayasha continued in a way that sounded like a little adult, as if recalling something. Big sister also said, this way we won't owe anyone favors. Xiao Motong, who was listening from behind, nodded in agreement, which Fang Cheng found somewhat amusing. Saya's idea is great, and it makes sense. Let's buy it. Fang Cheng nodded in agreement as he looked at Saya's adorable appearance. He was somewhat surprised that Saya would also teach these things to Saya. Although he felt that the latter part was somewhat one-sided, he didn't try to reason with the little one anymore. Cuteness is the only truth, and Fang Cheng felt that Xiao Shei's understanding was enough. What Shaylin and Shay said naturally had its reasons. After spending 20 copper coins to buy the rabbit doll, Fang Cheng and his companions checked the sky and realized they had been browsing for a while. They arrived at a magnificent and spacious clothing store. A shop assistant greeted them at the entrance and explained that the store had 3 floors, and many bright and beautiful clothes were displayed on the racks inside. Guided by the shop assistant, they arrived at the children's clothing section. Fang Cheng and his companions browsed around and bought some pretty, ordinary clothes and shoes for the 2 little ones. The reason they chose ordinary clothes was because they didn't offer any magic resistance. Sir, this high-quality water magic-resistant fabric is now 30% off. It only costs 3 silver coins. Don't miss this offer. It's super waterproof. The shop assistant showed a small green jacket. It had no embellishments or decorations, and the style was immediately off-putting. The surface looked like the kind of leather plastic Fang Cheng had seen in his previous life. Fang Cheng, what about fire? This garment, which can withstand 3 small fireball spells, only costs 1 gold coin, the shopkeeper said, pointing to a monochrome garment. No discount? No discount. The salesperson said with a smile. Even a small piece of clothing can reveal the vast difference in status between a typical fire mage and a typical water mage. Fang Cheng was just asking around to find out more. He didn't intend to spend gold coins to buy these clothes that didn't sound or look very impressive. Spending a few dozen exchange points in the system shop can buy more powerful protective items for Seo and Moten. After choosing a few outfits together, the 3 of them left. Saya preferred to wear white and blue dresses. As for Xiao Moton, she chose 2 black dresses and suddenly said to Fang Cheng, "Brother, can you help me choose 2? Fang Cheng scratched his head, looked at the 2 little guys in front of him, thought for a moment, his eyes lit up, and he walked to the headdress rack on the other side and picked up a black, fluffy cat ear headband. Mo Tong gave Fang Cheng a strange look. This is the shelf that Fang Cheng noticed when he walked in earlier. It has some headbands, hair clips, and other accessories on it. There are cat ear headbands, rabbit ear headbands, bear ear headbands, as well as some ordinary bows, crescent moons, stars, flowers and leaves, and other headbands that girls should like. Seeing that the shop assistant's expression was a little strange, Fang Cheng took another rabbit ear headband and some other bow headbands in different shapes. After all, you can wear different pretty headbands every day and they'll give you a different look. You can also give the extras to your well-behaved daughters, Xiao Yin and Xiao and I. Then, on the recommendation of the shop assistant, I bought a few more pairs of cute little shoes for the 2 little ones. Big brother, you should buy yourself some clothes too, said Saya. Hearing what Saya said, Xiao Moton nodded. Seeing the 2 little ones' behavior, the shop assistant smiled slightly, her gaze towards Fang Cheng becoming less strange, and said, "Sir, over there we have some items that suit your simple and casual style. Shall I take you to take a look?" Fang Cheng looked at his clothes, which were the same simple, plain-colored clothes he had bought when he went shopping with Seo last time. He only had those 2 sets of clothes to change into, so he nodded. Led by the shop assistant, Fang Cheng brought the 2 little ones to the men's clothing section. After scanning through the various gorgeous styles of clothing, Fang Cheng found a piece of clothing that suited his taste in a small corner. The clothes were all relatively simple and loose-fitting, and even if there were patterns on them, they only occupied a small area of the clothes. Saya, however, showed interest in the clothes embroidered with large patterns of magic circles, books, phoenixes, and other magical beasts. After leaving the clothing store, it was almost noon. Fang Cheng led the 2 little ones as they strolled along the street. Fang Cheng carried several bags in his hands, while the 2 little ones clung tightly to him, tugging at his clothes. Xiao Shay would occasionally look up at Fang Cheng, then at the bustling crowds passing by on the street. When she saw a demi-human, Xiao Shay's gaze would linger for a little longer, her eyes sparkling with a pure light. It was lunchtime, and as Fang Cheng walked along, he came across a rather lively barbecue restaurant on the side of the road. Fang Cheng looked at the sign above the shop, McDonald's Barbecue Restaurant. Could it be that it's part of a chain with the McDonald's I went to last time, and owned by the same person? Big brother, are we having barbecue for lunch today? Zayasha asked excitedly. Let's go take a look, Fang Cheng said. As soon as Fang Cheng entered the room with the 2 little ones, the aroma of roasted meat wafted towards him. However, it made Fang Cheng frown. The smell was a bit unpleasant, with a strong gamey smell of some kind of meat, but there was also a stronger aroma of spices, which seemed to be spicier than pepper. Upon smelling the aroma, Fang Cheng remembered something. He needed to buy some seasonings and spices later. He noticed that Xiao Shay seemed to wrinkle her little nose at the smell. She looked towards the main hall, where the restaurant seemed unusually popular today. The hall, which had over 20 tables, appeared to be full of people, mostly men, clinking glasses and drinking. The atmosphere was somewhat noisy. When Fang Cheng and his companion entered, it seemed that quite a few people noticed them. The little girl shyly hid behind Fang Cheng. At this moment, a staff member came over and said with a slightly apologetic tone, "I'm sorry, sir, our guards are having a lunch gathering today, and we are already full." Fang Cheng nodded. Seeing the environment, he didn't want to stay with the 2 little ones any longer. I asked the clerk where they sold spices, and they told me. Then I was called away by the voice of a man dining in the lobby. After leaving the barbecue restaurant, I saw Xiao Saya sniffing and taking a couple of breaths of fresh air. "Saya, Moton, are you hungry?" Fang Cheng asked. "Big brother, Saya isn't hungry yet," little Saya said. "Brother, I'm not hungry either, let's go back and eat," Mo Tong said. "Yes, dear brother, I also want to go home to eat, just like Sister Mo Tong. Your cooking is the best." Alright then, I was originally going to try the barbecue at this barbecue restaurant, but it doesn't smell like me, and there are a lot of people inside. I know our Saya doesn't really want to go to crowded places, right? Hee hee. Zayasha nodded like a chick pecking at rice, smiling shyly. Big brother, we can go home and grill meat ourselves, Zayasha said with anticipation and surprise. Big brother, let's go to the place the shopkeeper auntie mentioned earlier to buy seasonings. Saya is very clever, she has already guessed and revealed Fang Cheng's plan. Let's go then. Have some juice first, then we'll share a piece of bread. Later, the three of us will have a barbecue party when we get back. Fang Cheng took out the juice and fed each of the two little ones a sip. Little Saya drank it seriously, while little Emotong squinted her eyes, seemingly enjoying Fang Cheng's feeding. Seeing Xiao Motong's blissful expression with her eyes half closed, Fang Cheng felt a little conflicted about Xiao Motong's change today. He figured next time he could let Xiao Motong do something she was capable of, like, cough cough, giving him a back massage, a shoulder massage, and other small things like that. Little Emotong blinked, looking at Fang Cheng with a sense that her brother was thinking something bad, but what did it matter? And so, Fang Cheng took the two little ones to a market and bought many kinds of spices. As for the ingredients, after comparing the prices, Fang Cheng also bought some to try and see how they differed from the ingredients in the system. However, Fang Cheng believed that the system's products were always of the highest quality. In the afternoon, Fang Cheng took the two little ones to a bookstore, rested for a while, looked at books for a bit, and picked out a few to buy. The female clerk at the bookstore kept enthusiastically recommending the novel The Melancholy of a Handsome Small-Town Youth by a somewhat familiar, popular new author, Ward Tian Shiyue Shenmo Nashue. Fang Cheng was touched by the enthusiasm of the shop assistants, and after resting in the bookstore for a while, the female shop assistants, seeing that Saya was cute, even came over and handed him a cup of tea. Fang Cheng also bought it. According to the female shop assistant, his handsome appearance would make him feel particularly immersed in the story when reading it at night. Then a young man came into the bookstore and found that the older female clerk had said the same thing to that man. Fang Cheng glanced at him and thought, that person's looks are obviously average, no wonder that book is selling so well. Fang Cheng flipped through a few pages and then closed the book. He had already seen through its essence, it was a book that flattered all young people. Fang Cheng planned to save it for later to savor. It must be said that the author, Ward Tian Shuyue Shenmo Na Shui, is truly a talent. He is said to be a young man who grew up in a noble family, and is single and good-looking. Otherwise, he could not have written such a stylish and immersive book. As a result, it attracted many young girls who love reading novels to buy it, and the book sold very well, costing twice as much as ordinary novels. Saya, Moton, we're going back now. Moton, take Sayo to that area and see if there are any books she wants to read. Let's pick a few and buy them to read at our leisure. Fang Cheng said to the two little ones, only then realizing that they were missing some children's books from another world. Yes, big brother. Little Sayo replied. Emotong glanced at Fang Cheng, then took Saya's little hand and led her to the children's magazine section, which had only two low bookshelves, to browse. Fang Cheng's gaze remained fixed on the two little ones. A magical tree? Sister Emotong, do you know the name of this book? There are two characters at the beginning that I don't recognize. Little Saya picked up a picture book with a strange tree on the cover. A tree enchanted by magic, Xiao Motong said, looking at the book's cover, her voice cool yet gentle. Sister Emotong, you're amazing. Xiao Shey's eyes lit up with joy upon receiving Emotong's response. What will happen to the tree that has been enchanted? I'll ask my brother to tell you about it when we get back later. Sister Emotong. Saya, do you want to see which other books you'd like to read? Emotong asked. Sister Emotong, you haven't chosen yet. Which book would you like to read? Emotong looked around, then picked up a book whose cover was covered in flames. Saya, take 2 more books. The next time we come out won't be for at least another week, Emotong said. After listening, Zayasha nodded as if she thought Motong's words made sense. Then, remembering something, she turned her head and asked, Brother, can Saya choose 2 more books? Do you have any money left? Sure, Saya, don't worry about the money, we have plenty. Fang Cheng said with a smile. Fang Cheng had naturally overheard the conversation between the two little ones. It seemed that Xiao Motong could recognize many words. Fang Cheng stroked his chin as he watched the two little ones choosing books. After waiting a little while, the two little ones chose their books and paid. Surprisingly, children's books were more expensive than novels for adults. It was already afternoon, and Fang Cheng had taken the two little ones on the horse-drawn carriage back to the kindergarten. Fang Cheng sat in the carriage, with the two little ones sitting on either side of him, their little heads resting on his lap, drowsy but not actually asleep. Fang Cheng has been traveling and shopping since this morning without taking a nap, and he's starting to feel unwell. Fang Cheng stroked the heads of the two little ones on his lap, squinting his eyes. He had bought all sorts of things today, spending nearly 10 gold coins. He had to admit that spending money in the most bustling square in Soto City was indeed very expensive. This was just some relatively ordinary things. Across the street from Aiden Square, there was a large shop that specialized in selling magical items and materials. The magical items there cost at least several gold coins, which was completely beyond the reach of ordinary people. Fang Cheng had only heard about it and hadn't gone there, because you needed to get a magician's identity certificate from the Magicians Association or the Academy to get in, which Fang Cheng found troublesome. His main purpose today was to take the two little ones shopping. Fang Cheng was somewhat curious about what was inside, but not to the point that he absolutely had to see it. With the system shop at his disposal, Fang Cheng didn't really need to buy magical items from outside, he only needed to complete the system tasks. Moreover, it's best to avoid places with lots of mages, especially with Seo and Emotong. If they happen to be caught in a high-level spell while passing by, they'll be doomed. So, after you've done shopping, wouldn't it be better to go back to kindergarten, sleep in the sun, attend classes, complete tasks, and slowly improve your skills? Is this the place? A woman dressed in a dark mage's robe appeared in the civilian area, a hint of impatience flashing in her eyes as she looked at the locked iron gate. This is where Sharon and Seo used to live. My lord, this is the place. It seems that not long after the princess left, that young man also left with that little girl. A simply dressed man said nervously that he lived nearby and didn't know why he had been threatened and summoned here just because he glanced at the woman in the mage's robe who was standing out in the crowd. Can it be opened? Never mind. The woman seemed to be talking to herself, her face expressionless. Then, a dark blue staff suddenly appeared in her hand. With a casual flick, a flashing ball of lightning instantly appeared, emitting a thunderous explosion that pierced the lock, emitting a wisp of black smoke. The lock fell to the ground with a crisp clatter. The man shrank back, feeling a mixture of envy and fear. The door slowly opened automatically. The woman slowly walked in and saw the empty room. A cold glint appeared in her eyes. He didn't leave behind a single thing of the princess's. He took it all. What a despicable fellow. I'll remember this grudge, the woman thought to herself. Then, looking at the pale-faced man behind her, the woman said expressionlessly, "Tell me what you know about what happened to Her Highness the Princess here." "Betty, the door here seems to be locked. Is nobody home?" A young girl with rabbit ears and delicate features asked curiously as she looked at the door in front of her. "You're asking me? How would I know?" Betty said with a hint of helplessness upon hearing the girl's voice. "Isn't the owner of this place a friend of your parents?" the girl asked with a teasing laugh. She already knew from Betty that the girl's father had been nagging Betty about the owner of the castle all day. "It belongs to my parents, not me." Betty rolled her eyes. "Why don't we climb in? That thing inside looks really fun. There's even a swing. I can feel it, the swing seems to be filled with wood elements. I don't know if it's just my imagination." The rabbit-eared girl's eyes showed some interest. "Forget it, trespassing on someone else's territory is against the law. I won't be responsible if there's any defensive magic inside that hurts you." "Betty, are you worried about me?" "Hee, don't worry, I wouldn't stoop to doing such a thing. If I'm going to go in, the owner of this castle will have to invite me in." The girl glanced inside, took 2 steps back, and then looked at the mural that she had found interesting earlier. "Speaking of which, the paintings on this wall are quite nice. I'll have him paint a few more outside our mansion sometime," the girl thought to herself, nodding in agreement. "Where do you get this confidence? She's not like those immature boys in the academy who admire and pursue you. She has such a big castle and doesn't seem to lack money. She shouldn't do something like this," Betty said helplessly. "Of course, it's because of my beauty and money. If all else fails, I'll bring up my father's name," the girl said arrogantly, tilting her head back and putting her hands on her hips. "Betty." Betty stared at the patterns on the wall, her gaze drawn to the whimsical and adorable art style. Although she had already seen it once before, she was somewhat mesmerized by the image of a dashing girl in a beautiful uniform tossing a coin and seemingly unleashing lightning. She also began to feel curious about the owner of the castle, the young man named Fang Cheng that her parents had mentioned. "Of course, I wouldn't stoop to using those methods. I heard from my aunt that the 11AI Magic Kindergarten here accepts children aged 3 to 6, right? Perfect, I can trick my naughty little sister into coming here." Hee. The bunny-eared girl suddenly thought of something and said excitedly, her eyes showing smugness. "Brother, are we almost there?" After the carriage had been traveling for a while, perhaps knowing that they were almost home, Xiaohe, who was lying on Fang Cheng's lap, seemed to have regained some energy and looked up to ask. "Yes, almost there," Fang Cheng said, his tone relaxed, as he could already see the tall European-style archway of the Magic Academy not far away from the carriage. I mentally asked Xiaoling, and it's about 3:30 p.m. now. I can still go back and take a nap. The carriage slowly came to a stop in front of the kindergarten. Xiao Shei's face was a little flushed, and she couldn't wait to skip off. Xiao Motong followed behind. "Sir, I'll take 50 copper coins from you." Fang Cheng got out of the car, paid the fare, and the driver, after taking the money, glanced curiously at the gate of 11AI Magic Kindergarten before driving away. Saya's face flushed red, and she stood at the gate with her small feet moving somewhat hurriedly. Fang Cheng immediately understood. With a thought, the kindergarten gate opened automatically, and he quickly picked up Xiao Shay and ran towards the bathroom inside the castle. A few teenagers stood by the kindergarten gate, watching as if the castle owner had returned. They were about to go up and greet him when they saw Fang Cheng hurriedly carrying a cute little girl inside, seemingly having no time to pay attention to them. The gate closed automatically, and they looked at each other in bewilderment. "Let's come back another time," a girl's voice said, and then the group left, heading towards the gates of the Magic Academy. Fang Cheng escorted Xiao Shay to her home and closed the door behind him. Looking at Emotong, who had run over after him, Fang Cheng ruffled Emotong's hair and said, "Wait here for Saya, I'm going to rest for a bit." Watching Fang Cheng walk away, Emotong shook her hair, which had been messed up by Fang Cheng, blinked, and looked at the bathroom door where Saya was, waiting quietly. Fang Cheng yawned as he walked back to his bedroom to rest. To be honest, this was the first time he had ever seen Xiao Shay so anxious that she almost stomped her feet and her face turned red as if she was about to cry. Although I felt a little sorry for her, I also found it somewhat funny and cute. Fang Cheng realized that it might be too late for Sayo to run there by herself, so he went up to help. It would be difficult to deal with if little Sayo really wet her pants in front of Emotong and Fang Cheng. After all, the cute little Sayo had never wet her pants before. She would probably be embarrassed if she really wet her pants in front of Emotong and Fang Cheng. After all, wetting your pants is something that can easily become a stain and be ridiculed, causing you to lose your composure. In case Emotong and Saya quarrel in the future, and Emotong is engaged in a fierce battle with Saya, Emotong suddenly said coldly to Saya, "Saya, you wet your pants in front of me." Saya instantly broke down and turned evil. To avoid making Saya too embarrassed to see Fang Cheng because of what had just happened, Fang Cheng left first. After all, girls can be strangely shy sometimes, regardless of age. Although it was a small matter in Fang Cheng's eyes, it was based on experience. Fang Cheng walked to the small building, went to the bedroom, kicked off his shoes, which he didn't even seem to have landed on, threw himself onto the bed, stretched, and lay there, his thoughts wandering aimlessly. A slight smile appeared on his face. If Xiao Shay Motong were nearby, Fang Cheng certainly wouldn't have set such a bad example by kicking his shoes like that. As for the two little ones asking why the shoes are so far away, you can simply say that the shoes want to continue shopping. "Sister Emotong, brother, have you gone to rest?" After a while, Saya's hesitant voice suddenly came from the bathroom. What's wrong, Saya?" Emotong snapped out of her reverie and noticed that Saya's voice sounded a little off. "Sister Emotong, Sayo's voice was even softer. If it weren't for the quiet surroundings, Emotong would have almost not heard what Sayo was saying. "It's alright, Saya, wait a moment, I'll go get you your pants." Emotong said calmly towards the bathroom door without any surprise, a hint of a smile suddenly appearing in his dark eyes. "Wait a minute, Sister Emotong, can we not tell brother?" As if afraid that Emotong was leaving too quickly, Xiao Shay raised her voice a little, and then said somewhat dejectedly, "Saya, I'll try my best to keep my brother from finding out, but it's okay if he does." "No, please, Sister Emotong," Xiao Shay said in a slightly coquettish tone. "Okay, Saya, wait a moment," Emotong replied softly. Fang Cheng squinted, and after only a few minutes, he felt something was missing. He didn't sleep well and felt uneasy. Fang Cheng then rolled over and opened his eyes. Emotong?" Fang Cheng was stunned for a moment, then rubbed his eyes, seemingly a little incredulous, and called out softly in surprise. As for why he was surprised, Fang Cheng's gaze was fixed on the floor of the bedroom door, where he saw Xiao Motong tiptoeing and carefully crawling in through the half-open door, seemingly trying not to be discovered. Upon hearing Fang Cheng's voice, Haitong instinctively looked up at Fang Cheng, who was staring at her in surprise from the bed, a hint of embarrassment and helplessness flashing in her eyes. "Brother," Emotong replied in a cool voice, then got up. Why was Tong Tong crawling on the ground just now? Was she trying to do something that her brother couldn't find out? "Where's Saya?" Fang Cheng asked, looking into Emotong's eyes with a strange and serious expression, his tone slightly worried and questioning. Fang Cheng couldn't help but feel strange and serious. After all, Emotong had changed quite a bit today, and Saya hadn't come in with Emotong. As if sensing the seriousness in Fang Cheng's tone and his concern for Saya, Emotong pursed her lips when she met Fang Cheng's earnest gaze. "Brother, I want to secretly take a pair of pants, but I don't want to be discovered," Emotong said coolly, her head slightly lowered. Upon hearing this, Fang Cheng instantly understood. The seriousness and doubt in his eyes disappeared, and he said to Emotong, Tong Tong, I was actually sleepwalking just now. I don't know anything. Don't take it to heart, and don't tell Saya." As he spoke, Fang Cheng pulled the blanket over his head. "Sister Emotong, you're back. Did brother find out? No. Really? Sister Mo Tong, you're amazing. Xiao Sheye said excitedly, without a trace of doubt in her eyes. Sister Mo Tong, why did you take two? Xiao Mo Tong responded. Saya's eyes shone even brighter. Looking at the clothes she had changed out of, Sao asked, Sister Mo Tong, what should we do with these? If brother sees them, he'll definitely figure it out. Okay, then take a shower and change your clothes too, Mo Tong suggested. He hadn't expected Xiao Shei to have thought of so many things. But won't my brother find it strange? No, my brother is already asleep. Okay, Sister Mo Tong, let's go quickly, Saya wants to rest. Little Saya pulled Mo Tong and ran towards the small building. Fang Cheng squinted, pretending to doze off, still thinking about Hei Tong's slightly aggrieved look earlier. He wondered if he had been a bit too harsh with her and felt guilty for not trusting her. Hearing a slight noise, Fang Cheng pulled the covers over his head, knowing that Xiao Shei and the others had come in. Then I heard the cabinet open and close softly, and sensed the two little ones go out again. Before long, Fang Cheng sensed that the two little ones had returned and were fast asleep. Fang Cheng found it a bit strange, but after sensing the two little ones, he felt much more at ease and stopped thinking about it. Fang Cheng didn't know how long he had slept, but he groggily opened his eyes and found the two little ones still snuggled up beside him, sleeping. Saya still had drool at the corner of her mouth, as if she was dreaming of something delicious. Her little nose twitched as if she was smelling the tasty food. Thinking about the barbecue restaurant I saw while shopping today, and how I promised to make barbecue when I got back, Saya probably wants to eat grilled meat. Fang Cheng rarely saw Xiao Shei drooling in her dreams, and he couldn't help but find it amusing. He gently coaxed Saya, who was still asleep. Saya, what do you want to eat? I'll make it for you. Saya seemed to hear a sound, her ears twitched, as if she had caught some crucial signal. Meat, meat. It seems the little guy is indeed a bit greedy. After asking Xiaoling, Fang Cheng learned that it was about 5:30 and he had been resting for about an hour and a half. He sat up, carefully pulled out his arm, stretched contentedly, looked down at the cute little guy with his sleeping face, and patted his head. Sensing Fang Cheng's movement, Xiao Shei opened her eyes, saw Fang Cheng sitting up, and also got up, immediately snuggling into Fang Cheng's arms. After sticking together for a moment, Fang Cheng took the two little ones downstairs. I took a sip of water and then went outside the castle to stretch my legs. It was almost dusk, and the weather was nice today, partly cloudy, with a gentle breeze that wasn't hot at all. After a late afternoon nap, the two little ones are full of energy, their bright, clear eyes sparkling with vitality. Big brother, does Saya know what a barbecue party means? Little Saya asked. A barbecue party is an activity where you relax and have fun grilling meat with your companions, friends, and close friends. Big brother, are we going to start our barbecue party? Saya asked expectantly. Is Saya's tummy hungry? Big brother, Saya is hungry, hee hee. Saya smiled a little shyly after saying that. Sister Mo Tong, are you hungry? Xiao Sheye came to Mo Tong's side, took Mo Tong's hand and asked. It's clear that Xiao He and Mo Tong have become closer. Yes, a little. Mo Tong nodded. Fang Cheng smiled at the two little ones and began to prepare. He looked around the venue and decided to have an outdoor barbecue party today. I'm still going to stay under that familiar and welcoming big tree. I can't help it, I often rest and have breakfast under this tree, so I've grown attached to it. Besides, the view from here is really good, and it's cool under the tree. Brother, what should we do? Let's prepare the ingredients and tools for the barbecue first. Next, Fang Cheng led the two little guys back to the kitchen, took out the wood spirit lamb that he had previously exchanged from the system and stored in the refrigerator, looked at the two cute little tails behind him, and then bought a few fish from the system. With the help of his culinary skills, the mutton was quickly cut into even and suitable pieces. Fang Cheng took out the bamboo skewers he had bought while shopping for various spices earlier that day. He said to the two little ones, Shay and Mo Tong, can you help me skewer this wood spirit mutton with these bamboo skewers? As he spoke, Fang Cheng picked up a bamboo skewer and demonstrated how to skewer a mutton in front of the two little ones. Yes, big brother, little Saya replied happily. Then the two little ones diligently strung the skewers together. Meanwhile, Fang Cheng took out various spices she had bought and began to prepare barbecue sauce. With her excellent cooking skills, she looked at the spices in her hand, which she had never encountered before, but she naturally understood their uses. However, many of the spices looked similar to those on Blue Star. There are many kinds of barbecue sauces, such as spicy, honey sauce, garlic and chile. Fang Cheng made some, and then made some spicy oil, which is to put some suitable spices in the oil to make them fragrant, such as sesame, ginger, shiitake mushrooms, etc. Having prepared all that, Fang Cheng also prepared a fruit platter. Thinking that just having barbecue today wouldn't be enough, he also prepared 2 small pots to make hot pot broth, 1 clear broth and 1 spicy broth. He prepared some hot pot ingredients and arranged them on plates. Xiao Shay and Xiao Motong also skewered a lot of meat. Big brother, we've finished skewering them, they smell so good. Saya Motoheim is great. The skewers are all neatly arranged. We just need to marinate the skewers a bit more. Now we can put the food out. Saya's eyes were full of anticipation. Fang Cheng marinated the meat, put everything into his system inventory, and then took the two little ones outside to the tree, set up several low tables in a row, and put out the prepared ingredients, fruit platters, and drinks. Then, Fang Cheng looked at the open space on the grass, thought for a moment, and used earth magic to build 3 low fire stoves. A long, clean stone slab was placed on a stove, and 2 other shelves held clear broth and spicy hot pot. As for fuel, Fang Cheng used extra wooden beds he had purchased from the system to make firewood. I lit the wood with a fireball spell and threw it into the stove. Surprisingly, the wood burned quite well, producing very little smoke. Seeing the flames burning in the stove, Fang Cheng said to the 2 little ones, "Our barbecue party is about to begin. Saya Moto, be careful." "Okay, big brother, we'll be careful." Fang Cheng squatted down, brushed sesame oil onto the stone slab, took out some meat skewers, and started grilling them. Every now and then, he would use a brush to apply sauce evenly to the skewers. Occasionally, if he felt the heat wasn't enough, he would instantly conjure a fireball in the stove. Before long, the aroma of barbecue filled the air, spreading throughout the space and drifting further and further away on the wind. The 2 little ones surrounded Fang Cheng, looking at him with admiration. They smelled the aroma of the special sauce grilled meat and stared at the sizzling meat skewers grilling on the stone slab, their mouths practically watering. "Wait a little longer, it'll be ready soon. Saya and Motong can have some fruit while they eat." Fang Cheng swallowed hard. After all, he hadn't had barbecue skewers in a long time since he transmigrated here, especially spicy and numbing lamb skewers that he was sure would be delicious with his excellent cooking skills. The 2 little ones waited patiently by the side. Fang Cheng sprinkled some seasoning powder and sesame seeds on top. "Alright, the meat skewers are almost done." Fang Cheng placed the meat skewers on a porcelain plate, set it on the table, and invited the 2 little ones to sit down. "Saya Motong, try our grilled meat skewers. The ones here are a bit spicier and more numbing, while ours are milder and sweeter. You can both try them, but be careful, they're hot." "Yes, big brother." Saya's eyes lit up as she looked at the large plate of grilled meat skewers. The little guy picked up a skewer of grilled meat, gently blew on the fragrant, steaming meat, and then brought it to Fang Cheng's lips. "Big brother, you've worked hard. You eat." Fang Cheng was taken aback. He looked at Saya's beautiful eyes, which were curved into crescent moons, and then took a bite of a piece of grilled meat. After chewing it, a satisfied expression appeared on his face. The skewers, brushed with a special honey sauce and made with mulling mutton, have no gamey smell at all. They taste really good, sweet on the palate, and crispy and fragrant on the hot plate. However, seeing Saya feeding Fang Cheng, Xiao Motong also picked up a spicy kebab next to her, pursed her lips and blew on it, then brought it to Fang Cheng's mouth, her dark eyes looking into Fang Cheng's eyes, the meaning of which was self-evident. Fang Cheng could only obediently take a couple of bites, but he was still very happy. Today, he was worried that Sheye would be a little too harsh in her tone when she questioned Motong. It seemed that Motong was no longer angry. However, the spicy kebabs were just too good. The pepper cut through the greasiness and brought out the aroma of the ingredients, making Fang Cheng, who hadn't tasted this kind of spicy flavor in a long time, feel a little teary-eyed. "Thank you, Sayo and Moto, you should try it too," Fang Cheng said to the 2 little ones with emotion. "Yes, dear brother. Big brother, it's so delicious." Little Sayo held a skewer of grilled meat and, just like Fang Cheng, tore off a piece of meat, her eyes shining. "Delicious." Little Motong quietly took a bite, and her dark eyes lit up as she tasted the roasted meat in her mouth. "If you like it, eat more today." Fang Cheng smiled and poured the little ones a glass of juice. Before long, the 3 of them had finished off all the meat skewers on the porcelain plate, leaving behind some bare bamboo sticks. The 2 little ones even tried 2 of the spicy meat skewers. Fang Cheng took a satisfied sip of juice and said to the 2 little ones, whose mouths were dripping with oil and who still seemed to want more, "Brother will go grill some more." The amount of grilled meat he had just grilled wasn't enough to even fill a tooth gap. To make it more flavorful and to give it a skewer-like feel, Fang Cheng sliced the mutton into very thin slices. Also, since the hot pot hadn't been started yet, Fang Cheng had naturally calculated the amount carefully. Big brother, the meat skewers you made are so delicious. Saya wants more," the little one said excitedly. After saying that, she stuck out her little tongue, probably because the spicy meat she had eaten was a bit too hot. Fang Cheng smiled slightly, walked to the stone slab, and began to bake. The 2 little ones followed behind Fang Cheng and waited on the side. Watching Fang Cheng grill meat on the stone slab, Xiao Shay suddenly said, "Big brother, can Shay also grill meat skewers?" Upon hearing this, Fang Cheng saw Saya's expectant gaze and felt it was a feasible idea. Moreover, he had previously considered the barbecue party and wanted the two little ones to have a sense of participation beyond just eating, so he had deliberately made the stove very low. Now that Saya had brought it up, Fang Cheng naturally agreed. Okay, Saya, you can do it. Moto, you guys come too, let's grill the meat together, but stand on the other side of the fire and be careful. Yes, brother. Let's start grilling the skewers. The two little ones picked up skewers and started grilling them, imitating Fang Cheng. Grilling meat skewers is actually very simple. First, brush oil on the stone slab, then put the skewers on the stone slab to grill. You can brush the meat with barbecue sauce while grilling, but you should lift the skewers away from the stone slab to avoid getting burned. Turn them frequently while grilling. When the meat turns brownish red, it's ready to eat. Fang Cheng told the little ones. The two little ones flipped the skewers of grilled meat in their little hands, nodding as if they understood, their eyes focused intently on the meat they were turning, with a hint of nervousness in them. Of course, as long as you don't overcook the meat until it's burnt black, it should taste pretty good. Fang Cheng continued. Brother, is Saya's baking ready? Saya asked. Fang Cheng looked and saw that the meat skewers in Saya's hand had turned brownish red, oily and slightly charred, looking quite tempting. That's really good. Saya's baking must be delicious. Let it cool down a bit, and Saya should try it. Yes, dear brother, the first bite should be reserved for you to try. Fang Cheng didn't say anything. He wasn't going to be polite with the little guy anyway, since they would all eat together in the end. Betty, can you smell that delicious roast meat? That's strange. On the road outside the kindergarten, a girl with delicate features and rabbit ears, wearing a light blue gauze dress, was walking hand in hand with a young girl wearing white clothes. A rich aroma wafted over, and the bunny-eared girl twitched her nose slightly before stopping. This aroma of roasted meat seemed completely different from the ones she had eaten before. It was a rich, indescribable, crispy, spicy, and numbing fragrance, but the girl could recognize it as roasted meat. She swallowed hard, followed the aroma to confirm its direction, and looked towards the kindergarten wall. The girl in white clothes naturally smelled the mouth-watering aroma of the grilled meat, which aroused her desire. Betty, that smell of roasted meat is coming from here. Looks like they're back. Let's go in and take a look. We can go in and have some fun. Your parents will definitely agree. The milk last time was really good. You go ahead, I'm going home. Betty looked at the girl speechlessly. Although she herself was also tempted by the fragrance and curious about the young man her mother had mentioned who ran a magic kindergarten for young children. Today, Betty went home for the holiday and casually asked her mother a question. Her mother happily told her everything she knew. For example, she learned from her mother that the owner of this kindergarten was named Fang Cheng, and Fang Cheng had two younger sisters. One was named Saya, who, like Qing Ning, had awakened her demi-human bloodline and was very pretty and cute with silver hair. The other younger sister was named Mo Tong. Come on, Betty, you don't have to say anything, just come with me to see what's going on with this kindergarten. If it's good, I'll send my little sister here too. Hearing the girl say that, Betty nodded. The girl excitedly took Betty's hand, led her to the kindergarten gate, looked inside, and rang the doorbell. Big brother, is Saya's grilled meat delicious? Little Saya looked expectantly at Fang Cheng as he ate the grilled meat. Very good. Next time, brother won't have to lift a finger, let Saya be the little chef and grill the meat. Fang Cheng praised. Yes, brother, next time you can grill the meat, Saya will do it. Hearing Fang Cheng's affirmation, Saya happily and earnestly replied. At the same time, she picked up her own grilled meat, took a bite, and her eyes lit up. Although the taste was a little different from what her brother grilled, it was indeed delicious. Sister Mo Tong, you should try the meat skewers that Saya grilled. Mo Tong, who was about to hand Fang Cheng her own skewers, stopped what she was doing, blinked, took Saya's skewers, and took a bite. Saya, they're delicious. He. Thank you, Sister Mo Tong. Then Xiao Motong handed over a skewer of grilled meat. Brother, try the grilled meat I made. As she spoke, Xiao Motong held the two ends of the bamboo skewer with her two little hands and brought it to Fang Cheng's mouth. Her cool gaze fell upon Fang Cheng, her intention to feed him was clear. Fang Cheng thought for a moment, then remembered that when he was out shopping earlier that day, Mo Tong had fed him candied hawthorns before he could react. Seeing the expectation in Mo Tong's eyes, Fang Cheng naturally ate wholeheartedly. 1 piece, 2 pieces. Fang Cheng squinted at Mo Tong's delicate oval face. The barbecue was indeed delicious, objectively comparable to what he could grill himself. As for the experience, food fed to him by Mo Tong was, of course, far more enjoyable than eating skewers with his own hands. So Fang Cheng disregarded his previous speculations whether Xiao Mo Tong was a powerful soul reborn, awakened memory fragments, a soul fusion, a demon spy, or a girl transmigrating to another world as a child. Fang Cheng had read many novels in his previous life and was familiar with the various transmigration and rebirth tropes. His plan was to remain unchanged and deal with whatever came his way. Xiao Emotong and Xie continued to get along very well, even showing signs of becoming more doting. Xie was also becoming closer to Emotong, which wasn't necessarily a bad thing. In short, after being fed, Fang Cheng praised Emotong. Emotong's grilling is also very good, it's delicious. From now on, the grilling will be in your hands. We have a new little chef in our family. Xiao Motong happily nodded and tasted her own grilled meat. Fang Cheng smiled as he watched the two little ones being praised. In fact, as long as they were roasted to a similar level, the taste would be good. The two little ones had a strong ability to imitate and learn. Suddenly, Fang Cheng heard the doorbell ring. Fang Cheng wondered who would ring the doorbell at this time. He said to Xie Emotong, you guys stay here and eat slowly. You can add some vegetables to the hot pot. I'll go see who rang our doorbell. Yes, I understand, big brother. Saya nodded. Fang Cheng walked to the gate and saw two girls waiting under the doorbell. A girl in white clothes and pants, and a girl in a light blue gauze skirt. These were girls who left a deep impression on him and seemed familiar. It's you? Fang Cheng was a little surprised and puzzled. He didn't expect it to be the rabbit spirit girl with a sharp tongue and keen ears that he had met in the library. It's you, that rude commoner. The bunny-eared girl's arrogant voice was filled with surprise and disbelief when she saw Fang Cheng's appearance. I am indeed an ordinary citizen, and I have no manners. Fang Cheng left a message, glanced at her rabbit ears again, then turned and walked away, disappearing from the two girls' sight. Hearing Fang Cheng's words, seeing his turning away, and noticing the young man's gaze deliberately lingering on her ear as he left, the girl's face changed, turning red and then pale. She gritted her teeth and said, that despicable guy. I'll make that wretched guy pay today. He'll apologize to me. The girl shook her head, her rabbit ears twitched, and she took 2 steps back. Looking at the kindergarten gate, she rolled up her sleeves and began making rapid hand gestures while chanting, wind element wandering in this world, percent and yuan percent. However, before the girl could finish reciting the complete incantation, the girl in white clothes next to her shook her hand, which was changing its speed, interrupting her. Betty. Ching Ning, people definitely won't welcome you if you say things like that, Betty said helplessly. She had just seen the young man's appearance and had heard about the girl's encounter with him in the library. He didn't seem like an impolite person. His temperament was obviously more mature than those hormone-fueled teenagers at school, and his gaze didn't have that annoying burning look in those teenagers' eyes. Forget it. Ching Ning pouted after being interrupted by the girl and said, looking at the heavy iron gate of the kindergarten, for the sake of the uncles and aunts' friends, I will not bother with this hateful guy this time. Alright, miss, you're so magnanimous, Betty said with amusement, seeing that Ching Ning seemed to have calmed down immediately. That's right, Ching Ning said, holding Betty's arms with both hands. However, although I won't hold it against him, I still have to go and see this kindergarten. The girl sniffed the rich aroma of roasted meat and looked inside, probing like a little rabbit exploring its way in. Let's go in next time. They probably won't open the door for us if we ring the doorbell now, Betty suggested. Let's try it first. If the door doesn't open, we'll climb in, and then we won't be able to get out until next week. If we skip class again, that troublesome teacher will tell my mother. Betty, ask that guy where he bought that milk last time, and also about that barbecue smell. You should probably buy the barbecue recipe too. Well, okay. Betty, hearing the girl's words, for some reason, half-heartedly agreed. The young man seemed to be able to communicate quietly, and her parents also said that this young man, Fang Cheng, was very approachable and pleasant to be around. Ha! Ching Ning looked at Betty with some surprise, then immediately cheered up and reached out to press the doorbell of the kindergarten gate. Sister Mo Tong, let's add some greens, some tofu, and some mushrooms. It seems like brother likes all of these dishes. A short while later, Fang Cheng returned leisurely, imagining in his mind how furious the girl would be. At the same time, he sensed someone ringing the doorbell. Fang Cheng ignored it, sensing from the system that it was that self-satisfied and somewhat arrogant girl again. Arriving under the tree, I saw Xiao Zhe and Xiaomotong adding vegetables, mushrooms, and other ingredients to 2 hot pots. The 2 hot pots were already quite full, steaming gently. Brother, we've added a lot of food to it. Okay, let's eat these dishes together later, okay? We can't waste them. Fang Cheng patted Xiao She's head as she walked up. I know, big brother. Saya nodded. Big brother. Who was outside just now? Xiaxia looked up at Fang Cheng and asked curiously. Yes, there were 2 older ladies knocking on the door just now. One of them is someone Saya has seen before. Does Saya remember the older lady with rabbit ears she met at the library? Fang Cheng asked. Saya remembers, is it that older sister? Little Saya pointed to the area above and behind Fang Cheng. Ha! Fang Cheng blinked, startled, and at the same time, the system's notification sounded in his mind. Ding! A target has been detected intruding into the kindergarten without permission. Should we activate the kindergarten's protective shield to drive the target away? The system's voice rang in Fang Cheng's mind, startling him. This was the first time the system had detected an intrusion. At the same time, an image appeared in Fang Cheng's mind, the arrogant bunny-eared girl nimbly climbing the wall, supported by a girl in white clothes below. Fang Cheng was a little surprised that the arrogant girl would climb the wall. Fang Cheng turned his head and his gaze met the girl's blue eyes. When she met Fang Cheng's gaze, a hint of embarrassment flashed in the girl's eyes, followed by a look of shyness and anger on her face. She then leaped lightly onto the grass, her long, soft rabbit ears bobbing up and down. She said to Fang Cheng with a hint of anger, "Hey, why didn't you open the door just now? Do you recruit child students?" As she spoke, the girl looked around and noticed Saya and Emotong beside her, as well as the various ingredients on the table, the hot pot that was steaming and emitting a mouth-watering aroma, and the skewers on the stone slab. Fang Cheng looked at her with a speechless expression, as if she were an idiot, and said nothing. "You!" The girl's anger soared upon seeing this. Just then, the girl in white clothes and pants lightly jumped down from the wall. Fang Cheng and the two little ones were stunned. They didn't expect the two girls to be so skilled. The girl in white clothes and pants clearly exudes a more mature, composed, and polite aura than the girl with bunny ears. She walked up to the bunny-eared girl, bowed slightly to Fang Cheng, and said apologetically, "I'm so sorry, Mr. Fang Cheng. My name is Betty, and this is my friend Ching Ning Ephadiah. I apologize for her rude behavior." The girl, whose name was Betty, bowed to Fang Cheng. "Oh, it's all right. It's normal for a little girl who hasn't grown up to be impolite. I won't take it to heart." Fang Cheng smiled and waved his hand as he saw the girl apologize. "You jerk. Who are you calling a little girl who hasn't grown up yet? You pervert. You're the one who's rude, peeking at my ears." The bunny-eared girl said angrily, her head held high. "Betty, this wretched guy wasn't like this when we met at the library last time. He even apologized to me. He's so fickle. Betty, don't be fooled by his appearance." The girl's gaze was full of anger as she looked at Fang Cheng. "Betty." Fang Cheng. Seeing that the girl in white seemed to have a lot of helplessness compared to the girl in blue, Fang Cheng found it amusing. He ignored the girl with rabbit ears and then suddenly thought of something and asked, "Miss Betty, do you know me? How do you know my name?" Betty hesitated for a moment before saying, "Well, my father and mother have mentioned you to me. They admire you for opening such a magical kindergarten for young children." Fang Cheng understood immediately after hearing what the girl said. So this was Mrs. Duva, and the daughter of Brother Red. Fang Cheng then took a closer look at the girl. She already had a striking figure, and was nearly 1.7 meters tall. The girl was dressed in loose white clothes, with her shoulder-length flaxen hair falling neatly down. Her face vaguely resembled Madame Duval's features, with soft lines, yet her brows radiated the vigor and confidence of a young girl. "So you're Betty. I heard your parents mention you when I visited your house before. Your parents have helped me a lot. Since you're here, why don't you stay and play for a while? Come and try some of my sister's grilled meat skewers." Fang Cheng smiled gently, having a very good impression of this young, energetic, and polite girl. As he spoke, Fang Cheng said to Saya, "Saya, let your older sister try some of the grilled meat skewers you made." Big brother. Little Sayo skipped off to get a few skewers of grilled meat. "This," Betty sniffed, hesitating slightly. Seeing that the cute little girl with silver hair and cat ears next to the young man had already taken action after hearing Fang Cheng speak, Betty hesitated for a moment before nodding decisively, "Then thank you very much, Uncle Fang Cheng." Betty said with a slightly embarrassed expression, "Because you are my father's friend, I don't know if it's right to address you like this." "Betty." The bunny-eared girl behind her shook the girl's hand forward in disbelief. Betty turned her head and gave the bunny-eared girl a slightly warning glare, signaling her to stop causing trouble and upsetting others. The bunny-eared girl reluctantly shut her mouth, stopped what she was doing, looked at Fang Cheng, gave a soft snort, and turned her head to the side. "Betty." Fang Cheng simply pretended not to see it. But to be honest, Fang Cheng was shocked for a moment because he didn't expect Betty to call him uncle. It felt strange. Maybe it was because Mrs. Duva had told Brother Red about Betty. It was strange to be called that by a young lady for the first time, but Fang Cheng didn't dislike it. "Brother Red, you're really something. It's definitely worth it to have you as my older brother. I've gained a niece for free." Fang Cheng's expression remained unchanged, but he thought happily to himself, next time, I'll have Saya call you Uncle Red too. "It's alright, just call me that then, my dear niece," Fang Cheng said with a smile. The girl with rabbit ears next to the girl noticed the two little ones. She looked at Saya's delicate cat ears, her eyes lit up, but she didn't rush forward as recklessly as last time. Then she curiously looked around the environment, and her gaze was drawn to the various ingredients on the table under the tree. Upon hearing Fang Cheng call Betty his niece, the bunny-eared girl's long, soft ears perked up, and her blue eyes glared at Fang Cheng. When she heard Fang Cheng call her his niece, Betty was taken aback. She looked at the young man's face with some speechlessness, and then said, "Uncle Fang Cheng, just call me Betty." Fang Cheng smiled and nodded. "Yes, Betty, that's a really nice name." Just then, the adorable little Sao came up to Betty with some skewers in her hands and handed them to her, saying, "Big sister. Betty, have a taste. Don't be shy, Saya and I often come to your house for a free meal." Fang Cheng said, "Humph, you have the nerve to say that you're freeloading. You're so shameless." The bunny-eared girl glared at Fang Cheng. Just as Betty was about to say something, she heard Fang Cheng's disdainful voice, "I'm just freeloading. I didn't need anything from your house. Even if you let me, I won't. If you're so capable, then don't eat my barbecue later." "Oh, right, I wasn't planning on treating you anyway, ha ha ha." Fang Cheng suddenly burst out laughing involuntarily as he spoke. "You despicable bastard. I, Ching Ning Ephadiah, would rather jump off the building of the Magic Academy and break my bones than eat a single thing from you." Upon hearing this, Betty, who was holding a tempting skewer of grilled meat and was about to offer half to Ching Ning, withdrew her hand. "Oh, you're pretty tough," Fang Cheng teased. Seeing the rabbit-eared girl's exasperated expression, Fang Cheng smiled slightly, and heard her haughty words about jumping off the Magic Academy. For a moment, she seemed more agreeable. Although the girl seemed to have a sharp tongue and lacked manners, she didn't do anything outrageous. "Humph, you despicable bastard, pervert, stinky guy. What haven't I eaten? Who cares? Only someone as ignorant as you would think others are craving your barbecue." Ching Ning Ephadiah glanced at Betty, who had withdrawn her hand from the skewers after hearing her words. Smelling the aroma of the barbecue, she secretly swallowed, her angry gaze lingering on the meat. Hearing Fang Cheng's teasing words, she glared at him angrily. "Okay, I guess I was ignorant. I think my sister's grilled meat is the best. It's no wonder other people are drooling. Betty, do you think my sister's grilled meat is delicious?" Fang Cheng said calmly, looking at the bunny-eared girl, but asking Betty. Betty quietly and quickly chewed on the honey-glazed roasted meat she had never tasted before. The delicious aroma of the roasted meat filled her mouth, making Betty enjoy and immerse herself in the deliciousness. She ate faster than she usually ate snacks. Hearing Fang Cheng's question, she paused, stopped chewing, looked at Fang Cheng, and then at the sulking Ching Ning. She was speechless. Looking at the two who seemed a little sulky, it seemed inappropriate to say whether it was delicious or not at this moment, but looking down, I saw a silver-haired little girl wearing a pretty dress with delicate cat ears who looked very well taken care of. At that moment, when the little girl heard Fang Cheng's question, her pure blue eyes looked at her expectantly, as if she wanted to get an answer from her. Betty was instantly melted by the cuteness of the little girl. Then Betty said, "Saya-chan's grilled meat is so delicious. Thank you, big sister." Hearing Betty's words, Saya's slightly expectant gaze revealed surprise and joy. She looked at the skewers Betty was holding, which she had already eaten 2 of. Then she ran to the table and grabbed 2 more skewers of grilled meat, saying this. "Big sister, try this one too. These 2 skewers of grilled meat taste different from the previous ones. This one is spicy, and my brother grilled it for me. It's so delicious." "Yes. Thank you, Saya," Betty said to Saya, her voice gentle yet full of energy. Noticing Saya's actions, Fang Cheng smiled at the bunny-eared girl, the meaning of which was self-evident. Ching Ning snorted, glared angrily at Fang Cheng, and then looked at Betty with a pout. Noticing Ching Ning's gaze, Betty found it both amusing and helpless, and said, "Ching Ning, alright, come and try the grilled meat skewers that Sister Saya gave me. I can't eat anymore, can you help me eat some?" Ching Ning looked down at the silver-haired cat-eared little girl next to Betty. At this moment, Xiao She was also looking at him with curiosity and strange eyes, seemingly not understanding why he was angry. Her pure eyes calmed down Ching Ning's somewhat embarrassed and indignant feelings. Ching Ning stepped forward, somewhat embarrassed, and accepted the steaming skewers of grilled meat from Betty. The rich, non-greasy aroma of the grilled meat wafted into her nose. Just as Ching Ning was about to take a bite, she suddenly remembered something, glanced at Fang Cheng, and said, "It's because Betty can't finish it. I just didn't want to waste it, so I'm doing you the honor of trying your mediocre grilled meat. Maybe I can even give you some suggestions. I can say without exaggeration that there isn't a famous grilled meat restaurant in the Crescent Kingdom that I haven't eaten at. Go eat yours." Betty pried open Ching Ning's mouth as she was talking and shoved a skewer of grilled meat into the girl's mouth, which had been chattering away, leaving oil stains on the girl's mouth and cheeks. Betty, just as the girl was about to struggle, she tasted an unprecedented flavor of grilled meat on her tongue, which calmed her down. She obediently held the bamboo skewer and slowly began to gnaw on the meat. Betty gave Fang Cheng an apologetic smile, looking a little embarrassed. Fang Cheng waved his hand, smiled to indicate that he didn't care, and looked with amusement at the bunny-eared girl who was happily munching on her grilled meat skewers with her mouth full of oil. Before long, the bunny-eared girl finished the skewer. After all, there wasn't much meat on a skewer, as Fang Cheng had sliced the meat very thinly. Ching Ning licked her lips, her eyes shining as she looked at the remaining skewers of grilled meat in Betty's hand, her rabbit ears twitching involuntarily. Seeing the bunny-eared girl's pathetic appearance, Betty handed the kebab she was holding to Qing Ning, somewhat speechless. After taking the skewers, Qing Ning couldn't wait to start gnawing on them. Her long rabbit ears swayed as she ate, showing no ladylike demeanor whatsoever, which clashed somewhat with her attire. For some reason, Fang Cheng inexplicably imagined a grassy field where a hungry rabbit was quickly munching on a carrot, as if someone would snatch it away if it slowed down. For a moment, Fang Cheng and the two little ones, including Betty, were stunned by the girl's appearance. The air fell silent for a brief time, with only the sound of the bunny-eared girl munching on a meat skewer. A moment later, the girl finished the last skewer and noticed the strange quiet around her. Looking up, she saw that everyone around her was staring at her blankly. The rabbit-eared girl looked at the bare bamboo skewer in her hand, blinked, and her face turned slightly red. Then, she cleared her throat in a guiding tone. Ahem, the taste is not bad, better than most barbecue restaurants, but there's too little meat on each skewer. It's not enough to fill you up. If you opened a restaurant like this, you'd definitely be a heartless businessman. Nobody would ever go back a second time. But someone as rich as me doesn't care. Tell me, how much? I can buy all your skewers. Hearing the bunny-eared girl's tone made Fang Cheng feel uncomfortable. He cleared his throat and suddenly shrieked, I, Qing Ning Ephadiah. Even if I jump off the building of the Magic Academy today and break my bones, I won't eat a single thing from you. Pfft. Betty laughed, clutching her stomach. Fang Cheng, don't go too far. Qing Ning's face turned pale and then red as she watched Fang Cheng mimic her earlier speech. She glared at the black-haired young man in front of her, whom she found despicable and strangely skilled in cooking. Hearing that the girl was calling him by his name instead of calling him a perverted, hateful stinky guy, Fang Cheng nodded in satisfaction. It meant that the girl was quite sensible, so things were easier to discuss. I've been spending a lot of gold coins lately, and judging from the girl's clothes and proud tone, she doesn't seem like someone who's short of money. You want to buy my grilled meat skewers? That's easy, but don't rush. Since you're Betty's good friend, you're naturally my niece too. No need to keep bringing up money. Come and try our hot pot. It's delicious and inexpensive. Here, have a bowl to try first. Who is your damn niece? Don't even think about taking advantage of me. By the way, what is hot pot? Why would you be so kind, you bastard? Qing Ning. Ephadiah said angrily after hearing Fang Cheng's words, and called Fang Cheng a bastard again. At this moment, Fang Cheng picked up a bowl and a new pair of chopsticks, and took out various cooked ingredients from the hot pot that was emitting a rich aroma and put them into the bowl, but he didn't fill it too full. Fang Cheng didn't care anymore when he heard Qing Ning, Ephadiah's words, calling him a jerk. His thoughts had changed. Looking at the fragrant ingredients that had just been taken out of the hot pot, Fang Cheng seemed to see several gold coins. Try it. Fang Cheng walked up to the girl with the fragrant bowl and handed it to her, a smile playing on his lips. Qing Ning. Ephadiah glanced at Fang Cheng with some suspicion, but the aroma emanating from the bowl in front of her made her swallow hard. She hadn't eaten anything since leaving home today, and the few thin, meaty skewers she had just eaten had already whetted her appetite. What are you up to, you idiot? What else could I possibly be up to? You're the esteemed young lady of the Ephadiah family. Who would dare to mess with you here? I'm just apologizing for my behavior earlier. After all, you're Betty's friend, and I'm Betty's uncle. I'm the elder, and you're the junior. I didn't want to make our relationship so strained, right? Fang Cheng said with a smile. Betty, watching the conversation between the two, was speechless, feeling that Qing Ning was going to suffer at Fang Cheng's hands again. Damn it, who's your junior? But you're smart enough to know your place. Since you know you were wrong, I'm not an unreasonable person. I'm magnanimous and won't hold it against you. Qing Ning's eyes were fixed on the hot pot ingredients that were whetting her appetite. After saying that, she took the bowl from Fang Cheng's hand. After receiving the food from Fang Cheng, the girl couldn't wait to pick up her chopsticks, take a bite of the tender tofu glistening with red oil. Hiss, it's a bit spicy, but delicious. After tasting it, the girl stuck out her tongue and couldn't wait to pick up other ingredients from the bowl and put them in her mouth. Betty found the girl's eating habits somewhat amusing, but she also secretly swallowed. The hot pot the young man mentioned, like the barbecue, smelled incredibly tempting. After finishing the last meatball in her bowl, Qing Ning looked at Fang Cheng again. Her blue eyes glanced at the hot pot that was still steaming and burning under the stove, and the table next to it was full of ingredients. The girl swallowed her saliva with lingering desire. The girl looked at Fang Cheng and said, I'm not full yet, Fang Cheng, please get me another bowl. Upon hearing the girl's words, Fang Cheng did not immediately respond. Instead, he looked at her with a smile and asked, is the hot pot delicious? It's all right, barely. If you open a restaurant, I wouldn't mind patronizing your business occasionally, since your hot pot is to my liking. Qing Ning shook her head, glancing to the side without looking at Fang Cheng. If you're reluctant, then I won't put any more food on your plate. I won't force you to eat it. Then Fang Cheng took a new set of chopsticks and bowl, filled the bowl to the brim, handed it to Betty, and said to her, "Betty, you should try some too." "Thank you, Uncle Fang Cheng." Betty nodded and said to Fang Cheng, this time calling him that with a bit more natural ease. "You're welcome. If you need more, you can help yourself over there. Don't hesitate to ask Saya for anything you'd like to eat." Fang Cheng smiled. Ching Ning, who was standing to the side, looked at the bowl that the young man had filled Betty's bowl to the brim, which was completely different from the amount in her own bowl just now. She glared at Fang Cheng with some annoyance and snorted. Fang Cheng noticed Ching Ning's gaze and chuckled. He continued, "So, how was the hot pot? Was it good?" "It's delicious." "Okay, damn it, can you give me another bowl now?" "Okay, but before that, let me ask you a question." "What's the problem?" Ching Ning asked, somewhat puzzled, then her eyes lit up with joy as she said, "Go ahead and ask. I have quite a bit of knowledge. Although you're a bit annoying, I'll still mercifully answer your questions when someone who knows they're ignorant asks me for help." Fang Cheng forced himself to suppress the look of disbelief he was getting, and asked with his head slightly lowered, "How much do you think a dish like mine that tastes decent could sell for in a restaurant? Also, if I were to sell my kebabs in a restaurant, how many gold coins would be a good price?" Hearing Fang Cheng's words, Ching Ning Ephidiah rested her chin on her hand, as if she was seriously considering it. After a moment of contemplation, the girl said, "Your hot pot dish, although the ingredients are rather ordinary, is a special delicacy that is rarely found in high-end restaurants. A bowl of this might be worth about 20 silver coins. As for your grilled meat skewers, you're dreaming. How could one skewer possibly sell for gold coins? 1 gold coin could buy 10 skewers." Hearing the girl's words, Fang Cheng nodded in satisfaction and then said, "In that case, feel free to take whatever you want to eat. We'll keep the prices you mentioned. What you ate before is my apology, and it's free for you. A bowl of hot pot ingredients is 20 silver coins, and 10 skewers will cost you 1 gold coin." Hearing Fang Cheng's words, the girl was speechless for a moment. After a brief silence, her angry voice rang out, "You bastard! You're obsessed with money. Does this young lady intend to eat and drink for free?" Fang Cheng asked curiously. "Who wants to eat and drink for free? It's just gold coins. There's nothing this young lady can't afford." After saying that, the girl pulled out a small blue patterned purse from somewhere, shook it, and made a crisp metallic clanging sound. Then, somewhat annoyed, she threw the purse at Fang Cheng. Fang Cheng's eyes flickered, and he lightly took the money bag, weighed it in his hand, and then opened it to take a look. Inside were about a dozen bright orange gold coins. Fang Cheng nodded in satisfaction, then said to the girl, "Miss, please, eat whatever you like here." As he spoke, Fang Cheng gestured with his hands to invite her. The girl snorted, seemingly unconcerned about the money pouch thrown at her, and pulled Betty's hand towards the small table. "Betty, I knew this bastard was up to no good. Let's eat everything here today." "Wow, Betty, the mushrooms in this white soup are so delicious. So fresh. This soup is delicious too. Let's add some lotus root slices to this spicy hot pot, it tastes great too." Before long, Ching Ning was eating with great enthusiasm and relish, and she was even consciously adding some hot pot ingredients from the table to the hot pot, completely acting as if she were one of the guests. Perhaps because she had been tricked and ripped off by Fang Cheng, or perhaps because she knew she had already paid, Ching Ning Ephidiah ate without any psychological pressure this time, her face showing a completely enjoyable expression, while she was also slightly gritting her teeth. "Betty, try this spinach, eat more." Betty was speechless looking at Ching Ning's expression. She could also tell that Fang Cheng probably really wanted to trick the girl out of her gold coins. She was speechless at both of them, but Betty didn't say anything. She and Ching Ning were good friends, and she had a good impression of Fang Cheng. Besides, he had already called her uncle, so as a junior, she couldn't say anything. The transaction between the two was a matter of mutual consent. Betty knew the girl's wealth and wouldn't care about the amount of money. Moreover, Betty also felt that the skewers and hot pot were rare delicacies. Given Ching Ning's financial situation, it would be worth spending some gold coins to enjoy them. Betty looked at the ingredients on the table, and the steaming pot was emitting a mouth-watering aroma. Her own appetite was indeed whetted. She glanced at Fang Cheng, who met her gaze and returned a smile, indicating that it was all right and she could eat as much as she wanted. Saya stared blankly at the rather strange bunny-eared girl who was eating voraciously without any ladylike demeanor. She didn't show any displeasure on her face because she saw her brother's smiling face and the money bag that the bunny-eared girl had thrown out earlier. Saya knows that money can buy a lot of things. It seems that her older brother bought a lot of things today. Saya doesn't know if her older brother has any money left, but she guesses that he doesn't have much, because her older brother said before that he would ask her older sister for some more money. Furthermore, Saya sensed that the bunny-eared older sister wasn't a bad person. Although she was unhappy with what the bunny-eared older sister said about her brother, it seemed that her brother was very powerful and had made the bunny-eared older sister very angry. Xiao Motong glanced at Fang Cheng's expression, then looked at Qing Ning, Ephidiah, and then at the money bag in Fang Cheng's hand, her eyes seemingly deep in thought. Hey, Fang Cheng, grill us some more skewers. I already paid for them. Okay, just a moment. Fang Cheng took out all the skewers from the side, walked to the grilling stone, and instantly released a fireball spell downwards. The stone instantly became scorching hot. Fang Cheng spread the meat skewers in his hand, skillfully brushed on the barbecue sauce, and quickly flipped them according to the heat. The fireball spell that instantly rose from under the stone slab was noticed by Qing Ning and Betty, who were eating and curiously watching how Fang Cheng grilled such delicious meat skewers. The two girls exchanged a glance and stopped eating. Betty looked slightly surprised, while Qing Ning and Ephidiah looked incredulous. The two girls remained silent, their eyes fixed on Fang Cheng's skillful movements as he flipped through a large handful of skewers. Qing Ning blinked, then pursed her lips, before picking up a piece of lotus root from the bowl and putting it in her mouth. Her pretty lips moved, and she used her teeth to bite the round lotus root slice in half, chewing it. Damn, it's actually pretty delicious. Looking at Fang Cheng's casual expression and feeling the satisfaction the food brought to her taste buds, the bunny-eared girl thought through gritted teeth. In no time, a large bunch of kebabs were grilled, and the aroma of the grilled meat became even more intense. After grilling, Fang Cheng arranged the skewers on a plate. He counted about 53 skewers. He took out 3 skewers, put one in his mouth, and handed the other 2 to Shaya and Motong respectively. Then he placed the skewers in front of Qing Ning, Ephidiah. Looking at the large bunch of freshly grilled, fragrant skewers of meat in front of her, still emitting a strong, sizzling aroma, Qing Ning, Ephidiah immediately forgot the question she had just wanted to ask. She picked up a skewer, sniffed her delicate nose, and couldn't resist eating it. Betty, who was next to Qing Ning and Ephidiah, looked at Fang Cheng with some curiosity and questions in her eyes, but she didn't say anything. Ugh, ouch, it's so hot. It's burning me, ouch, ugh. Because the skewers smelled so good, Qing Ning Ephidiah had barely put one in her mouth before it cooled down when she let out a scream. Reluctantly, she spat the meat out and mumbled incoherently while breathing heavily. I've never seen such a silly person. It's such a waste of such a pretty face. Fang Cheng walked away speechlessly, lest the girl complain that the skewers were too hot, and he also had to grill some food for his precious little sisters. Fang Cheng walked up to the barbecue stone, took out several fish that he had previously marinated with seasoning from the system, and began to carefully grill them on the stone. Whew! Qing Ning. Ephidiah looked around, hurriedly grabbed a glass of orange juice from the table, tilted her head back and drank a big gulp. Whew! I'm finally recovered. Qing Ning was puzzled for a moment, then exclaimed in surprise, wow, Betty, this juice is so delicious. You should try it, it's even better than the milk last time, and it's ice cold. After hearing Qing Ning's loud chatter, Fang Cheng, who was grilling fish, glanced at her and said, is all this stupid rabbit's head occupied with his eating? That makes things easier. Today, I'll work hard to secure a stable source of money for the future. Fang Cheng thought to himself. Looking at the 4 grilled fish on the stone slab with their slightly charred skin, fragrant aroma, and tempting color, Fang Cheng took out another fish and put it on the slab to grill. The 2 little ones watched Fang Cheng grill fish quietly beside him, waiting patiently. Hey, Fang Cheng, did you just cast a fireball? I must have seen it wrong. Qing Ning, who had recovered, walked up to Fang Cheng and asked with some doubt. He examined the flames of the makeshift stove beneath the stone slab more closely and said with a hint of regret, there aren't any fire elemental stones either. Hey, you bastard, you're not really a fire mage, are you? You can even cast fireballs instantly. Qing Ning said to herself, her tone incredulous and surprised, as she looked at Fang Cheng again. Fang Cheng glanced at the loud, bluish-green rabbit-eared girl, his eyes filled with suspicion and disbelief. Fang Cheng said with some regret, of course it's fake. I wish it were really a fire mage like you said. Betty, I told you. How could this money-grubbing bastard be a fire mage, let alone be able to cast instant fireballs? No way. Qing Ning said excitedly. Seeing the silly rabbit's delighted and somewhat unruly expression, Fang Cheng casually added a comment. Actually, I'm an all-elemental mage. As soon as Fang Cheng finished speaking, the girl's hand paused, and the air suddenly fell into a brief silence, with only the sound of the ingredients boiling in the hot pot. Betty looked at Fang Cheng quietly, her eyes filled with curiosity. Qing Ning Ephidiah paused for a moment before realizing what she had heard. As if she had heard the funniest joke in the world, she put the bowl and chopsticks back on the table, clutching her stomach with one hand and her mouth with the other, her body trembling slightly. Ha ha ha, sorry, Fang Cheng, the food you made is delicious, haha. I really don't want to laugh, I want to finish this food quickly and go back to school, Betty, I can't take it anymore, ha ha ha, I really can't hold it in, ha ha ha. Qing Ning said, laughing, and her body trembling. Fang Cheng looked at the silly rabbit and suddenly remembered to cover her mouth and laugh, but unfortunately, she didn't act like a lady at all. After a long while, Qing Ning seemed to recover. Suddenly, she put her hands on her hips and said with a serious expression, "Fang Cheng, do you know what you're saying?" Ha ha ha. Halfway through her sentence, Qing Ning couldn't help but let out a crisp laugh. A mage capable of using all elements? That only exists in legends. Novel authors don't dare to write that openly anymore, for fear of being held accountable by the Mage Association. Ha ha ha, if you're a mage capable of using all elements, then I'm a legendary all-elemental holy mage. The girl's voice became exceptionally confident, as if what Fang Cheng had just said was even more absurd and ridiculous than the plot of a novel. Big sister with bunny ears, big brother is very powerful. He can cast many kinds of magic. He can cast fireball magic, water ball magic, and lightning ball magic, and he can even turn scorched grass green again. Little Seo felt uncomfortable hearing Qing Ning. Ephidia's attitude and tone of disbelief, so she spoke in her childish voice, her tone revealing a hint of anger. Although Saya could sense that this beautiful, rabbit-eared older sister, who resembled her somewhat, seemed to have no ill intentions. Big sister with bunny ears? Big brother is amazing? The girl lowered her head slightly and saw the little girl named Saya with cute and delicate cat ears and striking silver hair. The little girl was explaining earnestly and seemed to be getting angry. The girl blinked. The girl was initially angry when she heard the word rabbit ears, but the cute little guy in front of her, who was also a demi-human, later called her big sister in a soft voice, which was much more pleasant to listen to than her sister's annoying and arrogant voice. Watching Zayasha earnestly defend her brother, Qingning thought to herself, we're both sisters, how come there's such a big difference? However, she didn't take Zayasha's claims about her brother releasing water balloons, lightning balls, and turning scorched grass green seriously. She just thought that Fang Cheng, that money-grubbing bastard, would even lie to his own sister. How utterly despicable. Thinking this, the bunny-eared girl gave the cute Zayasha a friendly look, then raised her head and glared fiercely at Fang Cheng. Saya, we don't need to explain to that ignorant big sister, okay? The bunny-eared big sister only knows how to eat. Fang Cheng saw little Saya explaining to him and protecting him, so he stepped forward, stroked little Saya's head, and his eyes softened unconsciously. Seeing Fang Cheng's gentle caress of Xiao Shui, and the tenderness in the young man's eyes and mouth, the girl was slightly stunned. Then, upon hearing what the young man said next, the girl became furious, like a cat with its fur standing on end. You despicable bastard! Who are you calling ignorant? You have the right to say I'm ignorant. You're a liar who even deceives his own sister, corrupting children. Why don't you actually unleash those few low-level spells and see? Even if you unleash them all, it's no big deal. An ordinary great mage can do it easily. You're still not an all-elemental mage, you don't even understand what an all-elemental mage is, yet you spout such nonsense. The rabbit-eared girl crossed her arms, frowned, and said angrily, Big sister with bunny ears, big brother didn't lie. Big brother wouldn't lie. Little Seo said upon hearing the girl's words, her soft, childish voice already conveying a clear sense of displeasure. At this moment, Mo Tong walked up to Saya from behind, his dark and cold gaze fixed on Qing Ning. Ephidia, expressionless, his dark eyes filled with coldness. You, what right do you have to talk about my brother? Mo Tong raised his head and looked at Qing Ning, his cold voice ringing out. Her voice wasn't loud, and her tone still sounded somewhat childish, but the listener could clearly sense a coldness that seemed quite different from what one would expect from a girl of such young age. Zayasha looked at the Mo Tong sister who was blocking her way, and listened to the words that Mo Tong's sister said that she thought were very powerful. She blinked her eyes and was a little stunned. Sister Mo Tong is so amazing. This was what the little guy was thinking. Xiao Motong's somewhat cold and protective words, the chilling, cold, and angry tone of her voice, immediately stunned everyone present, and for a moment the space became somewhat quiet. Fang Cheng was also a little stunned. She didn't expect the two little ones to be so courageous in protecting her and so resolute in their attitude. They were clearly children who needed to be taken care of, and they clearly knew that their older brother was very powerful. Fang Cheng stroked Sheye's head and looked at the way Motong's small body stood in front of them. For a moment, she felt a little complicated. She thought of the doubt she had occasionally had about Mo Tong before and felt a little guilty. The somewhat angry girl looked at the two young kids in front of her, defending that jerk, and at their serious and determined expressions. She was getting angrier, but then she suddenly calmed down. Qing Ning. Betty called out to the girl at this moment. Humph, forget it. I don't care anymore. I am of noble status and it's not worth me lowering myself to argue with a clueless jerk like you. Just consider my good intentions as being wasted. Qing Ning. Ephidia turned her face away in anger, ignoring the two little ones and Fang Cheng, and went straight back to the table, grabbed a bottle of orange juice, tilted her head back and gulped it down. Gurgle, gurgle. Before long, Qing Ning had completely drunk a bottle of orange juice. The girl exhaled and let out a soft burp. The orange juice was still a bit icy. In this summer weather, drinking a glass of sweet and sour orange juice to cleanse the palate was definitely a treat. She gulped down 250 milliliters of orange juice in one go, which instantly calmed her restless mood. She looked at the ingredients on the table, smelled the aroma emanating from the hot pot, and swallowed hard. Forget it, I won't say any more to you. The two little sisters better not be fooled by your brother. The only redeeming quality of yours is that your hot pot, barbecue, and orange juice are pleasing to this young lady. After saying that, Ching Ning, Ephidiah ignored it and happily started eating again, as if she was born to eat. Fang Cheng, Sa Ya, Mo Tong, Betty. Fang Cheng was speechless. Seeing that this silly rabbit was just as carefree as a child, he had previously wanted to teach her a lesson, but now he didn't. He just felt that this silly rabbit was indeed ill-mannered, a bit spoiled and arrogant, but she hadn't done anything outrageous, just that her mouth was a bit sharp. Watching Ching Ning Ephidiah devour the food in front of her, and thinking of the slightly heavy gold coins that had just been put in her pocket, Fang Cheng thought it was good that this silly rabbit could eat so much. It was just a pity that she had a talking mouth. If only he were mute. Fang Cheng blurted out unconsciously. At this moment, Fang Cheng thought of something, his eyes suddenly lit up, and on a whim, he asked Xiao Ling in his mind. Xiao Ling, is there any magic that can prevent others from speaking? Fang Cheng asked curiously. Ha! You bastard! What did you say? The girl, who was sitting at the table eating ravenously and wishing she could turn her anger into appetite, twitched her long rabbit ears and heard Fang Cheng's muttered words unconsciously. I'm really angry. I'm going to fight you to the death today. Ching Ning. Ephidiah stood up angrily, glaring at Fang Cheng, who seemed to be lost in thought. Betty, standing to the side, rubbed her forehead and gave Fang Cheng a strange look, feeling that this somewhat mysterious uncle she had just met was doing it on purpose. The two little ones were standing right in front of Fang Cheng, so they naturally heard what their older brother said. A hint of a smile flickered in Mo Tong's eyes. Xiao Sheye blinked, her eyes looking at the bunny-eared older sister's mouth, and then she seemed to think that what her older brother said was a little inappropriate. But what can I do to make big sister rabbit ears mute and stop talking? Little Sao thought to herself. She found big sister rabbit ears' words unpleasant and disliked them, as she was always speaking ill of her brother. Master, yes, this spatial confinement magic will do. Xiao Ling's clear voice rang in his mind. Then, information about spatial confinement magic appeared in Fang Cheng's mind. Forbidden spell, spatial imprisonment. Once used, it can indiscriminately freeze all targets within a radius of up to 10 kilometers around the caster, except for the caster. Price, 10,000 exchange points. Fang Cheng, Xiao Ling, are you sure I can afford it? Sorry, I almost forgot, Master. Sound mainly travels through the air. You can try this airstripping magic. How many exchange points do you need? 100 exchange points. It wasn't expensive, but he only had less than 200 exchange points. He wouldn't spend half of his exchange points to exchange for a magic spell that he felt was currently a bit useless, just to prank a silly rabbit. Good Linger, is there a cheaper way to calm this stupid rabbit down for a while? Although his mind was focused on the system, Fang Cheng could still see the stupid rabbit sitting up, looking angry as if it was about to cause trouble. Xiao Ling. After Fang Cheng asked the question, Xiao Ling's voice did not ring out, but a product automatically appeared on the system panel. Children's special cough syrup. After use, it can instantly cure a coughing child. The side effect is that the target cannot speak for 1 hour. It also has a certain effect on adults. The effect and side effects are have depending on individual constitution. Note, because it is specially formulated for children, the taste of this cough syrup is to cater to most children's tastes and is on the sweeter side. Price, 1 exchange point. The price is very reasonable, and this side effect is perfect for the silly rabbit. Fang Cheng is very satisfied. This is it. Love you, Xiao Ling. You've been a great help. Xiao Ling. Fang Cheng exchanged for a bottle, took it out of his pocket. It was a small, transparent glass bottle containing a bright green liquid. You damned bastard, you've successfully enraged me. I'm really angry now, and this time I absolutely won't hold back. Don't blame me for being ruthless. You two little brats, get out of here. Today I'm going to teach your brother a lesson for daring to curse me as a mute. Ching Ning said angrily. After the girl finished speaking, she began to make hand gestures while chanting, "Wind element wandering in the mortal world, please obey my command." Wah! Before the girl could finish chanting the incantation, Fang Cheng strode quickly to Ching Ning's side, patted her hand as she was performing the incantation, and covered her mouth with one hand. Fang Cheng immediately sensed that the slightly agitated wind elements around him had gradually calmed down. He wondered what kind of wind magic the silly rabbit had released. Just as Fang Cheng covered the stupid rabbit's mouth, a thick and tall earthen wall rose up behind him with a bang, almost as tall as Fang Cheng himself. The suddenly rising earthen wall caught everyone's attention. Fang Cheng naturally looked at Betty beside him and noticed that her hand was still in the motion of casting a spell. Betty was a little embarrassed. "Betty, thank you," Fang Cheng said with a smile, covering Ching Ning's mouth with one hand. "Betty, ugh, you actually helped this despicable bastard. Ugh, you bastard, get your filthy hands, get them off me. Qing Ning was still trying to maintain the gesture of casting a spell, even though she could have easily moved Fang Cheng's hand away herself. Seeing the silly rabbit struggling to speak, Fang Cheng was genuinely amused. He hadn't even used much force when covering her mouth, but seeing the rabbit's seemingly bewildered expression, he removed his hand. Okay, I was wrong just now. I shouldn't have said that, it affected Mrs. Appetite. Fang Cheng said sincerely to the silly rabbit in front of him. Fang Cheng's sudden apology surprised Qing Ning and Betty, and the two little ones who were observing from behind also looked at Fang Cheng with some curiosity. You bastard, you're serious, you're really apologizing to me. Fang Cheng's sudden change left Qing Ning a little stunned, and for a moment she forgot about Fang Cheng's rude behavior towards her. Normally, she would never deign to offer such perfunctory apologies that were all talk and no action. But now, seeing Fang Cheng's apologetic expression, Qing Ning's irritation and anger turned into a strange sense of pleasure. Young miss, I apologize for my rude behavior just now, Fang Cheng said, bowing deeply with a warm smile on his lips. To be honest, Fang Cheng is quite handsome. He has fair skin, soft features, and a gentle smile that usually makes girls unable to walk past. His looks are only slightly less than those of the readers on Blue Star. This damn bastard is actually kind of good-looking, Qing Ning thought to herself. Pa, how could I have such disgusting thoughts? You're a bastard. Qing Ning rebuked herself inwardly. Your apology is just talk, it doesn't seem very sincere, Qing Ning said with a disdainful and arrogant expression, her rabbit ears swaying back and forth, looking rather cheerful. Fang Cheng's gaze was once again drawn to Qing Ning's long rabbit ears. To be honest, the girl's rabbit ears were fluffy blue on the outside and pink on the inside. They were long, soft, and quite cute, making one want to pet them. Although the girl's personality was a bit annoying, her rabbit ears were definitely a cute feature. You bastard, what are you looking at? Sorry, your ears are so pretty, I couldn't help but take a second look. They're just like my sister's. You really are a pervert, you bastard. Qing Ning cursed angrily after hearing this. Although the young man was deliberately looking at her ears again, Qing Ning was not as angry as she was when she first met him in the library. If you don't show your sincerity, I will absolutely not forgive you easily. Here, have this. It's good for cooling down and relieving anger. If you have a sore throat, like a slight cough, it can instantly soothe your throat. Plus, it tastes great. Fang Cheng took out the bottle of special cough syrup and handed it to the girl. Is it really that effective? I've been feeling a bit sore throat lately, probably from eating something spicy, hee. Qing Ning's gaze was fixed on the bright green liquid in the small glass bottle in Fang Cheng's hand. As she finished speaking, Qing Ning stuck out her tongue a little shyly. Seeing that the girl's attitude seemed a little better than before, and that she even had a slightly cute side, Fang Cheng hesitated for a moment, wanting to put away the cough syrup he was holding and not give it to her, so he withdrew his hand. What, you bastard, you're suddenly reluctant to give it to me? I knew your apology wouldn't be sincere. And your name is Fang Cheng, with Cheng in it. Qing Ning quickly grabbed the bottle of special cough syrup. You'd better shut up. You stupid rabbit asked for this. Fang Cheng thought to himself, speechless. Then you drink it. Fang Cheng said. TCH, you want me to drink it? I'm not going to. Who knows what you're up to, you bastard? Maybe you've poisoned it? Then don't drink it. Fang Cheng was truly exasperated and speechless at this silly rabbit. If that's what you say, then I'm going to drink it anyway, and I'll make you angry. Qing Ning, Ephidiah said with a touch of arrogance, holding a bottle of cough syrup in her hand. Betty, watching the two of them from the side, Betty felt a little helpless. She never expected that her good friend Qing Ning and her cheap uncle Fang Cheng could fight for so long. They weren't tired, but she was tired just watching them. Thinking this, Betty took a bite of her kebab. At some point, Betty and the two little ones gathered around the table, eating their food while watching Fang Cheng and Qing Ning. Although this was Qing Ning Ephidiah's first time here, Saya and Emotong had already realized that they couldn't stop those two. Saya, do you know what that green bottle of water your brother was holding just now was? Betty, Saya doesn't know, but it must taste really good. Big brother can conjure up lots of delicious drinks, just like this orange juice. Saya, I think there's something wrong with the water in your brother's glass bottle. If it were really delicious, you guys would have drunk it first, Betty said with a smile. Upon hearing this, Emotong nodded somewhat aloofly. Sister Betty, brother is the best. He always gives us the best food. But Sister Betty, do you think there's something wrong with the green water brother took out? Why aren't you worried? Aren't Sister Betty and Big Sister Rabbit Ears good friends? Saya, do you think your brother is a bad person? Of course not. My brother is the best brother ever. Yes, so I know your brother isn't a bad person, so I'm not worried. Maybe your brother just wants to tease Qing Ning a little, Betty said with a smile, looking at the cute little girl next to her. She liked the little girl at first sight, and after getting to know her, she felt that Xiao Xie was indeed as cute and sensible as her mother had described. At this moment, Xingning picked up the special cough syrup in her hand, looked at the bright green liquid in the glass bottle, glanced at Fang Cheng, then opened the cap, sniffed, and a pleasant plant fragrance wafted out. Then Xingning carefully licked the edge of the bottle opening, tasting a faint, sweet fragrance. "Looks like you weren't lying to me, you bastard," Xingning said, glancing at Fang Cheng. Then Xingning took a small sip, and a cool sensation filled her mouth. After swallowing, she felt her burning throat feel much cooler and more comfortable. So Xingning took another sip, and when there was only about half a bottle left, her throat felt completely comfortable. "I didn't expect that bastard stuff to be so effective. I'll give the remaining half bottle to Betty," Xingning thought. Xingning looked at Betty, who was talking to the two little ones, and opened her mouth to ask her to drink the beverage, but found that she could not make a sound at all. "This water is poisonous." The girl looked at Fang Cheng, who was smiling, with an angry and desperate expression. Xingning felt that although her throat was enveloped by a cool liquid and felt very comfortable, she couldn't make a sound when she tried to speak. This feeling was both unbelievable and accepting to her. "This water is poisonous." That's Xingning's current thought. Damn it, I knew she had no good intentions. How could she apologize to me so easily? This time, I'm going to tear down this courtyard of yours. Xingning glared at Fang Cheng with despair and anger, making gestures with her hands. "O wind element wandering in the mortal world, #UN% and *8 and *. Heed my command, whirlwind." Fang Cheng looked at the anxious girl in front of him with a strange expression. She seemed to be trying to release some kind of magic. The girl's lips moved, but no sound came out. However, Fang Cheng could still feel a slight fluctuation of wind element. As Fang Cheng expected, the magic failed to be released after the girl closed her lips and completed the casting motion. The foolish rabbit's desperate eyes grew even more desperate. What to do, I can't speak. I'm doomed, I'm really going to become mute and unable to speak. I can't cast any more spells. I'm going to become a magic failure at the Magic Academy. I don't want to become a magic failure. Xingning's mind started racing with wild thoughts. She glanced at Fang Cheng, who seemed to be smiling smugly beside her, and glared at him with her blue eyes. "Even if you poison me, I won't be threatened by you, you perverted and despicable guy." Xingning tried to speak, but still couldn't make a sound. In her anxiety, the girl stomped her foot and rushed to Fang Cheng like a sprinting rabbit, throwing a punch at Fang Cheng's head. Fang Cheng was stunned for a moment when he saw the rabbit-eared girl rushing up and swinging her fists at him. The girl was fast, but Fang Cheng, whose physical fitness and mental strength were now quite good, was also quick to react. He easily caught the girl's fist as it swung towards him with one hand. Feeling the force of the girl's fist, I must say, she was quite strong. Fang Cheng used his other hand to press down on the girl's other arm, and the girl was immediately controlled by Fang Cheng. Xingning struggled and tried to crash into Fang Cheng, trying to pull her fist out of Fang Cheng's hand and continue to punch him. However, Xingning, a small girl, was no match for Fang Cheng's strength, and in the end, she realized that she had no hope of breaking free. Fang Cheng looked at the girl in front of him, whose blue eyes were full of resentment and anger. To be honest, the girl's face was definitely one of the most exquisite and beautiful girls Fang Cheng had ever seen. Her skin was fair and delicate, and she wore a small blue earring that shimmered with emerald light. Her long blue hair was now a little messy, and the girl smelled nice, with a faint, fresh scent. "I'm telling you, you're speechless now. Shouldn't you just behave and eat quietly?" Fang Cheng said with a hint of helplessness. "I don't want to keep fighting with you like this. It's really exhausting." Upon hearing Fang Cheng's words, Xingning stopped struggling, but her blue eyes glared defiantly at Fang Cheng. "If you're so tired, then let you be so tired, you bastard," Xingning thought to herself as she glared at Fang Cheng. As she thought this, she realized that her hands were being controlled, but her feet were still usable. The girl's eyes lit up, and she quickly raised her foot, preparing to stomp hard on Fang Cheng's foot. Fang Cheng naturally saw Xingning's actions, so he released the girl and quickly moved away. With her body freed, Xingning missed stepping on Fang Cheng. Seeing Fang Cheng jump away, Xingning became even angrier. The girl swung her fists and charged at Fang Cheng again, just like before. Judging from her attitude, she wouldn't give up until she hit Fang Cheng. Seeing that the girl was going to continue, Fang Cheng, noticing her angry expression, decided not to argue with her anymore. To be honest, this silly rabbit was quite persistent. However, Fang Cheng was unwilling to take the punch from this stupid rabbit for nothing, as that would mean he was condoning the rabbit's impolite behavior. So when Fang Cheng saw that Xingning was about to rush in front of him, he jumped back to prevent her from catching up. "Damn it, don't run away if you dare." Xingning cursed inwardly, her delicate lips slightly parted, but she still couldn't utter a sound. Perhaps due to the awakening of her demi-human bloodline, the silly rabbit ran extremely fast. Fang Cheng felt that his physical fitness was not bad, and as a man, it was beyond doubt that he could run faster than a little girl. As a result, Fang Cheng used a lot of his strength to run, and the silly rabbit followed closely behind, only one body length away from Fang Cheng, as if she was about to be caught up and beaten. On the other side, Betty, who had already stood up to persuade the two, saw them chasing each other around a few trees on the grass. She then slowly sat down and watched the two chasing each other. The two little ones looked at the two chasing each other with some confusion. The space here is a bit small, and there are some large toys blocking the way. I feel like the silly rabbit is probably not as fast as me, but it seems to be more agile when turning and jumping over obstacles. Fang Cheng thought to himself as he ran. Fang Cheng's forehead was slightly sweaty. He glanced back briefly, then ducked his head down and threw a small fist through the air above. Damn it, I'm almost there, keep going. Qing Ning cheered herself on. The girl looked at Fang Cheng, who was so close to her, and was only thinking about catching up with him and beating him up. It was as if she had forgotten everything that had happened before and only wanted to chase after him to beat him up. This stupid rabbit is really fast, Fang Cheng thought to himself. To be honest, after running around in circles on this open space for a couple of stretches, Fang Cheng was now actually enjoying the exhilarating feeling that running brought to his body. Fang Cheng suddenly wanted to know how fast he could run, and who had better endurance, him or the girl behind him. He was also curious whether the girl could catch up with him. So Fang Cheng ran and said to the person behind him, "Miss, if you can catch up with me today, I'll give you the antidote." Qing Ning, who was chasing after him, saw that Fang Cheng, whom she disliked, still had the energy to turn around and talk to her. Her eyes narrowed, and her angry blue eyes became more serious. "Damn it, don't underestimate me," Qing Ning thought angrily. Unable to speak and curse the bastard, Qing Ning's anger level increased by 1, and the muscles in her slender calves became visible. Fang Cheng could clearly feel that the girl chasing closely behind him suddenly sped up again, and her hand was almost touching his clothes. After thinking for a moment, Fang Cheng immediately changed direction and ran as fast as he could towards the playground. There's a saying that goes, "Fast on a curve is truly fast." Everyone can accelerate on a straightaway, but today Fang Cheng wants to race this rabbit in a straight line. Through his earlier observations, Fang Cheng realized that Qing Ning might have inherited some rabbit genes. She's agile, light-footed, and has good jumping ability. Seeing Fang Cheng lead Betty away, Betty and the two little ones at the dining table exchanged glances. "Sister Betty, let's go take a look." "Okay, Saya." Betty looked at Saya and smiled lightly. The three of them then jogged towards Fang Cheng's direction and arrived at the playground. They could see Fang Cheng and Qing Ning running quickly on the track, still closely chasing each other, but the distance between them had increased to about a meter. Although a meter is a considerable distance, even greater than the previous distance of one body length, Fang Cheng would be overtaken in less than half a second if he paused. Therefore, Fang Cheng dared not relax at all. He became serious, utilizing his physical strength and feeling the healthy vitality of his body. The feeling of running freely was exhilarating, especially with someone chasing behind him, making it impossible to stop and rest. 1 lap, 2 laps, 5 laps, 7 laps. They persisted on the track for 7 laps before their speed visibly slowed down. Fang Cheng, this stupid rabbit is really good at running. Because he had been running at almost full speed, and because of the hot summer weather, large beads of sweat had appeared on Fang Cheng's forehead and were falling to the ground. Looking back at the girl who was still staring at him with angry eyes, he saw that her face was covered with fine beads of sweat, and her hair was wet. Her long hair, which was not tied up, looked wet now, and it was also a little messy from the wind while running, making it look less neat. Her long rabbit ears on her head also looked a little limp. So Fang Cheng stopped. "Run! Why aren't you running anymore? You bastard!" Qing Ning thought to herself and spoke. She thought her voice would be unable to come out again, but to her surprise, the voice seemed to come out naturally. The sharp, angry voice echoed across the track, filled with anger, resentment, and a faint hint of pleasure. "Ha! I can talk now?" The girl was stunned for a moment, and then she gasped for breath and made a sound of surprise. When she saw Fang Cheng stop walking, she stopped walking as well. Ahem, I forgot to mention, although this medicine is quite effective in treating a sore throat, it has a slight side effect, temporary loss of speech. So it's usually taken before bed at night. Fang Cheng wiped the sweat from his forehead and smiled at the girl in front of him whose hair was soaked with sweat. "You bastard, you did this on purpose." Qing Ning glared at Fang Cheng. "That's right, I deliberately didn't tell you, and you didn't ask." Fang Cheng laughed. "I told you, you bastard, you could keep running, you deliberately stopped," Qing Ning said angrily. Fang Cheng was taken aback, not expecting the girl to ask this. Looking at the girl's serious face, her clothes were slightly damp with sweat, outlining her youthful features. The girl's persistence and determination touched Fang Cheng. He thought that the girl was only about 13 years old, and he really shouldn't have been so playful as to keep fighting with a little girl. Besides, when she saw that he had stopped, she also stopped and didn't try to punch him, which showed that the girl also had a strong sense of self-respect. Fang Cheng thought for a moment and said sincerely, "I really don't have the strength to run now. Even if I could, I wouldn't be able to run fast. I believe you're about the same. Anyway, I really want to apologize to you today. I did do something wrong. But Ching Ning, your speed is really fast, and your endurance is also very strong. I guess no girl in the academy can outrun you." After saying that, Fang Cheng smiled and nodded politely to the girl. There was no strange look in his eyes, only admiration. The girl was stunned. Hearing Fang Cheng's words, Ching Ning was a little unaccustomed to hearing this jerk call her name for the first time. She didn't expect Fang Cheng to apologize on his own initiative and even praise her. "Damn it, do you even need to tell me? Don't even mention the girls in our school, most of the boys can't run as fast as me." Seeing the young man with black hair and black eyes, and his clean and refreshing short hair, the smile he showed was completely different from Ching Ning's previous feelings. It was clean and pure, completely different from the burning gaze of those restless young boys in school. It made people feel a sense of tranquility and warmth, and involuntarily gave them a sense of intimacy. Ching Ning blushed slightly upon realizing the change in her impression of Fang Cheng, but since her face was already flushed from the strenuous running, it didn't seem unusual. Feeling a hint of embarrassment, Ching Ning angrily retorted to Fang Cheng, "It's late today, so I'll let you off the hook. But I will never forgive you. I've given you a chance before, and no man has ever dared to tease me like this." Ching Ning said breathlessly, her face flushed as she turned away, seemingly looking at Fang Cheng with disdain. Yes, thank you for letting me off the hook, miss. To thank you for not holding it against me, I'll treat you to a bottle of milk." Fang Cheng could now see that the bunny-eared girl in front of him actually had a stubborn streak. When Ching Ning saw the milk being handed to her, it was the same sweet, fruity milk that Betty's mother had brought for her last time. After finishing that bottle, she and Betty drank the remaining bottles together. It was also a drink that she had been craving lately. Ching Ning swallowed hard. After running for so long, she felt very thirsty and needed to replenish her fluids. Her desire for the milk intensified. "You bastard, you didn't poison it, did you? You're not going to drink it? If you're not going to drink it, I'll drink it. Why would I need to poison you? What good would it do me to poison you?" Fang Cheng unscrewed the bottle cap, then took a big gulp, and most of the milk had already entered Fang Cheng's stomach. "Damn it, I never said I wouldn't drink. You should have said so earlier. If you were so afraid I'd poison you, I thought you wouldn't dare drink it." Fang Cheng joked, then inexplicably pulled a bottle of milk from his empty pocket and handed it to Ching Ning. "TCH, even if it's poisoned, I'd still drink it. I don't believe anyone would be so bold as to poison me. As the eldest daughter of the Ephidiah family, no one dares to offend the Ephidiah family's dignity." Ching Ning took the milk and said with a touch of arrogance. "The Ephidiah family," Fang Cheng murmured. Ching Ning raised her head slightly. "Never heard of it." Fang Cheng said softly, but the girl could hear him. The girl had just opened the bottle and taken a sip of milk, her expression showing enjoyment, when she heard Fang Cheng's words and glared at him fiercely again. "That bastard is so infuriating. I feel like throwing him off the roof of the Magic Academy. But this milk is so delicious. Oh well, for the sake of being able to drink this milk again, and have hot pot and barbecue skewers in the future, I'll bear with it for now. I'll throw him off after I figure out where the milk comes from and the recipes for those hot pot and barbecue skewers, hee hee." Ching Ning's long rabbit ears on her head seemed to have regained their spirit, swaying from side to side. Ching Ning took a sip of milk and then another, a look of enjoyment on her face. Her blue eyes seemed to be thinking about something, and a strange smile suddenly appeared on her lips, as if she was thinking of a scene that made her happy. "This silly rabbit," Fang Cheng thought to himself. Seeing the silly rabbit's expression, Fang Cheng could roughly guess what she was thinking. She probably wanted to do something bad to him again. However, after getting to know her, Fang Cheng knew that although this girl had some bad habits and was a bit arrogant, she hadn't done anything to actually harm him or the two little ones. In fact, she was worried that the two little ones would be deceived by him. This girl still had some kindness in her heart. Just then, Betty and the two little ones came over. "Brother, are you all right?" Zayasha walked up to Fang Cheng and tugged at his sleeve. Looking at Fang Cheng, who was covered in sweat, Shay's eyes showed concern. Fang Cheng patted Shay's head, and a comfortable coolness swept over his body, which was especially pleasant on this hot summer evening. "Uncle Fang Cheng, Ching Ning, you two ran really well and lasted so long. I didn't expect Uncle Fang Cheng and Ching Ning to get along so well." Betty came between Fang Cheng and Ching Ning and said in a light voice with a smile on her face, "It's all right." Fang Cheng smiled and said, "At least when it comes to running, I think we get along quite well. Who can get along with this guy? He's driving me crazy." "Betty, how did you come to have this kind of person as your uncle? He'll probably make you angry in the future." All right, don't be angry anymore. Calm down. We're going back to school soon, so hurry up and get ready. Your hair and clothes are wet, go change your clothes," Betty said helplessly. Ching Ning, realizing what was happening, looked down at her top. Today she was wearing a gauze skirt, which was slightly damp with sweat, revealing glimpses of her flat chest. Of course, she was wearing underwear underneath, but even so, it was enough to make the young girl feel shy. Fang Cheng noticed the rabbit-eared girl looking down at her shirt and couldn't help but glance at her as well. The pink underwear was indeed quite suitable for a young girl. Damn it! Noticing Fang Cheng's gaze, Ching Ning snorted and turned away, her face flushed. Uncle Fang Cheng, do you have a restroom here? I'll take Ching Ning to change her clothes. Yes, Saya, you can take Betty with you. Yes, brother. Saya nodded. Sister Betty, Saya will take you there. The restroom is over there, this way. Little Saya let go of Fang Cheng's clothes and whispered to Betty, then skipped along the castle gate, her little feet moving quite fast. Betty and Ching Ning exchanged a glance, then jogged after Xiao Shaya. Saya, why are you running? It's just changing clothes, there's no rush. Betty caught up with little Saya and looked down at the silver-haired, cat-eared little girl in front of her, asking. Ching Ning also looked at Saya with some curiosity, observing the little guy as she ran. Because running will allow me to get the older girls to the restroom faster, said Saya. Wow, so cute and sensible. Hearing Saya's words, Ching Ning's eyes lit up as she looked at little Saya. Her usual arrogant demeanor softened at this moment. Little Saya was already adorable enough, and seeing that she and little Saya were both demi-humans, Ching Ning felt a special sense of kinship, as if she had found a kindred spirit. Thank you, Saya, Betty said to little Saya. You're welcome. Saya, hurry up and take the older sisters to the restroom so we can get back to my brother soon. Little Saya ran, her voice slightly out of breath. That bastard, he seems to be quite good to his sister. Damn it, he must be lying to her. Besides, how could a man with black hair have a sister with white hair? Betty noticed Saya's seriousness but didn't say anything, just thought to herself. They don't even look alike. She's definitely not his biological sister. Ching Ning's mind flashed through the youth novels she often read, and she suddenly exclaimed, sure enough, that bastard must be plotting something. Betty. Xiaoxie looked up at King Ning's words and asked with some confusion, big sister with rabbit ears, are you talking about big brother? And what does damn it mean? After saying that, Saya continued seriously, although I don't know what it means, I will get angry if you say bad things about my brother, and I don't want to be friends with my older sister. No, little Sao, I was just thinking about a bad person and talking to myself. I didn't mean your brother. Ching Ning said, blushing slightly as she looked at little Sao. She was actually quite embarrassed by the child's innocence and was reflecting on whether her behavior was inappropriate. Even if I really did something wrong, that bastard wasn't much better to me. He swindled all the money I brought with me. Ching Ning thought to herself. However, Ching Ning also felt a natural affinity and fondness for Sao. Sao was already adorable enough, and seeing how sensible she was and how she protected her brother, Ching Ning was quite envious. She even had the urge to snatch Sao home and exchange her own sister for her brother's. Most importantly, when Ching Ning looked down at Sao's cute, delicate silver cat ears, she also felt an urge to touch them. So Ching Ning didn't want to leave a bad impression on this little girl, so she decided not to say anything bad about that jerk in front of her anymore. She didn't even know what was so good about that jerk. Oh right, what was the plot of that youth novel again? Ching Ning shook her head, causing the rabbit ears on her head to twitch as well. In short, Ching Ning just couldn't stand Fang Cheng, especially when she saw how Fang Cheng's two younger sisters treated him. The young man showed a doting and satisfied smile, which made Ching Ning feel unbalanced. She wanted to give Fang Cheng a good beating, preferably on his face. Big sisters, the restroom is right here. Saya is going back to my brother's side now. With that, little Saya ran off. Seeing that Saya immediately ran off to return to her brother's side, Ching Ning and Betty exchanged a glance. Saya, thank you, Betty said cheerfully to the little girl's retreating figure. Sister Betty, you're welcome. Upon hearing the voice, Zayasha stopped in her tracks, turned around, and gave Betty a sweet, innocent smile. Betty and Ching Ning were stunned. That bastard. I'm so envious. When did my little sister become so cute and sensible? I'm going to give my little sister a good beating when I get back. Alright, go change your clothes. And do you dare hit Ailu? I heard from your mother that you and your sister were quite a handful when you were little, Betty said with a smile, pulling Ching Ning into the bathroom. Forget it, it won't do any good even if we beat them up. Ching Ning said, somewhat out of breath. I was just watching Sao daydreaming. I shouldn't have had any hope at all. My sister has absolutely nothing to do with cuteness, and she'll never become like Sao. All she does is cause trouble and throw tantrums all day long, and she even complains to my parents. And let me tell you, Betty, this morning my sister actually framed me. How could I have such a troublesome little sister? It's so frustrating to compare people. She was so cute when she was just 1 or 2 years old, but now she's driving me crazy. Qingning said to Betty as she put on a green dress that appeared out of thin air. Alright, Qingning, your sister is quite cute too, Betty said with a smile. TCH, everyone thinks that way, but I don't. That's because you don't really know my sister's true colors. Brother, I'm back. On the other side, Saya quickly ran back to Fang Cheng's side and grabbed his arm. Thank you for your help, Saya. Fang Cheng rubbed Saya's head. Saya shook her head. It's no trouble for you, big brother. Saya likes to help you with things. Alright, forget about them, let's go eat grilled fish. Fang Cheng led the two little ones back to the small table they had just been at, took out the grilled fish he had prepared earlier, and handed it to them to eat. The two little ones hadn't had a proper meal earlier because of Qingning's interruption. Big brother, it smells so good. Xia Shei's eyes lit up as she looked at the golden and crispy grilled fish. Little Emotong quietly took the grilled fish and sniffed it with her little nose. Eat more if you like it. If you're not full, I'll grill more for you later. I'm going to change my clothes now. You eat here, okay? Wait for me, I'll be right back after I change. Fang Cheng looked at the two little ones and said, then took out some drinks from his system space and placed them on the table. The drinks he had taken out earlier had already been mostly drunk because of the two of them, and each bottle was only 250 milliliters. Yes, big brother. Big brother, what should we do when the two older sisters come back after changing their clothes? Can we talk to them? Yes, that's fine, Saya. Those two older sisters aren't bad people, you can be friends with them. But, Saya, you should also be careful of the older sister with rabbit ears. She likes to talk bad about your brother, but she doesn't mean any harm. Don't take it to heart, Saya. Okay, I understand, big brother. But if big sister Rabbit Ears says anything bad about you again, Saya will scold her. Little Saya looked at Fang Cheng earnestly with her clear blue eyes, clenching her little fists as if she had made up her mind. Fang Cheng ruffled Saya's hair without saying a word. Alright, I'm going to change my clothes. You guys eat here slowly, I'll be back soon. Besides, girls usually take a while to change, maybe by the time I'm done, that bunny-eared lady won't be dressed yet. Fang Cheng said, then added some more ingredients to the table and walked away. Saya and Kurohim exchanged a glance and blinked. Little Saya watched her brother's back and wondered why he said that girls usually take longer to change clothes. Little Emotong watched Fang Cheng's retreating figure, pondering, could it be that brother wanted to peek? How does brother know that girls usually take longer to change clothes? I change clothes very quickly. A fragment inexplicably flashed through little Emotong's mind. Sister Emotong, the grilled fish that brother made is so delicious. Yes, brother's grilled fish is definitely the best. Little Emotong responded upon hearing Sheye's voice. Emotong looked down at the golden grilled fish in her hand, which was emitting a fragrant aroma. She picked it up and took a small bite. Turning her head, she looked at Sheye, who was eating grilled fish next to her with a satisfied and pure smile. Emotong chewed gently, feeling the flavor of the grilled fish spread on her tongue. Looking at the cute little Sheye with silver hair and cat ears, who was eating grilled fish seriously, a smile unconsciously appeared on her lips. Fang Cheng walked through the castle gate, intending to return to his small building to change his clothes. As he passed the restroom, he happened to see Betty and Qingning coming out of it. Uncle Fang Cheng. Betty greeted him a little shyly. Humph. Qingning tugged at her clothes, slightly awkwardly straightening her dress, then snorted and turned her head away from Fang Cheng. Fang Cheng smiled and nodded, saying, I'll go back and change my clothes too. Saya and the others are still eating outside. If you haven't eaten enough, have some more. I've added some ingredients and drinks. It's your first time here today, so I didn't prepare anything and didn't know how to entertain you. Just relax and have some with us. Saya really enjoys playing with you, Fang Cheng said with a smile. After saying that, Fang Cheng walked away. Qingning rubbed her eyes, looking at Fang Cheng's back in disbelief. Betty, did I hear that right? This bastard can still say such things. Has he lost his mind? But, at least Fang Cheng said something sensible. I'll forgive him. Qingning suddenly said with a grin, her expression happy. Betty was about to say something, but seeing Qingning's expression, she shook her head and said somewhat speechlessly, you know, Uncle Fang Cheng is actually a pretty good person. I spoke up for Fang Cheng the first time I met him, but Betty isn't helping me anymore, sob, she's not on Qingning's side anymore. Qingning said sadly, hugging Betty. Her happy expression just now instantly turned into a tearful look as she tried to act cute in front of Betty. Betty. Seeing that Betty ignored her, Qingning pouted and said, it's all that awful Fang Cheng's fault. Betty won't coax me anymore. I'm going to kidnap his sister and make her my sister. After saying that, Qingning hurriedly pulled the girl and ran outside. Betty was a little speechless as Qingning pulled her along. She sighed, but she also wanted to spend more time with the two little ones, so she couldn't help but feel a little excited. After all, who could resist getting to know two cute, pretty, and sensible little girls? Fang Cheng arrived at the small building, went to the bedroom, washed his hair and took a shower, and changed into a set of clothes he had bought outside that day. The style was quite nice, and the clothes fit him well and suited his taste. A small area on the chest of the clothes was embroidered with a simple gold flying tiger pattern. After changing his clothes, Fang Cheng looked out of the bedroom window and could see that Xiao She, Xiao Heitong, Betty Ching Ning, and the others seemed to be sitting together eating something in the distance downstairs. Because of the distance and limited vision, Fang Cheng couldn't see everyone's expressions clearly, but judging from the distance they were sitting and their movements, they seemed to be getting along well. You can even see Betty and Ching Ning picking food from the hot pot and putting it into Xiao's He and Motong's bowls. Just now, Ching Ning, who had just changed her clothes, dragged Betty to the place where Saya and Motong were eating. Seeing the two adorable little ones eating grilled fish so obediently, my heart melted instantly. Saya, Moto, your brother's grilled fish must be delicious, Betty said cheerfully as she approached the two little ones. No matter what, Betty's voice always exuded a youthful vibe. Betty, the grilled fish that Big Brother made is so delicious. Grilled fish used to be Saya's favorite food. Before? Does Saya not like grilled fish anymore? Betty asked with a smile, somewhat puzzled. Now, Saya loves any food that her brother makes the most, because her brother's cooking skills are so good, and every dish he makes is the most delicious, little Saya said after thinking for a moment, a smile appearing on her face. Upon hearing this, Ching Ning's blue eyes seemed to turn into a sour lemon. Betty and Ching Ning could also see that the cute silver-haired little girl in front of them was a complete fan of Fang Cheng, thinking that Fang Cheng was perfect in every way. However, they now agree with what Xiao's He said. After all, Fang Cheng's hot pot and barbecue are really delicious. Seeing the two little ones eating the grilled fish so happily, and smelling the aroma, Ching Ning couldn't help but swallow her saliva again. She had just eaten quite a lot, so why did she want to eat again? It must be because she hadn't tried the damn grilled fish yet. Big Sister Rabbit Ears, do you want some? Xiao She handed Ching Ning the grilled fish she had taken a bite of. Having witnessed Big Sister Rabbit Ears' previous behavior, Xiao She knew that Big Sister Rabbit Ears really liked to eat, and now she seemed to be swallowing her saliva again. Xiao She knew that feeling. In the past, when I saw crispy cookies or other delicious food, I would secretly swallow my saliva. Wow, really, Saya, can I really eat it? Ching Ning said with a surprised expression, her tone becoming unusually happy and a little flattered. Her blue eyes seemed to shine as she looked at little Saya. Even Betty, who was standing to the side, was a little surprised and puzzled. She looked at Zayashaya and asked Ching Ning first, and she seemed a little deflated. Her energetic face was a little disappointed. Yes, Saya is willing to give it to Big Sister Rabbit Ears, but Big Sister Rabbit Ears can't say bad things about Big Brother anymore, okay? Little Saya said earnestly to Ching Ning, who was bending over and facing her. Wow, so cute. Ching Ning was both charmed and annoyed by the way Xiao She was protecting that annoying brat. However, after thinking for a moment, Ching Ning hesitated and said, but She, your brother just scolded me too. That's because you, Big Sister with bunny ears, said it first. Saya isn't stupid. Anyway, Saya doesn't like hearing anyone say bad things about Big Brother. Big Brother is the best. Seeing the angry look on Zayashay's delicate little face, Ching Ning thought for a moment and said, alright, Xiaohe, I promise I won't say anything bad about your brother, but if your brother says anything bad about me, I'll say something back at him, okay? This young lady has a bad temper. Before Zayasha could answer, Motong suddenly said coldly, no. Saya blinked and nodded in agreement. Ching Ning. Wah! Ching Ning stood up and hugged Betty tightly, saying sadly, Betty, they bullied me. They bullied me. Ching Ning buried her face in Betty's arms, her long rabbit ears twitching, and she sobbed. Betty. To be honest, Betty didn't expect the two little ones to stand firmly on Uncle Fang Cheng's side and not allow anyone to say a bad word about them. If they're like this now, what will they be like in the future? However, as an only child, Betty couldn't help but feel envious of the young man when she saw the two little ones protecting their brother like this. I wish I had two adorable little sisters like that. I wonder if it's too late to go back and ask my parents to have a little sister. Alright, Ching Ning, Uncle Fang Cheng isn't the kind of person who would speak ill of others. Just agree to Seo's request. Don't you want to be friends with Seo Motong anymore? Of course I want to be friends with Saya, Ching Ning said, lifting her head from Betty's arms with a bright smile, her eyes showing no sign of moisture. Ching Ning turned her head, bent down, and faced Saya, saying, I won't say anything bad about your brother, but Saya, can you promise me one thing? What is it? Zayasha asked, her eyes sparkling with a mixture of happiness and curiosity. That is, don't call me Big Sister Rabbit Ears, call me by my name. You can call me Sister Ching Ning, Ching Ning said. From the beginning, Ching Ning had been somewhat unwilling to accept the rabbit ears, but she wasn't the type to hold a grudge against a child. However, she still felt uncomfortable hearing it, and now she finally had a chance to say it. As for promising not to speak ill of Fang Cheng, Xiaxue blinked, a little puzzled, but after hearing that it was only this condition, she thought for a moment and nodded in agreement. Okay, King Ning. Upon hearing the address little Saya, Qing Ning's delicate face broke into a smile. Then, she couldn't wait to ask, Saya, would you like to be my little sister? Do you want to come to my house for a few days? I have lots of delicious food and fun things to do, as well as many dolls and servants to play with you. Betty. Xiaoxue was also a little confused by Qing Ning's sudden enthusiasm, but she clearly heard that this older sister Qing Ning, whose eyes seemed to be shining when she looked at her, wanted her to come to her house to play for a few days. Xiaoxue shook her head in confusion. Alright, Qing Ning, don't scare Saya, Betty said helplessly from the side. Seeing Xiaxue shake her head, Qing Ning, though expecting it, still felt a little dejected. If my brother is going, then I will go too. It's fine if I go with my brother, Qing Ning. I'll tell my brother later. Little Saya said, trying to comfort Qing Ning, who seemed a little downcast. Saya, let's not tell your brother yet. I'll invite him myself next time. Qing Ning said hurriedly. She didn't want the adorable cat-eared girl she liked to go back and tell that bastard that he wouldn't let Saya have any contact with her anymore. We need to take it slow. First, we should try to build a good relationship with this little guy. Maybe he'll be willing to come to my house to play next time, hehe. That bastard Elolo has lots of fun toys that I can snatch and let Saya play with. Maybe Saya won't want to leave, and slowly that bastard's little sister will become my little sister, hehe. A smile appeared on Qing Ning's face, as if she was thinking of a scene. Saya, call me big sister. A slender figure in blue said to a little silver-haired girl. Big sister. Good, you're not allowed to speak ill of my older sister. If you do, I won't forgive you, even if you used to be Saya's brother. A silver-haired little girl angrily said to a black-haired young man clutching his chest, looking heartbroken. Qing Ning was lost in her imagination, a smile appearing on her lips, her drool almost spilling out. If Fang Cheng had seen Qing Ning's expression at this moment, he would have thought it was a rare, infatuated smile. Qing Ning, did you not eat lunch at home today? Betty asked, somewhat puzzled. Otherwise, why would Qing Ning be drooling over Saya's grilled fish? Ah, I think so, I didn't eat much at noon. Coming back to her senses, Qing Ning waved her hand, her pretty face slightly flushed. Sister Qing Ning, here, have this. If you don't speak ill of my brother, I'll be willing to be your friend. Little Saya handed the grilled fish in her hand to Fang Cheng and Qing Ning. Thank you, Saya. Qing Ning accepted the food with some surprise, but then realized it might be inappropriate, so she handed the fragrant grilled fish back and said, Saya, you eat it. Can I eat something else? Qing Ning turned to look at the food on the table. Yes, Sister Qing Ning, brother said we can eat together. Xiaoxue happily accepted her grilled fish. Wow, Saya, Motong, your brother's cooking is so delicious. Perhaps because Fang Cheng wasn't there, Qing Ning actually praised Fang Cheng's food so openly in front of the two little ones. Betty was somewhat speechless at the change in her friend's attitude. At this moment, Qing Ning, Betty, and the two little ones sat together and began to finish off the remaining food on the table. Even though Qing Ning had eaten quite a lot before, it seemed that she had used up a lot of energy after the exercise and chase with Fang Cheng earlier, and she was still eating with great relish. Betty was the same, she couldn't stop eating, mainly because they had never eaten such delicious hot pot before. The food my brother makes is the best. Little Sao smiled when she heard Qing Ning praise her brother. Little Mo Tong, standing to the side, looked at Qing Ning's dark eyes and gave her a you know what's good for you look. Qing Ning noticed Mo Tong's gaze and was somewhat speechless. She started muttering to herself about Fang Cheng again. She felt that although the little girl named Mo Tong was pretty, she was not cute at all and did not have the approachable feeling that Saya had. The only similarity between them is that they are very protective of their older brother, and this little girl named Mo Tong is even more so. Qing Ning wouldn't hold a grudge against a child, but that look in his eyes did make her feel a bit resentful towards Fang Cheng, even though his cooking was quite delicious. They started eating. Betty, Qing Ning, and Sao chatted. As for Mo Tong, Qing Ning didn't speak to her anymore. After Betty tried to communicate with Mo Tong a few more times, she only got nods and perfunctory responses like Betty and Qing Ning also noticed that the somewhat aloof black-haired girl named Mo Tong had no interest in communicating with them, so they gave up. They just felt that the girl named Mo Tong had a unique personality, and her pair of jet black eyes seemed to have a maturity beyond her years. However, they later discovered that this little girl named Mo Tong was indeed very caring towards Xiao Sheye, and her gaze towards Xiao Sheye was gentle. When Xiao Sheye spoke to the black-haired girl, the black-haired girl responded earnestly. This made them curious about the little girl who had the same black hair and black eyes as the owner of the place. As they ate, Betty and Qing Ning would occasionally put the ingredients on the table into the fragrant hot pot on the stove next to them. After the ingredients were cooked, they would first put the cooked ingredients into the two little ones' bowls. Xiaohe and Moton did not refuse Betty and Qingning's kind offer. However, after eating for a while, Xiaohe began to look longing in her eyes. Why hasn't my brother come back yet? Little Motong nodded in agreement, but still spoke to Saya. Brother might need to wash his hair, take a bath, wash his clothes, or go to the toilet, so it might take a little longer. Little Motong said in a cool tone, and Betty and Qingning could even detect a hint of longing in the little girl's cold voice. Betty and Qingning exchanged a glance, somewhat surprised and speechless as they watched the two little ones miss their brother so much in just a short while. Betty glanced at the sky. The summer sun had already dimmed its glare, and it was almost evening. Betty couldn't help but remind Qingning, "It's about time we headed back to the academy." Qingning looked at the hot pot and nodded somewhat reluctantly. Qingning looked at Saya and thought for a moment before saying, "Saya, we're leaving now. We're friends now, right?" Saya nodded as she looked at the older sister with rabbit ears in front of her. "Since we're friends, I'd like to give you a gift. Is there anything you'd like, Saya? Tell Qingning, and I'll buy it for you." "What does Saya want?" "Sister Qingning, can you give Saya money?" Little Saya thought for a moment and said. Qingning's expression stiffened slightly, but she still managed a forced smile and asked, "Saya, why do you want money?" "Because it seems like my brother is running out of money. He bought so many things for Saya and spent a lot of money." Qingning's lips twitched slightly, looking a little awkward. "Sure enough, the big guy ripped me off and then wanted the small guy to rip me off too. No wonder that bastard was so kind to let me eat here and even added more food and drinks." Qingning looked down and saw Xiao Sheye looking at her with some expectation. Qingning remembered that she had already thrown her money pouch to that bastard, so she could only say, "I already gave my money pouch to your brother. I don't have any money on me now. I'll give it to Sheye next time." Zayasha thought for a moment and nodded, saying, "Next time, Sister Qingning can just give the money to brother directly." "Okay." Qingning forced a smile. Just then, Emotong suddenly said, "We're not taking your money for nothing. We'll just go with the price Sister Qingning mentioned earlier, 20 silver coins for a bowl of hot pot, and 1 gold coin for 10 skewers of grilled meat." Sister Qingning just ate a total of 37 skewers of grilled meat and 9 bowls of hot pot, so let's say 5 gold coins. "And what about the milk and orange juice that Sister Qingning drinks? How many gold coins do you think it would be good to sell each bottle for?" Emotong asked seriously. Looking at the two little ones now, Qingning gently clenched her fist, her brows furrowed slightly, and a hashtag seemed to appear on her forehead. "Betty, why am I suddenly speechless because I'm so poor?" Betty looked at the two little ones working together like they were trying to rip me off, thought about how much she'd eaten, and then thought about her wallet, and fell silent. After Xiao Motong finished asking the question, the air suddenly became a little awkward. Xiao She blinked, thinking that Sister Motong was very impressive and made a lot of sense. She looked at Qingning with curiosity, as if she also wanted to know how much money a bottle of orange juice and milk could sell for. "How was the meal? Did everyone enjoy it?" A gentle male voice came from behind. It was Fang Cheng, who had just showered and changed his clothes. "Big brother." Zayasha ran excitedly to Fang Cheng and hugged him tightly. "Uncle Fang Cheng." Betty nodded a little shyly as she greeted Fang Cheng. "Humph." Qingning curled her lip and snorted. Fang Cheng nodded in response to the girl, not caring about Qingning's attitude. He already knew that Qingning was just like that. However, Fang Cheng still had some questions. How could this silly rabbit stay angry for so long? He had just seen from the bedroom window that the four of them were eating hot pot harmoniously, and the two girls were serving food to the two little ones. "Saya, what were you talking about with the older girls just now?" Fang Cheng hugged little Saya, who rushed towards him and gently rubbed the little one's head as he asked. It was Sister Motong who asked Sister Qingning how much milk and orange juice could sell for. Xiao Sheye said crisply. "Humph." Qingning snorted again from the side. She felt that this bastard was just putting on an act. It must be that this money-grubbing guy had sent his two sisters to ask her for money. Wasn't the dozen or so gold coins in her purse enough? Qingning really wanted to curse the smiling jerk in front of her, but she had just promised Saya not to say anything bad about him. Although she knew she would eventually be unable to resist cursing him out, she felt a little embarrassed to turn around and curse him after just promising Saya. After all, she really liked this cute and sensible demi-human girl and didn't want to disappoint her so quickly. Sister Qingning and Saya became friends. Sister Qingning asked Saya what she wanted, as she wanted to give her a gift. Saya said she wanted money, and then Fang Cheng stroked Saya's hair and listened quietly to her explanation, a smile appearing on his lips. He then said to Qingning, "I'm very happy that you and Saya have become friends, and thank you for your kindness. However, I'm also curious to ask, how many coins do you think my milk and orange juice would sell for outside? Don't misunderstand, cough cough, I didn't mean anything by it, I'm just curious." Qingning's forehead seemed to have another hashtag mark. After hearing Fang Cheng's words, the girl finally couldn't help but let out a huff. You're just obsessed with money. Humph. Betty, I'm leaving first, I'll wait for you outside. After saying that, the girl turned around angrily, shook her hand, and walked straight to the wall. With a light leap, she tapped the wall twice with her toes and jumped over, disappearing from the sight of the group. Fang Cheng hadn't expected to anger the girl so much that she left. He felt a little embarrassed, but as the older brother of the two little ones, he had to acknowledge their actions. After all, the girl with rabbit ears was just an outsider, and the two little ones had asked her for money, milk, and orange juice because they were thinking of him. So even though she knew the girl might get angry if she asked, Fang Cheng still did it. She thought Qing Ning would scold her a couple of times, but the stupid rabbit didn't even scold her anymore. She just got so angry that she climbed over the wall and left. This made Fang Cheng feel a little guilty. After all, she was a few years older than her. Uncle Fang Cheng, it's getting late, so I'll head back now. I have class tomorrow. I'm so sorry to have bothered you today. I apologize for Qing Ning's rudeness. Betty looked at Qing Ning's retreating figure as she climbed over the wall, paused for a moment, then reacted and said to Fang Cheng. After speaking, the girl bowed again. Fang Cheng shook his head and said, Betty, don't say that. I also failed to entertain you properly today, please forgive me. You two are welcome to come and play with Saya next time. I know your friend didn't mean any harm, but I was also impolite in some ways. By the way, take this back and drink it with Qing Ning, Fang Cheng said, taking out a bag and filling it with several bottles of orange juice and milk before handing it to Betty. Uncle Fang Cheng, I'm so sorry, I forgot to bring gifts for Shaya and Emotong on my first visit, and now I'm taking your things. Betty said somewhat embarrassedly. It's alright, it's just some drinks. There are more if you finish them. I have plenty here that I can't finish. Take them back to school and drink them. Don't be shy. Besides, Qing Ning just gave me her money pouch, which has more than a dozen gold coins, so drink up. Consider it payment. Fang Cheng said with a smile. Betty thought for a moment, then nodded and took the bag, saying generously, Thank you, Uncle Fang Cheng. I'll be going now. Okay, Betty, come visit again next time. By the way, if you don't like the school food, you can eat here. Bring Qing Ning along, and remember to tell her to bring money, Fang Cheng said with a smile. Betty nodded silently. It seemed that Uncle Fang Cheng really was short of money. Then Betty said goodbye to the two little ones. Saya, Moto, I'm leaving now. Big sister will come to play with you again next time. Goodbye, Betty. Little Sayo replied. Little Ink Eyes looked at Betty and nodded in response. See you next time. Betty replied cheerfully, gripping the bag in one hand. She leaned towards the wall, took a light leap, and with a push against the wall, nimbly vaulted over it. Betty climbed over the wall and looked around. She saw Qing Ning standing in front of a wall, waiting for her. Let's go, Qing Ning, let's go back to school. If we don't go back to the dorm soon, we'll get a public reprimand, Betty said, walking up to the girl and noticing that the girl was staring at the painting on the wall they had seen earlier, depicting a girl in some kind of uniform skirt, exuding lightning with a heroic air. TCH, no one dares to inform me. I never thought these damned hands could be used for painting. What a waste. Qing Ning turned her head away from the painting upon hearing Betty's voice, pouting as she spoke. Clearly, the young girl harbored considerable resentment towards Fang Cheng. Let's hurry back to the dorm, it's getting late. Your father told me to keep an eye on your magic practice today. The teachers at school will also report this to your father, Betty said helplessly. Upon hearing this, the girl sighed softly, looking somewhat listless. Seeing the bag in Betty's hand, she asked, Betty, what's this? Betty opened the bag and showed it to the girl, saying, Uncle Fang Cheng brought us orange juice and milk to drink. At least this bastard has some conscience. It wasn't for nothing that he swindled all the gold coins I had on me. Qing Ning looked at the milk and orange juice in the bag, counted them, and smiled again. However, Qing Ning, who was walking halfway, suddenly stopped. What's wrong? Betty asked. No, I need to go back and ask for more money. It's hard to get things done without money or gold coins, Qing Ning suddenly said, touching her mouth. I still have money on me, I'll use mine this week, Betty said. No need, Betty, it's okay. Wait for me, I'll be right back. Then I'll go home first. I'll be quick. Qing Ning hugged Betty and buried her face in her chest, then chanted a spell, Wind Guide, wandering in the mortal world. A gust of wind blew past the girl, bending Qing Ning's long rabbit ears. Qing Ning pushed off the ground and, guided by the wind, quickly ran towards home. Soon she disappeared from Betty's sight. Betty shook her head, then walked towards her house. Saya, Motong, have you eaten enough? Fang Cheng asked with a smile. Big brother, I'm full. Brother, I'm full. Let's tidy up together. Fang Cheng said, looking at the bottles, jars, bowls, and chopsticks on the table. The two little ones started tidying up with Fang Cheng in a very serious manner. The two little ones are both very careful and tidied up very well. Fang Cheng collected and cleaned up all the trash, and the newly built stove also had space. Before long, the space was reduced to flat ground. The stove and table had been removed, and Fang Cheng had put the unwashed dishes and chopsticks into his system space. He would take them to the kitchen to wash in the dishwasher later. Having a system space was indeed very convenient. After we finished cleaning up, it was almost completely dark. Fang Cheng led a little one into the castle, holding one hand in each hand. "Brother, are we starting school tomorrow?" Saya asked, gripping Fang Cheng's hand tightly. "Yes, that's right," Fang Cheng replied gently. "So we'll get to see Qiao Yin, Qiao and I, and teacher Yuli tomorrow." It's only been a day off. Did Saya miss them?" Fang Cheng asked with a smile. Hee, just a little bit. I'd like my older brother to read us the storybook we bought tonight, okay? Let's ask our sister Mo Tong to tell us the story tonight, Fang Cheng said with a smile, looking at Mo Tong, who was holding his little hand on his right. "Sister Mo Tong, is it okay?" Xiao Sheye seemed intrigued by Fang Cheng's words, tilting her head to look at Mo Tong to Fang Cheng's right, her azure eyes filled with anticipation. Mo Tong blinked, glanced at Fang Cheng with his dark eyes, and after a moment of silence, said, "Just say it once." His voice was clear and smooth. "Sister Mo Tong, you're so kind. When Saya learns to tell stories, I'll tell you stories too." "Oh, so you're not going to tell your brother?" Fang Cheng teased Saya. Hee. "Big brother, you don't need to ask, Saya will tell you." Little Saya giggled. Even though the little one now understood that her brother was teasing her on purpose, she still answered seriously. The sun had set, and the moon and stars illuminated the deep blue sky, making it a little brighter. The summer evening breeze always felt especially comfortable. Fang Cheng and the two little ones took a short walk on the track before returning to the small building. "Big brother, let's wash Saya and Sister Moto's hair." "Okay, just a moment," Fang Cheng replied, while hanging the clothes out of the washing machine to dry. When they came back from outside this afternoon, because Saya had wet her pants, they had already taken a shower, but they hadn't washed their hair. After showering, they had already put their clothes in the washing machine to wash. Next, Fang Cheng prepared to wash the two little ones' hair. The two little ones were already sitting obediently in the bathroom waiting. "You all took your own showers this afternoon, right?" "Yes, Saya and Moto-nichan took a bath together." "Okay, let's wash our hair then." Saya replied happily. Since they didn't need to take a bath, Fang Cheng didn't let the two little ones wash their hair in the bathtub, which saved them from taking off their clothes. Instead, he sat on a low stool. "Saya, come here first," Fang Cheng said softly, patting his leg. Saya obediently walked to Fang Cheng's side. Fang Cheng held the little one, letting her lie on her back on his lap. This position made it easier for Fang Cheng to wash his hair without getting water in Xiao She's eyes. Fang Cheng then transformed into a skilled temporary shampoo boy and began washing the little guy's hair. "Brother's hands feel so good." Xiao He looked at Fang Cheng's face with her crescent-shaped eyes. "Of course. If you don't feel comfortable washing your hair, you won't want your brother to wash it for you." Fang Cheng held the shoriat in one hand and used the other hand to apply shampoo, rinsing and combing the little girl's soft and beautiful silver hair, carefully making sure no water got into little Saya's ears. "No way, even if brother doesn't feel comfortable taking a bath, brother should take a bath too." Hearing Fang Cheng's words, Xiao She's voice became a little softer, as if she was not so sure. Sitting to the side, Mo Tong watched the two quietly, his dark eyes appearing calm and serene, his gaze fixed on them for even a second. After washing and drying Saya's hair, Fang Cheng rubbed her soft, fluffy little ears and then had her sit back on the small stool. Tong, come here, let your brother wash your hair." Fang Cheng patted his thigh and looked at the quiet little Mo Tong. Xiao Mo Tong responded, her eyes brightening slightly, as if she had snapped out of her reverie. Washing Xiao Mo Tong's hair is quieter. Most of the time, Mo Tong doesn't talk, she just lies quietly on Fang Cheng's lap, her hands gently resting on his legs, her gaze fixed on him. Unlike washing Xiao Sea's hair, when washing Xiao Sea's hair, Xiao Saya would inevitably talk to Fang Cheng, her body would twist and turn because she had been lying down for a long time, and she would grab Fang Cheng's clothes and move his stomach. "Sister Mo Tong, does brother's hand feel good?" Xiao Sheye stood beside Fang Cheng washing his hair. Mo Tong stared at Fang Cheng without blinking and responded softly. After washing up in the evening, the two little ones followed Fang Cheng. Fang Cheng went into the bedroom and put some of the things he had bought that day on the table. "The first thing I saw was a potted plant of small lampwort. As soon as it was taken out, it emitted a fluorescent blue glow in the dim room. It was hazy and very beautiful. According to the stall owner today, it was newly transplanted from the Whispering Forest and was guaranteed to glow for 10 days. I don't know if it will actually glow for 10 days, but it was the first time Fang Cheng had ever seen a plant that could glow, so he found it quite novel. And it only cost 30 copper coins. "Brother, this little lamp wick is so pretty." The three of them gathered around the table to admire it. I've heard that this kind of small lampgrass can be found everywhere in the Whispering Forest. Let's go to the Whispering Forest together next time, Fang Cheng said with a smile. Yes, brother, the forest will be very beautiful at night. Then there's the brooch I bought for Saya. Fang Cheng handed the beautiful black brooch to Saya and said, Saya, this is yours. Keep it safe. Saya happily accepted it and carefully held it in her hand. After saying that, Fang Cheng seemed to remember something and said, I've prepared 2 empty drawers for you, one for Saya and one for Emotong. You can put your things in those drawers from now on. I won't open them. And there's a lock on top, and you'll have to keep the key yourselves. Fang Cheng said with a smile, leading the 2 little ones to a cabinet, opening 2 drawers, which were indeed empty, and the drawers were locked. Xiaohe was excited when she heard Fang Cheng's words, and Xiaomotong's eyes lit up as she looked at Fang Cheng. Thank you, brother. Thank you, brother. You're welcome. Can Saya put the brooch inside now? The little one asked. Of course. Fang Cheng handed the keys to Xiaohe and Emotong respectively, teaching the 2 little ones how to unlock the lock, although Emotong should already know how. Saya carefully placed the black gemstone brooch into the drawer and locked it herself, a joyful smile spreading across her face. Fang Cheng looked at the quiet Emotong, thought for a moment, and said, Tong Tong, I'll give you a small gift tomorrow too. Emotong shook her head and reached out to grab Fang Cheng's arm. Before going to bed, Fang Cheng turned on the light and sat on the bed with the 2 little ones. Emotong was holding a children's book that he had bought from the bookstore that day. Little Seo nestled close to Emotong, quietly looking at the pictures in the book, waiting for her older sister Emotong to tell a story. Emotong glanced at the quiet and earnest Xiaohe, then looked up at Fang Cheng behind her. She pursed her lips, opened them slightly, and finally uttered a slightly cool and calm voice, the enchanted tree. With her dark eyes, she turned a page. Once upon a time, in a village, there was a strange big tree. Fang Cheng listened to Emotong's story while watching her slightly open mouth as she spoke. Emotong's voice was somewhat cold and her tone was flat. She simply read the words on the book in a calm and slow manner. Emotong pronounced each word clearly without pausing, and she knew every single word. Fang Cheng stared at Emotong, lost in thought. He suddenly found Emotong's earnest storytelling quite adorable. Xiaohe nestled close to Emotong, her eyes fixed on the words in the book, listening intently. Finally, the giant tree that had transformed into a giant drove away the monsters that were attacking the village, protecting its peace. However, the tree was also exhausted from driving away the monsters and collapsed. The great tree lay fallen on the ground littered with the corpses of monsters, its leaves all withered and fallen. Finally, the tree regained its vitality, stood up again, its leaves sprouted anew, and in autumn it bore very sweet fruit. More and more children from the village gathered under the tree. As Emotong closed the last page of the book, Xiao Emotong's voice also came to an abrupt end. A moment later. Sister Emotong, you're amazing. This story is so wonderful. Xiao Sheye blinked and said, snapping out of her reverie. Fang Cheng nodded and said gently, well said. Tong Tong's voice is also very nice. Fang Cheng sat in the back, doing nothing else but listening to the story, which was indeed somewhat like a fairy tale. The story tells of a strange, large tree. This tree was very thick and strong, but it never bore fruit. It also absorbed nutrients from the surrounding trees, causing them to stunt their growth. The tree's growth was also strange, with a crooked and twisted trunk. The villagers disliked this tree and wanted to cut it down for firewood, but the tree was too hard, and they tried many methods but could not cut it down. But actually, the village's ancestors had cast a spell on the tree to protect the village. Later, when the village was attacked by monsters, the tree transformed into a giant tree to protect the village. However, the tree was also depleted of its life force and was about to wither. The villagers were very moved and grateful, and they wanted to revive the tree that had protected the village. But to revive this tree, one must be a magician, and one who knows wood magic, but there are no magicians in the village. When the children in the village learned of this, they diligently studied meditation in order to become wood-type mages. Eventually, one child, single-mindedly pursuing magic, successfully acquired magical talent, and 2 years later returned with mastered magic, reviving the great tree. In conclusion, Fang Cheng believes this story is suitable for children, is quite positive, and can spark children's interest in magic, encouraging them to study hard and understand its effects. After finishing the story, Fang Cheng turned off the light and urged the 2 little ones to go to bed early, since they had to get up early for class the next day. However, Xiao She was clearly still immersed in the story and kept asking questions, which contained her longing and yearning for magic. Sister Emotong, can a big tree eventually become a giant tree? I don't know, there's no next episode in this story, Xiao Motong said softly. Fang Cheng, I didn't expect Emotong to be such a straight girl. Brother, is there really such powerful magic? Can it turn a big tree into a giant tree? Xiaoshe asked, lying next to Fang Cheng. Of course, there definitely is, just like Princess Elsa's magic, which turned the ice and snow into an olaf, Fang Cheng replied softly. Really? Does Big Brother know the spell to turn into Olaf? Saya suddenly asked excitedly. This question really stumped Fang Cheng. Seeing how expectant these little Sayas were, Fang Cheng couldn't very well say no. Besides, Fang Cheng himself didn't really know whether such magic existed in this world. However, after thinking about it, he said, this brother doesn't know now, but he might find out later. Having received this answer, Saya wasn't disappointed. She simply said, I wonder when Saya will be able to cast spells? Saya really wants to grow up. Don't worry, Saya, you'll be able to do it soon. Fang Cheng hugged Saya next to him and patted her hair. Yes, brother, Saya believes in you. It's getting late, Sayomoto, go to sleep. Fang Cheng comforted her. Good night, big brother. Zayasha hugged Fang Cheng's arm tightly and closed her eyes. Good night, brother. Xiao Motong said to Fang Cheng. Good night. Fang Cheng replied softly, feeling a little happy. Fang Cheng wondered where these two little ones had learned to say goodnight so suddenly. He wondered which cartoon they had watched. After a while, the two little guys had fallen asleep and were making soft, cute breathing sounds. Fang Cheng then used his basic detection skill on each of them. Name, Saya. Gender, female. Age, 4 years, 5 months and 25 days. Weight, 15.1 kilograms. Height, 101 centimeters. Status, sleeping, good. Magic element, 90/100. Magic points, 0. Elemental affinity, 84/100. Name, Mo Tong. Gender, female. Age, 5 years and 22 days. Weight, 15.3 kilograms. Height, 108 centimeters. Status, good emotional state. Magic element, 99/100. Magic points, 0. Elemental affinity, 80/100. Fang Cheng was somewhat surprised when he checked the information of the two little ones. Both of them had seen a significant increase in their magic power. Little Emotong's magic power had soared to 99/100, perhaps due to some kind of change in his body. Perhaps tomorrow Xiao Emotong's magic element will reach 100. At that time, she will have magical talent and can learn magic and meditation. Thinking of this, Fang Cheng was slightly excited and couldn't sleep. Judging from Emotong's state, although he has his eyes closed and seems to be sleeping, the system's detection shows that his emotional state is good, not that he is sleeping. This means that the little guy may be pretending to be asleep and is not actually asleep. However, Fang Cheng didn't bother her anymore. He just gently patted her little head. Little Emotong rubbed her head against Fang Cheng's palm, her eyes still closed. I checked the tasks on the system panel. The task listed above is a solitary educational mission. Please ensure that each student understands the basics of all magic systems, and guide them to express their magical desires. The student's magical desires will change according to their psychological state. Quest reward, Early Childhood Magic Meditation Mantra, 100 magic points. Daily tasks are expected to refresh around midnight. Fang Cheng plans to complete the educational task as soon as possible tomorrow and obtain the book of early childhood meditation formulas, because Emotong will soon possess magic power as well. Fang Cheng then checked his personal information. His magic power had reached 1995, his exchange points were 206, and his gold coins, including those he spent today and the dozen or so gold coins he had tricked out of the stupid rabbit, now totaled 72. Fang Cheng then meditated for a while and slowly drifted off to sleep. Early morning, Monday. Fang Cheng woke up groggily to the system alarm. Opening his eyes, he saw a snow-white ceiling. Turning his head, he found the two cute little ones still sleeping, their little noses pressed against his arm, and he could feel their warm, moist breath on his arm. I checked the system task panel, and sure enough, the daily tasks had been updated. Daily task, teach a lesson to the children. Reward for completing the task, 100 magic points, 10 exchange points. Fang Cheng gently withdrew his arm, got off the bed, and lifted the curtains that were letting in a little light. The entire bedroom was immediately illuminated by the morning light. The weather was quite nice today, and the air felt exceptionally fresh. The blue-winged bird that seemed to be perched on the wind swing in the distance seemed to notice the commotion. It turned its head and glanced in this direction. Upon seeing Fang Cheng, it let out a cheerful cry and spread its blue wings, quickly flying towards Fang Cheng. After only a few seconds of blurred vision, the azure wind bird flew in front of Fang Cheng, flapping its wings and hovering in the air. Fang Cheng wasn't surprised that the intelligent blue wind bird was riding the wind swing, but he was a little surprised that the blue wind bird would fly over to him this time. Fang Cheng stretched his hand out the window, and the azure wind bird chirped once, then landed on Fang Cheng's arm, its little head looking at him, its small beak open as it chirped, seemingly greeting him. Fang Cheng didn't feel the sharpness he had imagined on his arm. Upon closer inspection, he noticed that the sharp claws on the Qingfang bird's claws could actually be retracted. Wow, big brother, it's AO, came Zayashe's excited voice from behind. Fang Cheng turned around and saw that Xiao Shay had already gotten up and was kneeling on the bed, looking at him with a look of surprise. When Xiao Qing on Fang Cheng's arm heard someone calling him, he raised his head and saw Xiao Shaya. He then flew from Fang Cheng's hand to Xiao Shaya. Seemingly afraid of hurting Saya, the blue winged bird did not fly to Saya, but stopped in front of her. "Brother, why did Xiao Qing come to our room today?" Saya looked at the blue winged bird in front of her, but instead of touching it right away, she looked up and asked, "I don't know either. Maybe Xiao Qing saw her brother open the curtains and knew we lived here. She probably wanted to see if Saya was here and wanted to play with her," Fang Cheng said with a smile. "Is Xiao Qing real?" The bluebird sang once and nodded. At this moment, Xiao Motong also sat up, looked around, and then saw Fang Cheng by the window before rubbing her eyes. Seeing the two little ones wake up, Fang Cheng smiled and said, "I'll go downstairs first. Come down for breakfast after you've washed up. Remember to change into your school uniforms." "Yes, brother," Saya replied. Xiao Motong nodded. After washing up, Fang Cheng prepared breakfast and set it out under a tree on the playground. As usual, he first practiced his magic, watching lightning, ice, and fireballs appear in his hands from time to time. Fang Cheng was quite satisfied. He checked his magic power and found that after meditating last night, his magic power had reached 2000. Fang Cheng was quite pleased with this. Perhaps due to his high mental strength and perfect affinity with magic, Fang Cheng had mastered basic spells so well that casting them was as easy as drinking water. After thinking for a moment, Fang Cheng had a thought, and a fireball appeared in the air above him. Fang Cheng looked up at the sky above him, then chanted a spell. Before long, a lightning ball hovered above Fang Cheng's palm. Fang Cheng flicked his hand, and the lightning ball flew towards the fireball in the air under Fang Cheng's control. The instant the lightning ball crackling with arcs of electricity met the scorching fireball, it was as if the two elemental spheres had collided violently, and then exploded violently as if by a chemical reaction, making a loud noise in the air. The slightly loud noise made Fang Cheng lower his head slightly. The air was still filled with the heat from the magical reaction explosion that pierced through the air. Feeling the power of the collision between the two magics, Fang Cheng was quite satisfied. This proved that there were even more ways to combine magic to produce more reactions, and he would definitely have a greater advantage when facing magicians of the same level. "Big brother." At this moment, a faint, slightly worried voice came from the side. Fang Cheng looked over and saw Xiao Shay, wearing a school uniform, running towards him in the distance. Her hair was a little messy and she seemed a little worried. However, seeing that Fang Cheng did not seem to be in danger, Xiao Shay's little face seemed to relax a little. Next to Xiao Shay was Xiao Motong, running side by side with her. The azure wind bird, full of spiritual energy, circled around the two little ones, chirping as it flew. It seemed that the azure wind bird had become familiar with the little ones. "Big brother, what was that sound just now?" Zayasha ran to Fang Cheng's side and hugged him. "It's all right, Saya. It's just that my brother was experimenting with a spell that was a bit too powerful. I'll show it to you later," Fang Cheng said, patting Saya's head. Yes, big brother." Little Sao nodded obediently. "All right, let me comb your hair." Fang Cheng took out a comb from his system space. The bluebird landed on Fang Cheng's shoulder, hopping around on it, its small brownish blue eyes curiously watching the comb that had suddenly appeared in Fang Cheng's hand. Fang Cheng quickly combed the hair of the two little ones and tied it into pretty braids. "All right, let's have breakfast," Fang Cheng said with a smile as he braided Motong's hair. As usual, the three of them sat around a small table on small stools and ate breakfast. A bluebird named Xiao Qing stood on the grass, raised its head, and chirped as it looked at the table. "Big brother, what does Xiao Qing want to eat?" Xiao Zhe looked at the meat porridge, milk, bread, and fruit on the table, wondering what food Xiao Qing would like to eat. "Let's feed Xiao Qing some bread," Fang Cheng suggested. "Yes, dear brother." Saya picked up the bread, tore off a piece, held it in her little hand, squatted down, and offered it to Xiao Qing, who then began to happily peck at it. Fang Cheng wanted to remind Xiao Shay to be careful not to get pecked on the hand, and indeed found that Xiao Qing was also very careful when eating, so as not to hurt the little guy's hand. "I don't know who tamed it at the Magic Academy, or what other magical beasts are in the academy. Little Green, why didn't Big Green come?" Little Sao asked, looking down at the green wind bird pecking at its food. Little Green gave a perfunctory chirp, not understanding what it meant, and then buried its head in its food. It was clear that the green wind bird was completely captivated by the bread, with only bread on its mind. "Brother, do you know why Daking didn't come today?" "I don't know, maybe she's sleeping in," Fang Cheng said, sitting at the table eating breakfast and looking at Saya squatting on the grass. At this moment, Fang Cheng felt his arm being touched by Xiao Motong. Fang Cheng looked over and saw a spoonful of meat porridge being brought to his mouth. Xiao Motong slightly avoided Fang Cheng's gaze and remained silent. Fang Cheng opened his mouth, and a spoonful of porridge flowed into his mouth. To be honest, aside from feeling a little ashamed, Fang Cheng found the taste to be even more delicious than the meat porridge in his own bowl. Seeing Fang Cheng eat it, Xiao Emotong slightly turned her gaze towards Fang Cheng, her dark eyes looking at Fang Cheng's nose, and slightly opened her mouth. Feeling puzzled, Fang Cheng scooped a spoonful of porridge from his own bowl and slowly fed it to Emotong. Big brother, Saya needs to be fed too. Xiao Shay had already stood up. She turned around and saw her older brother feeding her older sister Emotong porridge. She pouted slightly. The little blue jay on the grass pecked at the last crumbs of bread that had fallen onto the ground. Its little blue eyes looked at the silver-haired figure who had fed it and made it feel close to him, and it let out a cry of confusion. Okay, Saya, come sit down. Brother will feed Saya too. Fang Cheng saw the little guy's slightly pouting lips, which were also particularly cute. However, having studied child psychology, how could Fang Cheng not understand the little guy's emotions? Upon hearing Fang Cheng's words, Xiao Shay instantly smiled and became happy. Then Fang Cheng started feeding the two little ones, giving Saya a bite and Emotong a bite. Xiao Motong looked at Xiao Shay, a strange smile hidden in her dark eyes. She scooped up some porridge from her own bowl with a spoon and held it to Shay's mouth. Ah, thank you, Sister Emotong. I'll feed you some too. Little Saya's eyes curved into crescent moons. Big brother, you're terrible. Eventually, it devolved into the three of them feeding each other at the small table. After finishing the breadcrumbs, the little blue windbird circled around the three of them, chirping. Its speed was so great that Fang Cheng's eyes were blurry. Only after Fang Cheng gave it a piece of bread that was relatively large for the bird did it stop. Then, perhaps because it was full, the little blue windbird picked up the remaining bread with its pointed beak and flew towards the clock tower of the Sky Magic Academy. Brother, did Xiao Qing bring bread for Daking to eat? Zayasha asked, looking at the shadow of the blue winged bird in the sky. Yeah, I think so. Fang Cheng said with a smile. After the three finished their meal, they heard the slightly familiar sound of horses' hooves coming from the doorway. Before Fang Cheng could speak, Xiao Shay excitedly said, Big brother, I heard the little lizard's footsteps. It's teacher Yuri and the others. Yes, yes. Brother heard it too. Ms. Yuri and the others arrived quite early today. Xiao Shay ran towards the gate, with Fang Cheng following closely behind. The carriage arrived at the gate, which opened automatically. The little lizard let out an excited cry, and its tail swayed even more vigorously. Teacher Fang Cheng, good morning. The children in the back of the carriage greeted Fang Cheng excitedly. Before the carriage even stopped, Leo couldn't wait to get off. After getting off, he seemed a little awkward and stood there without going forward. Leo, that's a bit reckless. You got off the car before it even stopped. You could easily fall and get hurt. Fang Cheng reminded him with a smile. Seeing the children all wearing their school uniforms, their little faces beaming with excitement and joy, Fang Cheng was also infected by their joy. Yes, Teacher Fang Cheng, I won't do it again next time. After saying that, Leo raised his hand in a salute, looking somewhat comical, but his face was serious. It was unclear where he learned that gesture. It was just a day off, and this impetuous little guy must have encountered something interesting. Fang Cheng knew that the gesture of raising one's hand in salute was usually a courtesy performed between guards and cavalry in the kingdom's army. Good morning, kids. Fang Cheng greeted the children. Waiting for the children to get off on their own, these children were very agile and were able to get off the carriages relatively easily. The lizard horse beast beside them howled twice at Fang Cheng and Saya, its tail wagging. Zayasha went up to greet the little lizard, good morning, little lizard, and then touched the little lizard's body. The little lizard's big eyes seemed to be squinting with a smile. Yuri got out of the driver's seat. Good morning, Yuri, Fang Cheng said, handing her a bottle of milk. Yuri took it, and then Fang Cheng distributed the milk to the other children. The little ones excitedly took them one by one and went off to play freely. Good morning, Principal, it's not tiring, Yuri said to Fang Cheng with a smile, her eyes seemingly sparkling with the light of the morning sun. Fang Cheng hadn't seen Yuli for only one day during his holiday. He hadn't noticed it until he saw her, and now he felt a slight longing for her. Yuli was wearing a plain dress today, with fair and pretty cheeks and a slightly chubby figure. Fang Cheng couldn't get enough of looking at her out of the corner of his eye. Yuri looked at Fang Cheng, her brown, watery eyes softening further, yet also revealing a hint of girlish shyness. What's up with this guy here today? He even gave me a salute. Fang Cheng started chatting casually, a smile on his face. This morning, Leo also saluted me. He said his uncle, a guard from the kingdom's army, visited him yesterday. Yuri said softly. Did this guy come to your house early today to urge you to go to school? Well, no, he's a little later than usual. But the kids are all here pretty early today, they all seem eager to come to school. Fang Cheng smiled and nodded. He understood immediately, these kids must have had a day off at home and had come here excitedly this morning. The children's parents came to my house this morning to ask me to express their gratitude for taking care of the children and for the food. Fang Cheng nodded, not paying any attention. After chatting with Yuri for a while, Fang Cheng, along with Xiao Shui and Xiao Motong, settled the lizard horse beast down and gave it some fruit. The little lizard then lay on the ground, happily eating the fruit and resting. Little lizard, I have to go to class now. I'll come back to play with you later. Zayasha patted the little lizard's neck. The lizard horse let out a cry and wagged its tail. After finishing their milk, the children chased each other around the kindergarten for a while, playing on various large toys, including the wind swing, the cloud climbing frame, and the magic adventure slide. They hadn't played all day, and the children felt like they were making up for the time they missed during yesterday's holiday. So Fang Cheng let the children play for a while longer. When Fang Cheng called them to class, the children obediently ran back to line up, still looking like they hadn't had enough. In the morning, when the weather wasn't too hot, Fang Cheng saw the children's faces still full of energy and, after thinking about the system's tasks, decided not to go back to the classroom to teach the children. Instead, he chose to teach them outdoors, leading them to an open space. Okay, now children, please sit side by side on the grass, facing the teacher. The children looked at each other, and Xiao Yin said, Leo, Tate, you two sit to my right. Okay, Leo actually agreed obediently. Without Fang Cheng's prompting, the children were able to sit upright in a straight line. The passengers were Leo, Tate, Join, Joni, Saya, and Emotong. Fang Cheng took out a small stool and sat in front of the children. He exchanged a small blackboard from the system shop and took it out to the children's surprised looks. Ever since he found out that the silly rabbit also had a storage device, Fang Cheng no longer hid it and openly conjured things up in front of the children. Fang Cheng began writing on the blackboard. Wood magic. Come on, children, read it aloud with me, wood magic. Fang Cheng pointed to the words on the blackboard. Wood magic. The children repeated in unison. The teacher has demonstrated many different types of magic before. Can any of you tell the teacher what wood magic is, and what you think wood magic is like? Wood magic is magic related to trees, Leo said, raising his hand. I know, the wood magic is the magic that teacher Fang Cheng used to make the tree branches sprout last time. Xiao Yin raised her hand and said. Wood magic, magic related to plants, Tate said, raising his hand. The children answered enthusiastically, all of them knew to raise their hands, and they learned not to interrupt and to listen attentively when other children were speaking. The children are right. Wood magic is indeed magic related to plants. It gives people the impression of life, simplicity, and freshness. The representative color of magic is green. Do any kids know what wood-based magic is used for? I know that wood magic can make plants grow faster, Xiao Yin said. Fang Cheng smiled and nodded. Wood magic can heal, Leo said. How did you know? Fang Cheng asked curiously. That bear boy fell and injured his leg, and teacher Al used wood magic, which is green, Leo said excitedly. It turned out to be a scene from an animated film. Speaking of which, Fang Cheng hadn't watched as many magical fantasy animated films as these kids. Fang Cheng wasn't quite sure what kind of magical knowledge the children learned from watching these animated films, but in any case, it was still beneficial. Usually, while the children were watching animated films, Fang Cheng was busy preparing lunch and such. Fang Cheng smiled and nodded, praising Leo, who then sat up even straighter on the grass. Wood magic can transform trees into giant trees to defeat magical beasts, said Xiao's He. Upon hearing Zayasha's answer, Emotong turned to look at Zayasha beside him, a hint of doting smile in his eyes. The other children seemed a little incredulous when they heard this, and looked at Saya with some curiosity. Saya noticed everyone's gaze and shyly shrank back. To be honest, Fang Cheng was also a little unsure whether wood magic could turn a tree into a giant tree, since it might involve other aspects of magic, such as mental magic or mechanical magic. However, since it was said by my own little darling, of course I have to agree. Besides, the transformation of a tree into a giant tree might be related to wood magic. Yes, what Saya said is also very good. I still remember the story I heard yesterday. That's right, wood magic can make the tree giant repel monsters. The children listened attentively to Fang Cheng's explanation. Yesterday we bought a storybook about a tree that's been enchanted. The tree in it will turn into a giant tree. We'll have teacher Yuri tell you the story later, okay? Fang Cheng said with a smile, seeing the children's expressions. He glanced at Yuri, who was sitting not far away, studying diligently. Okay. The children responded excitedly in unison, turning to look at Ms. Yuri behind them, who smiled and nodded. Under Fang Cheng's guidance, the children gained a deeper understanding and appreciation of wood-based magic in this lesson. The trees, grass, and flowers they had previously encountered seemed to take on a different meaning in their eyes. Fang Cheng closed his eyes, and with the blessing of his animistic meditation skill, he could faintly sense the wood element escaping from the atmosphere beginning to float towards the children and slowly merge into them. The trees and grass on the ground, under Fang Cheng's perception, also emitted green light that merged into the children's bodies. The children seemed oblivious, their faces showing the excitement of knowing get out of class was almost over, and little Leo's eyes were already darting towards the toys he wanted to play with later. Fang Cheng noticed that Imotong, who was sitting quietly, slowly closed his dark eyes, his small brows furrowed slightly, as if he had thought of something and was using his basic detection skill. Name: Imotong. Gender: female. Age: 5 years and 22 days. Weight: 15.3 kilograms. Height: 108 centimeters. Status: good emotional state. Magic element: 100/100. Magic power: 0.18, upgrading. Elemental affinity: 81/100. The magic power value in Fang Cheng's system panel showed a visible increase of 0.18, 0.19, 0.25. Fang Cheng quickly walked to Imotong's side, feeling both excited and nervous. Tong Tong, are you alright? Is anything bothering you? Fang Cheng asked with concern, supporting Imotong's back. Brother, it's nothing, I'm just a little sleepy. Imotong said softly, his eyes looking listless and about to close. Fang Cheng hugged Imotong, feeling a little nervous. She had just woken up from a nap, so why was she already dozing off? The other children around them also noticed Imotong's movements and gathered around, their eyes filled with curiosity and concern. This pretty little girl, with her black hair just like teacher Fang Cheng's, piqued their curiosity. However, the girl's consistently cold attitude towards everyone except Saya and teacher Fang Cheng made them hesitant to approach or speak to Imotong. Sister Imotong, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Xiao Sheye took Imotong's little hand with a worried look in her eyes. Yuri walked over and squatted down. Seeing Imotong's slightly furrowed brows and listless appearance, she had a somewhat uncertain look in her eyes. She touched Imotong's forehead. Principal, if Imotong isn't sick, it's probably because her magical senses have awakened. Yuri's expression was a mixture of uncertainty and delight. Awakening of magical perception? The children nearby exclaimed in surprise. Even though they were young, they were familiar with the word and looked at Imotong with envy. Fang Cheng had just asked the system assistant Xiaoling in his mind. Xiaoling told him that it was a normal phenomenon for her to awaken her magical senses. This was because the magical elements in Imotong's body were being transformed into magic power, and her body and mind were adapting to the existence of magic power. She just needed to rest for a while. Upon hearing this, Fang Cheng felt much more at ease. At the same time, Fang Cheng was able to reliably see that Imotong's magic power had reached 0.5 using his detection skill. Master, when the magic power value becomes 1, it means that the magic perception awakening is complete. Xiao Ling's tone was also a little excited. Fang Cheng nodded, then held Imotong in his arms and leaned against a tree to rest. Imotong nestled in Fang Cheng's arms, and the slight frown on her delicate face relaxed a little. Fang Cheng touched Imotong's little head, releasing the light healing technique while simultaneously unleashing the adorable head pat skill. Imotong's eyes were closed, and his expression was completely relaxed, with a smile unconsciously appearing on his lips. Several children, filled with curiosity and envy, gathered around, watching Imotong nestled in Fang Cheng's arms, waiting. Fang Cheng told the children that they could go play after class, but the children remained motionless, unwilling to move their feet, not to play, and not to speak. They all looked at Imotong in Fang Cheng's arms with a mixture of anticipation, nervousness, and curiosity. For a moment, the space fell into a slightly awkward silence. After all, he was holding a little one in his arms, with little Saya clinging to him. The little ones, including Riot, looked at Imotong in his arms with envy, anticipation, and curiosity, but didn't say a word. Fang Cheng himself felt a little embarrassed, so he coughed lightly and said, "Children, don't be envious. You all have magical talent. As long as you listen attentively in every class, you can also awaken your magical talent very quickly. Now I'm going to give you a question. I'll ask you one by one later. Think about it carefully, because it's related to your future learning of magic." Upon hearing Fang Cheng's words, the children's expressions instantly became serious. What are your magical wishes? Hearing Fang Cheng's words, the children exchanged glances, somewhat puzzled. If you children become magicians, what elemental magician would you most like to be? And what would you like to do after becoming a powerful magician? Fang Cheng asked softly. Can I become a mage who knows all elemental magic like teacher Fang Cheng? Leo glanced at Imotong and whispered. Yuri, who was listening attentively, couldn't help but smile helplessly when she heard Leo's words. Sure enough, this was very much like Leo. At this moment, Yuri said, "Children, there are very few mages as powerful as your teacher Fang Cheng who knows many elemental magics. When I was studying at the Magic Academy, I never saw anyone cast more than 3 types of magic. I, for example, only know water magic." Yuri explained to the children. Your teacher Yuri is right. Moreover, powerful mages specialize in researching and training only one type of magic. Each mage has a different ability to resonate with different elements. For example, it's very easy for teacher Yuri to cast water magic, but it's very difficult for her to cast fire magic. This is because everyone's constitution is different, Fang Cheng explained to the children. So children, first think about what element of magic you like best. I've already introduced and explained the magic of each basic natural element to you before, Fang Cheng said patiently. Upon hearing Fang Cheng's words, the children fell silent and pondered. They seemed very serious and even excited about the question Fang Cheng had suddenly posed. Hearing teacher Fang Cheng's question, they felt as if they were about to awaken their magical talent, something they had never dared to imagine before. Although they were young, they were not ignorant children. Children growing up in working-class families were relatively sensible and mature in their thinking due to their environment. They also understood how difficult it was to become a magician with magical talent. Seeing the serious expressions on the children's innocent faces, Fang Cheng couldn't help but smile as he patted Emotong's head. If you have any questions, you can ask Ms. Yuri first. I'll invite you to chat with me one by one later. Fang Cheng said. Yes, teacher Fang Cheng. The children replied. Before long, under Fang Cheng's continued use of the basic detection on Emotong's magic power steadily increased, slowly from 0.98, 0.99 to 1. Fang Cheng straightened up slightly, waiting for what he felt might be an unexpected change. After all, in online games, when your character levels up, a golden light appears, right? Fang Cheng was lost in a strange thought as he observed Emotong's changes. He had thought that the magic power would stop after it reached 1, but before long, Emotong's magic power returned to 1.1, and finally stopped at 1.5. Emotong, nestled in Fang Cheng's arms, trembled slightly, as if feeling a sense of familiarity, warmth, and security in his embrace. He squinted open his eyes a crack, then closed them again, a subtle smile playing on his lips. Teacher Fang Cheng, it seems Emotong has woken up. Leo, one of the children who seemed to be seriously contemplating their magical wishes, suddenly exclaimed with surprise and anticipation. Emotong. Upon hearing Leo's voice, the eyes of several children who were deep in thought instantly focused on Emotong. Yuri, standing to the side, simply smiled with her lips pursed. She too had noticed Emotong's subtle actions. Saya looked at Emotong beside her with a mixture of anticipation and confusion. Emotong slowly opened his eyes, his dark and somewhat cold gaze inadvertently sweeping over the excited Leo before looking away. For some reason, Leo felt a chill run down his spine after being looked at by Emotong, which was quite unusual in the summer weather. However, the oblivious Leo didn't think too much about it and kept looking at Emotong with shining eyes, eager to know what changes would occur when his magical senses awakened. Sister Emotong, are you alright? Is anything bothering you? Xiao Shaya asked with concern. Yes, I'm fine. Emotong touched Xiao Shaya's hair. Tong, are you alright? Do you feel any changes in your body? Fang Cheng asked. Brother, I'm fine. Emotong slowly stood up from Fang Cheng's arms, then walked a few steps straight to the open space. The little ones looked at Emotong with a bit of surprise and curiosity. Emotong stood on the grass, her dark eyes slightly narrowed as she looked ahead, seemingly lost in thought and reminiscence. Finally, her small mouth moved slightly, and she made a hand gesture, the fire element that roams the world. #Fireball. Boom! A red flame the size of a ping-pong ball emerged from Emotong's small palm and hovered in the air. The little ones stared wide-eyed at the small figure in front of them. The rising flames silenced them for a moment before they exclaimed in amazement. Wow! Fang Cheng stared intently at the small fireball in Emotong's palm. A fireball the size of a ping-pong ball danced like a playful little sprite above Emotong's palm. Emotong turned her head, a small fireball floating in her hand, and looked at Fang Cheng, saying, Brother, I want to become a powerful fire mage. Emotong's dark eyes looked at Fang Cheng, and Fang Cheng seemed to see a small flame, somewhat scorching. Fang Cheng paused for a moment, then roughly understood why Emotong wanted to become a fire mage. Fang Cheng walked over and squatted down, facing Emotong's small face, and hugged her petite body. You will definitely become the most powerful fire mage. Fang Cheng's reassuring voice rang out. The fireball in Emotong's hand dissipated, and she gently hugged Fang Cheng's back. After hugging for a while, Fang Cheng let go. At the same time, using the detection function, I looked at the magic power value on Emotong's body, and it had become 0.1. Fang Cheng was still a little puzzled that Xiao Emotong could release magic so soon after her magic awakening, but after thinking about Emotong's recent changes, he felt that the changes were reasonable. Fang Cheng had read in a book that when a child's magical sense awakens, it only proves that there is magic in their body, but before they can release magic, they still need to systematically learn meditation, feel the existence of magic, and even need guidance from adults. Unless a child has exceptional talent and outstanding elemental affinity, they can release magic on the very day their magical perception awakens. Normally, a magic sensing crystal ball is used to test a child's awakening of magical intuition. Thinking of this, Fang Cheng directly spent 5 exchange points to exchange for a magic sensing crystal from the system. Fang Cheng took out a black crystal ball. Mo Tong placed his hand on it, and within 2 seconds, the black crystal ball emitted a white light. Several children gathered around, their eyes wide as they stared at the crystal ball emitting white light. They had often heard stories about magical crystal balls from adults. Teacher Fang Cheng, I want to give it a try, Leo said eagerly. Okay, you can all try it. I'm sure you've all heard of magic sensing crystals, Fang Cheng said with a smile. Yes. Teacher Fang Cheng, I've heard my dad mention it, and Teacher Yuli also talked about it with us before, Leo continued. Fang Cheng nodded and handed the crystal ball to Leo. Leo carefully took the crystal, looking at it with anticipation as it returned to its black color. However, as Leo had somewhat expected, it didn't glow. After waiting a while, Leo handed it to Tate, who was standing next to him. After each child excitedly tried it out, they handed the crystal ball back to Fang Cheng with a slight hint of regret on their innocent faces. Fang Cheng looked at their expressions and encouraged them. Alright, don't be discouraged. If you're willing to listen attentively in class, Teacher Fang Cheng guarantees that you'll all awaken your magic before your 6th birthday, Fang Cheng said in a calm and confident tone. The reason Mo Tong awakened magic first is because she is a little older than all of you, Fang Cheng continued. So children, don't rush. Think about what your magical wish is first. In 1 minute, the teacher will talk to each of you one by one, Fang Cheng said. After hearing this, the children's eyes gradually calmed down, and they fell into thought. 1 minute later, Fang Cheng began calling the child's name. Children whose names are called by the teacher, please come with me to the swings. Children whose names are not called can go play first, Fang Cheng said. Does anyone want to go first? Fang Cheng asked, looking around at the earnest-looking children. Teacher, I'll go first. Leo was the first to raise his hand. Okay, you go first, Fang Cheng said with a smile. Then he said to Xiao Shay beside him, Shay, your brother will have some questions for you later. Go play with Sister Mo Tong and Xiao Yin first. Yes, I understand, big brother. Xiao He nodded. Fang Cheng sat on the wind swing, and the swing slowly began to sway. Leo sat next to Fang Cheng, holding the swing rope with one hand and Fang Cheng's arm with the other, swinging with the swing. At this moment, Leo seemed rather quiet. Leo, if you were to become a mage, which element would you choose? Teacher Fang Cheng, I want to choose the most powerful lightning magic. The lightning ball that Teacher Fang Cheng released last time was very powerful, Leo said. Lightning element is also a good choice, Fang Cheng said with a smile. Leo, what would you like to do after you become a powerful magician? I'll tell my father and mother, they'll be so happy. Leo's eyes shone with anticipation. Every father and mother would be very happy if their child became a magician. That means you will be a very powerful lightning magician in the future. What will you do? I want to go on an adventure, to the monster forest to kill monsters, and sell their corpses to make lots and lots of money so my family can live a good life. Thank you, Teacher Fang Cheng, for your help in the food. I saw my mother smile yesterday. It's been a long time since I've seen my mother smile. She looks so beautiful when she smiles. My father's foot was bitten by a magic-eyed rabbit when he went to the forest to gather herbs, so now, he can only use a cane. Leo's voice lowered as he spoke. Fang Cheng patted Leo's head and said, Leo, you are a very brave little man. Even without me, your character is enough to make your family live a wealthy life. Do your best to do what you want to do. Your teacher will support you. You will definitely become a lightning mage in the future. Thank you, Professor Fang Cheng. Leo nodded, his eyes glistening with tears, and turned away, unable to look at Fang Cheng. Go ahead, Fang Cheng said. Etc. What's wrong, Professor Fang Cheng? Leo didn't turn around, his voice a little hoarse. Could you please call little Tate over for a chat? Leo replied. Wait. Leo took 2 more steps, and Fang Cheng called him back. You can't bully my Saya. Fang Cheng said jokingly, deliberately raising his voice to intimidate her. Understood, Teacher Fang Cheng, I will protect Saya. With that, Leo dashed off. No, I'll take care of protecting Saya, Fang Cheng muttered to himself as he watched Leo run away. Tate sat next to Fang Cheng, holding the rope with one hand and the wooden board of the swing seat with the other, looking somewhat shy and reserved. Tate, relax. Yes, Professor Fang Cheng. Tate breathed a sigh of relief. If you were to become a magician, what element would you choose? Wood element. Because wood has healing properties and can promote plant growth. My mother twisted her back while working. The vegetables we grow at home are growing very slowly, and the sunflowers my father gave me are almost withered. You are a thoughtful and sensible child. You will definitely become a wood-type mage in the future. You should dare to express your thoughts. You can learn from your good friend Leo in this regard. He dares to express himself. I know that you actually know the answers to many questions in your heart. You and Leo can learn from each other. Leo is a bit careless, and he needs to learn from you in that respect. Fang Cheng patted Tate's head. Teacher Fang Cheng, thank you, Tate said, bowing his head. It's all right, go ahead. I look forward to seeing how you do. Be as sunny as a sunflower. A powerful wood-type mage can revive withered flowers and plants, and can make a vegetable patch ripen in just a few seconds. Xiao Yin and Xiao Ni, what kind of magicians do you want to become, and what attributes do you want to choose? Fang Cheng sat in the middle of the wind swing, holding one of the little ones in his arms to prevent them from losing their balance. The two little ones were very happy to be embraced by Fang Cheng and leaned against him. Kaiang Ni, you go first, Xiao Yin said to Xiao Ni beside her. Although the two little ones are twins with identical faces, Xiao Yin has the demeanor and self-awareness of an older sister. I want to become a wind element mage, Teacher Fang Cheng, Joni said in her childish voice. Then I want to become a fire mage, Xiao Yin said. Why? Fang Cheng asked the two little ones curiously. It's so hot at night. I can use wind magic to fan daddy and sister. The wind feels so nice. Joni's voice was sweet and childlike, and her eyes were squinted into crescent moons. Fire magic can do many things, it's very convenient. It can protect Joni and Dad, it can boil water, it can cook, and it can be used to make a fire in winter, Xiao Yin said seriously after thinking for a moment. Fang Cheng nodded and smiled at the two sensible and well-behaved children, affirming, you will definitely be able to achieve your wishes. Your teacher will help you. Thank you, Teacher Fang Cheng, Xiao Ni's voice was soft and sweet. Thank you, Professor Fang Cheng. Xiao Yin's voice was a bit cool. Riot and the other children were chasing and playing on the grass. They looked very happy after talking to Fang Cheng. This was the first time Fang Cheng had a close conversation with the children. Usually, it was Yuri who had the close conversations with the children. Fang Cheng and Xiao She sat on the wind swing. Xiaosha hugged Fang Cheng's arm tightly, her face beaming with a happy smile. Our Saya wants to become an ice mage in the future, right? Fang Cheng said with a smile as he looked at Saya beside him. No matter when, Fang Cheng could never get enough of looking at Saya. Her clear, deep blue eyes, long, curved eyelashes, delicate, fair, soft, and slightly chubby little face, and most importantly, the light in Saya's eyes and her healing smile made Fang Cheng want to protect her forever. Yes, brother. Saya wants to be able to do powerful ice magic like my sister and Princess Elsa. Okay, our little Sayo will definitely become an ice mage, I promise. Fang Cheng patted Sayo's head. Hee hee, brother, Saya likes you so much. Little Saya leaned against Fang Cheng's chest and nuzzled him with her little head. I like Saya too, Fang Cheng said with a smile. Fang Cheng didn't ask Saya what she wanted to do in the future or what her wishes were. He would fulfill any needs or desires Saya had. Big brother, when will Saya awaken magic like Sister Emotong? It should be ready in about a week. Fang Cheng said, seeing the expectant look in Xiaoshe's eyes. Really? Saya's eyes lit up with surprise. Of course it's true. Thank you, brother. My little darling, don't be so polite. Saya will study magic diligently to protect her brother. Fang Cheng smiled but didn't say anything. The wind swing swayed Fang Cheng and Saya together. Fang Cheng opened the system panel in his mind, preparing to submit the task. Now he roughly understood the magical wishes of each child. Seeing a daily task and a side task on the system, and with the submit button lit up, Fang Cheng submitted them. Daily task, teach a lesson to the children. Reward for completing the task, 100 magic points, 10 exchange points. Educational task, please ensure that each student understands the basics of all magic systems and guide them to express their magical desires. Reward early childhood magic meditation mantra, 100 magic points. As soon as Fang Cheng submitted 2 tasks, new tasks appeared immediately. Side quest, 1. Student Mo Tong successfully casts a fire spell. Quest reward, 100 exchange points. 2. Student Leo successfully casts lightning magic, mission reward, 100 exchange points. 3. Student Tate successfully cast a wood-type spell, rewarding him with 100 exchange points. 4. Student Xiaoyan successfully cast a fire spell, rewarding her with 100 exchange points. 5. Student Joni successfully cast a wind-type spell, rewarding her with 100 exchange points. 6. Student Saya successfully cast ice magic, mission reward, 100 exchange points. Educational task, 1. Please lead your students to the Whispering Forest outside Soto City to collect 30 sweet flowers and capture a magic-eyed rabbit. Task time limit, 7 days. Task reward, natural space with all scene elements, 100 magic points. The appearance of so many tasks at once was beyond Fang Cheng's expectations. Fang Cheng carefully looked at the side quests and found that the button to submit Emotong's side quest was lit up. After Fang Cheng clicked submit, he received a reward of 100 exchange points. Fang Cheng's exchange points instantly soared to 292, which was enough to buy some useful things in the system shop to splurge. For most people, money is a sense of security. System exchange points are even more useful than money, which naturally makes people feel more secure. As Emotong's side quest progressed, after the student Emotong successfully unleashed fire magic, another quest related to Emotong appeared. Side quest: the system certifies student Emotong as a novice fire mage. Rewards: 100 exchange points, 10 gold coins, and a beginner-level fire magic crystal. The system authentication requirements are as follows: a minimum of 100 magic points and the ability to successfully cast 5 basic fire spells consecutively within 100 seconds. Fang Cheng stared into thought as he looked at the tasks. He had almost figured out the pattern of how the system would generate tasks. Judging from this, all the students should have their own follow-up side quests. The rewards for completing tasks are also very suitable for children. After being certified as a beginner fire mage by the Emotong system, you will be rewarded with a beginner fire magic crystal. Fang Cheng saw in the system shop that this magic crystal is worth 100 exchange points. Fire-type magic crystals are pure energy crystals refined by alchemists from the energy of fire-type magical beast cores. They are rare and valuable, and can be used to make staff cores, cultivate magic power, and so on. Fang Cheng looked at the description of the fire-type magic crystal in the system shop. Seeing the sudden increase in tasks and the generous rewards, Fang Cheng's motivation was boosted. Moreover, nurturing the children and watching them unleash magic was a source of satisfaction for him. Fang Cheng clicked on the system reward, the Children's Magic Meditation Mantra. A message entered Fang Cheng's mind. To put it simply, it was a mnemonic meditation method adapted from the basic magic meditation incantations of the mainland, making it easy for young children to understand. When young children silently recite the mantra, it has a calming effect on their emotions and increases their sensitivity to magical elements by 20%. Fang Cheng recited the mantra once, and then automatically entered a state of animistic meditation. Countless light spots of different colors were still floating around him, and the light spots around him happily merged into his body like little elves. He did not feel an increase in his ability to sense magical elements, perhaps because he himself had a 100% affinity for elements. Elder brother? Fang Cheng came to his senses when Emotong called him. I want to swing on a swing too. Okay, good. Fang Cheng nodded unconsciously. Fang Cheng looked around and saw that he was still sitting on the swing, swinging back and forth. Little Saya, who was sitting next to him, had her little head nestled on his lap at some point, lazily basking in the morning sun. Emotong sat on the swing without saying a word, simply holding Fang Cheng's arm quietly, her dark eyes gazing at the leaves of the green trees in front of her. Fang Cheng. Meanwhile, at the Soto City Magic Academy, not far from 11AI Magic Kindergarten, in a bright and spacious classroom, many students with youthful faces sat watching with some excitement as a serious-looking young female teacher gave a lesson on the podium. As we all know, different elemental magics produce different effects when they collide. Absolute ice elemental magic and fire magic, when they hit the target one after the other, will cause a melting reaction, increasing the damage to the target. When water elemental magic is combined with fire elemental magic, an elemental reaction will occur, which we call evaporation reaction. Anyone with a little common sense and a willingness to observe will understand this. However, note that casting fire magic on the target first and then water magic will deal more damage than casting water magic on the target first and then fire magic. Why? It's because low-level water magic has a relatively mild, single-effect nature. Take 2 pieces of wood as an example. First, burn one piece of wood with fire and then pour water on it. The other piece of wood was first watered and then burned. I believe you can understand the difference without me having to explain it further. The young, serious female teacher on the podium was looking at the students below, talking eloquently, her voice serious and clear. Suddenly, the young female teacher frowned, paused for a moment, and then looked at a girl below her, reminding her, Ching Ning, student Ephodiah? Seeing no response to the reminder, the woman raised her voice and asked, Ching Ning, Ephodiah, please tell me, besides the 2 reactions the teacher just mentioned, what other elemental reactions are there? You, as a teacher, don't know such a simple question? And you're asking me? The girl, who was staring out the window lost in thought, suddenly heard the voice and blurted out unconsciously. Upon hearing the student's words, the woman froze, then her face darkened. The rustling sounds that had been filling the classroom fell completely silent. The students looked at the delicate-faced girl with rabbit ears with surprise and a mixture of astonishment and unfamiliarity. During this time, some of the boys below dared to look at the girl's delicate face and long, soft bunny ears. Some girls looked at the young woman with disdain, resentment, and fear hidden in their eyes. Oh, I'm sorry, Professor Julia, I thought it was that old Lecce or Andre's class again. I'm so sorry. Ching Ning said somewhat embarrassedly when she saw the woman's expression. This teacher was the daughter of her father's friend, and Ching Ning was usually quite well behaved in her class. Julia, never mind, just answer the question from before. The woman rubbed her forehead. Ching Ning blinked and thought for a moment before saying, besides the two melting and evaporation reactions that the teacher just mentioned, there are also overload, electrostatic, superconducting, freezing, ice-breaking, diffusion, and other reactions. I won't go into details, I can only say that if I don't know something, I won't know even if I explain it. If you know something, don't waste my breath on it, you'd better go to the library and read more books. The students sitting below looked at Ching Ning with a bewildered expression when they heard her words, wondering what had happened to this young lady. Teacher Julia nodded somewhat helplessly and said, "What Ching Ning Ephidiah said is basically correct. I also hope that you will read more books in your spare time, instead of just meditating and practicing your magic." Student. Next week, all of us in the advanced class will go to the depths of Whispering Forest to complete the trial mission of killing windwolves. You will form your own teams, with a maximum of 4 people per team. The Academy will rank the teams that kill the most windwolves and other monsters using a point system. The top-ranked students will receive generous resource rewards and academic credits, which are crucial for your graduation this year and your studies at a higher-level magic academy. That concludes today's class. If you have any questions, please visit the teacher's office. After saying this, Teacher Julia glanced at Ching Ning and then walked out of the classroom and left. After Julia left, the classroom fell silent for a moment before becoming lively again. The students were digesting the trial of killing the windwolves in Whispering Forest next week and the mention of forming a team. Some quick-thinking students, aware of the importance of the trial, have already started getting up from their seats to find teammates and form groups. After all, this trial is related to cultivation resources, credits, and whether they can go to a higher-level magic academy after graduation. Ching Ning, what were you thinking about just now? I rarely see you daydreaming in Professor Julia's class. Betty, who was next to Ching Ning, moved a chair next to Ching Ning's desk and asked. Ching Ning looked a little embarrassed, unconsciously touched her stomach, and whispered something in Betty's ear. This isn't a good idea. Upon hearing Ching Ning's words, Betty's expression showed a mixture of interest and worry. What's there to be afraid of? Don't forget who my father is. Don't worry, besides, we're not going out to do anything bad. We'll just be back before class starts. Ching Ning whispered in Betty's ear. Just then, a confident young voice rang in the ears of the two girls. Betty Duva, can we team up for the Whispering Forest Wind Wolf trial next week? My magic has improved a bit recently, and I can now cast Wood Entanglement. After speaking, the boy's gaze toward Betty was somewhat fiery, while his eyes lingered on Ching Ning with a greedy look. Get out of my way. Do you think you're worthy? You're trying to make a move on my Betty. What good is a wood binding spell if you try to show off in front of me? Ching Ning pushed away the boy who was getting close to Betty and said without any mercy. Ching Ning didn't lower her voice, and the surrounding students were all drawn to the commotion. After all, as the eldest daughter of the Ephidiah family, and an extremely beautiful rabbit-eared alien with a rather unique personality, her every move attracted the attention of those around her. Ching Ning, stop talking. Betty was somewhat helpless, but she didn't have a good impression of the young man in front of her either. She had heard from the girls that he was quite handsome but only 13 or 14 years old, and that he had done some things that were unforgivable in the eyes of girls. Thank you for your kind offer, but I don't plan to form a team for the time being, Betty said to the boy. The boy's face flushed red and then pale at Ching Ning's words. He lowered his head slightly, a shadow passing over his eyes, but he did not refute Ching Ning's words. Then, upon hearing Betty's words, he looked up, a smile on his face, and said, I'm sorry, I was rude. I just thought that as classmates, it would be good to team up, and there's strength in numbers. I was thinking that your earth magic and my wood magic would definitely work well together. Actually, I've always felt that. You're shameless. You think you can just force yourself to cooperate? Didn't you understand what I said? Get out of here. This is your last chance. Ching Ning slammed her hand on the table and stood up. A blue magic wand appeared out of thin air in her hand and pointed it at the boy's face. Mysterious patterns were engraved on the magic wand, and the core of the wand was a green, translucent, egg-sized crystal. Seeing the girl's staff pointing at him, a look of fear and greed flashed across the boy's face. You, Ching Ning Ephidiah, I haven't spoken to you at all, have I? Don't push your luck. Even if you are the eldest daughter of the Ephidiah family, you can't act like a lawless person in this magic academy. You dare to use magic in the classroom? My Vok family isn't to be trifled with either. This is so long-winded, a million times more annoying than that bastard. Ching Ning narrowed her eyes slightly, silently chanted a spell, and in less than 2 seconds, a cyan light flashed across the patterns on her staff. You dare! The boy's eyes were filled with disbelief. A circular magic circle on the staff lit up, and the crystal emitted light. Before the boy could finish speaking, a small hurricane enveloped him, lifted him up, and threw him out of the classroom. The boy landed heavily on the ground and groaned in pain. The classroom fell silent. Qingning snorted and looked at them, saying, "Did you see me cast a spell? I didn't even chant a spell." The students in the classroom shook their heads in unison. "I didn't see anything, I didn't see anything. All I saw was a monkey that seemed to be flying in the sky, nothing else." Just then, a somewhat casual voice rang out, seemingly amusing everyone, and the classroom erupted in cheerful laughter. The boy who had fallen to the ground clutched his waist, squinted at his laughing classmates in the classroom, and bit his lip. "TCH, you know how to talk. I'll treat you to something to eat next time. Betty, let's go." Qingning took Betty's hand and walked out of the classroom. Seeing the boy lying on the ground seemingly in pain, a hint of pity flashed across Betty's face. Qingning, finding it amusing, stepped on the boy's back, jumped a couple of times, and then left in a cheerful mood. "Let's go, Betty, let's go eat." "Qingning, isn't this a bit inappropriate?" Betty looked at Qingning with concern on her face. "What's wrong with that?" "Betty, you're just too kind. Even if I don't kick him while he's down, he'll still hate me to death. You can't be soft on irresponsible scum. This scum is probably plotting to trip me up right now." "How did you know?" Betty asked, somewhat speechless, as if she were meeting the girl next to her for the first time. "I don't really understand either. I've read too many novels, and that's how it's written. Offending him once or offending him hundreds of times doesn't make any difference. Anyway, he's not a good person, so it's fine to offend him. I have the power to do it, hee hee." The girl said carefree, hopping forward a couple of times as she walked, her long, soft rabbit ears swaying on her head. "Kindness is reserved for kind people, like that little Saya. Oh, right, there's a new novel that's recently become incredibly popular. It's by a super popular author, and his name, I think it's something like Ward Tian Shuyue Shenmo Na Shui." Qingning walked ahead, chattering away with great interest. Betty watched Qingning's light and cheerful figure, and after carefully considering what Qingning had said, she felt that what Qingning said made some sense. So she stopped worrying about it and just kept a watchful eye on that classmate in mind. "Oh right, what was that classmate's name again?" "Tong Tong, have you learned this magic meditation incantation?" Fang Cheng asked after reciting the children's magic meditation incantation to Xiao Motong. "Brother, I've learned it," Mo Tong nodded as he looked at Fang Cheng's lips. "So fast? Tong Tong, you're amazing," Fang Cheng praised. Hearing Fang Cheng's praise, Mo Tong blinked at Fang Cheng's dark and bright eyes, feeling a little shy and excited. In fact, Mo Tong had already memorized it the first time, but she wanted to watch Fang Cheng earnestly teaching her the magic meditation incantation for a while longer. Fang Cheng had a lot of faith in Mo Tong's learning ability. He only recited the incantation twice, and Mo Tong was already able to memorize it and enter a meditative state to sense the surrounding elements. "Tong Tong, try reciting the incantation again to see if you can sense the magical elements around us, like the different colored light spots that seem to be floating in the air," Fang Cheng said to Mo Tong. Mo Tong closed her eyes and softly recited the magic meditation mantra for young children that Fang Chengang had taught her. Mo Tong's voice was very soft as he recited the incantation, as if he had completely relaxed. It was less cold and more gentle than usual, but it still had the childlike characteristics of a child's voice. Xiao Shui watched quietly and curiously from the side, knowing not to disturb sister Mo Tong and brother Mo Tong. "How is it, Tong Tong? Can you sense the different colored light spots around you?" Mo Tong opened his eyes and nodded. "What color do you see?" Fang Cheng asked curiously. "There are red ones, green ones, and blue ones. Are there any other colors?" Fang Cheng asked. Fang Cheng could usually see many different colors when he meditated. Mo Tong shook his head. Fang Cheng nodded, guessing that Mo Tong might have an affinity for fire, wood, and water elements in addition to fire. Of course, this was just Fang Cheng's guess. "Are there many of those light spots?" Mo Tong shook his head and said, "There are more green ones, under the seats, some red dots, and only a few blue ones." Fang Cheng nodded and said, "That's because this wind swing contains wood and wind elements, while this space probably contains relatively little fire element." Fang Cheng explained to Xiao Mo Tong, who nodded as if she understood. Fang Cheng then asked Mo Tong some questions, such as how much space she could sense and whether she could use her mind to try to integrate the light into her body. Mo Tong understood Fang Cheng's meaning and responded accordingly. Judging from Mo Tong's words, he could probably sense magical elements in a space the size of a room. Of course, Fang Cheng guessed that Mo Tong's physique was special, and that his mental strength might be higher than that of ordinary children. His perception ability should also be different from that of ordinary children when meditating and sensing magical elements. However, it's not a bad thing in the end. At least, Mo Tong has officially started the path of learning magic. No matter what happens in the future, even if Fang Cheng is not around, Mo Tong's life after growing up will not be too bad. A child with the talent of fire magic who can successfully release a fireball will surely be popular anywhere. Alright, it's almost noon, brother's going to prepare lunch. Fang Cheng said to the two little ones after checking the time. You two play here with Qiao Yin and the others. Your brother will call you for dinner later. Fang Cheng said to the two little ones. Yes, yes, big brother. Little Saya nodded obediently. Fang Cheng stood up, ruffled the hair of the two little ones, then said something to Yuli before going to prepare lunch. Teacher Yuli, where did Teacher Fang Cheng go? Qiao and I asked Teacher Yuli as she watched Fang Cheng's departing figure. Teacher Fang Cheng has gone to prepare today's lunch. Really? Joni's eyes lit up. Teacher Fang Cheng's cooking is so delicious. Little Qiao and I, with her chubby cheeks, seemed to be drooling. Yuri smiled when she saw Joni's adorable appearance, patted her head and said, Why did Joni ask about Teacher Fang Cheng so eagerly after he left today? Because Teacher Fang Cheng just hugged Qiao and I likes being hugged by Teacher Fang Cheng. When I grow up, I want to be Teacher Fang Cheng's bride, Qiao and I said, blinking her eyes. Yuri, Qiao and I, what are you saying? Shame on you. Qiao Yin, who had come over, said with a slightly embarrassed and anxious expression after hearing this. Sister, don't you want to be Teacher Fang Cheng's bride? Qiao and I looked at Qiao Yin with her big eyes full of doubt. Yuri, Kaiying and I, we're still young, we can't think about these things. We can think about them when we grow up. Qiao Yin said, her face slightly flushed. Sister, can I only become Teacher Fang Cheng's bride when I grow up? Qiao and I asked. Yes, Joni, have you forgotten the stories Daddy told us? Oh, I know, sister. Joni nodded obediently. Yuri listened speechlessly to the two sisters talking. How did they know so much? She didn't know what to say for a moment, and she was also a little envious of the children's innocence and uninhibited words. Teacher Yali, if I become Teacher Fangcheng's bride, will I be able to stay with Teacher Fangcheng forever, come to the kindergarten every day, and eat the meals he cooks? Qiao Yin asked. Qiao Yin, you'll know the answer to this when you grow up, or you can ask Teacher Fangcheng later. I don't know either. Teacher Yuri, you've grown up, don't you know? Joni asked in a childish voice. Well, Teacher Fangcheng should know more about this than I do. You guys go ask Teacher Fangcheng later. Okay, go play for a while longer, dinner's coming up. Okay, Ms. Yuri, let's go find Saya to play. These two little ones. Yuri pursed her lips and smiled as she watched the two little ones hopping and skipping away. Sister Mo Tong, could you cast another fireball spell for me to see? Qiao and I asked Mo Tong curiously. At this moment, the children gathered around Saya and Mo Tong, looking at Mo Tong with curiosity and expectation. However, because Mo Tong was usually rather aloof, many children were afraid or unwilling to talk to her. After all, even children know how to read people's expressions and act accordingly. Through the children's observations over the past few days, they discovered that although this older sister with dark eyes is rather aloof, she doesn't seem to be a bad child and is very kind to Seo. Mo Tong was slightly taken aback by Qiao Ni's words. He didn't say anything, but instead took 2 steps outside, narrowed his eyes slightly, made gestures with his hands, and began to mutter incantations. The children circled around Mo Tong, watching intently as he released his magic, seemingly not wanting to miss a single detail. The fire element that roams freely in the world. Boom! A fireball rose from above Mo Tong's palm and appeared in the children's eyes. Upon closer inspection, this fireball is slightly larger than the previous egg, and the flames are more condensed. The red flames reflected a fiery intensity in the children's eyes. On the other side, Betty, this should be the way. Ching Ning looked at a grove of trees ahead. This grove of trees is quite dense, as if it hasn't been tended to for a long time, with fallen leaves covering the ground. It's a green belt along the wall of the Magic Academy. Betty hesitated for a moment, then nodded and said, Okay, let's go then. Did that bastard really say yesterday that he thought the school food was okay to eat there? Ching Ning asked. Betty nodded. As expected, that guy wouldn't let go of the opportunity to swindle me out of my money. I saw through him long ago, Ching Ning said smugly. Seeing that Ching Ning still seemed happy, Betty smiled. Holy crap, Betty, am I seeing things? Fireball. At this moment, a rabbit-eared girl dressed in a light blue gauze dress was climbing on top of the wall without any regard for her image, her eyes wide open in surprise. Watching a 5-year-old black-haired girl unleash a fireball on the grass ahead, a sight that left a deep impression on her, Betty even forgot to climb over the wall. Ha! A group of children turned to look at the source of the sound when they heard a girl's surprised voice. Their eyes were immediately drawn to the long, conspicuous rabbit ears on the girl's head. Fireball? Isn't that normal? Betty was a little surprised to hear Ching Ning's surprised look. After all, Ching Ning had seen Uncle Fang Cheng cast a fireball. Betty looked at Ching Ning, who was wearing a gauze dress that was slightly revealing, on the wall. She also noticed the surprised passers-by on the road. She shook her head helplessly and urged, "All right, Qingning, let's go down and talk about it. You're wearing a dress." Meanwhile, Chef Fang, who was busy preparing lunch in the kitchen, showed a hint of surprise on his face, which then turned into a smile. Amidst the system's alarm in my mind, I saw an image of a silly rabbit scaling a fence. As expected, this silly rabbit is a complete glutton. I thought you wouldn't be able to resist for another couple of days, Fang Cheng muttered to himself, as he walked over to the refrigerator and took out some more ingredients to start preparing. "It's Sister Qingning, you're here." Xiaohe greeted Qingning happily. Sister Qingning, Saya knows her, a child nearby thought to himself, glancing curiously at the girl jumping down from the wall as Saya greeted her. Then another energetic young girl appeared on the wall and leaped down lightly. "Sister Betty!" Little Saya exclaimed in surprise. "Hello!" Betty paused for a moment when she saw the children, then greeted them. When she saw Yuri walking towards her, she nodded a little shyly. Yuri saw the two girls come down from the wall and was thinking about whether to tell Fang Cheng, but when she saw that Saya knew them, she gave up the idea. The small fireball spell that Mo Tong had released had just been extinguished and dissipated. "Mo Tong, how old are you this year? You actually know fireball magic. I didn't see wrong, did I?" Qingning leaned closer and asked in surprise, her eyes seemingly sparkling. "You read that right, I'm taking Saya to find my brother." Mo Tong replied politely, then took Saya's hand and walked towards the castle. "I'm going to find my big brother now. See you later, Betty and Qingning." Zayasha waved. The group of children and girls around them were left looking at each other in bewilderment. "What a brat, still so annoying, it's all that bastard's fault. But I didn't expect this brat's magical talent to be so amazing." Looking at the backs of the two little ones, Qingning said with her cheeks puffed out. Betty was also very surprised when she learned that Mo Tong could release fireballs. "Qingning, perhaps you could really try sending your sister to school here," Betty suggested. "Don't worry, even if I can't learn magic here, I'll still send my sister here. Hee, let that bastard have his headaches, and it'll save AI Lu from running rampant at home." "Betty, hello, you must be students of the Magic Academy. Are you friends of the headmaster?" Yuri walked up and greeted them. "Headmaster?" Fang Cheng's soul, "I guess so." Qingning replied, seeing the woman's gentle expression, her tone no longer arrogant. "Hello, is Uncle Fang Cheng busy? I'm sorry to bother you." Betty greeted. "Yes, he went to prepare lunch," Yuri said. "Betty, it seems we're not too late." Qingning exclaimed with delight. "You're late." Seeing the rabbit-eared girl in the light blue gauze dress with a look of surprise in her eyes, Yuri looked at her with some curiosity. Looking at the slightly mature and beautiful woman in front of her, Betty guessed about her relationship with Uncle Fang Cheng while explaining the situation with a little embarrassment. Yuri nodded kindly and smiled. "Lunch should be ready soon. I think everyone who has eaten the principal's lunch once will miss it and want to eat it every day. Can you play here for a while, or shall I take you to find the headmaster?" Yuri asked. "No need to trouble you, let's wait here for a bit." Betty looked around and saw the little ones in neat, matching uniforms looking curiously in their direction. Qingning had no objection to Betty's words. However, she noticed that the little one's curious gazes seemed to be directed at her ears, and she pursed her lips but didn't say anything. Yuri then said, "Children, you only have a little time to play. Dinner will be soon and then you won't have time to play anymore." Upon hearing Yuri's words, the little ones realized what she meant and scattered to play with the large toys they wanted. Children's emotions are easily influenced by the teacher's words. Seeing the children playing with the toys on the grass, Qingning's playful spirit was also stirred by the toys' peculiar and whimsical shapes. "Betty, let's go play too. You go and give it a try, I'll rest here for a bit." "I'm going then." Qingning skipped and hopped towards a wind swing. The swing was made entirely of trees and vines, with green leaves growing on it. Qingning felt that this swing had a special attraction for her. After Qingning sat down, she was surprised to find that she didn't need to control her center of gravity. The swing swayed on its own with a gentle breeze. This amazed her and instantly lifted her spirits. Then, seemingly feeling that the swing of the wind swing was not swinging wide enough, Qingning thought for a moment, and instead of controlling her body's center of gravity, she immediately muttered an incantation and made a gesture with her hands, releasing a spell. A gust of wind suddenly rose from under the swing, swirling a few leaves from the grass into the air, making the swing swing higher and higher, eliciting a joyful cry from the girl. "Wow! Betty, do you want to try it? It's so much fun, it really relaxes me." Qingning called out to Betty, who was chatting with Yuri. "No need, Qingning, you go ahead and play. I'll chat with Senior Yuri." Betty was also affected by Qingning's demeanor, and smiled lightly, waving her hand as she spoke. "Senior Yuri?" Qingning thought for a moment and realized that Betty knew the slightly mature and gentle woman beside her must have been a student at the Magic Academy before, so she stopped thinking about it. "There are 2 wind swings on the grass. On the other wind swing, Joni and Joan are watching with surprise and envy the beautiful bunny-eared big sister next to them, who is being carried very high by the wind swing and making joyful noises. Qingning's magical movements naturally attracted the attention of the surrounding children. They dared not approach the girl, but instead began to chat with their playmates. Tate, that big sister actually has ears on her head, and she can even cast magic. Leo and Tate stopped on the cloud climbing frame, their eyes secretly glancing at the girl sitting on the swing. Leo, what's so strange about that? Didn't Professor Fang Cheng tell us last time that everyone in the world is different? There are many people with animal ears in the city. Professor Fang Cheng also said that staring at others like that is impolite. Yes, you're right, Tate. Leo nodded upon hearing Tate's words, surprisingly without refuting them, and withdrew his gaze from Qingning. For some unknown reason, Leo fell silent. Seeing that Leo was not speaking, Tate also shut his mouth. Johnny, those two older ladies are so pretty. Their clothes are so beautiful too. Big sister with bunny ears knows wind magic. Joni's eyes lit up as she looked at Qingning. Little Joni's magical wish was to become a powerful wind magician. Johnny, Teacher Fang Cheng said you will definitely become a wind mage in the future. Sister, I believe what Teacher Fang Cheng said. Qingning swung on the swing, her long, soft rabbit ears swaying gently with the swing's movement. Her long, blue hair was blown by the wind. The girl glanced at the few little ones whispering beside her and pouted. Meanwhile, Seo and Mo Tong ran into the castle and found Fang Cheng in the kitchen. Fang Cheng was busy preparing lunch in the kitchen. Yuri and the children hadn't come for a day, but Betty's niece was coming today. As the daughter of Brother Red and Mrs. Duva, he had to prepare a more substantial meal to entertain her. As for Qingning, Fang Cheng would welcome her as long as she was willing to spend money. Judging from the girl's behavior yesterday, she was a wealthy and generous person. Brother, Betty and Qingning have just climbed over the wall again, Seo said, looking at the busy Fang Cheng. Okay, brother knows. Fang Cheng turned around and looked at the two little ones with a smile. Why don't you stay outside a little longer, Saya Emotong? Saya wants to be with her brother. Me too. Emotong, who was next to Saya, nodded and said this, which was rare for him. All right, you guys wait here for a bit, brother. There's nothing else I need your help with, since dinner will be ready soon. Big brother's cooking smells so good. Brother, why do Sister Qingning and Sister Betty like to climb over the wall instead of using the main gate? You can ask Sister Qingning and Sister Betty later, Fang Cheng said. What dishes did you cook today, brother? How much can we charge Sister Qingning? Xiaohe nodded and asked, her eyes brightening. Mo Tong glanced at Saya, seemingly also considering the question Saya had raised. While busy with his work, Fang Cheng heard Saya's words and saw the two little ones thinking. Suddenly, he felt a little embarrassed for tricking that silly rabbit. However, she was only embarrassed for a moment. After all, it's only natural to pay for delicious food, and it's a matter of mutual consent. It just proves that the silly rabbit was conquered by her own cooking skills. Today we'll have golden shrimp balls, pearl jade soup, tender and spicy chicken, carrot balls, rice, and fruit salad, Fang Cheng said. Hearing Fang Cheng rattle off a list of dishes, Xiaohe swallowed hard. Alright, everything's ready. Let's start plating the dishes. Let me think, how many of us are eating today? Fang Cheng scooped the last dish, carrot balls, from the pot into a large plate. Big brother, Sister Mo Tong, me, Teacher Yuli, Sister Qingning, there are 10 people. Xiaohe said after thinking for a moment. Fang Cheng nodded and took out 10 plates from the cabinet. 8 of the plates were marked, and Fang Cheng engraved 2 more marks on the other 2 plates for Betty and Qingning to use. Seeing Saya sniffle, Fang Cheng gently picked up a carrot ball and held it to Saya's lips. Saya, try it and see if it's good. Saya looked at the dumpling in front of her with her eyes crinkled and took a bite. Delicious. Fang Cheng fed the meatball, which had been bitten in half, into Mo Tong's mouth. How about it? Mo Tong nodded. Fang Cheng then put the food, dishes, and bowls into his system space, brought the 2 little ones to the dining room, arranged the food, and then led them out to call everyone to eat. Arriving outside the castle, Fang Cheng turned a corner and saw children playing in the distance. 2 girls were chatting, and another was swinging on a swing. He stopped and called out in their direction, "Dinner's ready." Upon hearing Fang Cheng's voice, the children instantly stirred and ran towards him. A figure in blue lightly jumped off the swing. "Uncle Fang Cheng, I'm so sorry to bother you." Betty greeted Fang Cheng. "It's alright, no need to be so formal." Fang Cheng waved his hand. After everyone washed their hands, they gathered in the restaurant. The 2 girls, who had followed Yuri into the castle, finally had time to take in the surroundings in style. "Yesterday I only went to the restroom and didn't go anywhere else." Along the way, whether in the corridors or the restaurants, everything was full of childlike fun and had rich, comfortable colors. The restaurants had neat, uniquely shaped wooden yellow tables and chairs, and the tempting aroma of the food immediately gave rise to an urge to eat. Food was served to everyone. Everyone found a seat and sat down. Children, please tell your teacher if you haven't eaten enough. Betty, Qingning, if you need more rice and dishes, please ask for them here, Fang Cheng said, pointing. Yes, thank you, Uncle Fang Cheng. This bastard's attitude is actually not bad today. Qingning thought to herself as she heard Fang Cheng's words, but did not respond. Her gaze fell on the plate in front of her, which was filled with various kinds of food and emitted an enticing aroma. The plate had a mark starting with her name on it, which stirred something in Qingning's heart. She began to find the young man dining with two little girls at a table not far away somewhat agreeable. As everyone took their seats and found their places, the restaurant gradually filled with the sounds of people quietly eating. During meals, Fang Cheng does not restrict the children from talking, but they should have good eating habits and a relaxed and pleasant dining atmosphere. They can communicate quietly, but they cannot shout. The children are doing very well in this regard now. Leo no longer bangs his spoon on his plate as loudly as before, and he speaks more quietly to Tate next to him. The children's small, tender hands held the plates in one hand, while the other hand awkwardly scooped up food with spoons and put it into their mouths. They ate their meals obediently, with happy smiles on their faces. Every now and then, their eyes would secretly and curiously glance at Qingning and Betty, who were dining with them today. Compared to his time on Earth, where some children were picky eaters or even refused to eat, Fang Cheng had no worries about the children's eating habits here. Kaiying and you eat this, I don't like it. Xiao Yin saw that her younger sister had finished the 2 golden shrimp balls on her plate first, so she scooped one from her own plate and put it on Xiao and I's plate. Thank you, sister, this is for you. Xiao and I scooped a fried carrot ball from her plate and put it on Xiao Yin's plate. Yuri, who was sitting with them, told them that there was more food if they wanted to eat, but they couldn't waste it and had to finish all the dishes. After all, Fang Cheng had prepared a fairly substantial meal today, consisting of 3 dishes, a soup, and fruit for dessert. As Qingning ate her lunch, she thought that the bastard's cooking skills were really good. The taste was no worse than the barbecue skewers and hot pot she had yesterday, each with its own characteristics. Especially this carrot ball, which was surprisingly delicious. Qingning wanted to express her feelings, but she seemed to be influenced by the peaceful and relaxed atmosphere in the restaurant and did not speak loudly. Qingning and Betty enjoyed a delicious and pleasant lunch together, while observing the children in the restaurant. Judging from their demeanor and appearance, Qingning didn't think they were from wealthy families. To think that she could eat such delicious food here, and considering that she had seen the little girl named Emotong today who could cast spells, Qingning became extremely curious about this AI magic kindergarten. She wondered if the other children here could also cast spells. Yuri looked at the 2 little ones, Xiao Yin and Xiao Ni, and noticed that they seemed to be eating much faster than usual today. Yuri thought it might be because they hadn't been to kindergarten all day and hadn't eaten enough at home yesterday. Xiao Yin and Xiao Ni, eat slowly, don't choke. Yuli looked at the 2 little ones in front of her with some concern. Big brother, what's the name of this dish? Saya asked, scooping up a golden dumpling from the plate with a spoon. This is called golden shrimp balls, Fang Cheng explained with a smile. How about it? Saya took a bite of the shrimp ball, chewing slowly with her little mouth. Half of it fell into the white rice on the plate. She picked up the half shrimp ball with her spoon and carefully raised her hand, wanting to feed it to her older brother next to her. Delicious. Big brother, you should have some too. Seeing how Zayasha carefully held the spoon high in her little hands, wanting to feed him, Fang Cheng felt a warmth in his heart and quickly lowered his head to catch it with his mouth. The little one would always think of feeding half of whatever delicious food she ate to her older brother, even if there was food on his plate, she still wanted to feed it to him herself. Seeing this, Emotong, with a hint of a smile in her dark eyes, said nothing, but quietly took a carrot ball with her spoon, gently bit off half with her delicate little mouth, leaving the other half still on the spoon. The observant Fang Cheng naturally noticed Emotong's actions beside him, and immediately understood what he meant. He swallowed the sweet shrimp ball in his mouth and was ready. However, these golden shrimp balls do taste quite good. They were made by Fang Cheng based on a recipe taught by the System Skill Children's Culinary Mastery. Golden shrimp balls are a deep-fried shrimp dish. The crispy potatoes reveal the sweetness of the shrimp meat, and their small and cute appearance makes them very tempting. Emotong's skill with a spoon was much better than Xiao Shie's, or rather, her fine motor skills were more developed. Before Fang Cheng could even lower his head, the carrot ball was already in his mouth. Fang Cheng felt great enjoying being fed by the 2 little ones. Uncle Fang Cheng and his sister have such a good relationship. Betty noticed this scene and said to Qingning beside her. Qingning noticed the heartwarming scene of Fang Cheng and his 2 younger sisters feeding each other at the table in front of her. Her eyes flickered, then she pursed her lips, said nothing, and scooped up a mouthful of rice to put in her mouth. Brother, can I sell this dumpling for 10 silver coins to Sister Qingning? Seo asked in a low voice. Cough cough. Qingning's long, soft ears suddenly perked up. She was drinking the pearl jade white jade soup and almost choked, coughing rapidly twice. Qingning, eat slowly and carefully. Betty gently patted Qingning's back, saying with some worry and helplessness, Betty, I know, I'm fine. Then Qingning seemed to be full of resentment as she dealt with the food on her plate. However, Betty always felt that Qingning was a little abnormal. She would often take a big bite and show an expression of enjoyment, and then her face would show a faint expression of resentment. Fang Cheng touched Saya's hair and was about to speak when he saw Qiao Yin and Qiao and I come to his table as if they had finished eating. Fang Cheng was slightly surprised to see Qiao Yin holding Qiao and I's hand. Are Qiao Yin and Qiao and I full? Fang Cheng asked the two adorable and sensible twins with a gentle smile, though he was wondering about it. Qiao and I, Teacher Fang Cheng, I'm full. Qiao Yin, I'm full. Did something happen? Fang Cheng asked patiently. Their actions of coming to Fang Cheng's table naturally attracted the attention of other people in the restaurant. Qiao Ni's words really surprised and stunned Fang Cheng, who was momentarily stunned. No, my brother is mine. I want to be my brother's bride. I want to marry my brother. Before Fang Cheng could respond, Xiao Shay, who was standing next to him, stood up impulsively and said with a blush. Saya's clear, childlike voice rang out in the restaurant. Her gaze toward Joni was earnest and excited, and her flushed cheeks seemed to show a mixture of excitement and anger. Fang Cheng rarely saw Xiao Shay like this, but a strange feeling welled up in his heart upon hearing the little girl's words. Mo Tong blinked beside her, glanced at Saya, and then stared at Xiao Ni's face in front of her, his dark eyes seemingly lost in thought. That bastard, is he really that popular with those kids? I told you, Betty, that bastard isn't a good person, he just knows how to fool little girls. Qing Ning said to Betty, somewhat annoyed. Betty simply rested her chin on her hand, curious to see how Uncle Fang Cheng would respond. Yuri looked over there and finally understood why Qiao Yin and Qiao Ni had eaten so quickly earlier today. It turned out that she still wanted to ask Qiao Ni the question she had asked her earlier. Yuri also knew why Qiao Ni had asked that question. In fact, she also wanted to keep eating the principal's cooking. As if thinking of something, Yuri's fair cheeks flushed slightly, and her eyes revealed a shyness mixed with a hint of confusion. Tate, what does bride mean? Leo asked Tate beside him. It means marriage, Tate said after thinking for a moment. What does marriage mean? Upon hearing this explanation, the little boy Leo was confused. Fang Cheng reached out and pulled Saya, who was standing, into his arms. He patted Saya's head to soothe her emotions and unleashed his cute head pat skill. Holding Fang Cheng, Zayasha seemed to calm down a bit and nestled in his arms, saying softly and with a hint of grievance, I want to be Big Brother's bride. Johnny sensed the atmosphere around her and saw Saya's expression, which was somewhat blank, as if she had been frightened. Her eyes were somewhat confused and she seemed at a loss. At this moment, Xiao Yin stepped forward and said, I'm sorry, Mr. Fang Cheng, Xiao and I misspoke. I apologize, I'm sorry. Fang Cheng shook his head and said gently, no, Xiao and I didn't say anything wrong. I'm not angry. This is a way of expressing affection. Teacher, I'm very happy. Fang Cheng stood up, patted the two little ones on the head, and unleashed his adorable head pat skill, instantly melting away their negative emotions. Kaiying Ni, Qiao Yin, have you eaten yet? The two little ones nodded. Then let's go out and have a chat with the teacher. The two little ones nodded. Fang Cheng picked up Saya with one arm and took Qiao Ni's hand with the other, leading the three of them out of the restaurant. Mo Tong glanced at their departing figures, then at the food on her plate, and didn't follow. Saya and Fang Cheng hadn't finished their food either, leaving more than half uneaten. Mo Tong propped her head up with one hand, picked up a fried carrot ball with her spoon, and poked at it in her plate. She then cut the ball in half with the spoon, but didn't eat it, as if she was waiting for something. The remaining people in the restaurant continued to eat. Fang Cheng carried Saya and the two little ones, Xiao Ni and Xiao Yin, outside. The midday sun was quite intense, but it instantly became cool under a tree. Fang Cheng sat on the grass and gestured for the little ones to sit beside him. Several people sat in a circle under the tree. Johnny, why did you say those things just now? Who told you that? Fang Cheng asked with a gentle smile. Dad told us stories. Teacher Fang Cheng held Xiao Ni very comfortably. Xiao Ni likes being held by Teacher Fang Cheng. Teacher Fang Cheng's cooking is delicious. Me too. I like Teacher Fang Cheng. Hearing her sister's words, Xiao Yin also mustered up her courage to express herself. Because of the effect of the cute head pat skill, the two little ones are currently free of negative emotions, and the other party's affection level is +10 for 10 minutes. Do you know what it means to be a bride? Fang Cheng asked. It means that when I grow up, I will marry Teacher Fang Cheng, eat the food he cooks, and be with him, Xiao Yin said. Fang Cheng, I want to be with my brother. You can't take my brother away from me. I sleep with my brother every day, I am my brother's bride, Xiao He said to Qiaoan. Fang Cheng touched Saya's hair, and the two little ones, Xiao Ni and Xiao Yin, looked at Fang Cheng's big hand with some longing. Kying Ni, Xiao Yin, I know you like your teacher, and your teacher likes you very much too. You are both lovely and sensible children. However, the marriage and bride you just mentioned are things that only adults can do. Moreover, to get married and be a bride, one must have an emotion called love. Love? Xiao Yin asked doubtfully. You'll understand when you grow up. By the time you grow up, your teacher will be old. You are still young now. As you grow up, you will meet all kinds of people and you will also find your own love. Fang Cheng patiently communicated with the two little ones, while Saya listened attentively beside him. Furthermore, you should also go back and ask your fathers about marriage and hear their opinions. Teacher Fang Cheng, yesterday we asked Dad if he could be Teacher Fang Cheng's bride. What did your father say? Daddy said, okay, and then he fell asleep, Joni said in her childish voice. Fang Cheng, that's because your dad was too sleepy and didn't pay attention to what you were saying. Ask him again when you get home today. No, you're still too young to think about things like that. Right now, your teacher wants you to focus on learning magic. Okay, even if she doesn't become the teacher's bride, the teacher will still treat Xiao Yin and Xiao Ni to delicious food and hug our lovely Xiao Yin and Xiao Ni, right? After Fang Cheng finished speaking, he hugged Saya and opened his arms to the two little ones. The two little ones came over, and Fang Cheng gently hugged them and patted their little shoulders. After a while, Fang Cheng said, alright, let's go back and rest for a bit. Let's see if everyone has finished eating, and which child is it to clear the plates today? It's my turn to clean up today, Xiao Yin said, raising her hand. Okay, let's go back quickly, Fang Cheng said with a smile, leading the three of them into the castle. The two little ones, Xiao Yin and Xiao Ni, were jumping around, in a good mood. Back at the restaurant, everyone had almost finished eating. Yuri was already preparing to clear the plates, while Emotong sat in his seat, propping his head up as if lost in thought. Qingning and Betty ate a fruit salad at the end. When they saw Fang Cheng and the others return, and saw how happy Xiao Yin and Xiao Ni were, their gazes became somewhat curious. Qingning curled her lip and whispered to Betty, that bastard really knows how to fool little girls. Does he really want these two little ones to be his brides when they grow up? What a pervert. Betty sighed and said, Uncle Fang Cheng isn't that kind of person. I think so. The two women were speaking very softly, and Fang Cheng didn't hear them. After letting the two little ones, Xiao Yin and Xiao Ni, rest for a while, Fang Cheng took Xiao Sheye back to the dining table. Once they sat down, Emotong, who had been in a daze, seemed to come back to his senses. Why doesn't Tong Tong eat first? Fang Cheng smoothed the hair on Emotong's forehead. Wait for brother and Saya to be together, Emotong said, blinking. Saya was in a pretty good mood, but she seemed to be talking less. She ate her meal quietly, her azure eyes seeming to be thinking about something. Because it's summer, the food won't get cold and taste bad. The three of them quickly finished eating, and Yuli and Xiao Yin came over to clear away the plates. Thank you for your hard work, Yuri, little Joni. It's not hard work, it's the headmaster who works hard preparing lunch for us, Yuri said gently. Qingning and Betty also finished eating. Yuri went over to tidy up, asking as she did so, are Betty and Qingning full? I'm full. Thank you for your hard work, Senior Yuri. I can help. Betty stood up and reached out to stack her plate and Qingning's plate, as if she wanted to help in some way. No need, you are guests, please rest. It's not tiring for you. Thank you for your hard work, Senior Yuri, Qingning said at this moment. Yuri smiled in response. Let's go, kids, let's go for a walk. Fang Cheng stood up after resting for a while and said to everyone. The children immediately gathered around Fang Cheng, ready to go for a walk with him. Betty, Qingning, let's go for a walk together, and I'll show you around our kindergarten. Fang Cheng invited the two girls. Betty thought for a moment, then nodded and said, okay, thank you, Uncle Fang Cheng. Fang Cheng led the children away from the restaurant. The two girls followed and came up behind Fang Cheng. Because it was quite hot outside at noon, Fang Cheng didn't take the children out for a walk. Instead, he led them around the castle, through the first-floor lobby and corridors, and showed the two girls their classrooms and dormitories. Qingning was initially curious, but then she discovered it was just an ordinary classroom, nothing special. However, the various cartoonish and fun patterns on the walls of the indoor corridors along the way caught Qingning's attention. Then everyone went up the stairs to the second floor and looked at the empty hall and rows of rooms with closed doors. Fang Cheng suddenly thought of something and said, Children, would you like to play hide and seek? The children, upon hearing Fang Cheng's words, had already begun to get excited. Yes, the children exclaimed excitedly. Alright, go ahead and have fun. But let's make the rules clear first, you can only play on the second floor. Now, teacher, close your eyes. When I count to 100, I'll come and catch you. Then Fang Cheng closed his eyes and began to count. 1, 2, 3. When the children saw that teacher Fang Cheng had started counting, they had no idea what was going on. They had initially thought that teacher Fang Cheng was telling them to go play by themselves, but they were surprised to find that teacher Fang Cheng was playing with them. The children were even more excited. Leo yelled and ran quickly in one direction into the hall. Fang Cheng glanced at Xing Ning and Betty, then suddenly thought of something and said, "You two come too. As long as I don't find you today, I won't charge you for lunch." Soul. Fang Cheng, you said it yourself. Xing Ning was eager to try after hearing Fang Cheng's words, her blue eyes revealing excitement. Fang Cheng nodded. "Let's hide, Betty." Betty, a lively girl, followed Xing Ning and slipped away in one direction. After counting to 10, Saya and Mo Tong were still beside Fang Cheng, not running away as quickly as the other children. Fang Cheng asked softly, "What's wrong? Don't you want to play games with your brother?" Saya shook her head. "I want to play games with my brother, but I'm afraid he won't be able to find me. Last time I played hide and seek with my sister, I got so tired of hiding that I fell asleep. My sister was very sad because she couldn't find me and she even hit me. How could that be? No matter where Saya hides, I can find her." Fang Cheng reached out and hooked a finger. "Saya, let's pinky swear." Saya blinked and reached out to hook Fang Cheng's finger. "Tong Tong, you too. No matter where you are, your brother will find you." Fang Cheng hooked his finger and held it out in front of Mo Tong's eyes. "I believe in my brother," Mo Tong said softly, placing her fingers on Fang Cheng's hand. "Go ahead, the first one caught has to tell everyone a story today," Fang Cheng joked. Then the two little ones walked in one direction. Fang Cheng closed his eyes and loudly counted in a deep voice, 6, 7, 99, 100. After counting, Fang Cheng slowly walked towards the hall. After less than 10 steps, he came to a corner where two little girls appeared. Fang Cheng was stunned. "Big brother, you're amazing. You found Saya so quickly." When Saya saw Fang Cheng, she looked up at him, her azure eyes shining like clear gems, making her all the more precious and lovable. Mo Tong nodded in agreement with what Saya said. "I really can't do anything with you two." Fang Cheng squatted down and picked up the two little ones, one in each arm. Fang Cheng picked up the two cuddly little ones and walked along, saying, "Tell me what you were thinking, and who did you learn it from? If brother can't find Saya, then Saya will look for brother. When we play hide and seek, Saya will be in the place where brother can find us most easily. I didn't learn this from anyone, it's Saya's own idea." Saya said in Fang Cheng's ear. "Okay, brother knows. Let's go catch other kids together." Fang Cheng kissed Saya and Mo Tong on the cheeks. The two little ones also gave Fang Cheng a kiss on the cheek. Where could Betty and Qingning be hiding? Zayasha asked. She remembered what her brother had said to Qingning earlier if they couldn't find Qingning. "Them? No need to look for them, they've already climbed over the wall again," Fang Cheng said with a smile. "The system alarm had just sounded in my mind, along with the image of two girls climbing over the wall. Betty, let's go back to school." While Fang Cheng was counting, Qingning grabbed Betty's hand and ran around the second floor. Suddenly, she saw the stairs leading downstairs on the other side, and her eyes lit up as she spoke. Isn't this a bit inappropriate?" Betty looked at Qingning's expression and immediately understood what Qingning was thinking. "What's wrong with that? He just told the kids they could only play hide and seek on the second floor, but he didn't tell us. Besides, we've been sneaking out of school long enough, let's go back early so we don't get caught. If Fang Cheng asks tomorrow, just say we remembered a school assignment we haven't finished, it's urgent, and we need to go to school." Qingning continued. "Let's go. I'm not going to give him any money today anyway. He gave us this loophole to exploit." "Okay." Betty was a lively and young girl, and after thinking about it for a moment, she agreed. "Let's go now." The two girls then went downstairs to the first floor, where they met Xiao Yin and Yuli, who had just finished cleaning up in the kitchen. Betty and Qingning greeted Yuri. "Senior Yuri, we're heading back to school now. See you tomorrow," Betty said, following Qingning's steps. "Betty, Qingning, see you tomorrow," Yuri said with a smile. "Why do we have to climb over the wall every time?" Qingning asked. "Which way do we go through the main entrance? I don't even know if it's locked," Betty said cheerfully. "Forget it, Betty, it's too much trouble." "That's what I think too." The two girls smiled at each other. With practiced ease, the two leaped nimbly over the wall. "Brother, Sister Qingning just doesn't want to pay," Xiaozhe said, having no doubt about Fang Cheng's claim that Qingning and Betty had climbed over the wall and left. "Because my brother didn't tell them they could only play on the second floor." "Haha, it's okay, Sister Qingning isn't a bad person. But my brother is short of money. It's not easy for him to raise us. He works very hard," Saya said after thinking about it seriously. "Don't talk nonsense. It's easy to raise my Saya and Motong. It's not hard at all. If I wanted to earn money, I could earn a lot in no time. Don't worry, Saya. I haven't even used up all the money my sister gave me. Fang Cheng reassured her. Brother, I meant Xiao Yin and Xiao and I too. You didn't charge tuition. And you have to cook for so many people every day. It's okay, brother is an adult, and it's not tiring at all. Especially seeing that Saya and Moton like the food you cook, brother will feel very happy. Fang Cheng carried the two little ones as he walked, feeling very happy. The little ones were becoming more and more devoted to him and thinking about him. Xiao Motong was held on the other side by Fang Cheng, watching Fang Cheng and Saya talk peacefully without saying a word. Alright, let's look for it. Let's open this door and see if any of the children are inside, Fang Cheng said as he approached the first activity room. The little guy's attention was diverted by Fang Cheng's words. Saya, you push her away. Aha! Fang Cheng held Xiao Shay in his arms, and with a push of his little hand, the door to the first activity room opened. The activity room was spacious and empty. Fang Cheng was about to leave when Xiao Shay reminded him, Brother, we haven't looked behind the door yet. Yes, it's because my brother wasn't careful. Fang Cheng led the two little ones inside, but there was no one behind the door. Saya wasn't surprised. She simply said, Brother, we'll find them by opening each door one by one, unless they disobey you. There shouldn't be any kids who don't follow the rules of the game, right? Then Fang Cheng led the two little ones, opening each door of the activity room on the second floor and searching through them one by one. Finally, they found Tate, Leo, and Joni behind the door of the last activity room, the one that was furthest from where Fang Cheng had just counted. Fang Cheng thought the three children were quite clever. Just now, when Fang Cheng was counting, Leo and the other two ran into the hall, looking at the rows of activity room doors. All three of them ran inside. Tate, you hide in this room. Joanne, you hide in this room. I won't listen to you. Why don't you hide first? I need to hide in the innermost room. There's nowhere else to hide here, and nothing to hide in. I can only hide in the innermost room to avoid being caught first. Then I'll listen to you. If Tate and I get caught first, I'm going to tell the teacher. Joni said in a childish voice, her tone tinged with anger. Alright, let's all hide in the last room then. Leo gave in after hearing Joni's words, seemingly realizing that what he was doing was unreasonable. I found the three little ones, took them for a walk, then went downstairs to find Yuri and let the children take their afternoon nap. During his lunch break, Fang Cheng drew the curtains, darkening the room. The small lamp on the bedside table emitted a fluorescent blue glow. Fang Cheng and the two little ones were resting in bed. Brother, I don't want Xiao Yin and Xiao and I to be your bride, Xiao Shay said, clinging to Fang Cheng. Saya, no, Xiao Yin and Xiao and I are still young. Xiao Yin and Xiao and I won't be your brother's bride, don't worry. Fang Cheng patted Saya's hair. I don't know what's going on lately, but these little girls are all so precocious. Maybe girls in other worlds mature earlier. Big brother, Saya wants to be your bride, little Saya said. That will have to wait until Saya grows up, Fang Cheng said, stroking Saya's hair. Big brother, Saya will grow up. Hearing what Fang Cheng said, Mo Tong, who was standing to the side, looked at Fang Cheng with a strange expression in his dark eyes. Noticing Mo Tong's gaze, Fang Cheng continued, I mean, Saya is still young and doesn't understand that getting married and becoming a bride requires a special kind of emotion. This statement will only count when Saya grows up. Perhaps Saya will meet her own love in the future and become someone else's bride. Brother, I want to be your bride too. Mo Tong's strange look disappeared, and she leaned her head on Fang Cheng's shoulder and said softly, Big brother, Saya will never become someone else's bride. Little Saya pouted, looking a little angry. Brother knows. Everyone should take a nap now, so you can grow taller. Okay, big brother. Saya said and quickly closed her eyes, nestling softly against Fang Cheng's chest like a kitten. Xiao Mo Tong also closed her eyes, her little hands holding Fang Cheng's arm, her face pressed tightly against Fang Cheng's shoulder. In the summer, Xiaoshay's air conditioning unit is always exceptionally comfortable to hold, allowing one to sleep soundly, as it is both warm and cool to hold. The peaceful afternoon nap time passed quickly. Fang Cheng was successfully woken up by Saya. Children this age always have a lot of energy. Xiao Shay slept for an hour and opened her eyes very early. She rested quietly on her older brother for a while, listening to his heartbeat, blinking her eyes as if thinking about something. Suddenly, she saw that her older sister Mo Tong, who was resting next to her, had opened her eyes. Xiao She's eyes lit up with joy. Sister Mo Tong, you're awake. Shall we wake up our brother? Mo Tong nodded. Fang Cheng felt a soft little hand gently pinch his nose. He slowly opened his eyes and saw Xiao Shay's delicate little face. Her silver hair fell down, and the strands touched his chin, making it a little itchy. Xiao Shay's big, beautiful eyes were looking at him with anticipation and curiosity. Big brother, wake up for class, Xiao Shay said happily when she saw Fang Cheng wake up. Oh dear, your older brother already had class this morning. This afternoon, Ms. Yuri will be teaching you. Fang Cheng ruffled Saya's hair. Saya means that big brother is getting up to take me and sister Emoton to class. Little Saya pouted. Okay, let's get up now. Fang Cheng said after thinking for a moment, no longer teasing Xiao She, afraid that Xiao She would seriously think that he didn't want to take her to class. I took the two little ones downstairs. It was almost time for them to wake up from their afternoon nap. Upon arriving at the dormitory, Yuri was calling the children to wake up. The children from another world were still very energetic. Recently, thanks to the nutritious meals at the kindergarten, the children's complexions and appearance had improved significantly, and their little faces were fuller. Hearing Yuri call them to get up, Leo immediately jumped out of bed and eagerly went outside. The other children also slowly got out of bed and left the dormitory. Good afternoon, Professor Fang Cheng. Leo greeted Fang Cheng. Good afternoon. You didn't misbehave at noon, did you? Teacher Fang Cheng, I didn't talk during my nap at noon. I was very quiet. You can ask Teacher Yuli if you don't believe me. That's good, I believe you. Fang Cheng smiled and patted his head. The children were treated to fruit, milk, and ice cream, and they were very happy. Seeing the children's happy faces always makes Fang Cheng feel that the world is a wonderful place. Big brother, the ice cream is so delicious. I'm glad Saya likes it. Yuri also loves ice cream. After the snacks, Yuri gave the children a lesson on water magic resonance. Fang Cheng, sitting in the back, could clearly feel the fluctuations of water elements in the air, and the magical elements in the children's bodies all increased to varying degrees. After Fang Cheng's conversation with the children that morning, and perhaps influenced by Emoton's successful release of magic, the children were much more attentive in class than before. After teaching the class, Yuri led everyone to learn some more knowledge, introduced the children to some plants, magical beasts, and some words. Xiao She studied very diligently, while Xiao Motong seemed to be daydreaming. Perhaps the knowledge was too boring for her. Judging from the fact that Motong could take out a book and tell a story on her own, it was clear that Motong knew a lot. The afternoon passed quickly. As the children reluctantly boarded the carriage, Fang Cheng left some fruit in the carriage for the lizard horse beast. Yuli, also feeling a little reluctant, drove the carriage home with the children. After the children left, only Fang Cheng and Shayet Emotong remained in the kindergarten. They played with the two little ones on the playground for a while, and when they got tired, they sat down under a tree to rest. Xiao Motong works very hard. Whenever she has time, she closes her eyes and meditates, and she practices the fireball technique whenever she has free time. Fang Cheng patted Emotong's head beside him. Tong Tong, learning magic can't be rushed. Look at your brother, he doesn't practice magic much, but he's still very powerful. After saying that, without Fang Cheng performing any actions or practicing any spells, several fireballs suddenly rose from the space in front of him. Emotong. Fang Cheng, hee hee. Don't worry, your big brother is definitely strong enough to protect you. You're still young, and learning magic is a good thing, but don't overwork yourselves unless you find practicing magic enjoyable. Fang Cheng said to the two little ones beside him. Emotong didn't speak, but Fang Cheng had a feeling that she sighed in exasperation. Ever since he guessed that Emotong probably had some secret, he seemed to be more mature, and Fang Cheng started joking with her more. Fang Cheng particularly enjoys joking around with children and playing with them. Of course, he won't joke around with sensitive or insecure children, for fear of hurting them. Therefore, the premise of joking with children is that you let the child know that you are joking with them and that your behavior will not hurt the child. Some children will also cooperate and play together. After dinner, I took the two little ones for a walk, and then we got ready for bed. The day is almost over. Xiao Motong sat on the bed with her eyes closed, meditating. Fang Cheng felt the magical elements in the surrounding atmosphere gathering towards Motong. Fang Cheng used his detection skill to check Emotong's magic power and found that it had decreased to 4/4. This means that Xiao Motong currently has 4 points of magic power. Although there are no other children to compare her with, Fang Cheng finds the speed of this increase quite astonishing. After all, if one relies solely on their own system skills and mana to cast a fireball spell, it only consumes 10 mana points. Big brother, can Saya learn meditation now? The little guy asked softly, sitting next to Fang Cheng. Today, Xiao Emotong successfully released magic, which had a significant impact on the little guy. Fang Cheng had always understood the little guy's desire and determination to learn magic. Fang Cheng used his detection skill to check Saya's attribute panel and saw that Saya's magic element had increased to 92/100. Fang Cheng looked into Saya's eyes, thought carefully for a moment, and then asked Xiao Ling in the system, Xiao Ling, is there any item that can quickly increase Saya's magic element to 100? Master, this little guy should be able to awaken his magical senses in a few days. So you're pregnant? Fang Cheng was pleasantly surprised to hear this. Master, you really do have a special fondness for this little guy. After Xiao Ling finished speaking, several props appeared in Fang Cheng's mind. Magic Element Crystal 10 exchange points, Blessing of Natural Elements 100 exchange points, Magic Seed, Ice 1000 exchange points, Magic Seed, all types 10,000 exchange points. Magic Element Crystal increases magic element by 1 point upon use, maximum 10 uses. Blessing of the Natural Elements blesses the object with the blessing of the natural elements, increases magic power by 10, and increases elemental affinity. After thinking for a moment, Fang Cheng spent 100 exchange points to exchange for the blessing of natural elements. He then said to Xiaoling, "She deserves my favor. From now on, I will unconditionally favor my Xiao's He." Although the exchange points are important, and Fang Cheng believes that Xiao Shi will be able to successfully awaken her magical sense in a few days, Fang Cheng still doesn't want to see Xiao Shi's envious and expectant eyes, nor does he want her to feel that she is inferior to Emotong. Since Emotong has awakened today, let's just awaken them together today. Fang Cheng looked at Saya and said, "Of course you can learn it, and I feel like Saya is about to awaken her magical senses." "Really?" Saya exclaimed with delight. "That's right, doesn't Saya believe what her brother says?" Fang Cheng teased, then used a blessing of natural elements on Saya. Moonlight streamed in, and the magical elements in the room suddenly became extremely dense. Fang Cheng closed his eyes, sensing that the magical elements had become incredibly concentrated. A faint light appeared, and the center of the gathered magical elements finally condensed into a tiny, elf-like figure. She leaped and danced around Saya, before joyfully merging into Saya's body. Under Fang Cheng's detection, Saya's magical elemental power rose sharply, eventually reaching a maximum of 100, and her elemental affinity increased by 5 points, reaching 89 points. The changes that just happened were invisible to the naked eye. Emotong, who was meditating, opened her eyes at this moment, looking at Saya with a mixture of joy and complexity, before closing her eyes again. "Brother, I feel a little strange in my body." "How does it feel?" Fang Cheng asked worriedly. "I was a little sleepy just now, but I'm not sleepy anymore," Saya said, looking at her little hands and clenching her fists to scratch the air. "It seems like Saya feels a little stronger." Little Saya noticed the possible changes in her body, her little head filled with questions, and her cute little cat ears twitched. "Maybe it's because my Saya has awakened her magical senses. Let's give it a try." Fang Cheng took out the black magic sensing crystal ball from the system space and handed it to Saya. Fang Cheng's detection revealed that the attribute for Saya's magic element had disappeared and had been replaced by magic value, which was currently displayed as 0.9 carat. Saya took it. Although she had touched the magic sensing crystal to test it during the day, combined with what her brother had just said, Saya still unconditionally believed what her brother said. Saya herself vaguely sensed the changes in her body. The clever Saya nervously and expectantly accepted the magic sensing crystal. Saya held the black crystal ball in her hands. In less than 2 seconds, the black magical crystal suddenly emitted a bright light, illuminating the entire room and reflecting Saya's surprised eyes. "Big brother, can Saya really learn magic?" "Yes, of course, I wouldn't lie to you, would I?" "Alright, now your brother will teach you the meditation mantra." Fang Cheng pinched Saya's cheek. "Big brother, Saya already knows how to do it. My Saya is so amazing," Fang Cheng exclaimed in delight. He. The little one explained shyly, "When Big Brother was teaching Sister Emotong today, Saya listened carefully and remembered it. Then let me teach you one more time, and I'll check it later, okay? Big Brother." Then Fang Cheng led Saya in reciting the incantation for children's magic meditation, word by word. Saya read it aloud very carefully, word by word. "Alright, Saya, read it to your brother once." Saya successfully recited the children's magic meditation mantra in a complete and fluent manner. After Zayasha finished reciting, she closed her eyes as if she could sense the magical elements in the atmosphere. "Big brother, Saya thinks she saw many colorful magical fairies flying around." "Magical sprites?" Fang Cheng was taken aback, then suddenly remembered an episode of the animated series Bear Paradise, Magical Fantasy Edition, where the owl teacher described magical elements as magical sprites. "Saya, try to get those magical spirits to come closer to your body," Fang Cheng gently guided her. "Yes, dear brother." Big brother, Saya was hoping the magic spirit would come, and the magic spirit really came. Little Saya said happily with her eyes closed. Fang Cheng responded, feeling satisfied as he sensed Saya's joy. The room gradually quieted down. Fang Cheng leaned against the headboard and looked at the two little ones, who were deep in thought. He always found them very cute. Fang Cheng then entered a meditative state, where he could sense many magical elements slowly flying towards the two little ones. Fang Cheng used his mental power to control and summon more magical elements to gather around the two little ones. After a while, sensing that the time was almost up, Fang Cheng called for the two little ones to stop. Young children also experience mental fatigue when meditating and cultivating magic. Having studied the Guide to Magical Growth for Children aged 3 to 6, Fang Cheng knew very well that children usually need to rest after meditating for about 20 minutes. It's getting late, Saya and Moto must be tired, you should get some rest. Saya can still hold on, Saya said. Mo Tong also said, brother, I want to learn magic quickly. Fang Cheng couldn't discern anything from Mo Tong's expression, his black eyes held a firm yet gentle gaze. However, from her expression, Fang Cheng could clearly tell that Xiao She was a little sleepy. Sigh, what a pity. I'm so sleepy, I'm going to sleep now. I'm so sad that I can't fall asleep with Seo Motong tonight. I knew it. You guys really do like magic more. Once you learn magic, you don't like your brother anymore. Sigh. Fang Cheng sighed. Once you learn magic and become powerful, the first one you'll abandon will definitely be your older brother. Fang Cheng closed his eyes with a pained expression and said. Seeing Fang Cheng's appearance, Saya and Mo Tong exchanged a knowing glance. Fang Cheng went to the bathroom and quickly washed up. He then went downstairs to prepare breakfast as usual. The two little ones were still young, so they couldn't get dressed and washed up very quickly. After making a simple, nutritious breakfast in the kitchen, Fang Cheng opened the door and went out, thinking about what kind of magic he should teach them later. Xiaohe has always wanted to become an ice mage, and Fang Cheng knows that. Ice magic is a kind of advanced form of water magic, since ice can melt into water, but water element and ice element are two different concepts. In the summer season in Soto City, the amount of ice element in the atmosphere is almost zero. Although powerful mages can instantly convert water element into ice element, just like when we saw Shaylin release magic last time, countless ice spikes appeared instantly. However, Kosea had clearly just awakened her magical senses and did not possess such abilities. Because ice does not exist in nature normally, this means that mages who can use ice magic are rarer than mages with other basic natural attributes, except in extremely cold regions. Big brother, we're all washed up. Zayasha skipped and ran quickly toward Fang Cheng. Saya, slow down. Fang Cheng reminded her. The little guy is really eager to learn how to cast spells. Fang Cheng stepped forward and caught the fast-running Xiao She. Using a detection skill, I checked and found that Zayashe's magic power had reached 2 points, while Mo Tong behind her had reached 5 points. Don't rush, let your big brother comb your hair first. Fang Cheng stroked the little guy's soft silver hair. I braided the two little ones into pretty little braids. While combing his hair, Fang Cheng spent 50 exchange points in the system to redeem the magic guidance skill. Magic guidance, 50 exchange points. It can guide children to perceive the magic power within their bodies and briefly control their bodies to successfully release magic. Fang Cheng set up a small table and laid out the breakfast he had prepared. If you want your brother to teach you magic, that's fine too. But you two sisters, why don't you have breakfast with your dear brother first? Okay, big brother, let's eat. Little Seo immediately sat down obediently and replied. Mo Tong also sat down quietly to the side, and looked at Fang Cheng's smiling face as if she sighed silently. Open your mouth, big brother. Saya's eyes curved into crescent moons. Fang Cheng opened his mouth. Delicious. As expected, my little sister Saya loves me the most. Brother, sister Mo Tong loves you very much too. Mo Tong. Xiao Mo Tong brought the bread in her hand to Fang Cheng's mouth. Oh, I feel Mo Tong's love, I'm so happy. Fang Cheng closed his eyes and showed an expression of enjoyment. Mo Tong raised an eyebrow slightly, and sighed inwardly, somewhat speechless. The three of them then enjoyed their breakfast together. After clearing the small dining table, Fang Cheng led Xiao She to an open space. Little Mo Tong was practicing her fireball technique on the side. What kind of magic does Saya want to learn? Although he already knew, Fang Cheng still asked the little guy in front of him first. Can Saya learn the ice ball magic that Big Brother used last time? The little girl asked. Yes, of course, Fang Cheng said with a smile. Upon hearing Saya's words, Fang Cheng immediately spent 10 exchange points in the system shop to exchange for a small ice hockey spell. Although Fang Cheng previously received the system reward of mainland version of basic magic, which allows him to cast ice ball, it requires chanting a spell and performing an action. Come on, Saya, let's practice the actions and incantations together first, Fang Cheng said to the little one, intending to let her practice the words and actions first. Oh, ice element wandering in this world, $%8 hashtag hear my call, ice hockey. Fang Cheng muttered to himself as he demonstrated the mirror-like motion to the little guy. After Fang Cheng finished casting the spell, as the magic power in his body was consumed a little bit, an ice ball appeared in the air above Fang Cheng's palm. The ice element that roams the world. The little guy followed Fang Cheng and chanted the incantation, his bright blue eyes shining with seriousness. Hear my call, ice hockey. The little guy's childish voice finished. A crystal-clear ice ball, the same size as the one in Fang Cheng's palm, appeared above Saya's hand, looking magical in the cool morning breeze. The ice hockey puck was the size of an apple, round and clear, just as pure as Saya's heart. Holy crap! Fang Cheng's eyes widened in surprise. In less than half a second, the crystal-clear ice ball that had been floating above Zayash's palm fell into Zayash's fair and delicate hand. Emo Tong, who was practicing fireball spells nearby, blinked and stared in astonishment when she saw the ice ball, which was even larger than the fireball she had released. Big brother! I did it! The little guy carefully dragged the crystal-clear ice ball. She held it up in both hands and brought it to Fang Cheng's eyes. Big brother, Saya successfully released ice magic. Look! Little Saya's bright blue eyes sparkled. Saya is really amazing, so great. She learned ice hockey on her first time learning magic, just like sister Emotong. You're both awesome, Fang Cheng praised, patting Saya's hair. Big brother, look, this ice hockey puck is so pretty. Little Sayo held the ice hockey puck in her little hands and showed it to Fang Cheng. It seemed that the ice hockey puck was too cold, and the little girl's hands holding the ice hockey puck turned a little red. Her soft little fingers were slightly bent and held the ice hockey puck upright, as if she understood that she should not let the ice hockey puck completely touch her palm, so that her hands would not be so cold. Fang Cheng was worried that the little guy would get cold, so he took the little guy's ice hockey puck in his hand. The ice hockey puck was indeed very beautiful, and the temperature was icy cold. It was indeed a very pure ice hockey puck. It seems that I won't have to make my own ice cubes if I want to drink iced tea or iced beverages anymore, Fang Cheng thought to himself, looking at Zayash's barely concealed excitement. However, today is the first time that Saya has released magic, so it does have some commemorative significance. After thinking for a moment, Fang Cheng exchanged a blank story crystal ball from the system and engraved the scene of the little guy successfully releasing the ice ball into it, which was the scene of Fang Cheng teaching the little guy to practice magic. When you grow up or look back on this scene a few years later, it will be a beautiful memory. Of course, this is something only Fang Cheng could do. Thanks to Fang Cheng's perfect memory, he was able to perfectly present the details of what had just happened in the blank story crystal ball. Just like a real photo recording crystal, a regular message crystal needs to be taken out and recorded in advance. However, Fang Cheng hadn't thought that much about it just now, and he was somewhat surprised that Saya was able to release the magic on her first try. However, since Xiao She was already there, Fang Cheng naturally couldn't favor one over the other. He also needed to have Xiao Motong, since they were both his sisters, and they were both his flesh and blood. Fang Cheng spent 5 exchange points in the system to exchange for another blank crystal ball. After recalling for a moment, he somewhat laboriously imprinted the scene of Emotong learning the children's meditation mantra yesterday and successfully releasing magic for the first time into the story crystal ball. Needless to say, because a day had passed, Fang Cheng tried his best to recreate all the details and expressions, even the surrounding wind and grass, the swaying leaves, and the lighting effects. He wanted to fully reflect all of these, which made the engraving process a bit difficult and consumed a lot of mental energy. Fortunately, the two little ones cast their magic for the first time, and the memorable crystal ball video was successfully created. The little guy looked at his older brother, whose 2 ice hockey pucks had disappeared, and then saw 2 transparent crystal balls appear in his brother's hands. He blinked, his little head full of questions, but seeing that his older brother seemed to be thinking with his eyes closed, he didn't disturb Fang Cheng anymore. Opening his eyes, Fang Cheng saw a worried look on Xiaosea's face, ruffled her hair, and said, Saya, your big brother will keep the ice hockey puck as a souvenir, okay? It was the first time Saya released magic. Big brother. The little guy's eyes were full of joy upon hearing Fang Cheng's words, but then he seemed to think of something and asked, but, big brother, won't the ice hockey ball melt? The ice hockey puck will melt, but brother can make it not melt. Big brother, you're amazing. The little guy's big, beautiful eyes curved into crescent moons. He. Fang Cheng chuckled and affectionately ruffled Saya's hair. It's not that bad. It will still slowly melt when you take it out, but it won't melt when you hide it. Then my elder brother is the most powerful too. Fang Cheng sat on the grass, propping his head up with his hand, watching the 2 little ones earnestly practicing magic. Fang Cheng was filled with questions. Could it be that Xiao She was truly a peerless genius in magic? This didn't make sense. If Emotong could release magic, Fang Cheng would think that Xiao Emotong might have a secret, or even that she had awakened some kind of memory fragment. After all, Fang Cheng had made such a guess when Emotong showed that his thoughts and understanding were becoming more and more mature recently, but the little guy didn't. He was still so innocent, naive, and cute. It was normal for Fang Cheng to pay attention to the little guy all the time. Fang Cheng was sure that the little guy had not awakened any memory inheritance or anything like that. After all, Fang Cheng had already mastered the magical growth guide for children aged 3 to 6 that he learned from the system, and he also understood the theoretical knowledge very well. In Xiao Ling's explanation, generally no child can successfully release magic shortly after the awakening of magical perception. Unless they are a chosen one or have been possessed, they possess strong mental strength and knowledge of magical theories and experiences. Fang Cheng had just exchanged for the small ice ball spell in the system because he originally intended to give it to Xiao Shay. After practicing magic, he planned to secretly cast a small ice ball spell above Xiao Shay's palm. Before Fang Cheng could finish casting his spell, Xiao Shay followed his movements and practiced the magic, successfully creating an ice ball the same size as Fang Cheng's. Are both Mo Tong and Xiao Shay so talented in magic? This is completely inconsistent with the characteristics and development of early childhood learning magic that Fang Cheng learned from the system. This made Fang Cheng a little suspicious. He wondered if the Guide to Early Childhood Magic Learning and Growth produced by the system was really rigorous. Otherwise, the process of Mo Tong and Shaya releasing and learning magic was different from what was described in the book, especially since there was no ice element in the surrounding summer environment. At this moment, it seemed that they had noticed Fang Cheng's inner thoughts. Xiao Ling said in Fang Cheng's mind, "Master, the system's guide to early childhood magic development is absolutely flawless. This situation is very special, and we can only rely on external help." As if afraid that Fang Cheng would lose faith in the magic growth guide for 3 to 6-year-old children produced by the system, Xiao Ling reminded Fang Cheng in his mind. External force? What kind of external force? Fang Cheng thought he needed to study it carefully. Although he was very happy that the little guy had successfully released the magic and displayed magical talent. As a preschool teacher, I knew I had to promptly identify, investigate, and resolve any questions that arose. This was crucial for educating other children and for providing targeted magical education to individuals like Saya. This is the essence of a preschool teacher's self-cultivation and lifelong learning. The ice element that is free in the world *** and yen #. Listen to my call, ice hockey. The fire element that is free in the world yen % and listen to my call, fireball. As the two little guys performed movements on one side, the little mouth chanted a spell, and a ball of ice ball, a ball of flame, each appeared suspended above the palms of the two little guys. Fang Cheng closed his eyes and entered a state of animistic meditation, wanting to sense the fluctuations of the magic released by the two little guys. Fang Cheng's eyes lit up, and he was a little sudden, and finally let him probably find the reason. When Xiao Mo Tong released his magic, he could clearly feel that the fire element in the atmosphere around Xiao Mo Tong was attracted by Mo Tong, and finished reading with Mo Tong's interpretation actions and spells. It was clear that the fire elements in the atmosphere gathered above Mo Tong's palm in a strange orbital manner, and then formed a ball of flames. In addition, there was also the magic power from Mo Tong's body flowing from the body to the flame, which maintained that the flame was not easy to extinguish. After Xiao Saf finished performing the action and recited the spell, there was no ice element in the atmosphere, but the ice element actually overflowed from the necklace worn by Xiao Sas' neck, and then seemed to follow Xiao Sas' order, and condensed into an ice ball above Sas' palm. It turned out that it was Saren who left the blue gemstone necklace for Sei. This gemstone necklace is really special, remembering that the gemstone necklace in the hot summer night also has the function of air conditioning and cooling. Fang Cheng also understands. Fang Cheng asked System Xiaoling in his mind if he knew what kind of prop Sei's gem necklace was. Master, you can spend 50 exchange points in the system mall to exchange for intermediate detection skills. Xiao Ling reminded Fang Cheng in his mind. The skills of primary detection are systematically awarded to Fang Cheng, and can only specifically detect the target state of children. Fang Cheng looked at the skill introduction of intermediate detection in the system mall, which can specifically detect the target state of children, and also has a simple detection effect on other targets. After thinking about it, Fang Cheng still spent 50 exchange points to exchange for intermediate detection skills. After all, the intermediate detection skill is still quite useful. It can simply detect targets other than children, and the advanced detection skill requires 500 exchange points, and the current Fang Cheng cannot afford to exchange it. After calculating, it cost 50 exchange points to exchange for intermediate detection, 50 exchange points for the magic guidance skill, 10 exchange points for 2 blank story crystal balls, and 100 exchange points for blessing of natural elements that was exchanged for Xiao Sa yesterday. In the side mission, the students say successfully released the ice magic. The task reward was 100 exchange points completed. Fang Cheng clicked the task submission button, increased 100 exchange points, and now the exchange points on Fang Cheng's body are 182. Side quest system certifies student Saya to become a junior ice magician, rewarding 100 exchange points. 10 gold coins, beginner ice crystals. System certification conditions: mana value is not less than 100 mana points, and 5 basic ice magic is successfully released in a row within 100 seconds. Looking at the poor exchange point, Fang Cheng felt that he couldn't go down anymore. He had to complete the task well. Every time he saw the system mall, the props inside made Fang Cheng jealous. The two little guys were practicing magic next to them, and Fang Cheng was very patient to observe from the side. After all, the child released magic in front of his eyes, and he was still a little magical, incredible, and excited about his soul coming from the blue star. As their brother, he also has a sense of satisfaction in his heart, and he has a little confidence in his path to teaching children to learn magic. I wonder if it is possible to train them to become holy magicians before they graduate from kindergarten. Then I can lie down and advance in my life. Fang Cheng thought to himself. The movements and spells performed by the two little guys became more and more skillful, and seeing that they were almost practicing, the magic in their bodies was almost exhausted. Fang Cheng stopped them. Shaya, Mo Tong, come to my brother to rest. Fang Cheng shouted. Su was afraid that Fang Cheng would do what he did last night, but this time the two little guys immediately came over when they heard Fang Cheng's words, sitting next to Fang Cheng to rest. The two little guys are still very clingy. When sitting together, their bodies are always close to Fang Cheng. Fang Cheng hugs the two fragrant little guys, blowing the morning breeze. It is very comfortable. Touching Sei's head, Fang Cheng looked at the necklace around Sei's neck and used his detection skills. A delicate necklace full of spirituality created by a great alchemist. The main gem condenses the elements of ice and water, and the gem is attached to the will of a living being, which seems to have a mysterious effect, and its use requires the recognition of the will of the living being. Contains mana, 9976/10,000. This gemstone necklace that Saren left for Saya is really a great thing. Just now, Saya released a few ice hockey techniques, so the magic contained in it was reduced a little, and this gem necklace was actually attached to the will of a living being. Fang Cheng couldn't guess why. Perhaps, this is why this gemstone necklace can intelligently adjust the temperature, so that Saya feels comfortable in the summer without being very cold, and Saya must have won the recognition of the will of the creatures attached to this gem, so it can be so easy to successfully release magic. Knowing the role of this gem, Fang Cheng was very happy in his heart, which also meant that the little guy might practice a little more, and even release more advanced magic than ice hockey, and initially had the ability to protect himself. Brother, what should Saya do if she wants to release ice and snow magic like Princess Elsa? The little guy asked with his head leaning on Fang Cheng's lap, his blue eyes full of curiosity. Then we can play a snowman building game together. Well, Xiao Sei's question really stumped Fang Cheng at once. Sure enough, the little guy's desire to become an ice magician, Frozen's cartoon, is also one of the influencing factors. It can be said that snow is also a form of existence. Fang Cheng looked at the ice magic in the system mall. Sai of the Ice and Snow Goddess, 10,000 exchange points. Absolute Zero, 1,000 exchange points. Snowstorm Funeral, 1,000 exchange points. Extreme Cold Storm, 1,000 exchange points. Blizzard, 500 exchange points. Ice Armor Technique, 200 exchange points. Frost Knot Technique. Well, Brother Sai will tell you at once. Fang Cheng responded. Mua, the little guy, smiled and happily kissed Fang Cheng on the cheek, leaving a big smear of saliva on Fang Cheng's face. Fang Cheng smiled brightly as he felt a soft, warm kiss on his face. Mo Tong. Come on, Tong Tong, Saya has already kissed you, so come and give your brother a kiss too. Seeing Mo Tong's speechless and silent expression towards Fang Cheng gently squeezed Mo Tong's shoulder with his small hand. Upon hearing Fang Cheng's words, a hint of helplessness flashed in Xiao Motong's dark eyes. She leaned forward expressionlessly and obediently pressed her lips against Fang Cheng's cheek. Fang Cheng smiled with satisfaction. Unbeknownst to Fang Cheng, Xiao Motong's short, fluffy tail under her school uniform skirt seemed to be wagging happily and involuntarily. Sensing the change in herself, Xiao Motong turned her head away without looking at Fang Cheng. The little girl wasn't jealous when she saw Sister Motong kissing Fang Cheng. She didn't feel the same anger as Chiao Ni when she said she wanted to be her brother's bride. In her eyes, Sister Motong was her brother's sister, and they even had the same hair color. Moreover, Sister Motong was very kind to her and would tell her stories. She knew that Sister Motong had a hard time in the past, so she wanted to be nicer to her. Now, her older brother can hold her hand with one hand and Motong's hand with the other. If Chiao Yin and Chiao Ni were to become her older brother's brides, Xiao Shaya would not agree, because her older brother only has two hands. Only one child can sleep on each side of him. Just like now, when they sit together, Motong can sit on her older brother's left and she can sit on his right. There is no room for any other children next to her older brother. After seeing Motong kiss his older brother, the little guy asked, Big brother, can we tell Saya now? Well, you can learn more powerful magic when your brother teaches you. Fang Cheng used Ice Ball spell, conjuring an ice ball in his hand. Xiao Shay looked at the crystal clear ice ball, and Fang Cheng said, ice and snow are actually both forms of ice magic. Just as Princess Elsa's magic can create transparent ice castles and snow-white blizzards, this is because the spells required for these two spells are different. Similarly, Princess Elsa is so powerful because she has very strong magic power within her body, as well as very strong mental strength. Mental power? Saya tilted her head, her azure eyes looking somewhat bewildered. Yes, it's mental power, which is our intention or thought. Saya, look. Fang Cheng cast another water ball spell, which hovered in midair. As he spoke, Fang Cheng said, now, brother is going to pour this water ball onto that little flower. After Fang Cheng finished speaking, he controlled the water ball to fly towards a small blue flower under a tree not far away. The water ball poured onto the petals, revealing a crystal clear light. This is mental power, which means that the magic you release can achieve the desired purpose according to your own will. So if we want to become powerful magicians, magic power alone is not enough, we also need very strong mental strength to control our magic. Just like Princess Elsa, she initially froze everyone in the castle because her mental strength was too low and her magic practice was not proficient. Later, when her mental strength improved, she was no longer unable to control her magic. Yes, I understand, brother. Zayasha nodded, as if she understood the gist of what Fang Cheng was saying. Brother, how can I increase my mental strength? Practice magic more, and when your brother tells you to go to sleep, you must be a good boy and go to sleep. Also, eat more food, and some rare and precious herbs can also increase your mental strength. Fang Cheng said that he was not worried that the little one would not understand words like heavenly treasures. Sometimes the best way to educate a child is not to treat them as a child, but as a little adult. By influencing them in a subtle way, you will find that they will make rapid progress and their understanding of things can even catch up with the level of adults very quickly. Big brother, Saya knows. When Saya can control the water sphere like you did just now, making it fly a certain distance toward the target she wants to hit, and when she has enough magic power, then I'll teach her more advanced ice magic. Really? Yes, of course. By the way, Saya, why don't you try the water ball magic too? Saya nodded. Fang Cheng then led Xiao She to learn water ball magic. Water elemental free to roam the world, obey my command, water ball technique. Xiao He followed Fang Cheng's movements and chanted the incantation. A water sphere slowly condensed above Zayasha's palm, and Zayasha's gaze was directed towards one place. Fang Cheng looked and saw that it was the same blue-silver flower that Fang Cheng had just watered with his water ball spell. The moment the water sphere condensed into shape above Zayasha's palm, it flew towards the blue-silver flower, splashing water as it hit the flower's petals. Fang Cheng's eyes widened. Big brother, I did it. Saya, how did you do that? That's what my brother taught me just now. Imagine watering that flower with a water balloon, and then the water balloon actually flies over there. Fang Cheng nodded and praised, Saya is really amazing. To be honest, Fang Cheng really wanted Saya to take off her necklace and try to release the magic again, but after thinking about it, he decided against it. After all, the necklace had now become a part of Saya, and as long as external forces could be used by him, they were his own power. He didn't know what level of item this gem necklace was, but it worked so magically on Saya. Perhaps in a few days I can try teaching Saya a more advanced magic. Although Saya has the magical energy replenishment from the necklace to cast spells, the process of casting spells still consumes some of the magical energy in her body that she uses to channel it. Fang Cheng just used his detection skill to see that Saya's magic power was 3. After releasing 2 spells, her magic power had dropped to 1. Saya, when the time is right, your brother will teach you the magic to make snow. Then we can build a snowman together. Saya, the magic you have now. Yes, brother, I want to build an Olaf. Saya nodded obediently. Okay, whatever you say. Fang Cheng said indulgently. Will the Olaf that Saya made move too? Yes. Fang Cheng opened his system panel to view his attribute panel. Name, Fang Cheng. Age, 21. Gender, male. Special skills, intermediate detection, animal meditation, adorable head pat, magic guidance. Magical skills, small fireball, light healing, ice ball. Common skills, mastery of all basic magic, mastery of children's cooking, mastery of art, mastery of children's hairstyling, piano playing and singing, basic dance, storytelling. Items, non-attribute magic crystal, magic growth guide for children aged 3 to 6, story crystal ball. Magic power, 2117/2117. Mental strength, elemental affinity, 100/100, 100% across all elements. Gold coins, 70, exchange points, 182. Constitution, animistic body, affection +10. What's going on with this mental power? This status wasn't displayed before? Fang Cheng asked the system Xiao Ling in his mind. Xiao Ling said, this is because Master has upgraded his detection skill. The system's personal information page has also been upgraded, adding a display of mental power level. And the elemental affinity display is more comprehensive. I can understand what you're saying to a little extent. But what's with this mental energy display showing a question mark? Fang Cheng asked, somewhat speechless. Isn't it obvious? Even the system doesn't know the master's mental strength level, Xiao Ling said. For some reason, Fang Cheng felt that Xiao Ling's tone was a bit teasing. Oh well, never mind that. In any case, Fang Cheng felt that his mental strength was pretty strong. Seeing that his magic power was nearly 2,000, Fang Cheng was quite satisfied, thanks to completing his daily task of teaching a class to the children, which earned him +100 magic power. I haven't done today's daily tasks yet. After calculating the time, Yuri realized it was almost time to bring the children to kindergarten, and she also needed to start working on her systematic educational tasks. Educational Task 1. Please lead your students to the Whispering Forest outside Soto City to collect 30 sweet flowers and capture a magic-eyed rabbit. Task time limit 6 days. Fang Cheng thought for a moment and had a general idea in mind. In short, he didn't want to postpone the task until his day off. Today was Tuesday, and Sunday was his day off, so he figured he could finish the task on or before Saturday. Saya sat and rested with the two little ones for a while, waiting for the children to arrive. Her face was filled with undisguised joy. Fang Cheng had already imagined how envious and expectant the children would be when they saw Saya casting magic, and how they would want to learn magic themselves. As the morning breeze blew and the sound of lizard horse stepping on the stone slabs filled the air, the children arrived as usual. Yuri, dressed in a beige dress, smiled at Fang Cheng, her demeanor as elegant and graceful as ever. "Good morning, Teacher Fang Cheng." The children greeted Fang Cheng with great enthusiasm. The morning commute to kindergarten is the time they look forward to the most. "Good morning, children." Fang Cheng greeted them with a smile. As usual, he offered them milk to replenish their nutrition, and then let them play freely. They chased each other and played together on the large toys in the kindergarten, which also helped them exercise. I chatted with Yuri about some interesting things that happened with the children. For example, the first two people to arrive at Yuri's house today were Joni and Join, while Leo was the last one. For example, Tate's mother brought Fang Cheng some chrysanthemum leaves, which could be steeped in water to soothe the throat. Seeing Yuri's bright eyes as she spoke as if she were a child, sharing everything she knew, and reporting like a subordinate, Fang Cheng's heart stirred. He then used the intermediate detection skill he had just acquired that day on Yuri. Name, Yuri. Gender, female. Age, 19. Magic power, 420. Mental strength, level 3. Elemental affinity 99/100, 99% water, 80% ice, 40% wood, 10% fire. How's Yuri's cultivation going lately? Fang Cheng asked, noticing that Yuri seemed to be blushing and not saying anything. My cultivation speed has been much faster than before recently. Now I can cast 5 small water healing spells in a row, Yuri said after thinking for a moment after hearing Fang Cheng's words. Then wouldn't it be easy to get certified as an intermediate mage at the Mage Guild? Fang Cheng said. This was what Yuri had told him last time. To be certified as an intermediate mage, you just need to cast 3 third-tier spells in a row. Yuri nodded and said, it was a bit difficult before, but it can be certified now. Fang Cheng then chatted with Yuri for a while and learned that to get certified as an intermediate mage at the Mage Guild, one needs to pay 1 gold coin and will be given an intermediate mage badge and a mage robe. Similarly, by going to the Mage Guild to become a certified mage, you can spend money to read higher-level magic books, and you can also issue commission tasks at the Mage Association or complete other people's commission tasks. Fang Cheng nodded. What are the requirements for Yuri to be certified as a novice mage? I was able to cast 3 first or second-tier spells in a row. At the time, I was studying at a magic academy. The school would certify the level of a magician and issue a junior magician badge. However, my talent was relatively poor, and I was only a junior magician after graduation. It's alright, your talent is improving now, it's alright. Just follow the headmaster's lead, and you'll be a Saint Magus in no time. You'll be able to easily master forbidden spells like Water God Sai and Deep Sea Barrier, Fang Cheng comforted him. Seeing Fang Cheng being silly again, Yuli smiled and said, then thank you, Principal. I look forward to that day coming soon. You're too kind. Yuri, what are some of the third-tier spells you know? Fang Cheng asked. Yuri thought for a moment and said, water healing, water arrow, water mist. Fang Cheng nodded and said, when you have time, Yuri can teach Saya and see if she can learn it quickly. Fang Cheng doesn't know any third-tier magic. All the basic magic he learned from the system is first-tier or second-tier, such as small fireballs, water balls, ice balls, and lightning balls. They don't seem to have much power, but they are versatile. Hearing Fang Cheng's words, Yuri blinked her beautiful eyes, and recalling her successful magic awakening yesterday, she suddenly widened her eyes and asked with some surprise, Saya also awakened her magic? Yes, it was yesterday too, and now she can do water polo and ice polo magic, Fang Cheng said with a smile. Yuri opened her mouth slightly, her expression surprised, and continued, Shaylin will be so happy to know. I didn't expect Saya to inherit Shaylin's talent for ice magic. Yuri's eyes revealed her joy. Yes, Saya has always wanted to become an ice mage, and one day she wants to conjure snow magic. Let's build a snowman together next time, Fang Cheng said with a smile. Yuri glanced at the adorable Saya playing with Emotong not far away and couldn't help but smile. After class, I'll teach Saya those 3 third-tier spells. But, does Saya have enough magic power? Don't worry, it's enough. This little guy might even learn more advanced magic now and be better than me. Fang Cheng didn't hide anything from her and told her about the function of the necklace that Saya was wearing. After all, he had signed a system contract with Yuri, so he didn't have to worry about Yuri doing anything harmful to the children in the kindergarten. Yuri nodded, feeling a warm current flowing through her heart as she sensed Fang Cheng's trust in her, knowing he hadn't hidden anything from her. Yuri, let's go to the Magic Guild together next time we have time to get our magician level certified. Yuri thought for a moment and nodded. Then Fang Cheng began teaching the children today's lesson. After completing the daily task, his magic power increased by 100 points and his exchange points increased by 10 points. After the class, the children's magical elements increased to varying degrees. However, because Emo Tong and Shaya had already awakened, the system no longer detected any magical element entries for them. Their magical values increased slightly after the class. However, as Fang Cheng used the intermediate detection skill on the children, he couldn't help but widen his eyes in surprise. After upgrading to the intermediate detection skill, the percentages of various elements in the children's elemental affinity were also displayed. In addition, they even showed their mental power. Name, Saya. Gender, female. Age, 4 years, 5 months, and 27 days. Weight 16.1 kilograms. Height, 103 centimeters. Status, good emotional state. Mental strength, Tier 2. Magic power, 3.0/3.5. Elemental affinity 89/100, water 89/100, ice 89/100, wood 50/100, earth 41/100. Name, Mo Tong. Gender, female. Age, 5 years and 25 days. Weight, 17.3 kilograms. Height, 110 centimeters. Status, emotional state is stable. Mental strength, rank 6. Magic power 5.1/6.1. Elemental affinity 80/100, lightning 80/100, fire 75/100, wine 60/100, water 5/100. Holy crap! Little Mo Tong is truly extraordinary. Her mental strength level is directly displayed as level 6. Even Yuri, an adult who has studied magic at a magic academy since childhood and is already certified as an intermediate level mage, only has a mental strength level of level 3. What does that mean? Xiao Mo Tong's mental power is more than enough to communicate with the magical elements in the atmosphere and release higher level magic. What kind of mage is capable of casting 6th tier magic? Think about it: magic apprentice, novice magician, intermediate magician, advanced magician, grand magician, magician, archmage, great archmage, saint archmage. Based on this calculation, could it be that Xiao Mo Tong is a magician? Awesome! Little Mo Tong, you've hidden it so well. Fang Cheng looked at the children with a kind smile on his face. Xiao Mo Tong sat in the lower seat, yawned, and stretched as if bored. Noticing that Fang Cheng's gaze seemed to be glancing at her, she blinked and casually placed her hand on the small table, as if she had been listening attentively to Fang Cheng's lesson. Perfunctory, so perfunctory, Fang Cheng thought to himself, criticizing Mo Tong's slightly perfunctory actions. Look, she hasn't been teaching for long, and sure enough, the troublesome student has already shown his true colors. Later, I'll use my cute head pat skill to teach my Tong Tong a lesson. Fang Cheng couldn't help but miss Mo Tong from a few days ago. Back then, Mo Tong was so well behaved, only having eyes for him, her older brother. Unlike now, her mind is full of magic. Although Mo Tong is still incredibly cute, people always cherish memories of the past. Perhaps due to the awakening of Saya and Moto's magical senses, both of them have experienced a considerable increase in height and weight in the past 2 days. The other children's elemental affinity has increased slightly, and the magical element in their bodies has also increased noticeably. This can be attributed to Fang Cheng and Yu Li's magic resonance classes for the children, as well as the magical toys and teaching aids used in the kindergarten. Alright, children, that's all for today's lesson. Fang Cheng said to the children. Teacher Fang Cheng, can we watch the animated series Boonie Bears? We didn't watch it yesterday, Leo said loudly, raising his hand with anticipation and excitement. Kid, you're pretty brave. I was just thinking yesterday that you'd become a bit more honest and sensible, but I didn't expect you to ask me for something like watching cartoons, Fang Cheng thought to himself. Indeed, a child's personality is stable, it's just that their nature is hard to change. As soon as Leo finished speaking, the other children looked at Fang Cheng with eager eyes, full of anticipation for the cartoon. After all, the virtual reality story crystal ball animation produced by the system is enough to attract children's interest. Take the previous life for example, many children could stay quiet and not go anywhere all day as long as they had TV to watch. You can watch cartoons, but first, the teacher has 2 things to say, Fang Cheng said with a smile. As soon as Fang Cheng finished speaking, the children immediately sat up straight. First of all, congratulations to our little Saya. She successfully cast a spell today, and it's ice magic, too. Let's give little Saya a round of applause to encourage her, Fang Cheng said, leading the applause and looking at Saya with doting eyes. The children in the lower seats quieted down for a moment, looking at Saya, and clapping along with Fang Cheng. Their eyes were filled with envy and anticipation. Yuri was also sitting in the back, looking happy. The applause in the classroom made Zayasha lower her head slightly, feeling a little shy. However, when she met Fang Cheng's encouraging gaze, she stood up and said shyly, "Thank you, big brother, thank you everyone." Similarly, our little Emotong can also cast fire magic. As you all saw yesterday, our little Emotong studies very hard every day and is very attentive in class. We hope that all the children can take this as an example and listen carefully in class. Let's give our little Emotong a round of applause. Fang Cheng led the applause, seemingly oblivious to the slight twitch on Xiao Motong's expressionless face. The children's gazes turned to Motong, filled with envy and a hint of admiration. Since Tong Tong is a child now, she should naturally enjoy the treatment of a child, right? I bet you've never been applauded before. Fang Cheng thought to himself as he looked at Xiao Motong. That's an experience too. Emotong stood up, said thank you to everyone with a blank expression, and then sat down. Alright, now for the second thing, which is a bit important, so please listen carefully, kids. That means, in a few days, your teacher will take you on an adventure to the Whispering Forest. An adventure. The children were puzzled and surprised, and even Yuri behind them looked slightly surprised and taken aback. Yay! Leo exclaimed excitedly. Teacher, I want to go on an adventure. I've heard my dad talk about the Whispering Forest. You can find useful things to sell for money there. Will teacher Fang Cheng be in danger? Qiao Yin asked. Dad said that my sister and I are not allowed to go to dangerous places. Don't worry, your teacher will protect you. I'll take you outside to play and let you see some flowers, plants, and little monsters. Don't you believe in the teacher's abilities? Fang Cheng said, feigning sadness. Teacher Fang Cheng, I believe in you, you're the best. Qiao Ni said in her childish voice. Teacher Fang Cheng, I believe you. I will listen to Teacher Fang Cheng and not go to dangerous places. Even the usually taciturn Tate expressed his feelings at this moment. Teacher Fang Cheng, I will become powerful and very strong, Leo said. Fang Cheng smiled and nodded, then continued, of course, your teacher knows that every one of you is wonderful. Of course, when we go to Whispering Forest, your teacher also has a task for you. What task does Teacher Fang Cheng have? Leo asked. That means you all need to work together to collect 30 sweet flowers and catch a magic eye rabbit. Teacher, I want to catch the magic eye rabbit, Leo said, his expression a mixture of excitement and anger. Fang Cheng knew why Leo had that expression, because Leo had mentioned last time that his father's leg had been bitten by the demon eye rabbit. Teacher Fang Cheng, my dad brought us a sweet flower. I ate it, it tasted as sweet as candy, Xiao Yin said. Okay, kids, I've given you the task. You can work together and use your brains these next few days. If you have any questions or ideas, feel free to tell me. When you complete the task, I'll give you a reward. I won't tell you what the reward is now, it's a secret. Fang Cheng did not give a specific response to Leo's words, but only said that he hoped Leo could calm down and understand that he wanted them to work together to find a solution. Think about what the characteristics of the magic eye rabbit are. How can our children catch one? Fang Cheng gave the children a hint. Alright, I'm going to prepare lunch for you now. If you have any questions, you can ask Ms. Yuli later. She'll put on cartoons for you. Now you can rest for a bit, have some water, and go to the bathroom. Fang Cheng said goodbye to Yuli and then left the classroom to go to the kitchen to prepare lunch. Fang Cheng believed that once Yuli knew the task she had given the children, she would work together to find ways to provide them with more knowledge and experience. What should we eat today? Fang Cheng recalled the recipes in his mind. Now that Emotong and Saya have awakened their magical senses, it means that their bodies have the ability to absorb magic power from food and can eat some ingredients containing magical energy to help increase the magical power capacity in their bodies. Of course, children who haven't awakened their magical senses don't have the ability to absorb magic because their body's magical elements haven't been converted into source magic. Want some fish? After thinking for a moment, Fang Cheng added half more magic crystal rice to the rice he was going to cook and steamed it. Thinking back to the menu of ingredients in my mind, I decided to make honey-glazed carrot and pork pan-fry, crab roe and ham, vegetable soup, and stir-fried mushrooms today. Fang Cheng checked the system time and realized it was almost noon. He had just thought that Ching Ning Betty would be arriving soon when he was alerted by the system's alarm. It was the same familiar scene, the same nimble wall climbing movements, and even the same wall. The only change was that Betty and Ching Ning were wearing different clothes than yesterday. They looked like they were wearing the Magic Academy's uniforms today. Fang Cheng smiled, thinking about how the silly rabbit had escaped yesterday, and how much money he should charge him today. Meanwhile, Ching Ning and Betty skillfully scaled the wall and entered, already quite familiar with the route. Ching Ning looked around, the open playground and the large toys were all empty. It seems like Betty and the other kids didn't come out to play today? Or have they already started eating? We arrived a little earlier than yesterday, Qingning said, somewhat puzzled. We'll find out once we go in. By the way, I hope Uncle Fang Cheng won't be angry because we slipped away yesterday. So what if I'm angry? Let this bastard rip me off. Anyway, I came here for lunch specifically to eat his cooking, Qingning said nonchalantly. Speaking of which, the environment here is really nice. Betty, have you noticed? The magical elements here seem to be very concentrated. There's even wind element gathered on that swing. I felt it when I sat on it yesterday, Qingning said, glancing at the automatically swaying wind swing. Yes, that might be why Uncle Fang Cheng was able to run a magic kindergarten. Perhaps Uncle Fang Cheng really does have a great way of teaching children magic, Betty agreed. I wonder where Fang Cheng is from. Qingning pursed her lips, but there was a strange look in her eyes. Betty and Qingning slipped into the castle and headed towards the dining room, only to find it empty. They probably haven't eaten yet. Let's go check on them in the classroom. Ha! What's that sound? Before Qingning even reached the classroom door, she heard a sound coming from inside that didn't belong to the children, nor did it sound like Fang Cheng or senior sister Yuli. What was that sound like? The sound of water in the forest? And birds chirping? It's a beautiful day. Teacher Big Black Bear is taking the children camping. As Yuri activated the story Crystal Ball of Bear Park, the background narration of the Bear Park animation rang out in the classroom. Gather everyone. Hello children, our kindergarten is organizing a wilderness adventure. What is an outdoor adventure activity? The children below asked curiously. Outdoor adventure activities involve going to the forest outside the kindergarten together, having a close encounter with nature, exploring interesting things we've never seen before, and there will be a certain degree of danger. Teacher Big Black Bear said to the children. There are competitions and many games in the outdoor adventure activities, and you can also learn something. Do you want to go? I want to go. I want to go. The animal children below were very excited. Everyone must pay attention to safety during the outdoor adventure activities. Do not leave the group without permission. If anything happens, be sure to tell the teacher immediately. We're setting off tomorrow. Teacher Big Black Bear said in a strong voice. Qingning gently pushed open the door and was immediately stunned by the scene before her. She felt as if she had entered a dreamlike forest. In the forest, Seo Kurohim and the children sat quietly in their seats, their eyes fixed on the scene before them. The door was pushed open by Qingning. The children seemed not to react, except for Emoton, whose gaze swept over lightly. Children's attention is mostly drawn to the characters in cartoons. Yuri, who was behind them, noticed Qingning and Betty's arrival and came forward to greet them. Betty, Qingning, you're here. Why don't you sit down and rest for a while? What is this? Qingning stared wide-eyed at her surroundings, at the whimsical cartoon characters in front of her, who were setting up tents in the forest. How did they manage to do that? Qingning was full of questions. Seeing the children intently watching the strange and dreamlike scene before them, Qingning kept her questions to herself and followed Yuli to the back of the classroom to find a seat. Betty was equally stunned and captivated by the panoramic, realistic scene before her. Adventure, adventure, endless fun. On the screen, the little animals from Big Tree Kindergarten and Little Bald Qian, a child, shout joyfully as they explore the forest. The forest is so beautiful. Beautiful butterflies flutter their wings, there's a clear stream, blooming sweet flowers, and you can even see windmill chrysanthemums, little lamp wicks, and bright red plum blossoms in the bushes. They look so sweet. And every now and then you can see magic rabbits darting out of the woods. What's that soft, moving, sticky ball-like thing? Oh, it's a slime. Although the little, soft blue slime isn't aggressive, getting its sticky liquid on you can be disgusting, and you might even slip if you accidentally step on it. The Big Black Bear said to the children behind him, pointing to a blue slime about the size of a small ball not far away. Even the children in the classroom listened attentively to Teacher Big Black Bear and remembered the knowledge he shared with them. Qingning and Betty, who were sitting behind, were initially full of questions, but now they were also captivated by the interesting and beautiful scene before them. Halfway through, Qingning glanced at it out of the corner of her eye out of curiosity, wondering where the image was coming from. It was so magical. Qingning also noticed that some of the characters in it were the same as the patterns on some of the walls outside, like a somewhat honest and simple bear casting a fireball spell. Is that a recording crystal? Could it be a real recording? That shouldn't be possible, right? Qingning noticed a crystal ball on the podium that looked somewhat like the recording crystal ball she knew. The characters inside are completely unrealistic. In reality, bears that small can't talk, and they're not this cute as to walk upright. I don't know how they put on the suddenly appearing upbeat background music, and there's no one playing any instruments around. With these questions in mind, Qingning became engrossed in the story, finding it even more interesting than reading a novel during class. Halfway through, she noticed that the children's attention was completely drawn to the scene before them. Through this story, the children could learn about some of the animals and plants in the forest from the Big Black Bear teacher, and the children would also be taught to be careful and polite to each other. Thinking of this, Qing Ning remembered her younger sister, Ai Lu. Ai Lu's birthday was coming soon. If she could give her a projection crystal ball like this, it would probably make her quieter and more obedient. After all, the children here are very quiet and well behaved when they see this scene. Fang Chang put the prepared food into his spatial storage in the kitchen and then arranged it in the dining room. Entering the classroom, Fang Chang saw that Qing Ning and Betty were indeed sitting in the back. Seeing that the story ball might not finish playing for another 5 minutes, Fang Chang also prepared to find a seat in the back. Fang Chang walked into the classroom, and the children all glanced at him. Saya saw Fang Chang find a seat at the back, so she stood up, walked over, and sat down next to him. Xiao Mo Tong sat quietly, her gaze lingering on Fang Chang for a moment. When she saw that Fang Chang had moved to the back, she didn't turn around to look at him. She looked at the scene around her with a calm expression, and it was unclear whether she was interested in the cartoon or not. Fang Chang sat next to Yuri. When he saw Saya come over, he reached out and hugged her, letting the little one sit on his lap. There were no seats left in his row, and he was preparing lunch by himself. Fang Chang missed little Saya quite a bit. He stroked Saya's hair, and Saya leaned against Fang Chang's chest, quietly watching the cartoon. She knew that she shouldn't talk and disturb the other children watching the cartoon. Seeing Fang Chang arrive, Qing Ning thought for a moment and moved a chair to sit next to him. "Hey, Fang Chang, can I talk to you about something?" Qing Ning said in a low voice. The cartoon was a bit loud, so her voice from behind wouldn't disturb the children watching the cartoon. "You dare sit in front of me? I haven't settled the score with you for skipping out on a meal yesterday," Fang Chang teased. "Since you want to discuss things, that's easy. Let me see your sincerity first." "Chang Ji, I've always been someone who's greedy for money," Fang Chang said, patting Xiao Shei's little hand. "You, Fang Chang, are you blinded by greed?" Qing Ning said with a feigned anger. "Hey, don't say that. Did I force you? I think you're not sincere, so there's no need for us to discuss things anymore. Then tell me how many gold coins you want, and I won't shortchange you, but don't ask for too much." "I'm not stupid, I won't be a sucker," Qing Ning said angrily. "Hey, that's so tacky. Talking about money really hurts feelings. When I say sincerity, I mean at least discussing things. Discussing things means we're equals, right? You should at least be more respectful. I'm a kindergarten teacher, and you're still a student, right? You should show some respect to your teacher, shouldn't you?" Fang Chang teased the girl in front of him. "You're not my teacher, and I've never needed to show respect to the teachers in my class. That old bastard Andre is too busy avoiding me to even think about it." Qing Ning looked at Fang Chang with disdain, as if he was trying to gain respect by relying on his status as a teacher, and curled her lip. "Okay, let's not talk about that. Saya calls you Sister Qing Ning, right?" Fang Chang said. Qing Ning looked at the obedient Saya in Fang Chang's arms and nodded. "Saya is younger than you, so she calls you Sister Qing Ning. I'm older than you, so I'm Brother Saya. Since we're discussing something, to show my sincerity, I won't ask you to call me brother. Just call me Brother Chang," Fang Chang said with a serious expression. "When it comes to discussing things, sincerity is the most important thing for me, Chang Ji," Fang Chang added. Qing Ning looked at Fang Chang, whose expression was still quite serious, and then at Saya's curious and expectant gaze, realizing that she really wanted this projection crystal. "Didn't you say last time that Betty is your niece and I'm your niece too?" Qing Ning was a little confused, feeling that this jerk in front of her was a bit fickle. "Ahem, last time is last time. You can call me uncle, since you've never called me that before." "Fine, you don't even know my father. Just this once, Brother Chang. I want to discuss this with you. Will you sell this projection crystal?" Qing Ning said stiffly. "That depends on how much you're willing to pay before I decide whether to sell it or not." Hearing Qing Ning's words, Fang Chang was delighted. Although the story crystal ball was bought with exchange points, it would still be worthwhile if he could sell it for a satisfactory price with 5 exchange points, since he could get 10 exchange points for completing the daily class attendance task. "Didn't you say that talking about money hurts feelings?" Qing Ning asked doubtfully. "Yes, but we don't seem to have any feelings for each other." "Damn it," Qing Ning cursed, feeling that she hadn't bothered to yell at him earlier. "See, that's not sincere. If someone wanted to buy my story crystal ball, I wouldn't even discuss it with them, I'd just refuse outright. But we can still negotiate," Fang Chang said reassuringly. "Then who are you discussing this with? I'll go find him and come to you to buy it." "Of course they are rich people," Fang Chang said sincerely. Qing Ning's body trembled slightly. Seeing Saya on Fang Chang, she remembered her promise to Fang Chang and knew she couldn't lash out. "Ahem, just kidding. Since you call me Brother Chang, I'll definitely make a deal with you. I'm sure you, with your status and experience, know that such things are rare, right? This story crystal ball is one of a kind in my possession, even more interesting than any novel," Fang Chang said. "To show my sincerity, as long as you buy my story, The Projection Crystal, right? You can come here to eat for the next week, and I won't charge you a single penny. Every day you'll have a different dish that you've never had before, Fang Cheng tempted. Ching Ning glanced at Fang Cheng. Stop talking nonsense. Although I love to eat, I'm not stupid. Just tell me how many gold coins this projection crystal costs. This is my projection crystal. Fang Cheng suddenly took out a story crystal ball from his space and held it in his hand. Ching Ning's gaze was drawn to it. The story crystal ball was showing the Bear Paradise show. It was a greenish-brown color and there was a bear paw print on the outside of the crystal. You've seen its effects, too. The scenery is beautiful, the stories are interesting, and most importantly, it has a strong educational effect. I heard from Betty last time that you have a younger sister, so you need this even more. My sons, Mo Tong and Saya, often watch this cartoon, and they awaken their magical senses at a young age. There are also some magical knowledge in it. Saya has awakened her magic? Can she cast spells? What attribute is it? Ching Ning asked in shock, looking into Saya's bright blue eyes after hearing Fang Cheng's words. She knew that Saya was only a little over 4 years old. Could it be that the projection crystal was so powerful? Let's not talk about this now, you'll find out later. Just tell me how many gold coins you're willing to pay. Fang Cheng waved his hand. 100 gold coins. Ching Ning hesitated for the first time when she heard Fang Cheng describe the projection crystal's great function. Make a deal. Seeing how readily Fang Cheng agreed, Ching Ning felt she had been tricked and glared at him fiercely. Don't look at me like that. I was originally planning to sell it for 150 gold coins, but I readily sold it to you for 100 gold coins because you called me Brother Cheng just now. Fang Cheng said very seriously. And you're not losing out at all, you get to eat free lunches here for a week. Alright, miss, hurry up and pay me. Are you hungry? We'll start eating once we get your gold coins. Fang Cheng urged. Humph. Seeing Fang Cheng's impatient urging, Ching Ning snorted, but her stomach was rumbling and she was indeed a little hungry. Ching Ning had deliberately not eaten much at school in the morning, just so she could eat more here at noon and not let this guy take advantage of her. The girl produced a golden card from somewhere, snatched the story crystal ball from Fang Cheng's hand, and slapped the card into Fang Cheng's hand. Here's a gold coin card worth 100 gold coins. Go to the Crescent Bank to collect it yourself. Alright, the price will remain the same next time you need it. Buying a story projection crystal and getting a free 7-day value lunch is such a great deal. Fang Cheng said with a smile. Why would I trade with you if I already have one? I only need one. Ching Ning pouted, but she wasn't angry at the moment. Money was a small matter. As the young lady of Ephedia, she was never short of money. If she ran out of money today, a steady stream of money would be delivered to her tomorrow. Buying something rare and interesting that she had never seen before was still a pleasant thing for Ching Ning. The only thing that really makes you want to punch this black-haired young man is that he's so infuriating. You'll find out later. Fang Cheng smiled mysteriously. Ching Ning ignored Fang Cheng's words, fiddled with the story crystal ball in her hand for a moment, and then disappeared into thin air, probably stored in her spatial storage device. At that moment, the ending theme song of the animated film Bear's Paradise started playing in the classroom, and Fang Cheng stood up. He said to the children, "Kids, lunchtime. You can go to the dining room to eat now. Remember to wash your hands first." Hearing Fang Cheng's words, the child lingered on the end credits of the cartoon, still somewhat reluctant to leave. Yuli went up and turned off the story crystal ball, and the surrounding dreamy forest disappeared, instantly restoring the classroom to its original state. Okay, go wash your hands, Yuri urged. Then the group left the classroom and headed towards the cafeteria. Betty came up and greeted Fang Cheng somewhat apologetically. Uncle Fang Cheng, good afternoon. I'm sorry to bother you again. It's alright, I can bother you every day. By the way, I have some time this afternoon to come over to your house for a while. I'll invite your father and mother to come here for lunch tomorrow. I'll cook some of my specialties. When did you become so good to me? Ching Ning asked Fang Cheng curiously as she walked alongside Betty. I've always been good, okay? Do you think I've ever done anything wrong to you, Miss Fang? Fang Cheng asked, puzzled. Ching Ning gave Fang Cheng a disdainful look. Don't bother, Uncle Fang Cheng. I'll invite you and your two sisters to my house for dinner next time, Betty said somewhat guiltily upon hearing Fang Cheng's invitation. We sneaked out of school at noon, so please keep it a secret, Uncle Fang Cheng, and don't tell my father and mother, Betty said hesitantly, her voice lacking confidence. Okay, I'll invite you all next time when you have a holiday. Fang Cheng smiled and gave Betty an understanding look. Then thank you, Uncle Fang Cheng. Betty's voice became lively again. You're too kind. We've all been there, we understand. When I was a kid, I often sneaked out of school to go online. Go online? Betty asked curiously. It's just taking a good net to the river to catch fish and have a nice meal for myself. No wonder Uncle Fang Cheng is such a good cook. Uncle Fang Cheng's food is really delicious. Hearing Uncle Fang Cheng mention that he had also skipped school when he was a child, and that he didn't have a bad view of his experience, Betty felt relieved. She thought this uncle was very approachable and felt a sense of closeness to him, and she became more talkative. It's all right. If you like it, you can come every day. It's just a matter of cooking a little extra rice. Don't worry about it causing me any trouble, Fang Cheng said. Betty wanted to, but being a shy young girl, she was a little embarrassed to agree. Ching Ning, who was standing to the side, couldn't help but purse her lips when she heard the conversation between Fang Cheng and Betty. Uncle Fang Cheng, how old are you this year? Betty asked curiously, changing the subject. How old do I look to be? Is Uncle Fang Cheng very young, 19 years old? Ching Ning guessed. No, guess again. There's a reward if you guess right. Betty, how old are you? Fang Cheng teased Betty. Betty had a youthful and energetic yet somewhat obedient vibe, which Fang Cheng quite liked. What, Fang Cheng, do you think my Betty is pretty and want to make a move on her? I won't allow it. Ching Ning reacted quickly and sensitively, giving Fang Cheng a fierce glare as she spoke. Betty. Ching Ning's words instantly silenced both of them. Fang Cheng glanced at Betty and Ching Ning, and had to admit that both girls had extremely beautiful faces, exuding a youthful and vibrant beauty. Betty is my brother Red's daughter, my adopted niece. I would never lay a finger on Betty, let alone you. I would never betray my brother Red, Fang Cheng said to Ching Ning. Betty. Ching Ning, you wish. Stop dreaming. This young lady would never be interested in you. Upon hearing Fang Cheng's words, Ching Ning's cheeks instantly turned red, and her long rabbit ears on her head stood up as if stimulated. She scolded Fang Cheng angrily. Betty, why is your face red? It's okay, don't take Ching Ning's words to heart. She's not as mature as you. Fang Cheng comforted Betty, who was silent. In a chamber of commerce in Soto City, far away from the kindergarten, a kind-faced man with short flaxen hair sat in his office, writing and drawing on paper while muttering to himself, I wonder how my daughter is doing. I should go have a meal with brother Fang Cheng when I have a holiday and try to set them up. However, Fang Cheng still didn't know how old the two girls were. Thinking that his detection skills had been upgraded, Fang Cheng used his detection skills to examine the two girls beside him. Name, Betty. Gender, female. Age, 14. Magic power, 560. Mental strength, tier 3. Elemental affinity, 80/100, earth element 80%, wood element 62%, water element 40%, fire element 20%. Name, Ching Ning. Gender, female. Age, 13. Magic power, 667. Mental strength, tier 3. Elemental affinity, 85/100, 85% wood, 84% wind, 50% earth, 20% fire, etc. The two girls looked quite tall, but they were 14 and 13 respectively. In his previous life, they would definitely be considered middle school students. Fang Cheng had previously thought that the two girls were at least high school students, but he didn't expect them to be middle school students. Moreover, the two girls seemed to have quite high magical talent. Based on the information obtained from Yuri's detection, they are probably both intermediate-level mages, which is a bit terrifying. Fang Cheng's gaze toward Ching Ning became even more amiable. Damn it, what are you doing? Don't look at me like that. Ching Ning said with a haughty and disdainful expression. It's nothing, I suddenly feel you're quite cute. Knowing the girl's age, Fang Cheng decided to temporarily stop messing with her and trying to make her feel bad. Ching Ning turned her head away in disgust, secretly cursing him with a touch of shyness, pervert. The group enjoyed a quiet and comfortable lunch in the restaurant. It must be said that, with the help of the children's excellent cooking skills, everyone ate heartily, and their faces showed a satisfied expression. They sat in their usual seats, feeding each other as usual during their meal. Today's dishes, including honey-glazed carrots and pork and crab roe and ham, were so delicious that the children's lips were glistening with oil. As expected, it's another dish I've never tasted before. Ching Ning thought to herself, thinking that Fang Cheng was lying to her. After all, whether at school or at home, the dishes she ate every day were the same few things, and Ching Ning was already tired of them. I guess I'll have to invite the family chef over next time to learn from him. I wonder how many gold coins that will cost. Ching Ning thought to herself. Lunchtime today was harmonious. Xiao Yin and Xiao and I didn't come to Fang Cheng to ask any slightly strange questions. Fang Cheng was a little curious, though, whether the two of them had asked their fathers about it when they got home yesterday, and how their fathers had reacted. After the meal, it was Leo's turn to help Ms. Yuri clear the plates. Fang Cheng took the children for a walk in circles under the trees outside to cool off. The little ones lined up and followed behind Fang Cheng. Perhaps it was because of the harmonious transaction with Fang Cheng today, or perhaps it was because they chatted with Fang Cheng for a while and became more familiar with each other, but Ching Ning and Betty did not rush back to school after dinner. Instead, they took a walk with the other children. Ching Ning's gaze remained fixed on Xiao Shay, who was following behind Fang Cheng, as if she wanted to ask her something out of curiosity. Saya, is what teacher Fang Cheng said true? Have you really learned how to cast magic? Joni asked in a cute voice from behind Saya. Xiao Yin's words immediately attracted everyone's attention. Saya nodded. Can Saya perform magic for us? Xiao Yin asked expectantly. Saya looked up at Fang Cheng, and Fang Cheng smiled and nodded at her. Okay. Saya stopped, her young face serious, and then prepared to begin chanting the incantation to release the spell. Oh, ice element wandering in this world, UN %*. Hear my call, ice ball. As Xiaozhe, who was already somewhat used to the casting motion, finished reciting the incantation, a crystal-clear ice ball floated above Xiaoshe's palm. Wow! The children who had never seen Saya unleash magic before, along with the two girls, Qingning and Betty, stared wide-eyed at the round ice ball that Saya was holding in both hands. Saya, this is ice magic. Tate stared intently at the ice ball. Can we make ice cream from this hockey puck, Saya? Joni asked. Saya, you're amazing, Xiao Yin said. How did you do that? That's not scientific. Qingning asked Fang Cheng, who was smiling, her expression a mixture of confusion and shock. What's so unscientific about it? I can do it too. Fang Cheng found Qingning's shocked expression somewhat amusing. As he spoke, Fang Cheng instantly conjured a transparent ice ball radiating cold air in his hand, dazzling Qingning's blue eyes. Besides, it's not scientific to talk about science in the face of magic. Aren't you a fire mage? How come you know ice magic? How can these two types of magic appear in the same person? Qingning felt that her understanding had undergone a serious change. What's so strange about that? Didn't I say before that I'm an all-elemental mage? I, Cheng Ji, never lie. As he spoke, Fang Cheng set up a table in front of everyone. Then he took out some cups from his storage space and poured orange juice into each cup. Fang Cheng's actions instantly attracted the children's attention. Xiao She breathed a slight sigh of relief and moved closer to Fang Cheng to help set the cups. Just now, Xiao She had been a little embarrassed and unable to cope with the series of questions asked by the surprised and expectant little ones. Okay, today teacher Fang Cheng will treat everyone to a glass of chilled orange juice with ice cubes after the meal. Children who can't handle it can ask the teacher for room temperature juice. After Fang Cheng finished speaking, he redeemed a wind blade spell from the system. A hockey puck suddenly appeared in the air, and then everyone felt a few gusts of wind brush against their faces. The ice hockey puck in the air was broken into evenly sized pieces and fell precisely into a glass filled with orange juice below. Alright, everyone grab a drink and have some. You can't drink too much right after eating, Fang Cheng said to the children who were stunned by his actions. Teacher Fang Cheng, you're amazing, Xiao Ni said in her childish voice, her bright eyes reflecting the midday sun as she looked at Fang Cheng. She was definitely a little fangirl. Little Joni has such a sweet tongue, let me get it for you. Fang Cheng smiled and handed a glass of orange juice to Saya first, and then handed a glass of orange juice to little Joni. Thank you, Professor Fang Cheng. You're welcome. Fang Cheng patted Xiao Yin's head. The children blinked at Joni and Fang Cheng, as if they had learned something. Betty and Qingning drank their orange juice, exchanged a glance, their eyes filled with shock and confusion. Looking at the smiling young man under the tree and the children with smiles on their faces, they felt a pang of emotion. The black-haired youth in the 11AI magic kindergarten became increasingly mysterious in their eyes. After finishing their juice and spending some more time with everyone, Qingning and Betty said goodbye to Fang Cheng. During this time, the two girls would occasionally chat with other children and ask them questions. Judging from their attitude towards children, the two girls do seem to enjoy interacting with them. Seeing the two girls preparing to walk towards the familiar wall again, Fang Cheng said, Betty, Qingning, let me see you off. It's good that you keep climbing over walls, I haven't taken you through the main gate yet. Fang Cheng stepped forward and called out to the two girls with a smile. Then I'll have to trouble Uncle Fang Cheng. Fang Cheng, you're so kind today, but it took us a long time to see us off at the gate. It'll be over in no time if you just climb over the wall. Then go ahead and climb over the wall if you want. I'll take Betty here. Next time Betty comes through the main gate, you can just climb over the wall again, Fang Cheng said. Humph. Qingning snorted and didn't say anything more. Fang Cheng walked in front, with the two girls following behind him as they headed towards the gate. As Fang Cheng and the two girls were walking, he suddenly remembered something and asked, How did you sneak out at noon? Did you also climb over the wall? Yeah, how else can we get out without climbing over the wall? There are security guards at the school gate who don't let us out. Won't you be discovered if you climb over the wall? Fang Cheng asked doubtfully. Perhaps it was discovered long ago, but who would dare to cause me trouble? I'm already being lenient by not barging out the front door openly, Qingning said smugly. Betty, young miss is still the most majestic and domineering, Fang Cheng said with a flattering smile. You know that's good, so don't make me angry. Seeing the door open, Qingning grabbed Betty and left without looking back. Stepping outside the kindergarten, Betty asked, Qingning, didn't you say we wouldn't be discovered? That's right. As long as no teacher bothers us, it's no different from not being discovered at all. Don't worry, I've already made arrangements. Qingning said with a grin. After seeing the two off, Fang Cheng was in a good mood. He had made a profit. He earned 100 gold coins today from selling just one-story crystal ball. You know, the system's newbie gift pack only gave 500 gold coins, and the guards who took Shaylin away last time only had 50 gold coins on their hands. It seems that this young lady is not just rich, but extremely rich. With these gold coins, the children's food and ingredients will be sufficient for a considerable period of time, since the meals and ingredients they prepare daily are purchased from the system store using gold coins. However, 100 gold coins are too little to buy ingredients that can help replenish the children's magic power and improve their physical magic power cultivation. After all, 1 gold coin can only buy 5 caddies of magic crystal rice, and 1 gold coin is enough to buy 20 caddies of wood spirit mutton. The children and adults in the kindergarten need to buy a lot of ingredients. Therefore, Fang Cheng usually buys ordinary, non-magical ingredients, which are very cheap. He also buys a moderate amount of ingredients that can slightly help with cultivation, since he doesn't rely on food to increase the magic power in his body. However, now that Seo and Emotong have awakened their magical senses, Fang Cheng feels it's necessary to put in some effort every day regarding the ingredients. Of course, the fastest way to increase magic power is to use exchange points to buy magic items. Food can only play a supporting role at most. Human digestion and absorption are limited. Many people cannot handle it and it will be a waste. In the end, they may even get diarrhea, Fang Cheng thought to himself. However, when Fang Cheng thought of magical items, he remembered that he still had a pure magic crystal without any attributes. It was a magical item that he was rewarded with by the system when he completed the task of recruiting a teacher and was bound to Yuri. As Fang Cheng walked, he took it out and examined it in his hand. It was a crystal stone the size of an egg, crystal clear and radiant, without a single impurity. Fang Cheng could sense that it was filled with energy. In Xiaoling's introduction, magic crystals are a type of crystal rich in magic that can be used for various purposes, such as being inlaid in a staff or used to craft various magical tools. This pure magic crystal, a reward from the system, can even be used to make tea. Thinking back to how he had used intermediate detection today to detect the magic power contained in Saya's necklace, Fang Cheng also curiously used detection on this magic crystal. Pure, attribute neutral magic crystal, magic power, 1000/1000. This magic crystal actually contains 1000 points of magic power. After thinking for a moment, Fang Cheng took out a water glass, put the magic crystal in it, and then filled it with orange juice. Fang Cheng carried the glass of juice over, somewhat curious about what kind of changes would occur in the juice. As Fang Cheng walked, he ran into Yuri and Leo, who had just finished cleaning up the restaurant. They stared at Fang Cheng, who was holding a glass of orange juice in his hand, seemingly lost in thought. Teacher Fang Cheng. Leo greeted Fang Cheng happily. He had just helped the teacher clean up the restaurant, which made him feel needed. Leo, are you done cleaning up? You've worked hard. Teacher will treat you to orange juice. Fang Cheng took out a cup from his spatial storage and then a bottle of orange juice, handing it to Yuri. Yuri, could you please pour Leo a glass? The other children each had one just now. Yuri took it and obediently nodded. Fang Cheng looked at the glass of orange juice in his hand and then used his intermediate detection skill. Pure magic crystal with no attributes, magic power 999/1000. Orange juice soaked in magic crystals contains 1 point of magic power. That's really impressive. Fang Cheng handed the glass of orange juice to Yuli, saying, you can try this one, Yuli. Yuri nodded, took the glass of orange juice, and glanced at it. Since the magic crystal was transparent and submerged in the juice, she didn't notice anything unusual. However, she felt that this glass of orange juice was slightly heavier than the one she had given Leo earlier. Yuri tilted her head back and drank, noticing what appeared to be a transparent, egg-sized crystal in the glass. She blinked in confusion and finished the orange juice. Headmaster, is this a magic crystal? Yuri asked uncertainly as the glass was emptied and the magic crystal appeared. In Yuri's mind, ordinary magic crystals are not so pure, clear, and transparent, and they show different colors. Transparent colors are extremely rare. In Yuri's mind, magic crystals cannot be soaked in water and drunk. Have you noticed any changes in your body? Fang Cheng asked. It seems like there's a slight increase in magic power. Yuri wasn't quite sure, because even a single point of magic power was a slight increase. However, since eating the magic seed given to her by the headmaster, Yuri had become more sensitive to the magic power within her body. That should work a little, I'll give it a try too, Fang Cheng said with a smile. Fang Cheng reached out and took the cup, poured himself a cup, shook it slightly, and when he saw that the magic value of the orange juice had become 1, he tilted his head back and drank the orange juice in one gulp. Seeing that Fang Chang also drank orange juice from the same cup she had just used, Yuli's cheeks turned slightly red, as if the principal's mouth was in the same spot as when he had just drunk from. Doesn't that mean the headmaster drank my saliva? Wouldn't that count as an indirect kiss? Yuri, who had secretly developed feelings for Fang Chang, felt her heart pounding like a deer, and suddenly became a little nervous standing in front of him. The orange juice that's been soaked in magic crystal seems to taste even better, Fang Chang commented. Upon hearing this, Yuri lowered her head slightly, her cheeks flushing red as if they were about to drip water, looking exquisitely beautiful. Ahem, this is a magic crystal, but it's a little different from ordinary magic crystals. Soaking it in water and drinking it can increase the amount of magic power in your body, right? Fang Chang explained to Yuri. After Fang Chang finished drinking, he opened the system panel and found that his magic power capacity had increased by 1 point. It was 2219/2219 just now. It has now become 2220/2220. Hearing Fang Chang's words, Yuli blushed and nodded, while her heart was filled with emotion. The headmaster had let her try such a precious thing that could increase the body's magic power first. I saw Leo's eyes filled with curiosity. You can't use this yet. When Leo's magical senses awaken, I'll let you try it out. Fang Chang tossed the magic crystal in his hand and laughed. Yes, I understand, Teacher Fang Chang. Leo replied with great enthusiasm. Then the group went to the big tree to meet up with the children, and after playing for a while, Yuri took the children to take a nap. Then Fang Chang took the two little guys to visit the little lizard who was resting, and brought it some fruit, since the weather was a bit hot. Fang Chang said to Saya, it's a bit hot. How about you conjure up an ice hockey puck for the little lizard? Yes, big brother. Saya replied happily. Then he began to seriously unleash the magic. Oh ice elemental wandering in this world, %, you obey my command. Ice hockey. Little Seo's childish voice rang out. The little lizard rested under the tree, its big eyes looking affectionately at the cute little Saya who was releasing magic, yet it seemed a bit puzzled. It wasn't until it saw Saya conjure an ice ball that the little lizard let out a joyful chirp. Little lizard, this is an ice hockey ball I made for you. It'll be cooler this way. Saya held the ice hockey ball in front of the little lizard. The little lizard nuzzled against Saya's hand affectionately and let out a soft chirp, seemingly understanding Saya's kindness. Big brother, can I conjure up a few more ice hockey balls for the little lizard? Saya asked happily. Yes, of course you can. Fang Chang patted Saya's hair. Just now, before and after Saya released her magic, Fang Chang specifically used his detection skill to discover that Saya's necklace had lost 5 points of magic power, while the magic power in Saya's body had decreased by 0.2. Then, Zayasha released 4 more ice ball spells in a row, leaving Zayamo Tong beside her somewhat stunned. Meanwhile, Zayasha's speed in releasing magic is getting faster and faster, from a dozen seconds at the beginning to now being able to release an ice ball spell every 10 seconds. Each time Saya successfully casts an ice ball spell, the little lizard chirps happily, as if cheering and thanking Saya for her support. Seeing Fang Chang, I really felt that this lizard horse beast was quite human-like. After thinking for a moment, Fang Chang cast a detection skill on the lizard horse beast. Name, lizard horse. Sex, male. Age, 1.5 years old. Weight, 300 kilograms. Magic element, 40/100. Elemental affinity, 60/100, 60% earth, 31% wind, etc. Description: a robust and docile herbivorous reptile, this species was domesticated by humans in ancient times and has been a good companion for human life and travel. The intelligence of an adult lizard eel is equivalent to that of a 5-year-old human child. Lizard eels generally reach adulthood at 4 years old and have an average lifespan of 18 years. You wouldn't believe it until you look closely. This lizard horse beast also possesses magical elements, as evidenced by the appearance of the elemental affinity section. However, it seems his talent isn't that great. But little Billio has a better magical talent, so perhaps he can be nurtured. I didn't expect this big guy to be only 1.5 years old. It seems that calling him Little Lizard is not wrong. I have to go back and study it and ask Xiaoling if this lizard horse beast can be raised. After settling the baby lizard in, Fang Chang took the two little guys back to the bedroom to rest. Lying in bed, Fang Chang poured a glass of orange juice with magic crystals for each of the two little ones. Brother, what is this? Saya asked, looking at the magic crystal in the cup. This is a magic crystal. Xiao Moton's eyebrows twitched as she looked at the magic crystal. Will drinking this magic crystal soaked in orange juice make us learn magic faster? Saya asked. Our Saya is so smart. Fang Chang was a little surprised that the little guy had guessed it right away. After the two little ones finished drinking, Fang Chang noticed that the magic power within them had increased slightly. That's impressive. I wonder how many cups they can drink in a day. I'll give them another cup after they get up. for no other reason than that Fang Cheng wanted to complete the side quests for the two little ones as soon as possible. If we can get the two little ones' magic power to reach 100 as soon as possible and be certified as novice magicians by the system, we can get a reward of 200 exchange points, 20 gold coins, and also a novice ice magic crystal and a novice fire magic crystal. Fang Cheng wished the two little ones could have a class like his, and the system would reward them with 100 magic points. The two little ones slept peacefully by Fang Cheng's side at noon today, without mentioning anything about meditating or practicing magic. Yawning, feeling a bit sleepy, Fang Cheng nestled his two sweet and soft little ones into his arms and drifted off to sleep. As usual, I was woken up by the little one at noon. I played with the two little ones for a while, and finally took the two children to meet up with the other kids. After having a snack, Yuri taught the children, and the afternoon passed quickly. Yuri also took the children home to rest, and they will come back to kindergarten for class tomorrow. Before leaving school, Cheng specially reminded the children to remember to discuss the task and method of picking sweet flowers and catching the magic-eyed rabbit when they get home. Qingning, aren't you staying at school tonight? Yes, tomorrow is Elu's 5th birthday. I have to be there for her as soon as possible and give her this crystal ball so that Ella can properly admire and thank her amazing older sister. I might as well swindle her money from her piggy bank while I'm at it. It just so happens that her dear older sister is short of money. Qingning touched the projection crystal in her hand, as if she had thought of something, and a smile like that of a madwoman who had succeeded in her scheme appeared on her face. Betty was speechless, unsure whether she was worried about Ilu or Qingning. If Ilu's piggy bank was stolen, she probably wouldn't let Qingning off so easily. Betty, an only child, didn't quite understand the feelings between her sisters, who were much older than her. Look how many gemstones are on my clothes. This projection crystal is really amazing. I wonder where that guy got it from, Qingning said, playing with the story crystal ball in her hand in the dormitory. Just now, Qingning and Betty watched an episode in their dormitory. It was the same scene they saw at kindergarten at noon today, but the content was different. Qingning had previously asked Fang Cheng what story the crystal ball was telling. Later, Fang Cheng also told her that the story inside the crystal ball was about a boy named Bald Qian who traveled through a magical tree hole to the Big Tree Kindergarten, where he happily learned magical knowledge with animal friends such as Xiongde and Xiong-er, got along well with his companions, and explored nature in the animated film. Uncle Fang Cheng is a mysterious person, Betty said. That guy only knows how to rip me off. Betty, I'm going home now. It's such a pity I can't hold you while I sleep tonight, Qingning said regretfully, glancing at Betty's chest. Alright, it's getting late. You should go home quickly. I need to start cultivating. Betty kicked me out. Fine, then this young lady has no choice but to obey and leave. I'll miss you, Betty. See you tomorrow. Or maybe the day after tomorrow. Qingning said, then put away the projection crystal in my hand, went over and hugged Betty for a while before leaving the dormitory and going home. It was already evening. After finishing their meal and resting for a while, Fang Cheng, Shaya, and Emotong practiced magic on the playground for a bit more. Fang Cheng fed the two children milk infused with magic crystals when they woke up today, and just now he also fed them a cup of orange juice infused with magic crystals. Surprisingly, both of these were absorbed by the two children's bodies. Using his detection skill, Fang Cheng noticed a significant and rapid increase in the magic power within the two little ones' bodies. He couldn't tell whether it was due to the two little ones' superior physique or the truly extraordinary effect of the pure, attribute-less magic crystal rewarded by the system. After drinking it, the two little ones could clearly feel some changes in their bodies, such as being able to cast spells more often, so Fang Cheng continued to offer them drinks infused with magic crystals without any objection. On the contrary, the drinks were so delicious that even the children couldn't resist. Emotong childishly licked his lips, seemingly wanting more. After drinking their 6th cup today, the two little ones' magic power stopped increasing. Fang Cheng would only let them drink the cup after they had fully cultivated their magic power, so as to increase the magic power capacity in their bodies, rather than to replenish their magic power. With the help of the children's meditation mantra, the two little ones were able to replenish their body's magic power very quickly through meditation, which was also related to the fact that they had very little magic power in their bodies. The two little ones currently have magic power values of 8.7 for Saya and 11.2 for Emotong. This is a significant improvement, and they are poised to break through the 100 magic power mark and become system-certified novice magicians in no time. The two little ones were practicing magic diligently on the playground. Fang Cheng thought for a moment, looking at the evening sky, and thinking that he was about to take the children on an adventure to the Whispering Forest. He knew he should also have some ability to protect them. Of course, Fang Cheng was a little worried, but he was also not worried at the same time, because judging from the nature of the system, it probably wouldn't let the child encounter anything dangerous, or rather, the system predicted that there would be no danger in the Whispering Forest. Of course, this is just Fang Cheng's guess. Fang Cheng walked to the side, a little distance away from Saya and Emotong, looked at the clouds in the sky, and stretched out his hand with his palm facing upward. He shouted in a somewhat childish tone, "Come out!" Ice hockey technique. In an instant, countless ice balls appeared out of thin air in the sky. After a brief pause, they fell directly to the ground, making a sound like ice balls shattering. The lingering warmth of the summer evening on the playground suddenly turned chilly. Saya and Motong, standing to the side, were both stunned as they watched the ice balls falling from the sky, the shattered ice on the playground, and the young man's back. At the same time, Qingning, who was on her way home and had climbed over the wall, happened to see Fang Cheng unleash a barrage of ice balls, and her blue eyes widened in surprise. "Big brother, you're amazing." The little guy ran up to Fang Cheng, his eyes shining as he looked at the broken ice on the ground. Fang Cheng smiled and patted Saya's cute little head. Looking at the broken ice on the ground, Fang Cheng was quite satisfied. Just now, Fang Cheng used all of his more than 2,000 magic power to release the ice hockey spell he had exchanged from the system, and the effect was quite amazing, with more than 200 ice hockey balls. This also means that Fang Cheng can spend 10 exchange points to exchange for the lightning ball magic and instantly cast 200 lightning balls. It can also instantly cast 200 fireballs at the same time. That should be considered pretty awesome, right? Brother, when will Saya be able to release multiple ice ball spells at the same time? Saya can only release them one by one? Saya asked, looking up. At this moment, Xiao Motong also came to Fang Cheng's side. Hearing Saya's question, she looked at Fang Cheng with some curiosity in her dark eyes. "Well, you'll understand when you grow up," Fang Cheng said. At the same time, he thought to himself, when you grow up, you will understand that only your older brother can cast so many basic spells at once. Fang Cheng wondered if this was a system bug. Normally, casting spells involves one incantation per spell. If the basic spells weren't powerful enough, one would learn higher level spells, such as fire spells like Rocket Spell, Firewall, Water Spray, Flame Storm, etc. It wasn't like Fang Cheng, who increased power through a rapid, concentrated release of basic spells, hoping that quantity would lead to quality. "Fang Cheng, you just used ice hockey?" Qingning's surprised and somewhat incredulous voice rang out from behind. "Oh my dear lady, we've already had dinner tonight, but we're too late." Fang Cheng knew Qingning had arrived through the system's alarm when she climbed over the wall. "You bastard! Did I come here just to freeload a meal? Besides, when have I ever shortchanged you? You've ripped me off so much money," Qingning said angrily, feeling utterly pissed off as if she were the one who loved to take advantage and freeload. "Ahem, sorry, just kidding. What brings you here, miss? Didn't Betty come with you today? If she had, I might have even given you a little treat." "You!" Qingning trembled with anger, wanting to unleash her magic, but thinking of the scene just now, she realized she couldn't defeat this infuriating bastard in front of her. "Sorry, I've been on my period lately, sorry," Fang Cheng said apologetically. He continued, "This magic of mine is an advanced version of ice hockey that I developed myself. I've named this magic Ice Hockey Descent. How about it? Isn't the name nice?" Fang Cheng waved his hand. "You know a little magic, but you chose such a tacky and tasteless name." Qingning pouted. "I'm in a good mood today and don't want to argue with you. Is there anything I need? I'd like to buy some of your orange juice milk. How many gold coins do you want? Am I the kind of person who is greedy for money and easily swayed by it? Don't forget my noble identity as a magician. I said at noon that I value sincerity the most." Qingning raised her eyebrows angrily upon hearing Fang Cheng's words, and it seemed as if an invisible hashtag appeared on her forehead. "Brother Cheng, I'd like to buy some orange juice and milk with you," Qingning said with a sigh of relief. "That's more like it. But let me tell you, I'm the kind of person who's blinded by money and easily swayed by it. 1 gold coin a bottle, please. Why don't you just rob it?" Fang Cheng immediately took out several bottles of drinks from his spatial storage and handed them to her. He then said, "Businessmen, after all, tend to focus on long-term interests. I see you've spent quite a bit here today, so I'll upgrade your status to member status without your permission. These drinks are complimentary, this privilege is only for you." Qingning took it and put it into her spatial storage. Without responding to Fang Cheng's words, she angrily turned her head and quickly slipped away, climbing over the wall and running away. For some reason, every time Fang Cheng saw a young girl, he would get a little carried away and couldn't control his mouth. "Brother, is Sister Qingning angry?" Seo asked, watching Qingning's departing figure. "Yeah, Saya thinks that brother is acting a little strange, right?" Fang Cheng squatted down and ruffled Saya's hair. For some reason, when he saw Qingning, Fang Cheng always felt an urge to argue with her, but when he saw Saya, he only felt a healing peace and tranquility. Saya shook her head and touched Fang Cheng's face with her little hand. "Brother is Saya's favorite brother." It was Qingning who was impolite. She kept saying bad things about brother before, and Saya was very angry. "Brother did nothing wrong. Hee, my little Saya still loves me the most." Fang Cheng kissed little Saya's cheek and then playfully tickled the little one. Hee hee, big brother, no, it tickles. The little guy giggled, squatted down and hugged Fang Cheng's thigh tightly, curling up as if he was very afraid of being tickled. Fang Cheng immediately stopped, and the little guy recovered. A rosy smile appeared on his little face. Fang Cheng said to Shaya, "None of us are perfect, even your brother. He has strengths and weaknesses. Actually, the things you said to Qing Ning just now will probably make her angry. You were a bit irrational." Was brother happy when he was talking to sister Qing Ning just now? Sao asked. Well, I think this is still a happy thing. I think your sister Qing Ning, although she may be a little impolite, is still very kind at heart. I like to tease her. Although Qing Ning has said some unpleasant things, I didn't take it to heart. I just wanted to tease her when I saw her being a little mischievous. I'm 8 years older than Qing Ning. Brother, Saya understands. From now on, Saya will no longer be angry with sister Qing Ning. Yes, if my baby gets upset, my brother will be sad. Fang Cheng picked up Saya. Hee hee, how many years older is your brother than Saya? Little Saya hugged Fang Cheng's neck tightly. Let me think, what is 21 minus 4? 17 years old? Yes, Fang Cheng said affirmatively. Anyway, when Saya grows up, she'll be my brother's bride, the little one said, burying her face in Fang Cheng's neck. At this moment, Mo Tong tugged at Fang Cheng's sleeve. Fang Cheng squatted down and picked up Mo Tong again. Is sister Mo Tong going to be brother's bride? Sao asked. Mo Tong, I want. Mo Tong, who was being held in Fang Cheng's arms, was silent for a moment before finally speaking. Then Saya and sister Motong will be brothers' brides together. From now on, I can always be with brother and sister Motong. The little one's bright blue eyes shone. Fang Cheng. On the other side, Qing Ning took the orange juice and milk and walked quickly, still angry because of Fang Cheng. After walking for a while, her anger subsided, and she arrived in front of a grand mansion. The gate was very large, and could probably accommodate 4 or 5 carriages passing side by side at the same time. Above the door, you can see tall European-style buildings in the distance, and next to the door is a sign made of purple metal that reads Ephidiah. This is Ephidiah's home. The door is closed. Qing Ning skillfully stepped over a small indentation in the wall next to her and climbed over to her yard. After taking a couple of steps, Qing Ning paused, seeing a beautiful little girl in a fresh green dress playing barefoot on a small sandy beach in the courtyard, building sandcastles. A magical crystal ball was rolling around at the little girl's feet. 3 maids followed behind the little girl, and another maid was scooping a basin of water and placing it next to her. Why are you taking so long to carry this water? The little girl said, raising her eyebrows. Her voice was childish, but her tone carried an impatience beyond her years. I'm sorry, second miss, please punish me. The maid who was carrying the water said nervously. Never mind, hurry up and pour it in here. I want to make a poop for my big sister so her mouth will smell even worse. The little girl played with the wet sand, shaping it with her chubby little hands. The maid behind him remained silent, too timid to speak. Ai Lu, what did you say? Qing Ning, who had just approached, was furious when she heard the little girl's words and shouted angrily. Hearing Qing Ning's angry rebuke, the little girl turned her head and looked over, somewhat bewildered. Big sister, you're back. Upon seeing Qing Ning, the little girl's eyes lit up, and she stood up, barefoot, and ran towards Qing Ning with outstretched arms. Seeing Isla's happy expression, Qing Ning was stunned for a moment. After being hugged by the little girl, she noticed that the little girl was deliberately wiping her dirty little hands, which were covered in wet dirt, onto her clothes. Qing Ning's face immediately darkened. Just as Qing Ning was about to raise her hand as if to give the little girl a beating, the little girl nimbly ran away. Ailu, you got my clothes dirty today, you have to wash them for me. Qing Ning chased after her and picked up the little girl with one hand. The little girl struggled in the girl's hand, but finding she couldn't break free, she said, Big sister, I didn't mean to. Ailu just missed you so much. I don't believe your nonsense. Do you think I didn't hear what you said just now? Qing Ning said angrily, and still put Isla down. That's Isla playing a game, but none of them will play with me. I miss my big sister, and I want to cook something for her. Ailu giggled. Qing Ning glanced at her troublesome younger sister, whose delicate, fair, chubby face and bright eyes revealed an innocent charm that was extremely deceptive. Suddenly remembering something, Qing Ning's furrowed brows relaxed, and then she revealed a sweet smile. Looking at her younger sister, Qing Ning said softly, I miss Ai Lu a lot at school too. I know tomorrow is Ai Lu's birthday, right? I specially took leave to come back and celebrate with Ai Lu. Since it was Ai Lu's fault, you don't need to wash the clothes. Hearing Qing Ning's words, Ai Lu blinked, seemingly a little bewildered. She felt that her older sister was different from before. In the past, she would definitely have been angry. Little Ai Lu couldn't help but feel a little regretful. The maids in the courtyard stepped forward to greet the young lady, but upon hearing Ching Ning's words, they exchanged bewildered glances. "Young miss, you're back. The bathwater is ready." A maid stepped forward and waited behind Ching Ning. "Okay, thank you, Sira." Ching Ning nodded. This maid was the one who had just brought water to Ai Lu. Usually, she took care of Ai Lu along with the other maids. When Ching Ning returned, Sira was the one who served Ching Ning specifically. "Young miss, welcome back." A gentle voice rang out, as warm as a spring breeze. A beautiful woman in a maid's uniform walked over and bowed to Ching Ning. Unlike the other maids who wore traditional, simple, and plain black and white maid outfits, this woman wore a modified black and light blue maid outfit with a light blue ruffled apron, which accentuated her slender figure and gave her more personality and temperament. This is the head maid of the Ephodiah family. When the head maid arrived, Isla became even quieter. When Ching Ning was young, she was mainly accompanied and cared for by this head maid. "Yes, thank you for your hard work, Eunice," Ching Ning said to the head maid, her tone softening. "You're too kind, miss. The head of the family has returned today, and dinner is being prepared. Is there anything you need me to do? That's all, you guys go ahead and do your work. Call me when dinner is ready," Ching Ning said and then walked away. She'd take a shower first, and as for that brat Ai Lu, she'd deal with her later. "Big sister, I'll come find you to play later." Ching Ning returned to her spacious and familiar room, went into the bathroom, and prepared to take a shower. Looking at the stains on her clothes that Ai Lu had stained, Ching Ning frowned slightly. "This brat is getting more and more annoying. If we don't deal with her now, she'll give me a real headache later. I'll discuss it with father later. It would be best to send her to that bastard Fang Cheng tomorrow and let those two guys teach her a lesson. Both of these guys make me angry." Ching Ning was soaking in the bathtub when she seemed to remember something. She took out a bottle of milk from her spatial storage and started drinking it. She leaned back in the bathtub, looking quite content. "Big sister, what are you drinking?" Suddenly a small head appeared in the doorway. Isla looked at Ching Ning, who was taking a bath, and asked curiously while holding a white bottle and drinking something. "Ilu, how did you get in? Get out now. I'm all dirty too, and I want to take a bath with you, big sister." Isla looked at Ching Ning with shining eyes, her emerald green eyes looking somewhat innocent. "No, I'm going to get angry if you don't leave. Then, big sister, I'll have some too. Isla wants some too. I promise you, hurry up and leave, okay? I don't want to take a bath with you." Ching Ning handed over the half-empty bottle in her hand, thinking of the time she took a bath with Ai Lu, and how Ai Lu got water in her ear and felt uncomfortable all day. Little Ai Lu, barefoot, skipped over to take it, stood in front of Ching Ning, and instead of leaving, curiously tilted her head back and took a sip. "Big sister, what is this? It tastes so good. I've never had this before," little Isla said, her eyes shining after taking a sip. "Big sister, I'm off. Father's back, and I'm going to give him the rest. Father's going to praise me again," little Isla said, holding the milk and wiggling her little bottom as she turned and ran out. "You little brat." Ching Ning was a little angry. No, she had to calm down first, Ching Ning told herself. Little Isla ran outside. The maid waiting outside Ching Ning's room saw Isla run out and quickly followed, anxiously reminding her, "Second miss, slow down, be careful not to fall." Little Isla ran into a room and saw a familiar, large figure sitting at a desk drinking water. She called out, "Father! Father!" Little Isla ran towards the man at the desk. "Ilu, what's wrong?" The man opened his arms and picked up his daughter, revealing a loving smile. "Father, try this, it's delicious." Isla handed over the milk bottle in her hand. The man was taken aback when he saw the bottle. The words on it said milk, which was something Isla usually disliked drinking and always needed a lot of sugar to drink. However, the transparent bottle packaging was a bit different. "Then I'll take a sip and see," the man said, stroking Ilu's hair. The bottle was a bit small for the man's large hand, he could probably drink the remaining milk in one gulp. The man tilted his head back to drink, only to see Ilu's longing and reluctant eyes. "Father, you shouldn't drink it. You'll just drink it all in one gulp. Ilu just wanted you to smell it." Ilu, who was being held on her father's lap, reached out and touched the milk bottle. Hearing his daughter's words, the man fell silent for a moment, then let Isla take the milk bottle away. "Father, doesn't it smell good? Doesn't it smell delicious?" Isla said happily as she received the half bottle of milk. "Haha, it smells really good." The man affectionately patted Ilu's little head. "Father, this was brought back by my elder sister. She wouldn't let you drink it, but Isla did." Upon hearing his youngest daughter's words, the middle-aged man stroked his chin thoughtfully and nodded in agreement. "Little Isla is still my sweet little cotton-padded jacket, isn't she? Tell me, what does little Isla want? I'll buy it for you." "Father, Isla wants to drink this milk every day so that she can grow taller." "Okay, I'll ask your sister where she can buy this later, and I'll buy it for you," the man said with a smile. Yes, remember that." Hearing her father's words, little Ilu couldn't help but gulp down the milk bottle in one go. The man smiled as he looked at little Ilu, recalling when he was 10 years younger, his eldest daughter had sat on his lap just like this, both little ones so clever, mischievous, and naughty. "Father, when will mother be back?" Ilu asked. "Don't worry, your mother has been a bit busy lately, but she'll be back tomorrow night," the man said to his daughter. "Master, dinner is ready. The young lady is waiting in the dining room," a maid said, knocking on the door. "Okay, let's go, Ilu, let's go have dinner," the man said to Ilu. "I want to ride on my father's shoulders." Okay. A smile appeared on the man's handsome and upright face. "Father." Qingning, who was sitting and waiting in the restaurant, greeted the man and glanced at Ilu, who was riding on her father's head. Ilu made a face at Qingning. The man nodded. "How are your studies at school lately?" the man asked. "It's alright, nothing can stump me. Don't let your guard down, let's eat," the man said. The food on the table was quite plentiful, including a fruit platter, beautifully plated roast meat, sandwiches, cookies, and corn porridge. "Father, have this try. I recently found it somewhere, it's quite delicious, I brought it for you to try." After saying that, Qingning opened a bottle of orange juice and a bottle of milk and poured them into a glass. "Big sister, I want a drink too." You won't be shortchanged." "Father, my sister is being mean to me." Ha ha ha. The man smiled as he watched his two daughters bicker. When his younger daughter complained, he coughed and said, "Qingning, don't bully your little sister. It tastes really good. I can buy more next time." "Where did you buy it?" The man took a sip of orange juice and then a sip of milk. The sweet taste and rich aroma were truly a treat for the taste buds. "It wasn't bought from a store. It's just a castle with a rather peculiar design. I wonder if father knows about the 11 AI Magic Academy nearby?" Qingning asked. Hearing Qingning's words, the man became interested, perhaps because it was rare to find a topic to talk about with his daughter. He said, "I know. Last time I passed by, I saw a young man drawing on the wall. Those drawings were quite interesting. I've also heard of the magic kindergarten. That young man even put up a poster on it. Does father recognize him? We did exchange a few words, and that young man even invited me to have tea there. He was very polite." Qingning. Betty's father and mother knew her, they had visited there with Betty the last time. Then Qingning told her father about what she had seen and heard at the kindergarten. "You mean his sister can already cast ice magic at the age of 4? And her 5-year-old sister can also cast fire magic?" The man's eyes widened in surprise, then he glanced at Ilu, who was drinking a beverage beside him and seemed to be deep in thought. "Big sister, really? There are 4-year-old children there who can cast spells?" Ilu asked, her eyes shining. "Yes, and you can drink the same orange juice and other beverages you're drinking now every day there." Qingning tempted. "Father, I want to go. I want to go there to play," Ilu pleaded. Alright, let's go there and take a look tomorrow," the man said to Ilu. "But won't Ilu cause trouble for that young man?" the man asked Qingning. "I'm going to cause trouble for that bastard. It seems father knows that Ilu is a naughty little rascal. I thought you were just turning a blind eye." "Humph," Qingning thought to herself. However, she still said, "No, there are lots of toys there, and lots of other kids to play with. Ilu shouldn't be as bored there as she is at home." "Okay, then take your sister to see her tomorrow. Let Eunice go with you." "I won't go. You can buy some more milk from her. As for the tuition fees, just ask the butler for the gold coins," the man said. "Yes, father." Qingning agreed, her face beaming with joy. When Ilu heard that she could go to a new place to play tomorrow, where there would be many children, and some of them would have magic, her face lit up with joy. Then the family began to eat dinner. Ilu was eating corn porridge topped with powdered sugar, and a maid was waiting beside her. Ilu still uses a spoon and doesn't like being fed by others. Qingning ate her dinner, which tasted better than the school's, but it was still far inferior to the delicious food at the kindergarten. After dinner, Ilu was taken to take a bath by the maid. That evening, Qingning went to Lu's room. The little one had just taken a bath and smelled wonderful. She sat on the bed, holding a magical crystal ball in her arms, while a maid was flipping through a picture book and telling her a story. The little guy listened attentively at first, but after a short while, he said, "This one isn't good, let's find a better story." "Second miss, I've already told you all these stories. Tomorrow I'll go to the bookstore and see if there are any new storybooks I can buy and tell you." No, I want to hear a nice story now, or you can take me out to play." "This, second miss, it's already very late," the maid said helplessly. Upon seeing Qingning, the maid secretly breathed a sigh of relief, stood up, and bowed to Qingning, saying, "Young miss. Okay, go and rest for a bit. Big sister, come play with me." Ilu's eyes lit up when she saw Qingning, and she jumped up and down on the bed. "Okay, I'll play with you today." Qingning took out the story crystal ball from her spatial storage, and Lu looked at Qingning's actions strangely. Qingning channeled a wisp of magic into the crystal ball, and it instantly shone brightly, transforming the entire room into a dreamlike forest. Then background music begins to play, and one by one, animal children appear in the forest. Bald Qian, wait for me. Bald Qian, wait for me. A little bear is chasing a child. Little Isla's emerald green eyes sparkled. She was instantly captivated by the story and scene, and forgot to sit down while standing on the bed. When Qingning was halfway through the first episode, she suddenly turned off the story crystal ball, and the room instantly returned to its original state. Ella blinked her big, emerald green eyes, stood on the bed, and watched as the dreamlike forest vanished in an instant, all the interesting animals and children inside disappearing. Big sister, let her out, I want to see. Little Isla stomped her feet on the bed, her face full of impatience as she waited for more. Qingning didn't say anything, but just sat on the bed looking at the angry AI Lu and touched the brown crystal ball in her hand. Seeing that her words didn't seem to have any effect on her sister, Isla stopped calling out and instead hopped on the bed like a frog to Qingning's side, reaching out to grab the crystal ball, ready to snatch it. Qingning sat on the bed and dodged the hand a couple of times in a perfunctory manner, but deliberately let Xiao Ai Lu snatch it. Upon receiving the crystal ball, Xiao Ai Lu's anxious expression instantly turned to surprise and delight. She hugged it tightly to her chest, shifted back on the bed, and said to Qingning, "You can't take it back." Like a little puppy that has snatched food but is afraid of having it stolen. "Humph, you have the nerve to say that after stealing my things," Qingning said to the little guy. "Anyway, it's mine now. Otherwise, I'll tell father that you bullied me, and when mother comes back tomorrow, I'll tell her too." Qingning didn't say anything, but took out a bottle of milk from her spatial storage and slowly drank it. "Want some? Come here, your big sister will give you a sip," Qingning said, deliberately glancing at the crystal ball that AI Lu was tightly clutching in her arms. Little Isla pouted, clutching the crystal ball tightly, and didn't come over. Qingning chuckled, put the milk back into her spatial storage, took out a novel from it, climbed onto AI Lu's small bed, and sat up against the headboard to start reading. Perhaps because she had snatched her sister's crystal ball, Isla didn't say anything about Qingning's actions. She blinked her emerald green eyes and saw that her sister seemed to be reading a book and had no intention of getting the crystal ball back. Isla calmed down, moved her position a little further away from Qingning, and then looked at the brown, translucent crystal ball in her arms with big eyes full of curiosity and anticipation. Little Isla carefully examined the crystal ball that had just conjured up the dreamlike forest and animal children. The crystal ball was smooth all over except for a small footprint mark on it. There were no other buttons. Isla touched the mark with her soft little hand and tapped it. Finding that the crystal ball did not change, she then patted it and fiddled with it. Qingning, who was reading a novel nearby, watched Isla fiddling with the story crystal ball. Isla became increasingly impatient as she realized that it wasn't working, and seemed somewhat helpless. Suddenly, little Isla seemed to remember something, and carrying the crystal ball, she walked off the bed. Qingning immediately jumped out of bed and squatted down in front of the door. "Big sister, what are you doing?" Isla asked Qingning, who was blocking the doorway, with a puzzled and innocent look in her eyes. "Stop pretending, do you want to watch the animated story from earlier?" Qingning said. "Yes," Isla quickly replied. There was no other way. Normally, Isla would have answered no. She wouldn't be so easily tempted by her older sister. But today, the dream forest seemed to have opened the door to a new world for little Isla. There were such interesting and fun things. At the same time, little Isla also realized that what her older sister was talking about was a story cartoon. If you want to watch cartoons, you have to pay a price, right? I spent a lot of money to buy this. What do you suggest we do? Qingning said. Then I'll give my sister money too, said little Isla, turning around and crouching down under the bed. She then crawled out, holding 3 gold coins in her hand, and handed them to Qingning. Qingning looked at AI Lu and said, "Do you think my elder sister cares about money?" "My elder sister doesn't care about money. Our family has plenty of money, right?" Little Isla nodded in agreement. She's almost 5 years old and very clever. "What my elder sister cares about is your sincerity, and my love for you. But shouldn't the older sister care for her younger sister? Father and mother both say that the older sister should give in to her younger sister." Ai Lu said. "I've let you get away with this too many times in the past, which is why you're so lawless now and don't respect me as your older sister." Qingning pouted. Isla blinked, seemingly a little confused. "And doesn't your older sister care about you? Knowing that tomorrow is your birthday, she specially came back from school to bring this fun thing. And delicious drinks too, right? And you drank them all today, and you looked at them too." Qingning pointed to the crystal ball in AI Lu's arms. "Sister, quickly show me this, I want to see it," little Isla said, ignoring Qingning's words. "Humph, you little brat. If you want to see it, first praise me and make my sister happy, then I'll let you watch it." Little Isla blinked, thought for a moment, and said, "Big sister, you're the best. Big sister, you're so beautiful, like a big, pretty green rabbit." Ai Lu! Ching Ning shouted angrily. The maid waiting outside the door shrank back when she heard the young lady's angry and sharp voice. Love, 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 love. Wah ah. Startled by Ching Ning's sharp voice, Ai Lu stared blankly, seemingly frightened, before bursting into loud sobs. The little one cried loudly, the sound echoing throughout the room, as if she were truly heartbroken, and tears streamed down her emerald green eyes. Just then, a maid's worried voice knocked on the door. Young miss, are you all right? Should I come and look after the second miss? No. Fine, I'll show you. All you know how to do is fake cry. Ching Ning walked forward, touched the crystal ball that Ai Lu was holding tightly in her arms, and poured a wisp of magic into it. The crystal ball emitted light, and little Ai Lu could see the dreamlike forest and the cute animal children again. Little Ai Lu's crying stopped abruptly, and she immediately burst into laughter. Watch it in bed, then go to sleep. Thank you, big sister. Little Ai Lu said happily, wiping away her tears with her little hands. Then she hugged the crystal ball and climbed onto the bed, as if she hadn't been the one crying so sadly. Ching Ning pouted and went to bed. She planned not to go back to her own room today, but to sleep with Ai Lu instead. After her older sister said she was going to sleep after watching the cartoon, Ching Ning put on another one for Ai Lu, so Ai Lu wasn't worried that Ching Ning would take the crystal ball away again. Seeing Ching Ning climb into bed, Ai Lu asked with some surprise, Big sister, are you sleeping with Ai Lu tonight? I'm too lazy to go back. What, can't I sleep in your bed for a bit? Yes, Isla wants to sleep with her big sister tonight. Why? Isla didn't answer. Instead, her gaze was drawn to Xiongda and Xiangyar, and she sat quietly on the bed. Ching Ning leaned against the headboard and pouted, looking at Ai Lu sitting quietly on the bed. For some reason, she suddenly thought of the good sibling relationship between Fang Cheng and Sheya Emotong. Looking at Isla again, Ching Ning could tell that apart from when Isla was sleeping, she almost never saw Isla quiet. Even when eating, Isla's mouth was always chattering away. When telling her stories, Isla would often get distracted halfway through and act silly. It was a rare sight for Ching Ning to see Ai Lu so quiet and focused. Seeing Isla's quiet demeanor, Ching Ning felt that she was a little more obedient and worth nurturing. After watching 2 episodes with Ilu, Ching Ning was also engrossed in watching. However, it was getting late, and Ching Ning knew that children should go to bed early, so she said, Ilu, it's time to go to sleep after watching. I'm sleepy. Upon hearing Ching Ning's words, Xiao Isla climbed off the bed, placed the crystal ball under the bed, then moved a chair onto it, turned off the room lights, and climbed back onto the bed, saying, Big sister, if you're sleepy, go to sleep. Ilu will go to sleep too. Ilu lay down. Behave yourself tonight, and I'll give you that crystal ball. If you're naughty, I'll take it back, Ching Ning reminded her. It was because when she slept with Ai Lu before, Ai Lu actually pulled out her own ear and blew air into it. Ching Ning was so angry that she didn't sleep all night. Got it. Knowing that she had done well, Isla would receive the story animation crystal as a gift, she said happily. In the dead of night, moonlight streamed down, and the 2 sisters, one big and one small, seemed to be fast asleep in the room. A strand of hair curled against Ilu's little face. Little Ilu unconsciously rubbed her cheek, then suddenly opened her eyes and woke up. She rubbed her sleepy eyes and suddenly saw Ching Ning sleeping beside her. Little Isla blinked, thought for a moment, then moved closer to her sister and lay down. Ching Ning unconsciously moved her hand, gently embracing her younger sister. I want a big bunny. Ilu opened her mouth unconsciously. In the morning, Ching Ning woke up groggily and found herself holding Ai Lu. Little Ai Lu was sleeping peacefully with her eyes closed, hugging her arm. Ching Ning was stunned for a moment, and then recalled that, in order to get the crystal ball, she had indeed been much better behaved tonight. Isla does look much better when she's quiet. Ching Ning got up quietly, without disturbing Ilu, and went straight out the door, saying to the maid on duty outside, Ilu is in your care. No need to wake her, just let her wake up on her own. Understood, miss. The maid replied, bowing her head. The maid entered the room, and as soon as Ching Ning left, Ai Lu woke up. Second miss, let's go wash up. Where is my older sister? I just came out from here. In the morning, while eating breakfast, the man looked at his eldest and youngest daughters and sensed a subtle change in the atmosphere. Father, I'll take Ilu after breakfast. Ching Ning said. The man nodded, then added a special reminder, don't cause trouble for others. Keep an eye on Ilu, especially don't bully that silver-haired little girl. In short, don't bully other children. Does father know Saya? Ching Ning asked in confusion. Is that little girl named Saya? I only inquired about her last night. That silver-haired demi-human girl looks exactly like the princess from our kingdom when we were little. Sigh. Upon hearing this, Ching Ning was filled with shock. She hadn't thought about it carefully at the time, but now that she thought about it, it seemed to be true. As for the matter of the princess of the Crescent Moon Kingdom, almost everyone studying magic at the Magic Academy knew about it. She was the kingdom's most noble and beautiful magical prodigy, a girl who became a high-level mage at the age of 12 in the royal city's Magicians Guild. The princess had beautiful silver hair, and stories of her magical talent circulated throughout the Magic Academy. However, it was only known that the princess became a high-level mage at the age of 12, and there was no further news after that. So this time, keep an eye on the younger sister. Eunice. Master, please give your orders. Thank you for coming with me today. If the young man is willing, let Isla study there. I'll also trouble you to look after Ilu and Isla together from now on. Try not to cause trouble for others. If the young man needs anything, help him within your ability. Let me know if anything happens. Qingning still has to go to school. The head maid nodded, I understand. Meanwhile, Fang Cheng was woken up by Xiao Shay, just like most mornings, and then went downstairs to prepare breakfast. After getting up, the two little ones each drank a cup of water infused with magic crystals, which would increase their magic power in a short time. The two little ones diligently practiced the children's magic meditation incantation before bed yesterday. After a night's sleep, their magical power had increased. After enjoying a pleasant breakfast together, the three of them practiced magic together. As usual, Yuri and the children entered the kindergarten on time. Good morning, Teacher Fang Cheng. The children greeted Fang Cheng energetically. Good morning. You all look very energetic today. Fang Cheng smiled at the children. Seeing the children's increasingly cheerful and healthy complexions, Fang Cheng felt quite relieved. As time went on, the children became more familiar with Fang Cheng, and their relationship grew closer. The children jumped lightly off the carriage. Before, Joni and Joan were a little afraid to jump off, but now they are very relaxed and not afraid at all. Next, offer the children milk and let them play freely. While drinking his milk, Leo ran up to Fang Cheng and said, Teacher Fang Cheng, I told my father yesterday, and he made me a cage to catch the magic eye rabbit. Fang Cheng was taken aback, thinking it was actually quite good. The task given to the child involved the parents' active participation. Although, Leo's father's leg was crippled because he was bitten by the magic-eyed rabbit. Really? Then let's try Whispering Forest next time, Fang Cheng said with a smile. Just then, the doorbell rang. Fang Cheng was taken aback, somewhat surprised. Who could it be at this hour? Fang Cheng walked over and saw Qingning outside the gate. Besides her, there was a little girl who looked about 5 years old. The little girl had green hair that was neither long nor short and was softly draped over her shoulders. Her delicate little face had fair and smooth skin, and her bright emerald green eyes were like sparkling gemstones. Her big eyes blinked and were full of life. The little girl wore an exquisite green dress, looking like a little princess from the forest. Her features resembled Qingning's, so she must be Qingning's younger sister. She also seemed to have inherited excellent genes from a young age, being taller than Mo Tong and Leo. However, unlike Qingning, the little girl's cute head didn't have adorable bunny ears, and she hadn't awakened any demi-human bloodlines. At this moment, the little girl was holding a magic crystal ball in her hands, her bright eyes curiously looking around, observing the interesting things and childlike scenes in the castle kindergarten. It has to be said that Fang Cheng felt a sense of goodwill at first glance, but he would never let his guard down. After all, she was Qingning's younger sister, and she was probably a spoiled and unruly child at home. Although this was Fang Cheng's preconceived notion, it still had some basis. Is the person always holding a magic sensing crystal so they can observe the little girl's magical talent awakening at any time? Aren't they afraid of breaking it, since magic sensing crystals are easily dropped and shattered, rendering them useless? This must be what a rich girl from a wealthy family looks like, having resources that ordinary people don't have from a young age. Fang Cheng suddenly became curious about the magical talent of this pretty little girl with green hair, and couldn't help but use a detection skill. Name, age, 5 years old. Weight, 20.2 kilograms. Height, 113 centimeters. Status, good emotional state. Mental strength, Tier 1. Magic element, 98/100. Elemental affinity, 85/100, 85% wood element, 85% wind element, 70% earth element, 50% lightning element, etc. Looking at the little girl's magic element, it was found that it had already reached 98%. Perhaps she could successfully awaken her magical senses after just 1 or 2 lessons here. His talent is only slightly inferior to Saya's, which is quite impressive. If we recruit him now, we should be able to receive a reward soon. Thinking of this, Fang Cheng smiled gently and slowly opened the door. Fang Cheng noticed a mature woman dressed in a distinctive maid outfit behind the little girl. She had a full figure, a fair complexion with soft lines, and bright, alert eyes that seemed wary of her surroundings. She exuded a dignified and elegant demeanor. Fang Cheng couldn't help but take another look, while simultaneously using his detection skills. Name, gender, female. Age, 26. Magic power, 1820. Mental strength, 4th level. Elemental affinity, 72/100, 72% water, 50% wind. 1% fire. I never expected that a maid would also be a magician, and a pretty high level one at that. Qing Ning, you're here so early today. Don't you have classes today? Fang Cheng greeted her familiarly. Ahem, I have something to discuss with you today, Qing Ning said with a light cough. Alright, let's talk things over. Please come in, all of you. Fang Cheng gestured for them to enter. Then the three of them came in together. Uncle, why is your hair black? The little girl's emerald green eyes had been curiously observing her surroundings since earlier, and when she saw Fang Cheng, her eyes were also filled with curiosity. Because if there's green hair, there will be black hair too, Fang Cheng said with a smile. It was the first time that such a little girl had called him uncle, and Fang Cheng was a little unaccustomed to it. He wasn't that old yet, so it would be nice to be called brother or teacher. Little Isla blinked, finding the words of the black-haired uncle in front of her quite interesting. At this moment, the woman behind him stepped forward, greeted Fang Cheng with a nod, and said, "Excuse me, Mr. Fang Cheng, I am Eunice, a maid from the Ephidia family. This is our second young lady, Ilu. We've heard about Mr. Fang Cheng's original intention in establishing 11AI Magic Kindergarten. Recently, our eldest young lady also told us that your school's children's education is excellent, so we wanted to bring our second young lady here for a visit. If our second young lady is willing, we hope she can be sent here to study. Do you still accept students?" The woman's voice was very gentle, and her manners and etiquette seemed to have been trained for many years, yet they were natural and standard, without giving people a deliberate or stiff feeling. "Let me show you around." "Of course, it's for recruiting students," Fang Cheng said with a smile. Fang Cheng then led them forward, and they saw some children chasing each other on the grassy open space next to them. The open space is filled with large, unique, and fun toys and facilities. Children are climbing on the cloud-shaped climbing frame, and that's Leo. Some children are playing a game where they're chanting magic spells at each other. Random fire elementals in this world, heed my command, fireball. Boom! Watch me burn you. It was Xiao Qiaoyan casting a spell on a fallen leaf in the open space. Her childish tone was full of seriousness, and her movements were quite impressive, suggesting she practiced often. However, because Qiaoyan had not yet awakened her magical talent, she naturally couldn't conjure a fireball. Wind element that wanders in time ****. Heed my command, wind guide. Whoosh! Watch me blow you away. Little Qiaoyan's little Qiao Ni, standing next to her, was also casting magical gestures while chanting a spell over the same falling leaf. Her gestures were quite standard, and her pronunciation of the spell was very accurate. Some children were swinging on swings. At that moment, little Isla's eyes lit up when she saw the toys and children. She said, "I want to go play there." Then she ran straight towards the children's toys on the grass, not at all shy. Surprisingly, little AI runs quite fast with her tiny feet. Second miss. Eunice immediately followed behind, seemingly anxious and worried. Fang Cheng smiled and said, "It's alright, let her go have fun." The appearance of Fang Cheng with the other three naturally attracted the attention of the children. They saw that it seemed like a little kid had come, and they were curious and made some guesses. They watched with curiosity as Isla ran towards them. Ella first noticed Leo climbing on the cloud climbing frame. She went down to the bottom of the cloud climbing frame and looked up. Leo had climbed to a slightly higher position on the climbing frame. "Come down quickly, I want to play this," little Isla said to Leo on top of her in a commanding tone. "Second miss, you can't do this. This isn't our house, it's a place for everyone to play together. There are other seats available." Eunice squatted down and said to Ilu, pointing to the empty space on the cloud climbing frame next to them, "I don't care, I want him down. Only I can play with the ones I want," Ilu said, throwing a tantrum. Fang Cheng, who was following behind, walked over, heard AI Lu's words, and then looked at Qing Ning who was beside him. "Why are you looking at me like that?" Qing Ning said, her expression a mixture of embarrassment and anger. "You were probably like this when you were little, right? Your tone is exactly the same as it is now. Maybe that's the problem with being a princess from a wealthy family. Damn it, I don't want to argue with you today." Seeing Isla's expression, Qing Ning felt a mix of emotions, both embarrassed and happy. Qing Ning walked over and asked, "AI Lu, do you like playing here? There are lots of kids here. And toys too, right? I'm not kidding you, am I?" Qing Ning pointed to the white cloud climbing frame in front of her, then to the wind swing and the magic adventure slide, her tone subtly conveying a hint of anxiety. "Big sister didn't lie to me, I want to play here. How about you come here to play every day from now on, and learn with the other kids here?" Isla looked at the children around her and nodded quickly at the climbing frame in front of her. Seeing her sister agree, Qing Ning felt a surge of secret joy and casually stood up to stand up and approach Fang Cheng. "Uncle Fang Cheng, my sister wants to study here with you. How much would the tuition be?" Fang Cheng gave Qing Ning a strange look and said, "Why are you being so polite now? Something's not right. You're even calling me uncle now. My sister is going to study under Uncle Fang Cheng, so of course she has to be polite to Uncle Fang Cheng. This is also to show my sincerity. What if I am not good to Uncle Fang Cheng and my sister is bullied by you? Ching Ning said, suppressing the pain in her heart, with a sweet smile on her face. So you are polite. Fang Cheng chuckled. Don't worry, I treat every child who studies here the same. Who would believe that? Ching Ning cursed inwardly. Of course, I trust Uncle Fang Cheng. Uncle Fang Cheng, let's complete the enrollment procedures now. And sign the contract. Okay, no problem. Fang Cheng readily agreed, having already seen through Ching Ning's thoughts. This stupid rabbit probably hopes that his sister will be taught a lesson and bullied by him, and also wants his sister to cause him headaches and trouble. Let's see who your sister is closer to later. Fang Cheng thought to himself, while his face showed a faint smile. At Ching Ning's age of 13, her childish and adorable little thoughts were easily noticed by Fang Cheng. As for why Fang Cheng agreed so readily, it was because the system had just assigned him a temporary task. Side quest: recruit students named Elu and collect 100 gold coins in tuition to cover kindergarten operating expenses. Quest reward: 100 magic points, 10 exchange points, 10 gold coins. Tisk tisk tisk, look at this, even the system knows I'm short of money. The young lady's family is rich, she actually charges 100 gold coins for tuition. Fang Cheng took out a temporary enrollment contract from the system space and handed it to Ching Ning. Take a look, give me the money, and let Isla stay here. You can pick her up after class this afternoon. Fang Cheng said. 100 gold coins? Why don't you just rob someone? Ching Ning glanced at the enrollment contract and looked at Fang Cheng with some anger. She had learned from senior sister Yuli that Fang Cheng hadn't charged a single penny for recruiting other students, even those from the working-class neighborhood. When Ching Ning heard Yuli say that, she thought Fang Cheng was quite kind-hearted and a decent person. I never expected that it would cost 100 gold coins to study here. Even when I went to the Magic Academy, it was free. If you have magical talent, you can go to the Magic Academy. At first, it's compulsory education, but later you will be expelled if you fail to meet the requirements. Unless you pay tuition yourself, you can continue to study at the Magic Academy. After all, the Magic Academy is not a charity, but a place to cultivate high-quality magicians for the Crescent Kingdom. The tuition for a semester at the Magic Academy is only 50 gold coins. Ching Ning felt she couldn't let Fang Cheng rip her off. Was he trying to take advantage of her because he knew she had money? Ching Ning thought angrily. Do you really think your sister isn't even as good as a story projection crystal? Fang Cheng asked curiously. You know, I often project stories onto crystals for the children to watch, and our tuition here includes lunch, Fang Cheng said. Fine, 100 gold coins it is. Ching Ning called over the maid named Eunice. Eunice immediately handed Fang Cheng a gold coin card containing 100 gold coins. Fang Cheng put it away, but pointed to the enrollment contract and said, You should take a closer look at the terms and conditions. Since you're learning at our kindergarten, you have to support our teacher's educational philosophy. Naturally, we can't let your children be as carefree as they are at home. There are rules to follow for group learning here, so do you understand? Of course I understand, I'm a student too, even though I don't like listening to the teacher. Ching Ning suddenly seemed indifferent and became impolite again. Meanwhile, Leo, who was halfway up the cloud climbing frame, saw a little girl with green hair calling him to come down. Leo was a little curious, he had already seen a little girl who looked like a newcomer when he climbed up. The little girl's green dress looked out of place compared to the school uniforms worn by the other children, which consisted of a white shirt and shorts, skirts. Leo thought for a moment and then got down. Looking at the little girl's snow-white face and her commanding tone, Leo realized that he and she were not from the same world. However, still somewhat curious, he asked, Who are you? I am Ilu, please hold this for me, I need to climb up. Ilu said, handing the magic crystal ball she was holding to Leo. Leo unconsciously took it, and when he realized it was in his hand, he immediately held it very carefully. He recognized the crystal, it was a magic-sensing crystal, very valuable. Isla looked at the white cloud climbing frame in front of her, lifted her little feet and climbed up directly. It seemed that she was not afraid of being unfamiliar with it at all, even though it was her first time playing. As Isla climbed up, she reached the last white cloud step slightly above, and a pure white cloud step began to rise again. Isla looked at the beautiful, pure white cloud staircase rising before her, her big eyes filled with surprise. This was so much fun. So Isla continued climbing. Layer upon layer of white cloud steps appeared as Isla climbed. She had already climbed to a height of 4 meters. This height is quite high for children, but Isla wasn't afraid at all. Her small body appeared about the height of a building in midair, attracting the attention of all the children. They looked at the little girl who had just arrived with eyes full of curiosity. Isla continued climbing upwards. I didn't expect your toy to be so amazing, Ching Ning thought, looking at the white cloud climbing frame in front of her, with its endless white cloud steps rising one after another. She couldn't quite figure out where those white cloud steps were hidden. As Isla climbed higher and higher, there were no visible safety measures in place, yet Qingning showed no sign of concern. "Aren't you afraid that Isla will fall from up there?" Fang Cheng asked curiously. He was a little surprised that the little girl was climbing higher and higher and at a fast speed. Her strength was far superior to all the other children here. Could it be that little Isla was born without fear of height, or perhaps she had no sense of depth? "If you fall, you'll be the first one they come after," Qingning said dismissively. She had just seen the enrollment regulations, which stated that the kindergarten would prioritize protecting children's lives and promoting their health, with magic learning being the top priority. Fang Cheng smiled but didn't say anything. He watched as Isla climbed to a height almost reaching the top of the castle, about 20 meters high. In everyone's eyes, little Ilu, wearing a pretty green dress, looked like a green flower. "Big brother, who is this?" Zayasha asked curiously as she came to Fang Cheng's side. "This is a new student who will be studying here from now on. Her name is Ilu." Saya came to Fang Cheng's side, attracting the attention of Qingning and the maid. Qingning looked at Saya curiously, and the maid also secretly glanced at Saya. Seeing Saya's well-behaved and cute temperament, the maid's gaze softened. "What's wrong? Is this your first time seeing my Saya?" Fang Cheng said to Qingning. "Isn't my Saya pretty and cute? I missed you so much after just one night." "She's still my little sister Saya." "Humph, my Ilu is just as good, she's cute and pretty too," Qingning said to Fang Cheng, her expression a mixture of embarrassment and anger. The little girl, a little shy, hid slightly behind Fang Cheng's arm when her older brother spoke to her. "Tch." Fang Cheng scoffed, his gaze fixed on Ilu above. The maid Eunice, who was standing nearby, heard Fang Cheng and Qingning's conversation and her eyes flashed with surprise. She seemed to think that the young lady and this mysterious black-haired young man had a good relationship and even bickered with each other. "Wow, it's so high!" Ilu exclaimed, her eyes sparkling as she looked down at the view. "Big sister has shrunk, hee. Can we climb any higher?" "Ilu is a little tired," Isla said, looking at the rising white cloud staircase. Isla was almost able to see the view from the top of the castle, and she was sweating slightly. Little Isla thought for a moment, then continued climbing. The crowd below was somewhat surprised. Yuri looked up at Isla with surprise, as if she felt that the children of nobles had different physical qualities. Of course, Yuri had never met any other children of nobles. "What if it falls down?" Fang Cheng asked again, his eyes seemingly revealing his worry. Seeing the genuine worry in Fang Cheng's eyes this time, Qingning became a little anxious. "Fang Cheng, don't let Isla play this next time. Luckily, Eunice and I were here this time. I forgot to tell you, Eunice will be taking classes with Isla here from now on. She can look after Ilu." Qingning continued. "You didn't tell me that earlier. It's not too late to tell me now. My Eunice is a high-level mage. You can ask her for help if you encounter any problems. Don't worry, it won't cause you any trouble. Eunice can pick you up directly after school and take you home." "That works too." Fang Cheng glanced at the pretty, voluptuous maid, thought she was really big, and nodded in agreement. She seemed to have a good heart and should be easy to talk to. "Humph. If she falls, both Eunice and I can use wind magic, so we can catch her. Eunice has loved climbing high places since she was little, and she knows we'll catch her, so she's not afraid." "That won't do. What if she falls down when you're not around? Do you think that's possible? Ilu always has someone looking after and protecting her, so I'm worried about you." "Actually, I know a little bit of wind magic too." Qingning was speechless, but this time she truly believed what Fang Cheng said. As Isla climbed 2 more steps of the white cloud staircase, the staircase stopped rising. Little Isla paused, and just as she was about to jump down, a jade green staff suddenly appeared in Qingning's hand, who was watching from below. At that moment, a gentle breeze blew across the cloud climbing frame, and a small tornado rose from the bottom up out of thin air. At the center of the tornado appeared a large, seemingly insubstantial white cloud. The appearance of the white cloud tornado attracted the attention of everyone present. "Wow!" Ilu exclaimed in surprise, finding it amazing. The tornado rose gently from below, swirling the little creature atop a white cloud. Its emerald green eyes seemed to gleam, rising in layers of cloud staircases. The white cloud tornado carried Isla slowly around twice before gently returning her to the grassy ground, and then the cloud vanished into thin air. This phenomenon surprised everyone. Apart from Fang Cheng, Shaya, and Mo Tong, who had seen this phenomenon before, everyone present was the first to discover that the white cloud climbing frame had such a magical effect. "Big sister, this is so much fun," Isla said, looking at Qingning beside her. At this moment, having discovered the function of the cloud climbing frame, Joni and Jonitard also came to the cloud climbing frame. "I'm eager to give it a try." At this moment, Leo was also eager to play. He had been playing for so long but hadn't finished the game yet. Every time he reached a certain height, Leo would get scared and come down from the cloud climbing frame. Seeing how amazing the climbing frame was this time, he also wanted to finish the game and try to experience what it felt like to float down from the cloud. He walked up to Ailu, holding the magic crystal ball, and handed it to her, saying, "Here you go, it's yours." Ayla didn't say anything, but took the magic crystal ball and held it in her hands. Suddenly, the dark magic crystal ball lit up with a white light, attracting the attention of everyone present. A little Ailu exclaimed in surprise, "It's glowing!" The little guy exclaimed with delight, jumping up and down on the grass with his little feet. This. Qingning looked at the glowing crystal ball in her sister's arms, and exchanged a glance with Eunice. Both of them saw surprise and shock in each other's eyes. Fang Cheng wasn't surprised. She had just used her detection skill on Ailu and found out that Ailu's magic element was 98/100. Obtaining the blessing of the wind through the white cloud climbing frame would increase her magic value by 2 points. Fang Cheng had already discovered this using his detector when Emotong and Sheye climbed the Bion climbing frame last time. "Big sister, can I learn magic now?" Ailu asked in surprise. From a very young age, Ailu saw her father, mother, and the maids in the house conjure up strange phenomena, such as fireballs, water balloons, and tornadoes sweeping the floor. Ailu also wanted to change, and later Eunice told her that Ayla knew those magical phenomena were called magic, and Ailu also wanted to unleash magic. Ayla's family hoped she would awaken her magical talent early, so they had her carry a magic sensing crystal ball from a very young age, so they could detect when her magical senses awakened. Ailu also wanted to learn magic, so she always carried the crystal ball, waiting for it to glow. Ailu also received her first magical education at home from a young age, with the family maid Eunice occasionally giving her lessons. Eunice often conjured water balloons for her to see. "Eunice, can Elu learn magic now?" Little Elu turned to look at Eunice. "Yes, of course you can, Elu," head maid Eunice said with a smile as she looked at Elu. The other children looked at Isla with envy. It wasn't glowing a moment ago, but after Isla came and played with this magical toy, the magic crystal started glowing. Qingning was somewhat puzzled and vaguely guessed what was going on. Turning her head, she saw that Fang Cheng's face didn't seem very surprised, so she said, "Could it be because of this climbing frame that your magical senses have awakened? I'm asking you, will you give me the money?" "Eunice, give Mr. Fang Cheng another 100 gold coins," Qingning said. "Yes, miss." Eunice nodded and immediately took out a 100 gold coin card and handed it to Fang Cheng. "That's great, you're quite sensible." Fang Cheng smiled and gave Qingning an appreciative look. "Humph." Qingning, who had just felt some respect for Fang Cheng, was immediately enraged by this and snorted. Then he said to the maid, "Eunice, let's take Isla home first and tell father the good news." "Yes, miss," Eunice replied. Then the maid knelt down and said to Ilu, "Ilu, let's go home first." "Eunice, I want to stay here and play some more. We'll tell father that the crystal ball is shining, and he'll praise Ilu." Ilu thought for a moment and said, "No, father praises me every day. I want to play until I'm done before I go back." Isla was no longer as impatient as before when she saw some children climbing up the cloud climbing frame. Her eyes shifted and seemed to be fixed on the wind swing behind her. At this moment, Eunice said, "Elu, let's go back first and tell father this news. I'll teach you magic, okay?" Okay. Eunice, let's go back." As if reminded, little Eunice's eyes lit up and she quickly agreed. She was also eager to learn and release magic like others. "Then let's go back now, Elu. Mr. Fang Cheng, we'll head back now and come back to bother you later," Eunice said to Fang Cheng, her gaze subtly respectful. "Okay, sure, I'll see you off." Fang Cheng, holding Saya's hand, led the three of them toward the gate. He had earned 200 gold coins today, so he was in a good mood and felt he should see them off. Saya looked at Elle with some curiosity. Ilu, being led by Eunice, also noticed Saya's emerald green eyes with curiosity. "Are the animal ears on your head the same length as my older sister's? My older sister's are rabbit ears, and yours are cat ears?" Saya thought for a moment and nodded. "Come here, let me touch you," Ilu said. Saya shook her head. "Ilu," Qingning reminded her in a slightly angry tone, "you can't do that. My Saya doesn't like having her ears touched by others." Fang Cheng said, then picked up Saya and held her in his arms. "I want to touch it." "Eunice, pick me up, I want to touch the cat's ears," Ilu said. "Elu, I can pick you up, but you can't touch other children's ears. That's impolite," Eunice said. "I don't care, I want it." Isla pouted and angrily shook off Eunice's hand that was holding hers. "I'll leave you here," Fang Cheng suddenly said upon seeing Isla's condition. "I'm so sorry to have bothered you, Mr. Fang Cheng. It's alright, she's just a little girl, this is normal. Little Isla is welcome to come to class anytime. You should take Isla back and tell her father the news." Eunice picked up Isla and bowed to Fang Cheng. Then the three of them walked out the door and left. The sound of little Isla scolding, crying, and throwing a tantrum could be faintly heard. "Big brother, is that little girl named Isla? Will she be taking classes with us from now on? Yeah. Fang Cheng rubbed Saya's head. Don't worry, I won't let her bully you. If she does, just tell me, okay? Okay, big brother. And your sister Mo Tong, she will protect Saya too. Saya doesn't like other kids touching her ears. Saya likes it when her big brother touches her ears. Then let's touch it now, brother. Fang Cheng smiled. I feel like I haven't petted Sayo's ears in ages. Looking at the soft, adorable little guy he was holding, with his cute and obedient little head and those delicate, fluffy kitten ears, Fang Cheng rubbed his face against the little guy's head and pressed his nose against the soft little ears. It smelled sweet, fluffy, and soft. The sensation from the tip of his nose made Fang Cheng linger. Fang Cheng held Xiao Shay in one hand and patted her head with the other, while simultaneously unleashing the adorable head pat skill. Then, she touched Saya's cute cat ears and twitched them. Big brother, it feels so good. Fang Cheng stroked Saya's cute little cat ears, and felt that today, which was already beautiful, had become even more beautiful. Zayasha seemed to enjoy Fang Cheng's rubbing of her ears, letting out a soft meow like a kitten. Her soft, fair face turned as red as a cherry, making her very cute. After petting her enough, Fang Cheng noticed that Xiao Shay's ears seemed a little uncomfortable, so he reluctantly put her down. Meanwhile, under Eunice's reassurance, Qingning and the other two returned to the Ephidiah family's mansion. Qingning eagerly walked through the gate, and Xiao Ailu seemed to have calmed down as well, with a happy expression on her face. At this moment, Isla put aside the matter of touching Sayo's cat ears and focused on telling her father that her crystal ball had lit up and learning how to successfully cast magic. Father, Isla quickly ran towards her father's study, where he usually stayed when he wasn't out. Bok Ephidiah was sitting in his study looking at some documents when he heard his youngest daughter, Elu, running towards him from afar. The man put down the documents in his hand, somewhat puzzled. How come Ilu and the others had returned so soon after leaving? He could clearly sense the excitement in Ilu's tone. Before long, the man saw his youngest daughter, Ilu, skipping and hopping into the door. Father, my magic ball is glowing. Ilu ran to the man and hugged his leg. What, really? Ilu. Upon hearing this, the man's usually calm and collected gaze revealed a look of surprise. It's true, father. When has Ilu ever lied to you? Little Ilu looked a little angry and unhappy after hearing this. Good. Father, you believe in Ilu. I knew our Ilu was the most amazing, and her magical talent is also very high. The man affectionately patted Ilu's little head. At this moment, Qingning and Eunice also entered the study. Is it true that the magical crystal of the Elu is glowing? Father, it's true. Qingning's tone was also somewhat happy. The man, amused, asked, Qingning, tell me what's going on. Is that Shi AI magic kindergarten really that magical? It would be unbelievable to say that the man didn't believe El's magical awakening had anything to do with the 11 AI magic kindergarten. It could be a coincidence, but it's not that coincidental. Why didn't the little girl awaken her powers earlier or later? Why did she go to that 11 AI magic kindergarten and come back shortly after to tell him about her awakening? Combining what his eldest daughter Qingning said about her two younger sisters being able to cast spells, the man felt that the 11 AI magic kindergarten truly lived up to its name as a place of magic. Then Qingning told the man about AI Lu climbing up the white cloud climbing frame. Perhaps that toy is some kind of magical item blessed by the element, requiring the completion of certain trials, but I've never heard of anything with such a function, that a child without magic could receive a magical blessing. The man considered himself knowledgeable and experienced, especially in the field of magic, yet he still couldn't quite understand it. Let's not think about that anymore. Today is Isla's birthday, and also the day her magical senses awakened. It's a day worth celebrating. Every servant in the manor will receive 10 gold coins as a reward today. Eunice, thank you for this. Yes, master, thank you for your generosity. Eunice bowed slightly. It seems we should really thank that young man. Don't even mention it, father. That Fang Cheng is obsessed with money. Isla spent 100 gold coins to enroll in school there, and then she gave him another 100 gold coins after her magical senses awakened. He also swindled me out of 100 gold coins when I tried to buy something from him before. Oh, the man chuckled, finding it interesting. Judging from the fact that he lives in such a large castle, he doesn't seem like someone who's short of money. In that case, Qingning, you can thank him with 1,000 gold coins later. Father, although our family is not short of money, there is no need to give him money for nothing. That bastard would be laughing his head off if he had that much money. Qingning said somewhat reluctantly. Seeing his daughter's appearance, the man was quite curious. He had never seen his daughter have the patience to talk to a man so much. Judging from her expression, it seemed that she had quite a few conversations and disagreements with that young man. Money's value is only revealed when it's spent. Our family isn't short of money. Since that young man is short of money, it's no big deal for us to help him. Consider it making friends. Don't forget that his two younger sisters can already cast spells. Their future achievements are limitless. Befriending them now will only benefit our Ephidiah family in the future. Besides, that little girl, Saya, is the princess's sister. The man patiently explained to Qing Ning. Father, I know that. Qing Ning pouted, still somewhat unwilling, as if she were not the same girl who had just given Fang Cheng 100 gold coins so readily. I just heard some news. The older sister of that little girl Saya, who is also the princess, has returned to the royal city and is preparing to break through to the level of a grand mage and strive to reach the level of a magician. Perhaps in a few years, the future queen of the Crescent Kingdom will be Saya's older sister. Of course, it's just a very possible possibility. The man said. What? Qing Ning's eyes were filled with shock. She never expected to hear news about the princess again from her father. When Qing Ning entered school, she heard about the princess's genius-like magical talent. From a young age, Qing Ning admired the young princess of the Crescent Moon Kingdom. When she heard that the princess was a high-level mage and was about to break through to the level of a magician, the young Qing Ning naturally knew what that meant, considering the princess's age. Perhaps the news will reach every magic academy soon. The man smiled, as if he was very happy to hear the news. The situation on the continent is currently turbulent, and the situation of the Crescent Moon Kingdom is not optimistic. It needs many geniuses with high magical talent to emerge. The princess may break through to the level of a mage in the next few years, which will undoubtedly be a shot in the arm for our country. Qingning, our Ephidiah family enjoys the protection and privileges of the kingdom's resources, and naturally we also have a mission. I hope you will study magic diligently at the Magic Academy and go to the royal city to study as soon as possible. Although you have a high talent for magic, your potential has not been fully realized. Don't be casual about learning magic anymore. If one day your father passes away, this family and your younger sister will have to be left to you to manage and take care of. The man said kindly. Father, why are you suddenly saying these things? I'm still young. Qing Ning said coquettishly. Haha, father is just giving you a heads up. You'll be all grown up in a few years. The man laughed heartily. By the way, father, now that Ilo has awakened her magical talent, should we send her to a magic academy to study, or should she continue studying at that 11AI magical children's school? Qing Ning asked. Hearing Qing Ning's words, the man thought about it for a moment, since many children who awaken their powers early would be sent to magic academies to study. The man then pondered and said, forget it, Ilo is only 5 years old and still too young. As for magic, we have better resources at home than at a magic academy. Let Isla go to that young man's magic kindergarten. Just make sure Isla doesn't bully that little girl, Saya. Hearing the rest, Qing Ning's expression turned somewhat helpless. Could it be that Ilu offended the princess's sister on her first visit? The man said, glancing at Ilu. Then Qing Ning recounted what had just happened. Ilu, you can't act like you're at home when you're outside. You can't bully others. The man said, looking down at his youngest daughter. Father, I just wanted to touch the cat's ears, I didn't want to bully her. Ilu said, feeling a little aggrieved. Her father hadn't spoken to her like that in a long time. You still need to get other people's permission, understand? I'll have Eunice keep an eye on you. If you can't do that, then you should stay home and play. At home, your father will allow you to do whatever you want and fulfill your requests, but not outside, the man said, stroking Ilu. Ilu pouted and nodded. Father, I understand. I will ask for her permission. Meanwhile, after completing the task of recruiting Ilu as a student, Fang Cheng also successfully started Ilu's side quest. Side quest, student Ilu successfully casts a spell. Quest reward, 100 exchange points. The task of recruiting Ilu has just been completed, and the rewards have been distributed, 100 magic points, 10 exchange points, and 10 gold coins. Now, Fang Cheng has a total of 470 gold coins and 197 exchange points. After Fang Cheng saw them off, he noticed that all the children except Mo Tong were climbing onto the cloud climbing frame. The 4 children appeared in mid-air. Perhaps spurred on by Elu, Leo's desire for challenge intensified, and he was now just 2 more white cloud steps away from completing the challenge. Joni climbed halfway up the mountain and looked at the ground with some fear, so she hesitated to climb any further. Johnny, don't look down, look up and keep climbing, don't be afraid. Xiao Yin shouted to encourage Johnny. Tate, on the other hand, kept climbing slowly and steadily without making a sound. In the end, he and Leo reached the top at the same time, and 2 white cloud tornadoes carried the 2 little guys around and gently sent them back to the ground. Leo's eyes lit up with surprise, experiencing for the first time the joy of being carried by the clouds. Then Leo seemed to realize something, looked around, and ran over when he saw Fang Cheng. Teacher Fang Cheng, I succeeded. Can I touch the magic sensing crystal ball? Leo's voice revealed excitement and anticipation. Leo, don't worry. The little girl's crystal ball was shining just now, not entirely because she passed the crystal ball challenge. When the time is right, I'll give you a magic sense crystal test. I know when your magic sense will awaken, it will be soon. As long as you pay attention in class, I hope you can continue to be as brave as you were just now. Fang Cheng said to Leo calmly. I understand, Mr. Fang Cheng, I will do my best. Fang Cheng did not give Leo the test on the crystal paint. Leo's mood was not down. On the contrary, Fang Cheng's words gave him encouragement and more motivation. Tate Fang Cheng also encouraged him in the same way as everyone else. The children play on this white cloud climbing frame every day, but Saya and Moto only came out after they left in the evening. On ordinary mornings, when the children play on the climbing frame, they usually retreat after climbing to a certain height, without ever receiving the blessing of the white cloud climbing frame. Fang Cheng has never reminded them of this before, firstly because the blessing effect of the white cloud climbing frame can only enhance the children's magic element once, and secondly because Fang Cheng hopes that they can explore it on their own. And thanks to Isla's encouragement, the children at 11AI Magic Kindergarten are expected to receive the blessing of the white cloud climbing frame today. Fang Cheng then walked up to the cloud climbing frame and looked at Xiao Ni, who was suspended in midair, and Xiao Yin, who was about to reach the finish line. Fang Cheng encouraged her, saying, Xiao Ni, don't be afraid, you're great, keep going. The teacher is here to protect you. Xiao Yin, you're almost at the finish line. Keep going, don't be afraid. Fang Cheng's encouragement had a tremendous motivating effect on the two little ones. The two little ones looked up and began to climb with trembling, heavy steps. Before long, amidst the cheers of the children, Joni and Joni also successfully received the magical blessing. Joni and Joni, being twins, had previously suffered from malnutrition. Their health had only recently improved slightly, but it was still not ideal. On a summer morning, their clothes were already soaked with sweat. Leo and Tate were no exception. Fang Cheng had Yuli take them to different restrooms so that the two boys could shower by themselves, and the girls could also shower by themselves. Fang Cheng exchanged several sets of school uniforms from his spatial storage and handed them to them, specifically instructing them that Yuri could not help them wash the clothes, they had to wash them themselves. Yuri didn't ask why, nodded, took the school uniform, and led the children to wash up. After the children finished showering and changing their clothes, Fang Cheng led them in their usual magic resonance class in the classroom. Fang Cheng was still wondering if Isla would come back during class, since Ephadiah's house didn't seem to be that far from here. Could it be that he's not coming back after awakening his magical talent? Fang Cheng wondered, rubbing his nose. During class, the children asked who the little girl was, showing great interest and curiosity about Elu, whom they had just seen briefly. It was because of Ella that Leo and the others learned about the mysterious function of the cloud climbing frame, which influenced their success in completing the cloud climbing frame challenge. Furthermore, Isla looks like a particularly pretty little girl, and she's also a little taller than all the other children present.